June Havoc with Martin Gable. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Vice President of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and noted writer of many Broadway and Hollywood musical hits, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Thank you. The MGM Theater of the Air presents this week that solid success of the screen transformed into a vivid radio drama entitled Reckless. It is a story of love that inspires violence, but it has more than enough comedy to highlight the dramatic scenes. The role of Mona Leslie is played by that sparkling talent of Broadway and Hollywood, June Havoc. Supporting Miss Havoc is the interesting actor known to so many radio listeners, Martin Gable. In just a moment now, you will hear June Havoc with Martin Gable in Reckless, as presented on the MGM Theater of the Air. As old as a Cinderella story, as old as a triangle, and yet it is not old at all, the story of the glamorous Mona Leslie of the musical comedy stage, the dashing, very, very rich playboy Bob Harrison, and the personable gambler, promoter, and man about town known as Ned Riley. The story starts in Riley's office. He is using the telephone.
Yeah, Whitcomb, I know. I'm still not interested. Nothing doing. Come in.
Boss, it's Granny.
I said nothing doing, Whitcomb. I'm a gambler, and this is a sure thing, so I'm not interested.
That is about the silliest argument I ever heard you make, Ned
Hold it a
Riley.
minute, Whitcomb. Who let you in here?
I did, boss. You didn't say not to.
And it wouldn't have done any good if he had.
Gran, I'm busy.
You can't talk on that phone forever. I'll wait. Smiley, bring that chair over here for me.
Sure, Granny.
Whitcomb, there's another reason I'm not interested in your proposition.
Besides the fact it's a sure thing.
I never put dough into anything that's connected with women. I've been burned too many times.
Why don't you go?
Granny, I gotta see the boss.
I don't care if it'll pay me $1,000,000 to 1. Women are poison to me.
Boss, the papers are hollering for a picture of that mystery wrestler you're springing at the arena tonight.
They can't have it. I told you, Smiley. No pictures.
Put the report...
Smiley.
Okay, boss. But I wish it was you that had to talk to those reporters.
I've had a hog caller from Iowa in here this afternoon, Siamese twins from Nebraska, and 2 human flies who want me to promote a race up the side of the Empire State Building. What do you want?
Well, in my younger days, I could turn a trick or two on the high diving board.
Hello, Granny.
Hello, Ned.
You know, my love, I've missed you.
Have you, Ned?
When I have time to think, Granny, it's not often, but when I do, I realize I got 2 passions in life. Horses and you.
Thanks for the billing. What do you mean by keeping away from us for 1 whole week, 7 days? You haven't stopped by the apartment since last Saturday.
Granny, I've been busy.
Oh,
And
gosh.
it's kind of tough with Mona not speaking to me.
What did you 2 fight about this time?
So help me, Granny, I don't know. You know Mona.
I ought to. I'm a grandmother.
Well, I'd keep that quiet if I were you. People might think she inherited a disposition from you.
There's nothing wrong with Mona's disposition. Much.
That's just what I mean, Granny. You know and I know that Mona Leslie or no Mona Leslie, Broadway star or no Broadway star, you and I know that an old-fashioned fanning with a bedroom slipper would do her lots of good.
Well, that's a fine idea. Why don't you do it?
Well, I'll let the guy she marries do that.
You aren't by any chance interested?
I am not.
Oh, you don't fool me, Mr. Riley. You're crazy about her, whether or not you admit it. And you ought to be worrying about her right now.
Why, what's she done this time?
Gone yachting.
Granny, I believe you're a Victorian at heart. What's wrong with Mona going yachting?
She's with Bob Harrison again.
Well, Harrison seems like a nice enough youngster, a bit wild.
Like Mona.
Got too much money. Isn't he the one who bought out an entire performance of the Gaieties? Just to have Mona perform for him alone?
He's the one.
I still don't see why I should worry if Mona goes yachting with him.
Ned, I think she's getting fond of him. Really fond.
Oh?
All right, Ned. If that doesn't worry you, all right. I'm sorry I broke in on one of your busy days.
Granny, wait a minute.
Yes, Ned?
Nothing. Forget it.
You make me sick, Ned Riley. You'll start worrying when it's too late. It's a tough combination to beat, Ned. A handsome young man, $10 million, and a private yacht.
Oh, so quiet on the Hudson at this time of night. Look, the first star is out.
Oh, wait till you see how quiet it is where we're going.
And where might that be, sir?
The South Seas. Tahiti, Bali, Bali.
Oh, silly. Bob,
Yeah.
go on, make a wish on the first star.
Okay. It's made.
You think it'll come true?
That's up to you, Mona. Darling.
Bob, no, don't.
Bob, no. Keep your distance, Bob. Be good company, but mustn't touch.
Oh, no, that isn't fair.
Oh, Mona, what is it? Who is it?
I don't know what you mean.
Is it Ned Riley?
How do you know about Ned Riley?
Well, I met him once. The night I met you. The night I bought out the house for the SAML, remember?
Yes. Society for the Admiration of Mona Leslie. Do I remember? And I thought we were doing a benefit for charity.
Ned Riley told me that night that he was a charter member of the SAML. Do you love him, Mona?
No girl in her right mind would love Ned. Be a total waste of time.
All right, then. Who is it? There's somebody.
There isn't anybody else, Bob. It's just that, well, honest, I've only known you 2 weeks.
And 1 hour, 34 minutes.
I think we'd better get back to the others. We've had the deck to ourselves. Where is everybody
Playing
anyway?
bridge in the salon, minding their own business. I train my friends well.
Uh-huh.
You know, what you said just now about wishing on a star.
What about it?
Well, when I was a kid, I remember a first star one evening. I wanted it. Threw a tantrum when I couldn't have it.
Oh.
Yes, my nurse quit the job on account of that tantrum. Swore I'd end up on the gallows.
Oh, Bob. And did your mother punish you for that tantrum?
I don't remember my mother. My father taught me about life. He's still trying to teach me.
What about life? I mean exactly.
Never trust anybody. Remember that there's only one sure standing.
Sure, money, I'll bet.
Money, that's it. Anybody without it is only interested in you for their own profit.
Oh, what a terrible philosophy. Hasn't made you very happy.
Well, nothing has made me very happy. Maybe that nurse was right. You know, a worthless commodity, this Harrison fella.
Oh, utterly worthless. Destined for the gallows. But definitely.
I agree, you know. That's why I figured to crowd as many thrills as I can into my span of days. They're numbered.
And when there are no more thrills left?
Well, that used to scare me. Doesn't now. Since I found you, Mona. Listen to me, darling.
Oh, look, Bob. The star. It's gone.
What?
Well, look. The clouds come across it, see?
Why, you're not looking in the right place here. Let me show it to you.
Bob, we're going to go in now with the others.
Already?
Please, let's.
Well, I see. But, Mona.
Hmm?
You know something? I'm not giving up.
Do you know something? I don't want you to.
That's about all there is to it. I bought the mare. I'm going to race her. She's got spirit and stamina. I named her Mona. And I figured you ought to see your namesake.
Oh, she is beautiful, Ned.
That's what I like about a horse. She can be beautiful without being a menace to society.
Oh, how you flatter. Gosh. I wonder why animals always bring out the best in men, and a woman can't.
Because that animal is going to make me money, not cost me money.
Oh. Ned, have I cost you anything?
Sure. Best years of my life. Whoa.
Oh, what's the matter?
Let's sit and talk for a while.
Well, sure. You mean right here?
What's the matter with right here? A quiet corner, green grass, sunshine, the warmest.
All right. Ooh, we should have brought along a picnic lunch. Say, this is good, huh?
Mm-hmm. We haven't had a chance to talk in quite a spell.
I know, Ned. Listen, did you mean that? About the best years of your life?
When a man talks about his best years being behind him, you can be sure he really believes they're ahead of him.
Oh, that's not what I mean. You've done a lot for me and Granny. I forget that sometimes.
There's no reason for you to remember it.
When I think that 5 years ago I was making the rounds looking for a chorus job, and now, thanks to you...
Thanks to yourself, you're one of Broadway's top stars. That is, if you believe the columnists.
And the box office.
And the box office.
You are sweet, you know. And this sun. Ooh, golly. This sun's making me sleepy.
Mona, Granny dropped around to see me yesterday.
Oh, sure. I guess I've been hitting it up too much lately.
She tells me that young Harrison's in the #1 spot.
Well, Bob and I do have a lot of fun. It's not like Gus, though. You know what I used to wish?
What?
That you were a marrying man, Mr. Riley.
I never have been.
Don't I know? Don't I know?
But I suppose there's something to it at that. Millions of people getting married every year.
Sure.
What I don't like are the trimmings, I guess. The fancy words. You know. If I was going to ask a girl to marry me, understand, if I was, you know how I'd do it? I wouldn't say, I love you. She'd know that already. I'd say, how about it? Just like that. I am saying it. How about it, Mona? Mona.
Oh, what? What's it? Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Ned. Gee, I almost dozed off. Huh?
Brother, how close that was.
What'd you say?
Nothing. Time to go home.
Oh,
Take Papa's hand.
sure.
On our way.
Wait a minute. Hold it. I'm sorry, Miss Leslie. Benny, that opening drags. I don't like it.
Oh, I bet that's my fault, Gaylord.
No, we'll work it out. Benny, how about this?
Well, hello, Riley.
Well, the Harrison air. Up early, aren't you? Doesn't daylight bother you?
I'm getting used to it. How do you like the new number?
Anything Mona sings and dances is a hit as far as I'm concerned.
We're still members of the same club, huh?
My interest's paternal, son. Strictly paternal.
Ned. Hi, Bob.
Hello, Mona, dear.
Well, you're quite a stranger at rehearsals, Ned. Long time no see.
Yeah. Say, that number looks like it'll be all right.
What do you mean? It'll be terrific.
Miss Leslie.
Coming. Everything under control, Papa.
Yeah.
Say, do you suppose Gaylord would mind if I told him an idea about staging that number, Mona?
Oh, not at all, Bob. You go right ahead.
Yes. Advice from the mouths of amateurs.
Sure. All right. Ned, why so gloom?
Am I gloom?
That old Riley's sparkle's dimmed. I guess you better see more of me.
There's nothing dim about your sparkle. If I wasn't sure, I'd say you look like a woman in love.
Why, Mr. Riley, you know I love only my art.
And the joys of true love, the patter of little feet, are not for artists, alas.
Alas, and alack.
What I want to know is young Harrison going to do right by our Nell?
Little Nellie remembers everything Granny and you told her.
Leslie, please.
Yes. Wait for me, will you, Ned? I'll tell you all about it. Honest, he's really a swell guy.
I'm sure he must be, baby.
All right, you all set?
Try it again, Benny.
I'm reckless. I don't want advice. I keep seeking my fool's paradise. I waste no weeping. I just keep hoping for one
That's it, Miss Leslie.
My
Fine.
gosh, it'll be much better when we get
Benny,
the
take
arrangement.
5. I want to talk to you.
Hey, Ned.
Are you looking for someone, fair maiden?
Well, I asked Ned to wait for me here.
Well, Riley left just as you started singing.
Why, he left.
He said something about an appointment.
Oh, he probably had to catch another rehearsal of a wrestling act at the arena.
Well, I hate to say this, but won't I do?
Why, sir, who are you? Are you part of the show, perchance?
Well, certainly, perchance. I'm the daring young man on the flying trapeze.
Oh, sir, I dearly love acrobats.
Then fly with me.
Anywhere.
The town is ours, the night is ours, the world is ours. Let's go take 'em all at once.
You said it.
When it is believed, word will be forthcoming from Washington to clarify the government's position. And here is a morning tidbit of news that will start the day right for some folks, wrong for others. Bob Harrison eloped with Mona Leslie last night. The Playboy heir to the Harrison millions and the glamorous star of Broadway musicals surprised their friends by a post-midnight dash across the state line. As of yesterday, young Harrison was engaged to the lovely Jo Mercer, glamour gal of high society. As of this morning, he is married to Mona Leslie.
Come on, buddy. We know they're registered here.
Sure, give us a chance.
Say, look, we drove all night, 320 miles to get this story. Is it true that Mr. and Mrs. Harrison were so tipsy they had to show their marriage license before they could get a room here? Is that true, buddy?
What about it? Yeah, what are you doing, Ned?
I'm in.
Boss. Hey, boss, look at the morning paper.
Hello, Smiley. Oh, I'm getting too old for all-night poker sessions. Do you know that?
Boss, look. On the front page.
Pair of tens does it. Sorry, boys.
What's on the front? Harrison Jr. elopes with...
What do you say, Riley? What do you say?
I'm through. How much do I owe?
Wait a minute. 28,000.
Come around to my place tonight. There'll be a check waiting for you.
Boss, 28,000?
Yeah, my luck's running out all around. Let's get out of here.
Hey, maybe the paper's got the story wrong, boss. Miss Leslie couldn't.
Smiley, here's a present for you.
What? Hey, a gold wedding ring.
I got it the other day during a dizzy spell.
Dizzy spell, boss?
I was on a merry-go-round. Take the day off, Smiley.
Boss, you feel okay?
I feel like walking, Smiley. A long way. Alone. You better pawn that ring, or the merry-go-round will throw you for a loss, too.
Now get this and get it straight. I have no statement for the papers, now or ever. Questions. Drive a man nuts.
Darling.
Yeah?
Who's Joe?
What'd you say, Mona?
Oh, come over here, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I feel such a lady of leisure. Sitting up in bed, opening wires of congratulations. Some are addressed to you alone. I'm opening them, too. Is that all right?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
One's from somebody named Joe. If she's all right with you, she's perfect with me. Who's Joe?
An old friend.
Sounds nice, huh? Here's one that came last of all.
Mona, you and I
you
have to...
come here, you. Lean over here. There. That's from Mrs. to Mr. Harrison.
Mona,
You know what I like? I like what you just said. You and I have to... Whatever you're going to say, I don't care what you're going to say. You and I. That sounds so married, Bob.
Oh, we're married, all right.
Married. That's wonderful. I mean, us, making a life together. I can hardly believe it's true, honest. Not that you're such a prize, understand, but I'm stuck with you, so what can a person do?
Yeah. What can a person do is right.
Now, what's his last one? Let's see. It's a bitterly disappointed. Please come home, Dad. Bitterly. But he doesn't even know me.
Don't pay any attention to that.
Don't pay any attention. Oh, pay any attention. I can imagine what he thinks. You said he was old-fashioned, didn't you?
Very old-fashioned.
Can't you just see what he thinks of me? Showgirl, quick wedding. Sure, of course. Bob, I think we better start for your home right away.
Now, wait a minute. Dad doesn't mean that fast. We don't have to rush.
You're not afraid to face him, are you, Bob?
All right. All right. On to the family acres and Harrison Sr., and come what may.
Bob doesn't seem an altogether happy bridegroom, and Mona senses it. What will happen when the sudden couple crosses the threshold of their future, we'll discover in a moment. Now, Act Two of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring June Havoc with Martin Gable. Surprise! Mona Leslie, musical comedy queen, marries playboy Bob Harrison. Eyebrows are raised. Questions asked. What about Ned Riley? What about Joe Mercer? A great deal of jilting seems to be going on. And what about Bob's father? Harrison Sr., tyrannical man of wealth, who has always dominated Bob's life. The last question was immediate to Mona, so she persuaded her reluctant groom to go home and square things with the old man. It is morning at the Harrison estate, the day after their eventful arrival. Mona is up early. Strolling along a wooded path, she happens on a lovely young woman wading in a stream.
Hello there.
Hello. I've been watching you.
I know. They aren't biting this morning. You're an early fisher, too, I see.
Oh, no, I never have been. This is my first morning here. I had to explore.
You like what you find?
Oh, yes. Except these signs. They frighten me. No trespassing under penalty of the law, Colonel Harrison.
Well, he's not that fierce, really. Haven't you met him?
We got here too late last night, and he'd gone to bed. And he was up and out before I was this morning. Oh, I guess I better introduce myself.
You're Mona Leslie. I knew you from your pictures. I'm Joe Mercer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
That's all right. Now that I've seen you... Well, it looks like you're going to meet Mr. Harrison after all.
What?
The hunter. Hear him? He mentioned taking one of his setters out this morning. He's been trying to get the puppy accustomed to gunfire.
Oh.
He'll be along in a minute. There's no other path. Goodbye, Mrs. Harrison.
Goodbye.
I was going to say, now that I've seen you, I can understand my defeat. Oh. Goodbye. Good luck.
Thanks.
Steady there, steady.
Well, hello there.
Well, good morning.
Oh, what a cute little fellow. Hello, funny face. Hello.
I'd rather you didn't pet him.
Oh, I am sorry. You're Mr. Harrison, aren't you? I'm Mona.
How are you? Up early for a showgirl, aren't you?
I've been all over the place. It's beautiful.
I thought you'd appreciate it. Excuse me.
Oh, gee, it scares the little guy.
He's worthless to me unless he gets over being scared.
Mr. Harrison, I saw the telegram you sent Bob after we were married.
Well?
And I don't think it was very fair.
Did you see the papers the morning after, shall I call it the wedding or the debacle?
Oh, if you'd had as much experience as I have with some of those rags, you'd know they can twist anything.
You must forgive my inexperience. Steady, boy.
Well, you're acting as if I was something Bob brought home with him from the African bush or something.
It's a curious thing about these dogs. When there's bad blood in their background, they're hopeless. You knew about my son's engagement to Miss Mercer, of course.
After we were married, not before.
I see. It's unfortunate. I'm going to ask you one question. Oh, I saw Bob early this morning. Did he tell you?
No.
I asked him one question, too. My question to you is, why did you marry my son?
Because I love him. I thought I'd be good for him.
Very generous of you.
He's told me all about himself, how restless he'd been and how unhappy. Ever since he was a kid and his mother died. I thought I could Maybe make some things up to him. I wanted to try.
Your sense of dramatics is exaggerated. You've been in too many plays. Steady, boy. No, it's hopeless. He won't change. They don't, you know. Bad blood. I said I asked Bob one question.
Yes, sir?
It was, why did he feel he had to marry such a girl?
I see.
I believe you do. It should save us both much useless discussion. You'll excuse me? I'm sure we'll be seeing quite a bit of each other. Good morning.
Well, Pop. Looks like we'll have to get used to gunfire. Come on with me, bad blood.
Boss. Hey, boss.
Hmm? Oh, yes, Smiley.
Didn't hear what I said.
No, I'm afraid I didn't.
I said I could hawk this top coat. Get us $50 for it.
Don't be ridiculous. I'm not that broke.
You got a nag named Mona left. What else?
If she wins, it's Stuyvesant.
If she wins. Boss.
All right, Smiley, so we're strapped. But you hang on to that coat. Look like money as long as you can, see? In this racket, your front is the most important thing. You see who that is? And will you take my bags down to the car?
Sure, boss.
Thanks.
Hello, Granny.
This place looks like the fairgrounds after the circus pulls up stakes. Ned, what are you up to?
Nothing exciting, Granny. Going south.
South. I read that Nate Barron's taken over your stable of wrestlers, and Harry Jones did the talking for Bomber Sadowski when the Bomber signed his new contract. Lee Ellison was a promoter on that deal.
Granny, you read too much. You ought to rest your eyes.
Oh, you can't fool me, Ned Riley, and don't try.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Am I a friend of yours, or am I not? You know, I've got a little money saved up, Ned.
Granny, I love you.
Yes, well, you should have said that sooner, Ned, and not to me. That's it, isn't it?
My luck ran out, Granny, all around.
She didn't know, and neither did I. Oh, Ned. Ned.
Hey, cut that out. What counts is that Mona is happy.
Yes.
She is happy, isn't she?
She sounds happy in her letters. Where did you say you were going?
The Stuyvesant race meeting.
Well, if you should see Mona, give her my love.
If I should see Mona.
Oh, now, Ned, I suppose you didn't know the Stuyvesant track is less than 10 miles from the Harrison estate.
It is? Well, all right. If I see Mona, I'll give her your love.
Ned, I said Mona sounds happy in her letters.
Yeah?
Well, she's making a whole new life, and it isn't easy.
Happiness is never easy, Granny. When you're as old as I am, you'll know that.
Oh, fool.
Come on. We'll drop you at the apartment. You can make us a pot of coffee for a proper send-off.
Ned Riley, you're all right.
I'll be better when I've had that coffee. Let's go get it.
Darling, please, now listen.
We're going back to New York, and that's that.
Well, I thought your friends were beginning to like me. We've only been here a month,
Yes, they like you all right, but they're daffy about Joe, always have been, and they resent what I did to him. All right, let them resent. We're going back to New York.
But we can't just run away, Bob.
Run away?
It's not easy for either of us, but I say we've got to stay and face it through. We've got to, Bob.
All right, Cinderella, we'll face it through.
Why did you call me that?
What?
Cinderella.
Well, did I? Well, when you stop to think about it, it's pretty accurate, isn't it? All things considered. Hello, Joe.
Bob, hi. I'm waiting for Ralph. He was called on the phone.
You've been dodging me, Joe.
And you haven't been dodging the bottle, young man.
You gotta listen to me, Joe. I made a mistake. See, a crazy fool mistake, but I can set it right.
Bob, what's the matter with you? You're married to one of the nicest girls any of us have
I
ever...
love you, Joe.
Oh.
You know I do. You know it. And if you just give me time to set this little mistake right...
I'll tell you something, Bob Harrison, something I've been a long time discovering. You always want the thing you can't have. Whatever it is, if you can't have it, you want it. And you call that love. Well, I'm sorry for you, and I hope you wake up to yourself before it's too late.
Come on, Startos!
Sadler, drive! Drive, Sadler!
Miss Chance! Miss Chance!
Come on, Sadler!
Oh, there he goes!
your turn next.
Oh, well, I hope so. Help me pick a horse, Bob. Please, darling.
What's that? Are you
A horse.
horse?
I'll never make it through that crowd. Oh, no! Oh, it can't be. Look.
What is it, Mona?
Oh, no, it just can't be. But it is. Ned! Hey, Ned!
Hi, Mona.
It's Ned. It's Ned Riley.
Yes, so I see.
And Smiley's with him. Well, hello, Ned.
Hello, Mona. Harrison, how are you?
Gee.
Hello, Riley.
Oh,
Hiya, Miss
Smiley.
Leslie.
Smiley, oh, gosh, you just look beautiful.
Huh? Hey, boss.
Ned, why didn't you write? How long you been in down here? Why didn't you come over and say hello? And...
Hey, one question at a
Well,
time.
I'm just so darn glad to see you. Everybody, look, meet Ned Riley and Smiley, two bad men.
How do you do?
How you doing?
Ned, have you seen Granny? Oh, come on, sit down here, huh?
Boss, I gotta put this dough on Mona now.
Go ahead,
Door.
Smiley.
Oh, your horse, Ned. You're racing her today.
His future's riding on that nag today, Miss Leslie.
What?
Ralph and I are going down to the paddock. Anybody want to join us?
I guess not, thanks.
Hello, Mr. Riley. I've heard Mona speak of you so often.
Well, I'm.
Hey,
very
lady,
happy-
you want to bet on a 50 to 1 shot? I'm shooting the works, $4. Wait a minute. This here ring I've been carrying around for weeks.
Smiley.
A gold wedding ring.
Bet that ring with me. I can use it.
Oh, Ralph. Well, we might as well tell them. Ralph and I are going to be married.
Oh, well, wonderful. Congratulations.
Oh,
Thank
Joe.
you.
Joe, honest, I'm so glad.
Thank you, Mona. Mr. Riley, if you're going to be in town, I'd love you to come to my wedding.
Thank you very much. I'd like to.
Well, excuse me.
Bob, where are you going?
To drink to the bride, to a long life and a merry one.
Bob.
Now get out of my way. Get out of my way!
Mona. What in the...
No, it's nothing, Ned. It'll be all right. It's got to be all right.
Now settle down, Mona. You'd think you were the bride.
Have you seen Bob around, Ned?
Not recently.
I've got to find him. Nettie's been drinking steadily since this morning. I can't help
Yeah, so they were married and
Listen.
lived happily ever after.
With just a tiny, tiny quarrel here and there.
That's Bob's voice and Joe's.
That's right.
In the
But
barroom.
why,
Come on.
Joe? Why did you?
I told you, Mr. Harrison, a girl had...
Joe, look, I can't joke anymore.
Why not? You started it.
Because thinking about you with somebody else drives me crazy.
Really, Bob, you're being insulting to Mona.
You can't insult a girl who's trapped you into marriage and made you lose the girl you really love.
Thanks, Bob.
Mona,
Easy does it, Mona.
I'm sorry. I truly am.
No, it's all right, Joe. I guess I'm glad it's out.
Yeah, so am I. Sure, I'm glad it's out. I wasn't hiding anything. Why should I hide anything from you?
Bob, I'm going to take you home now.
Take your hands off
Come
me.
on, old man.
You keep out of this. The two of you, right out of a carnival.
Bob, stop it. You'll have everybody in here.
All right, let them come. I want them to come. Mona and Ned Riley, two of a kind, partners.
Hey, what's all
Yeah.
this?
Ralph, this is all.
What's come over you,
All
Bob?
right, let me alone, all of you. Now clear out. Clear out.
Come along, Bob. Time to be going home.
All right, why don't you sing for them, Mona, and dance like you did when I found you?
don't,
You
Bob.
win them like you did me. Trap them.
All right, Harrison.
Bob, all this can be settled at
All
home.
right, leave me alone. Just look at them. Well, they're not going to make a fool out of me. They did once, but
Bob,
they're not...
come with
Why,
me.
you doddering old fool, take your hands off me. A couple of carnival kids.
Oh, Ned! Ned, take me out of here. Anywhere, only take me out of here.
Now relax in that chair. That's it. When I took this room, I made sure it was equipped to whip up a spot of coffee for emergencies. Are you all right?
All right, sure, all right, I'm all right.
Fastest coffee maker in history, Ned Riley. Will do wonders for you. You know what you need is Granny. More Granny and still more Granny.
Ned, you see, you're taking the whole thing too seriously.
I am, huh?
Oh, sure. You see, they're different than we are.
I've seen a fine example of that difference.
Well, they're nervous and they live high. Bob's just a little worse, that's all. He was drunk tonight. Tomorrow the whole thing will be forgotten.
So you're not ready to resign.
I can't.
Why not? He was willing to accept your resignation 20 minutes ago.
Well, I'm going to admit another member to the club sometime next year. I'm his sponsor. And if it's a girl, I'll be her sponsor. So you see, I can't very well resign.
Mona, does Granny know?
Nobody knows, Ned. Nobody.
That must be Smiley with the,
Oh, Bob!
Well, don't get up for me. Don't disturb yourselves at all.
Hello, Bob. Sit down and have some
Don't
coffee.
want anything from you. Thought I'd find you here.
Well, honey, there wasn't any place else for me to go.
I thought I'd find you here. You think I'm a heel, don't you?
No, I don't.
Yeah, sure you do, a heel. I just want you to know I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think, see?
What are we going to do with him, Ned?
He's in no shape to be taken home.
And I won't go home.
How about
I'm
it,
no
old man?
good.
Now, listen, let's
Take
get
your
some
hands
shut-eye.
off me.
Bob,
I
Bob.
don't care what anybody thinks, you see. They think I'm a heel and I'm
No,
no good. Well, I don't care, you hear me? You tell all your friends that.
I'll get these
Just
suitcases
tell-
off this
yeah,
bed. He'll
tell-
sleep it off
Tell
here.
my friends, too.
Let me turn down
My
the covers,
friends,
Ned.
Yeah, a lot of friends I've got.
Here, hand me that blanket for him, Ned. Poor baby. When we get him to bed, I'll telephone his father and tell him he's all right.
What the?
What? Bob!
Careful now.
Oh,
Easy. Don't touch him. Don't lift him.
I told you
baby.
I was no good. Mona,
Yes, baby, I'm here.
Where'd he get that gun?
remember that first star?
No, don't. Don't try to talk.
They said I'd end in the gallows.
Oh.
Saved the hangman a job. Anything.
Oh, Ned. Ned is... Oh, Bob.
Bob Harrison's violent solution to his particular problems leaves Mona with far greater problems of her own to solve. How she does it will concern us in just a moment. Now, Act 3 of the MGM Theater of the Air presentation, Reckless, starring June Havoc as Mona Leslie, with Martin Gable as Ned Riley. Bob Harrison married in haste and repented in haste. Mona tried to make him happy, but whatever she did wasn't enough. Bob's jealousy for his former flame kept burning him up. Joe Mercer was very much alive with Bob, and it was doing him in. His disintegration was pitiful and led to a tragic end. He followed Mona to Ned Riley's room after a violent scene in public and then, yes, killed himself. The reaction was unfortunate for Mona. Though people had spoken slightingly of Bob during his languid life, their condemnation of his widow amounted to open hate. And Mona was in no condition for the contest. She was expecting a child.
As district attorney of this county, I can do nothing. Death by a bullet fired from a gun by his own hand. That was the jury's verdict. Technically suicide. But as a man, a member of this community, and an old friend of the Harrison family, I tell you, Mona Leslie, that morally, it was murder.
At a city desk. What's that? A boy? Hey, Gene, Diddle, Levine. Mona Leslie Harrison child was just born, a boy. Dig up all the old stuff in the case. Get up to the hospital for photographs. Set up ahead. Notorious case comes to life again, something like that. Oh, and call long distance. Talk to Harrison Sr. and get a statement. This is going to be big.
The outcome remains uncertain, but destiny works in strange ways. A few facts are definite. An heir to the Harrison millions has been born. Colonel Harrison has issued a statement saying that he will fight for the custody of his grandson, and indications are that his grounds will be that Mona Leslie is an unfit mother.
Just a minute, please. I don't understand all this legal talk, but I've got a proposition to make, and I'll make it my own way.
We are listening.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. I understand Bob left $1 million when he died, and the law might give it to me. Well, I don't want it. I couldn't touch any of it without being reminded too much.
My lawyers will draw up a release for you.
Not so fast, please. I want something for my money.
Yes?
I want my son. He's to be mine. All mine. Without any claims from you at any time. Is that a bargain?
It's a bargain. An agreement will be drawn up including all those stipulations. You shall have it tomorrow.
Thank you. Then if we've nothing more to talk about,
Just a moment.
Yes?
I'd like to make some reasonable financial arrangements for the child.
That's very generous of you, Mr. Harrison. But I'll support my child myself.
How?
The only way I know how. On the stage.
Huh.
Mr. Harrison, your generosity comes too late. You're trying to silence your conscience. And I won't help you do it. That's not kind to an old man, I know. But it's been saving up for a long, long time. Thanks for everything, Mr. Harrison. And goodbye.
Ned Riley, watch how you hold that bottle. You want to drown the child?
I'm just not in practice yet, Granny. What time will Mona be home?
What time do producers' offices close? That's when she'll be home. All right. Up we go.
I'm curious about this cable that came for her.
You're curious. I'm dying. Who'd be cabling Mona from Europe, Ned?
I don't know. Gaylord's over there.
Gaylord.
He did a show in London this season. You remember Gaylord?
The Gaieties. Oh, Ned, you don't suppose.
Pull up, Granny. I don't suppose anything. I know that no producer in this town will touch Mona. Afraid of public opinion.
Public opinion. Keeping a girl from making a living.
I know, Granny. Hi.
Oh, hello.
Oh, what a day. How's my little fella?
Just got him to sleep.
A cable came for you this afternoon.
Cable?
Well, open it, child. Open it.
Ned, it's from Gaylord.
What does it say?
Wait. He wants to see me.
Go on.
He's docking Thursday. Well, that's tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes.
And London has no performers to touch me. Oh, golly.
Steady, baby.
Oh, let her cry. It'll do her good.
When the baby wakes up, show him that cable. Tell him it means a new pair of shoes for him and that it's made his mother very, very happy.
Well, Mona, let me look at you, my dear.
Changed?
Oh, you're more beautiful than ever. What you've been through. But that's past. Oh, tell me, Mona, are you still interested in show business?
Interested? Oh, am I gay, if you only knew.
Oh, Mona, you know what kind of a producer I am.
Sure, just one of the best.
30 years in this business, and I've never borrowed a cent from anyone I haven't paid back. With this London show and all, I'm just a little short.
Well, I'm sure you won't have any trouble.
Well, if it's convenient for you, mind only if you can spare it. Could you let me have $25,000 for 6 months?
Could I? Oh, no. Oh. Could I?
Mona, what is it? What's
funny? $25,000. You're trying to borrow money from me, and I want a job from you.
A job? Well, why do you have to work? The Harrisons are one of the richest families in the country.
Oh, of course, Gay. You haven't read the newspapers. I'd forgotten. I haven't a red cent, Gay. Not a penny. I even gave back the money Bob left me.
I didn't know that.
Oh, it's all right. Just give me enough to keep me going during rehearsals and say it'll be like old times, won't it?
Well, I wasn't counting on you for the show, Mona.
Oh.
It isn't a review. It's a book show with a plot.
Oh, sure, I understand. It's just that I guess I got too excited seeing you. Or I guess I just took it for granted that you wanted me.
Well, I do. I do want you, Mona. If I only had a place for you.
For goodness sake, will you look at the time? I'm awfully sorry, Gay, but I've got to run. Well, it's been wonderful seeing you again.
Mona.
Yes.
Good luck, Mona. The best of good luck.
Don't put that record on. Don't you dare put it on. I will not have that creature singing in my home. Do you understand? I will not have it.
I see they picketed that club where Mona Leslie was supposed to sing. Wouldn't let it open.
It's been a year since that Harrison mess. Why don't they give her a break?
That's what I say. She's taught me one thing, that gal.
Yeah, what?
Never make $1 million. Some dame might bump you off. Ned, you're crazy.
I've always been crazy, Gaylord.
Anyone that'll borrow on his life insurance, sell everything he owns, strip himself clean to back a musical show is
crazy. You said that. Smiley, where's that list of names?
Right here, boss.
Everybody I know or ever nodded to's on this list, Gaylord. I've borrowed all over town. Even Smiley here is in.
For a fast $40, I hocked my top coat.
Oh, all right, Ned. I still think you're crazy, but I'll go along. I'll produce your show.
And not a word to Mona, you understand, about where the backing's coming from.
I'll get it, boss.
I'm a little curious, Ned. I thought you never played anything in the theater with girls in it.
I never knew where my luck really lay. Well, Granny.
Ned Riley, I have a great-grandson at home that needs me. Now, what was this hurry-up call about, anyhow?
Star of my days, light of my nights. Do you know Mr. Gaylord?
Hello.
Good afternoon. Count on me then, Ned.
Thanks, I will.
Where's Smiley? Why'd he duck out?
I told him I wanted to talk to you alone when you came. Granny, you've got to promise not to tell Mona about this.
About what?
I got some money together. I'm going to back a show for Mona on the QT. You know how she is. She's set on making her way alone with help from nobody and so on. She'd never forgive me if she finds out.
So why tell me?
So I want to know if she gets suspicious, see? I want time to kind of steer her away from guessing the truth. And I need somebody close to her to tip me off.
So you sent for me. Ned Riley, why don't you mind your own business? We're not taking charity from anybody, see? Not from anybody.
Granny.
Could you use $1,500?
What?
I've got it. Here's my bank book. Oh, Ned.
Granny, tears.
Oh, Ned, I think the Lord's bookkeeper wrote off all your sins today.
Amen. Hello. Anybody hiding behind the star on this dressing room door?
Oh, Ned. Hello.
What is this? You're not changed. No makeup.
I know. I'm scared. For the first time in my life, I can't go out there, Ned. I can't do it. I'm so scared I can't.
Stop it, Mona. Now stop it. Come on.
Thanks, Ned. I needed that.
You've been here before. This isn't new to you. You're going to go out there and give them both barrels. House is packed, Mona.
It is.
The sellout, SRO. They came, baby. They came to see a great performer. Come in. Ah, the producer of the town's newest hit. Hello, Gaylord.
Hello, Ned. Sit down. You too, Mona.
Gay, what is it?
Maybe you better count 10.
Ned, I know Mona's going to be on my side about this.
Well, what? What do you mean?
Mona, Ned put up the money for this show.
Oh,
Now, what was the idea of that?
Because Mona's to know the stakes when I tell you both I'm not ringing up that curtain tonight.
You're not what?
You know what this house is packed with, Ned? Delegates from every women's club and civic society in the country. They're laying for her out there, Ned. It's an ambush.
I don't believe you.
I tell you, we haven't got a chance. If Mona walks out on that stage, it'll be murder. She can't go out there, Ned.
She's got to go out
Ned,
there.
he's right. I can't. I can't face
You
them.
can't face them. They're out there trying to keep you from earning a living, and you won't even put up a fight against them.
But
They're an audience, aren't they? You never know about an audience. Nobody does.
You can't ask me to do it, Ned, especially you.
Why can't I? What have you got to lose? And what have you got to gain? I'm the one to worry about losing. Every cent I could beg, borrow, or steal is out on that stage. You quit now, and I can't show my face in this town again. I'm lost. My credit, my friends, my self-respect. Except in your eyes, and I don't care about your opinion anymore.
Oh, Ned.
About either of you.
Wait a minute.
I'll go pass the word to the crew.
No, wait a minute.
Mona, you...
I'm going on. Of course I'm going on.
But, Mona, I told you...
Oh, don't you see everything? Everything has been pointing to this. And for me, everything points from this. Now, go on, Gay. Go on, get out of here, will you? I gotta get ready for my cue. Granny phoned Ned. She said she's keeping the little fellow's fingers crossed.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
There it is. There's your cue.
Oh, gosh. Here we go, Ned. Both barrels.
That's not much of a hand.
I warned you, Ned.
Boss, you want I should go out and get him started?
When I'm in love,
Listen, she'll get over it.
No, it's too early to tell.
It's not. They like her. I can tell.
each time in love,
I'd like to kill them, every one of them.
I wait.
How can they do that? Haven't they got any feelings?
There you see, they've beaten her.
They haven't. Look, she's walking down to the footlights.
Stop it! I tell you to stop it! Stop it and listen to me. How dare you? How do you dare?
Get off that stage, you murderess!
You listen to me! Listen to me now. You don't really believe I'm a murderer. You know I've done nothing wrong. All I did was try to make a poor boy happy, and I failed. But you haven't any right to judge me. And this is the only way I have of earning a living for myself and my son. You don't have to like me, but you've got to at least give me a chance. That much you've got to do. Now, I'm going to tell the orchestra to go ahead. And I'm going to finish my song. And you're going to have the human decency to keep quiet while I do it. Go ahead, please. When I'm in love,
That girl, Miss Leslie?
Atta girl.
I'm reckless. Each time in love, I'm more reckless. I waste no weeping on lost romances. I pay my losses and I take my chances. 'Cause I'm reckless. I don't want advice. I just keep seeking my fool's paradise. I waste no weeping. I just keep hoping for one who's hoping for
Ned.
You did it, Mona.
But Ned, listen, they like me. That's what that means, Ned. Please, they like me.
Like you, they love you. Now go on out there and give them an encore.
I can hold it. You stand there now.
Yes, I will. Sure.
I'm reckless.
I think this is as good a time as any. You usually fall asleep when I propose. I'm sort of counting on you to make an honest man of me. Not that I care for you so much, but I'm attached to that kid. And Granny likes me. I won't be much trouble. In fact, you might even learn to like me yourself. If you try.
June Havoc will be back with you in just a moment. Now, June, for a little offstage interview, so to speak.
Well, Howard, we've had several offstage interviews before, so I guess I can handle another one.
Well, it's more than flame stuff with me, June. I've always loved you ever since you were in my show, Sadie Thompson.
Oh, Howard, you never acted like the Reverend Davidson. You always kept your distance.
Well, if this is an invitation, I'll come closer.
You better work fast because they won't cut the commercial.
Well, a little more dignity might be the better part.
All right.
I'm a great fan of yours, you know, June.
I'm glad. Will you tell it to all your friends, too?
Well, they all know it, and they feel the same way. Every once in a while, you get a real part, and you never let them down. You were particularly good in The Story of Molly X.
Oh, thanks, Howard. Listen, do they allow you to mention pictures that aren't MGM on this program?
On this program, we mention anything that's worth mentioning.
Oh, that's very big of you.
Well, not so very, because most of the big pictures are MGM.
Oh, you can't lose, can you?
Not when we have stars like you on the MGM Theater of the Air.
Thank you, Howard.
And thank you, June Havoc.
Reckless was brought to you by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Key to the City, starring Clark Gable, Loretta Young, Frank Morgan, and Marilyn Maxwell. Don Briggs was heard as Bob Harrison, and Ethel Owen played Granny. Original music composed and conducted by Joel Herron. The program was directed by Marks B. Loeb and produced by Raymond Katz.
The MGM Theater of the Air. Our star this week, Rex Harrison. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Vice President of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and celebrated writer of many Broadway and Hollywood musical hits, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Thank you. We feel that the next hour will be entertaining to those who like suspense, romance, and action. People who don't like these things shouldn't listen. Our story is an adaptation of an MGM hit, Crossroads. The plot ranges from the Paris underworld to the higher world of the French Foreign Office. Our star is the distinguished Rex Harrison. He plays a young French diplomat who might also be mistaken for a more doubtful character. As the phrase goes, is he man or monster? In one moment now, Rex Harrison will appear in Crossroads. The theme of Crossroads is a somewhat different version of the eternal triangle. Usually, this triangle is two men and a woman, or two women and a man. In this case, however, there's a woman, a man, and the strange and secret past of that same man, his alter ego, so to speak, which becomes the most important character in the play. We take you to Paris, the Paris of 1935, pre-war. Walking along the Champs-Élysées on his way home is David Talbot, considered extremely brilliant by all his colleagues in the French Foreign Office.
Good evening, Monsieur Talbot.
Ah, Francois, you didn't even give me a chance to ring.
Madame saw to that, sir.
Hmm?
She was waiting at the drawing room window, saw you walking down the avenue.
Ah, tell me, Francois, how is she?
As lovely as ever, sir.
Yes, tell me more.
As happy as when you left this morning, sir.
Yes?
And, if possible, even more in love.
Ah. Francois, our country is about to confer quite an honor on me.
Yes, sir.
And if I get it, remind me to give you a raise. I must tell Madame.
Oh, sir, a letter came for you today, brought by a rather strange man and...
Oh, not now, Francois.
Oh, very well, sir. I gave it to Madame.
David, darling.
Lucienne?
What?
I was thinking all day about how wonderful it is to be in love with a married woman, particularly since the woman is married to me.
Oh, you are silly. Kiss me.
Really, it's criminal for a man to have to work when his honeymoon's barely over.
But, darling, you're so important. Did you miss me today?
I thought of you every minute.
What did you think?
Well, to be honest, I suppose I was selfish. I was really thinking of myself.
Tell me.
Well, I thought, here am I, a nobody.
Not only selfish, but dishonest. You're very much a somebody.
Just a few years ago, I was an obscure government clerk. My darling, you're married to a fortune hunter.
Everybody says you'll be Minister of Foreign Affairs one day. Perhaps even President of France.
Oh, I don't aim quite that high. But I do know a secret.
I knew you were holding something back. Tell me.
That I'm soon to be offered...
What you've dreamed of. An ambassadorship.
Correct. Ambassador to Brazil. There. How's that?
Oh, I'm so happy for you, David. So happy for both of us.
We are lucky. Terribly lucky. We have position, a bright future, not a worry in the world.
Dinner is served, madame.
We'll be right in, Francois.
Yes, I'm starved.
Excuse me, sir, but that letter I mentioned,
Hmm?
perhaps I did wrong when the man delivered it. Perhaps I should have called the police.
Francois, what do you mean?
Well, something he said, madame. I'd not like to repeat it.
Oh, nonsense. What did this strange fellow say?
As he handed me the letter, sir, he said, "How do you like being butler to a criminal?"
David, have you been speeding again?
No, that was when I was a bachelor. Just forget the letter, Francois.
Yes, sir.
And you can serve the first course.
Very well, madame.
Now then, would Madame do me the honor of having dinner with me?
Oh, you men, you have no curiosity at all.
I'm terribly curious about what's for dinner. I'm starved.
But the letter, darling, there on the table.
Oh, yes. Oh, the fellow has atrocious taste in stationery, hasn't he? Obviously from a political enemy or a crackpot, but we'll see. Well,
David, you seem puzzled.
mystified is the word, my dear. Listen to this. It starts out, Dear Jean.
But, David, the letter isn't meant for you.
Now, the envelope's addressed to me. See, David Talbot.
Well, read it.
Well, it says, Dear Jean, allow an old friend to congratulate you on your noble career. Accept my good wishes for a happy life with your rich bride. You are now able to pay me that old debt of 1 million francs.
1 million francs?
May I suggest that you deliver the money at noon tomorrow to the abandoned park in Volney Street. Throw it over the hedge near the boarded-up gate. I'm sure you will understand the reason for these exotic instructions and the reason why this letter must remain unsigned. Well...
But, darling, what does it mean?
I haven't the foggiest notion.
What are you going to do?
Do? Well, first I shall have dinner. I'm sure it'll be a good one, and then, naturally, I'll call the police.
There, just ahead, David, the boarded-up gate.
I see, but please, won't you wait here?
No.
Well, something might go wrong.
And if it does, I want to be with you.
All right, you're a willful, headstrong, unruly wife.
We're almost at the gate. Is the packet ready?
Yes, ready.
Here we are. Toss it.
Over the hedge there. Now stand behind me, darling, and wait.
There he is. Get him. Here he is. I've got him.
All right, men, don't hurt him. Now bring him out so Monsieur Talbot can see him.
Excellent work, Commissaire. I'll see that you get commendation.
Thank you, sir. Now, there's the rascal. Do you know him?
Never laid eyes on him before.
There was a time when you knew me well enough.
All right, fellow, what have you got to say?
Nothing here.
You'll either talk now or at the trial.
I'll talk at the trial where all of France can hear.
Very well, if you will.
Commissaire, I don't think a trial would be necessary.
Oh, David, if you let him go, he might come back and try to hurt you.
And after all, sir, attempted extortion.
I don't think it's attempted extortion. You see, although I have a rather high position in the Foreign Office, anyone who knows me knows I haven't got 1 million francs. The idea's ridiculous.
You married a rich wife, didn't you, Jean?
Oh, there, Commissaire. The man also thinks my name is Jean. Instead of a judge, I think this man should be taken to a doctor.
All right, Monsieur Talbot, if you say so.
One moment, all of you.
Hey there, fellow. What?
My name is Carlos Leduc. I'm a citizen of France, and I know my rights. I insist on a hearing in court.
But Monsieur Talbot is only trying to help you.
Oh, so he would like you and his rich bride to think. Eh, Jean?
My name is not Jean. I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Well, then I shall be happy to explain it in court. My dear Jean.
I tell you, my name is not Jean.
Oh, no, not anymore. Now you are a high and mighty official of the Foreign Office. And your name is David Talbot. You say.
David, what does he mean?
Oh, he's mad, obviously.
I mean, madame, that you are married to a stranger.
Oh, no.
But yes. And when I get into court, I will be happy to tell you and all France your husband's real name.
case of the state versus Carlos Leduc. Carlos Leduc, stand and make your presence known.
I am Carlos the Duke, present and ready for trial.
Be seated. Is the chief witness for the state present, Monsieur David Talbot of the Foreign Office?
Here, Your Honor.
Ah, yes. We can proceed in one moment, as soon as I have read the particulars of the complaint.
Did you see the old fox smile over here at me?
Yes, and if you smile back, I should call it tampering with the court.
He was one of Father's oldest friends.
Hmm.
David,
Yes, sir?
you're not worried, are you?
Why should I be?
I don't know.
My dear, you sound as if it is I who's on trial, not Leduc.
Oh, I suppose I am silly, but I'm afraid.
Afraid of what?
Well, there is that part of your past that you don't remember, and...
Well, Dr. Tessier assures me that I have no reason to worry about that.
Oh, I see Dr. Tessier in court.
I asked him to be here in case anybody started poking into my dark and mysterious past, but really, my dear...
There are some most unusual aspects in this case. There is even the possibility that the reputation of a high servant of the state might be needlessly damaged.
David, did you hear that?
No, please, dear, don't worry.
In order to minimize that possibility, I have decided to conduct these proceedings somewhat in the manner of an informal examination before trial, and so order it for court record.
David, what does he mean?
He means he'll ask all the questions instead of the attorneys.
Carlos Leduc, you are accused of writing to David Talbot an anonymous letter in which you demand payment of a debt in the amount of 1 million francs. The charge, therefore, is extortion. How do you plead?
I am not guilty, Your Honor, as Monsieur Talbot well knows. The letter I wrote was a straightforward request for money owed to me.
You are contending, I presume, that there is nothing unusual in demanding that a debt be paid by throwing money over a lonely park wall? I assure you, my creditors are not so imaginative.
Perhaps they would be, sir, if you were living under an assumed name and they were considerate enough to help you keep your deception a secret.
Order! Order! The court would like to know to whom you refer as living under an assumed name.
Sir, if you will permit me to tell my story, I think I can make it quite clear.
Very well, Leduc. Your story.
I first met the gentleman sitting there with his wife, this Monsieur David Talbot, more than 10 years ago when each of us was in our early 20s. Only then he was not Monsieur David Talbot. Then he was Jean Pelletier, a petty crook and cutthroat.
That is not true. That's a lie.
Lucien, I mean Madame Talbot, please.
Oh, please, darling, the man's ranting.
I'm sorry, David. I can't have that.
Proceed, Leduc.
Pelletier had a list of crimes as long as a bell rope, but one talent he had. He always escaped from the police.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, Monsieur Talbot.
This defendant, Leduc, is charged with extortion, and I am a witness against him. I fail to see what some completely imaginary person named Jean Pelletier has to do with the case.
I'm sorry, Monsieur Talbot.
But the man is talking nonsense.
That is what we're here to find out. For your sake,
But
I hope so.
But I assure you...
Please, Monsieur Talbot, as an honored and respected official of the state, you will be shown every courtesy in the power of this court. But
I'm not asking for special treatment, but this man is mad.
So perhaps we can discover his madness. If, however, he can prove an earlier relationship with you, even under another name, he can show the possibility that a debt between you actually exists. I am sure you understand that in simple justice he has a right to state his case.
Although I'm the one to suffer, Your Honor, I concede that you are right.
Let us hope your suffering will only be temporary. Proceed, Leduc.
It was in 1925 that Jean Pelletier, the crook and cutthroat, came to owe me 1 million francs.
And what was the nature of this debt?
Oh, there was nothing dark about it. I am not at liberty to explain the details, but perhaps Monsieur Talbot would like to do so.
Your comment, Monsieur Talbot?
Same as before, the man is raving.
Continue, Leduc.
Years passed, and I never heard of Jean Pelletier. He disappeared. Then one day, a month or so ago, I saw his picture in the press. He had married Lucienne de Couville. Aha, I said. My old friend Jean Pelletier has gone up in the world. Not only that, the sly rascal has changed his name to David Talbot.
Enough of your dramatics, Leduc. Your story.
Yes, Your Honor, yes. Well, I had no wish to spoil his game, whatever it was. I only wanted my 1 million francs. I wrote and asked for it, and my answer was a knife in the bag.
And just when and where, Leduc, do you claim you last saw Monsieur Talbot? Do you know that?
Distinctly, Your Honor. I last saw Monsieur Pelletier Talbot on the night of March 25th, 1927, in the railway station at Marseille. I was there to see him off on a trip to Paris.
That is all?
That is all.
Very well. Monsieur Talbot, do you know where you were on the night of March 25th, 1927?
Well, in a general way, yes.
And?
I have reason to believe I was aboard the Paris-Marseille Express.
And was the man Leduc at the station to see you off?
He was not. That is, I've never seen the man before, as far as I know, but...
Yes, yes.
Well,
Judge Monet, you're being cruel, unreasonable.
Madam Talbot, your father was my good friend, but there are no personalities in this court. You will please...
But the story of what happened to my husband that night is well known. It's been written up by every paper in Paris many times, and you know it.
Another disturbance, madame, and most regrettably, I shall have you removed from the court.
Your Honor, my wife is right. I am not the person to tell you about that night. Dr. Franz Tessier is in court, and...
Very well. Not in order, but I shall permit it. Dr. Franz Tessier.
Here, and I'll be happy to testify for David Talbot. There. My reputation for truth is rather well known, but would you like me to swear on a stack of Bibles?
This is an informal examination. Just tell your story. Later, you will be asked to attest the record.
Very well. On the night of March 25th, 1927, there was a wreck on the Paris-Marseille Express. An open switch. Many people were killed and others injured.
It is a very famous wreck, and the details are known. The issue here is Monsieur Talbot.
Correct. I have a hospital at Avignon, and I was one of the doctors called to the scene. One of the persons I attended was this same David Talbot. Now I'm happy to say my very good friend, as is his lovely wife.
The extent of Monsieur Talbot's injuries?
The right side of David's head had been mashed in like a dropped egg. He was very strong, and I managed to repair all his injuries, with one exception.
Yes, Dr. Tessier?
He has never been able to recall any of his past before the wreck. None whatever.
Thank you, Dr. Tessier.
But, Your Honor, that story about me is known to everybody. This man, Leduc, is using it as a springboard for blackmail, and...
One moment, Monsieur Talbot. The fact is that you cannot deny Leduc's story.
But I was positively identified as David Talbot after the wreck.
By whom, please?
By the Swedish ship captain who brought me to Marseille from Fort de France, Martinique.
Is the captain in court?
Unfortunately, he died some years ago, but Dr. Tessier was present at the identification, and...
I see. Presumably, you were a native of Fort de France, or were known there. Did you check that possibility?
Well, yes, I did just before my marriage. I thought I should have positive proof, and...
And you found it?
You
were known in Fort de France?
No. No, I was not known in Fort de France, and there was no family there by the name of Talbot.
This is rather grave, Monsieur Talbot. On the other hand, Leduc has no proof that you are Jean Pelletier.
Is that all, Your Honor? May I go?
The police have one other listed witness, Michel Alain. Michel Alain?
Here, Your Honor.
Step here to the bench, if you please. There. Do you recognize the man standing before you?
Please,
Well, do you recognize him? Well?
Jean, darling, I'm sorry to have to do this.
You know him?
Yes, Your Honor. He is Jean Pelletier.
Madame, you are mistaken.
I'd never have told Jean, really.
Mademoiselle Alain, in your dossier as a witness, you are listed as a singer at the Club Serene here in Paris.
That is correct.
And you claim to have known David Talbot as Jean Pelletier in Marseille, where you were friendly with him years ago.
Yes, before the train wreck. We were more than friends. Oh, I'm sure Jean had some good reason for changing his name. And I'm glad he's gone up in the world, even that he's married so well.
Just answer the question, please. Now, could you describe some identifying mark about Monsieur Talbot? Some scar or blemish or...
No. Wait, yes.
Well?
I remember that he always wrote with his left hand.
Your Honor, this woman is a fraud, a liar, a cheat, a swindler.
Dr. Tessier! This hearing is informal, but this is still a court of law, and you will respect it as such.
But this woman is a liar, and I can prove it.
Very well. I will hear you. Step down, Mademoiselle Aline. Well, Dr. Tessier?
You heard me testify that David's entire right side was crushed?
I did.
Until that train wreck, David was right-handed. Clearly, that woman was lying when she said David wrote always with his left hand. I know because it took me more than a year to teach him to write with his left hand.
Pardon me, Your Honor, but this note seems to have a bearing on the case.
One moment. Yes. Is Monsieur Henri Sarou in court?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Step forward, please.
This way, sir.
You are Henri Sarou, the man who wrote this note?
I am, Your Honor.
And you say you have documentary evidence pertaining to this case?
I believe I have.
We shall see. Now, what brings you to this court?
There has been some mention of this case in the, I believe you call them scandal sheets.
Well?
One story reported that the Foreign Office official, David Talbot, was in reality the cutthroat Jean Pelletier, and that name excited my interest.
Tell the court why, Monsieur Sarou.
As a wine salesman, I traveled for my firm in Africa. About 4 years ago, I became ill and was taken to a hospital in Sidi Bel Abbes. In the bed next to me lay a man dying of fever. I was nice to the fellow, and he told me his name and the story of his life.
Yes, Monsieur Sarou. Go on.
Well, it was a pathetic story. Bad friends, a woman, thievery, the usual road down. 2 nights later, he died.
But in this note, you refer to documentary evidence.
Yes, I have the evidence here. I have in my pocket his papers, which the dying man gave to me. His name was Jean Pelletier.
I was so frightened. And now it's all over.
I told you there was nothing to fear.
Oh, I was afraid I'd lose you. I was afraid we'd never have another of these quiet evenings at home. Just the 2 of us.
We'll spend a lot of evenings together, all the rest of our lives. But we'll have to speak Portuguese, you know, and I'm an ambassador.
Excuse me, but...
yes, Francois?
There is a gentleman here, Monsieur Henri Sarou.
Oh, David, the man at the trial. Oh, dear, and I'm in my dressing gown.
I'll keep him here until you change.
I'll be back at once. I want to thank Monsieur Sarou in person.
Show him in, Francois.
Yes, sir. This way, sir.
Monsieur Sarou.
I am not intruding.
Indeed you're not. We looked for you after the trial, tried to find your number in the phone book.
Fortunately, I knew where to find you.
Oh, I'm so glad you came. My wife will be here in a moment.
Then we're alone.
Alone?
Yes, I mean to say, may I speak freely?
My dear sir, after what you did for me today, there's nothing you can't say to me. Nothing.
Good. Well, then I'll say this. I admire your colossal nerve. I really do.
What?
Now, don't act surprised, you double-crossing swine, because you're going to pay me that 1,000,000 francs as sure as your name is Jean Pelletier.
In just a moment, you'll hear more of the thrilling story, Crossroads. Now for Act 2 of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Rex Harrison. The young French diplomat, David Talbot, stands face to face with the symbol of a haunting past. David is talking to Henri Sarou.
If you really believe me to be Jean Pelletier, Monsieur Sarou, why did you testify as you did in court?
Well, that was all carefully planned, of course. We wanted to show you that we wouldn't hesitate to turn you over to the law if it became necessary.
Turn me over to the law? For what?
Oh, come now, Talbot, as you now call yourself. Don't try to fence with me. For instance, today in court, when Judge Monet asked you where you were on March 25th, 1927.
Yes?
What would you have said if he'd asked you where you were on the morning of that day?
Well, how could I answer? I have no memory of anything before the train wreck.
Oh, of course, you've lost your memory. But I haven't. It happens that I spent that morning with my good friend, Jean Pelletier, with you.
And you claim I did something illegal, is that it?
Well, slightly illegal, yes. It was cold that March morning, and the old bank messenger had on earmuffs. You remember?
Go on, Sarou.
The old man didn't know that his cab driver was our good friend Leduc. And when Leduc pretended to break down in the alley, he suspected nothing. And of course, you and I, we were waiting in the alley.
And I suppose you claim we robbed the old man.
Ah, now you're beginning to remember.
Oh, nothing of the sort.
You don't remember that the old man surprised us by putting up a fight? You don't remember putting 3 bullets into his head, running off with the 2 million francs while Leduc and I decoyed the police?
Excuse me a moment, Sarou.
Certainly.
Get me the commissaire of police at once.
You probably don't even remember that your rusty old pistol backfired and caused a phosphorus burn at the base of your right thumb. You had it bandaged when you got on the Marseille-Paris Express that night.
Oh. No, it was a mistake, commissaire. Never mind.
Aha. You see the scar. I thought you would.
I'm going to tell you, once and for all, Sarou, that I will not...
Please, don't say it now. I have to leave now.
Good, and don't come back.
Oh, we'll be in touch with you, and soon. Meanwhile, you think of things like the guillotine? Or 1 million francs? Good night, Monsieur David Talbot.
Really, David, I'm disappointed in this report of yours.
I'm sorry, sir. I've always tried to do good work.
Yes, you always have. The brightest mind in my ministry.
Let me try the report again, sir.
By all means. I want my next ambassador to Brazil to have a better grasp of the situation he'll have to face. Worried about something, perhaps?
Oh, no, sir, really.
A lady to see you, Mr. Talbot.
Ah, perhaps a lady.
Oh, you know me better than that, sir.
I was jesting, of course. If we French husbands lived up to our reputations, we'd be in hot water all the time.
Monsieur Talbot, are you there?
Let her in, David. I'll go out this back way.
Mademoiselle Michel Alain, Monsieur Talbot.
No.
Ah, perhaps a lady after all. Well, I'll go along.
Ask her to come in, Miss Laval.
Jean, darling, can you ever forgive me?
What do you want of me?
Oh, Jean, please. I'm not made of stone, you know. And yesterday at the trial, you looked into my eyes as if I were a stranger.
You are a stranger.
Please don't. You're spinning at the top, and I'm glad. I can understand you not wanting to remember, but, well, I don't want to forget.
I repeat, what do you want of me?
What do I want of you? Darling, nothing. I simply came here to warn you against Sarou.
Well, you can warn Sarou for me when you go back to him. If either of you even so much as phone me again, I shall call for the police.
Well, Sarou was right. You're not the generous, open-hearted Jean Pelletier anymore. You've changed. I know. It's that wife.
Don't dare mention my wife.
Now, Jean, you've made me angry, and you ought to remember how dangerous it is. Believe me, darling, I could tell your wife many things about you that she doesn't know. Shall I?
If that's a threat, you're wasting your time. I shall tell my wife every lying, blackmailing...
Blackmail? Jean, are you trying to deny that you and I were, well, what we used to be to each other?
I never set eyes on you until you stood up in that courtroom.
Oh, no. Well, now, then look here. Look at this. Look at this locket. Here, look at it. Your picture and mine, with our arms around each other. Do you still deny that we were, to say the least, good friends? This is your picture, John.
Oh, yes.
So perhaps you will change your tone, yes?
To get rid of you, I'll give you 50,000 francs.
Oh, no, Jerry. You're talking about cabbage. We're talking about caviar.
50,000 francs is all I have. It's all I'll pay.
Your wife has money, much money.
I'd never touch a sou of her money.
Oh, you have changed, darling. But there is another place you can get money.
There is no other place.
Over there in the corner of your office, John. There is the big safe.
There's no money in that safe.
Fortunately, I know better. Oh, the government provides you with money to pay secret agents who gather information for France abroad. You need account to no one for the way you spend that money. And always in that safe, there is between 1 and 5 million francs.
I would rather die before I'd betray France.
Perhaps you will die, darling. Saru got you out of that courtroom, and he can get you back in. Before he does, I think you'd be wise to provide for the ones you leave behind.
My wife has her own fortune.
Oh, I'm not speaking of your wife. But when you go into court charged with murder, I think a jury would rather dislike you when they find the way you've treated your mother.
Who?
Your mother. Frenchmen don't like a man who lives in luxury when his old mother is a pauper.
What do you mean?
Go to 19 Rue Blanchot and see a ghost.
Pardon me, sir.
Oh, gendarme, yes?
I thought it better to warn you, sir.
Warn me? Warn me of what?
Please don't be alarmed. I only meant that this is, a bad neighborhood for one who dresses so well.
You kind of mind your own business.
Well, pardon me.
Oh, excuse me. I'm looking for Madame...
It's you. Oh, no, you shouldn't have come here.
Madame, may I come in?
I saw your picture in the paper, your wedding picture. And for days I cried.
Tell me, please, do you know me?
Yes, I know you.
Then tell me, who am I?
You're the great official of the Foreign Office, Monsieur David Talbot, of course.
And how is it that you happen to know me?
As I told you, I saw your picture in the paper when you were married, and I followed the story of the trial, too. Oh, I was so relieved when it was over.
Madame, tell me, am I your son?
Are you my... Oh, no, my son was a criminal, and he's dead. No, you're not my son.
You'd swear to that.
Why should you bedevil a poor old woman? I tell you, my son is dead. Go away. Don't come back here again.
Madame, was your son, well, was he like me?
No, nothing at all like you. Oh, please, leave me alone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, even at his worst, though, my son wasn't really bad. Mother would know that. He was just gay and careless. Yes, careless. I remember as a boy how I couldn't get him to keep his shoes tied. He was just careless, not bad.
Madame, you're in need. May I help you?
No. Oh, please, you must go.
Wouldn't you let me?
Go, please, go. After the trial, there was gossip. You mustn't be seen here.
God keep you, Madame, and your son.
Goodbye, Monsieur Talbot. Oh, one thing.
Yes?
I wouldn't want you to trip and fall. When you get outside, tie your left shoe.
David, is that you?
Yes, Lucienne. I hoped you'd be asleep.
I couldn't sleep with you away. Come and sit on the bed beside me.
Poor darling, you're worried about me.
Yes, David. And so is Dr. Tessier. He's your friend, you know. And today we had a long talk about you.
Yes?
Yes. We decided some things about you.
Would you like to tell me?
Yes, David.
Well,
We both know you've been terribly worried since the trial.
I'm sorry. I hoped you wouldn't notice.
I talked to your secretary, Miss Laval.
Yes?
She told me Monsieur Sarou had been to see you, and also Michel Alain.
And what did you and Dr. Tessier decide about all that, my dear?
Both of us together are rather smart, you know. We decided that Monsieur Sarou and Madame Alain have some kind of hold over you.
Darling, I assure you there's nothing to worry about, really.
So Dr. Tessier and I decided this hold they have over you must be one of two things. Either they're demanding money as payment for their testimony,
Oh, believe me, darling, that's all wrong.
or they can prove that you really are Jean Pelletier.
Oh, my dear, you and the good doctor have become quite melodramatic.
And I said to Dr. Tessier, David, even if you are Jean Pelletier, I'd love you just the same. Will you remember that?
As always, my darling, and forever. And now, will you remember something?
Yes, David?
As far as I know, I've never done anything deliberately wrong.
I believe you, darling.
Whatever I may do in the future, I'll think first of you. Now, go to sleep, dear.
But, David, aren't you coming to bed?
No, I'm sorry. There's a Foreign Office appointment I must keep. An agent just in from Brazil. Good night, dear.
Yes, monsieur, here you are.
Everything in order?
Everything, monsieur. You take off from Le Bourget at 11:15. You arrive at Istanbul at 12 noon tomorrow. After a 3-hour stop over there, you will continue via Bombay and Calcutta. You have your passport this time?
Yes, I just went home to get it.
Then, monsieur, a happy landing in Saigon. Sir, may I help you?
No, thank you.
Sarou?
As you see, mademoiselle, I am here to see my friend off to Saigon. Eh, Jean?
I should have known you'd have me watched.
But of course. Come over here where we can talk. Now, this is better.
Well, Sarou?
Your time's about up, Jean. In fact, this is your last chance. You're to be at this address tomorrow night at 9 with $1 million francs. That gives you tomorrow to get the money, and where you get it is your own affair.
And if I'm not there with the money?
If you're not there, on the stroke of 9, the police will arrest you for murder. Go back home now and tell your wife you decided not to run away after all.
We'll return and clear up the suspense of Crossroads in just a moment. Now, Act 3 of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Rex Harrison. The time limit has just about run out for David Talbot. He must pay $1 million francs or face a charge of murder. At the moment, we are in the flat of Michel Alain, a rather gaudy abode over the Club Sirene. With Michel is a woman, obviously an actress, for there are still traces of footlight makeup on her face.
Yvette, stop that drinking.
I deserve a drink. Plenty of drinks after the act I put on. Oh, I tell you, I was superb.
You don't think he suspected?
Suspected? He knew. He went away from there knowing that he'd found his long-lost mother.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure. Why don't you have a drink with me and stop that worrying?
Oh, if you had any sense, you'd be worried, too.
One moment, madame. You forget that you're not a partner in this venture as I am. You're merely hired to do your part.
I'm sorry I spoke sharply. I'm worried. And I wish I knew when Saru would come.
Oh, Saru will be here. And so will Monsieur David Talbot. Oh, what an act. And that business of the shoe. I noticed as he came in that one of his shoes was untied, and I built it into a superb act. That was the final straw. Then he knew I was his mother. Oh, if I'd only stayed on the stage instead of marrying that fool, the Duke.
There. You see, we've lost.
Nothing of the sort.
But it's 9 o'clock and he hasn't come. I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are, you fool.
I tell you, I'm afraid something's gone wrong.
Saru would have told us if... Wait.
Saru, what's wrong?
Nothing is wrong.
There, you cowardly fool.
But Talbot hasn't come, and these things must be done quickly to succeed.
Oh, you milksop.
Michel is right, Yvette.
But you said nothing was wrong.
That's correct, but it would only have been a matter of time before Talbot got on to us.
Where is he?
He'll be here in a matter of minutes. I telephoned him. He was delayed by getting out of a state dinner he was supposed to attend with his wife. Oh, he'll be here.
With the cash?
Well, he'd better have the cash. Yvette, take that bottle out of here and pack our things. Soon now, we'll be headed for the border.
Excuse me, madame.
Yes, Francois?
About the message I was to take to Madame Duval.
You were to tell her that Monsieur Talbot and I cannot come tonight, that Monsieur Talbot is working at the Foreign Ministry with Monsieur Martin.
Yes, madame, but...
You did tell her?
No, madame.
But why not?
She would have known that Monsieur Talbot was not working at the ministry with Monsieur Martin. Monsieur Martin was at Madame Duval's.
Oh, Francois, something is wrong. Terribly wrong.
I have known madame for some time.
Tonight, when Monsieur Talbot was combing his hair, for instance, he stopped and looked at himself in the mirror for what seemed like hours, simply standing there staring. I thought I'd scream.
Madame, is there any way I can help?
I don't know. I have no address for Saru. I wouldn't know where to find him. Michel Alain. Michel Alain sings at the Club Sirène.
Yes, madame.
Get the car, Francois. We'll go to the Club Sirène and watch and hope. There, Francois. Just ahead.
I see it, madame. The Club Sirène.
Not too close to the entrance. We mustn't be seen.
That's why I'm getting behind this car, madame. There.
If Monsieur Talbot comes by, he mustn't see us. I wouldn't want him to know we were watching him.
Of course, madame. You trust your husband, and so do I.
I love him, Francois. I want to help him.
Correct, madame. And so do I. This Mademoiselle Alain.
Yes?
You say she lives above this club?
That's what she said. That's all I know.
If madame will lean a little closer to the car window and look up.
Yes?
You will note that the rooms above the club are lighted.
Yes. And the shades are drawn.
Mm-hmm. A moment ago, I thought I saw the shadow.
Francois, a man. A man just walked past that window.
Yes, madame. Look. A woman. A woman with a bottle.
And another woman. That makes 3.
Madame, the shadow of that man we saw.
No, Francois. That was not Monsieur Talbot.
You did not recognize him?
From the shadow, no. But it looked like...
Yes, madame?
It looked like Saru.
Then I think perhaps we are on the right track. And, madame...
What is it?
The man there. Moving along in the shadows. Look.
Francois, you saw him?
Yes, madame. Even though his hat was pulled down. Wait. There. He's gone into the Club Sirène.
Oh, David. I wish I knew what to do.
Well, monsieur, you took your time getting here.
Yes, Jean, darling. We were about to call the police about a little matter of murder.
I told you on the phone I'd be a little late.
Yes, well, no matter. You're here. Did you bring the money?
No.
What? You didn't
You'll get the money, Saru, but first I want to be sure of something. Madame Elaine, may I see that locket again?
Why do you want to see it?
Frankly, I want to make sure it is my picture with you.
Of course it is. We had it taken in Marseille just before you disappeared.
There's something about the way my hair was combed. I want to be sure.
Let him see it, Michel.
All right. There. Now, what's wrong with it? See, your hair is parted on the left side, just as yours is.
Is this your picture, my friend?
Yes, it's my picture.
Well, then, now about the money, and quickly.
The money is in the safe at my office. The money belongs to France, but I know no other way.
Where you get the money is your affair, but get it.
No, Saru, that I will not do.
Are you playing a game with me?
I must have some sort of protection for myself. So I figured it out.
Well?
You and I will go to my office. You'll bind me to a chair and then take the money, only...
Only what?
It happens that there are 3 million francs in the safe.
3 million?
I was going to ask that you take only the 1 million francs that I owe you, but of course that would be useless.
Of course. Michel, wait here till I get back.
Francois, Saru's car is stopping in front of the foreign ministry.
Yes, madame. I see.
Don't get too close. They mustn't see us.
Very well, madame. Uh-huh. I'll park here.
They're getting out of the car. Can you see them?
Yes, madame. They're going up the steps of the foreign ministry.
David's office. The safe with all that money in it.
What, madame?
There's a great sum of money in that safe. Money that belongs to France. Money they're going to steal.
Madame?
Yes?
Well, I must call the police.
No, you mustn't. Francois, you mustn't. Do you hear me?
Yes, madame, but if the money belongs to France...
No, Francois. Even if the money belongs to France. He's my husband and I love him, even if he's a thief.
I know, madame. Also, he has always been kind to me.
Promise you will not call the police.
I promise, madame. Even if he is a thief. Madame, where are you going?
I'm going to his office.
Oh, but there may be danger. Allow me to go with you.
No, Francois. You wait here with the motor running.
But, madame, what are you going to do?
I don't know. But when I come out, Monsieur Tolbeau will be with me.
You're sure that this is the correct combination?
Yes, I'm sure. Keep turning.
All right. Aha. There. Now, if this is a trick...
Now open the smaller inner cabinet.
Ah, you were not lying. Now...
You can use the attaché case in the safe.
Ah, yes. Yes, you were right, my friend. There is at least 3 million. There. There. Shall I leave the safe open?
Yes, we must make it look authentic.
Very well. Wait. Did I hear something?
Hear something? Hear what?
Well, I don't know. Listen. I thought I heard...
Please, Saru. Are you sure you've got me securely tied?
Yes, like a trussed goose. Well, my friend, I will now bid you adieu.
You have the money?
3 million francs, my friend. Wait. Didn't you hear something in the corridor?
No, of course not.
No? Well, then goodbye, Jean, my dear friend. By this time tomorrow night, I'll be far away.
All right, Saru, you're under arrest.
A trick, huh, Jean?
Quietly, Saru, or we might have to hurt you.
Let me in. My husband is in there.
You'll suffer for this, my friend.
Please, my husband.
I'm sorry, Madame Talbot, but your husband is also under arrest.
Are these 3 all the prisoners, Sergeant?
2 more to come, Commissaire. The woman Yvette Leduc, former actress, and the singer Michelle Allain.
Madame Talbot,
Yes, Commissaire.
I hesitate to enter your name in the police books. Your family is among the finest in all France, but...
Commissaire, my wife had nothing to do with this.
She was in the hallway outside your office. As a lookout, perhaps?
No, what I did in an effort to protect my wife's name. She had no part of it. She was there to try to stop me.
Oh, David.
As you know, she got there too late.
Come on, you.
Take your hands off me. I've done nothing
Ah,
wrong.
Madame Michel Alain.
I've done nothing wrong, I tell you.
The Leduc woman will be along, Commissaire.
Let me go, I tell you.
Please, Madame Alain, you're only wanted as a witness.
As a witness?
Yes. Do you know these two men?
Well,
Now, come now. You were in court at the Leduc trial. You testified that this man, known as David Talbot, was really Jean Pelletier, the thief.
I know, but...
And you heard this man, Henri Sarrou, testify that Talbot was not Jean Pelletier.
Madame Alain was right, Commissaire. I am Jean Pelletier.
David, no. No, you mustn't say it.
I can't go on pretending any longer, Commissaire. I wish to confess.
David, no, please.
The clerk will take your statement. Go ahead.
I am Jean Pelletier, and on March the 25th, 1927, I participated in the robbery of a bank messenger in Marseille.
Get that, clerk. Go on.
During the robbery, the bank messenger was killed. You will find his name in the police files. I participated in his murder.
Commissaire, no, it's not true. It can't be true.
I am sorry, madame.
But I can prove it isn't true. Please listen to me.
Very well, but briefly, please.
My husband couldn't possibly know about a murder on the morning he said.
And why not?
Because on that night he was injured in the wreck of the Paris-Marseille Express. Doctors can prove that he knows nothing whatever of anything that happened to him before the wreck.
I've heard that said of you, Monsieur Talbot. Do you remember taking part in the robbery and murder?
I don't actually remember it, but I was told about it.
By whom?
By my accomplices. By Monsieur Sarrou here, who helped me in the robbery and murder. And Madame Alain, who drove me to the railway station after the murder.
That's a lie.
Madame, you deny it?
I never saw that man until the day I testified in court.
Michel, shut up.
I won't shut up, Sarrou. This is murder. It means the guillotine.
You fool, let me do the talking.
You've talked long enough. Oh, yes. The perfect blackmail case, you said. It can't fail. Well, I'm getting out.
You fool. Can't you see that that's...
Quiet. Madame, you say that this man known as David Talbot is not the criminal, Jean Pelletier?
Of course he's not Jean Pelletier.
Oh, David, darling.
Jean Pelletier was killed in the train wreck, and Leduc and Sarrou took the papers off his body. They also saw that Monsieur Talbot being wrecked from that train, and they learned that he had amnesia, that he knew nothing of his past.
So you waited all these years to get me, eh, Sarrou?
They waited until you were in a position to pay off big.
All right, Sergeant. Put Sarrou and Madame Alain away for trial.
All right, you two. Come on.
Monsieur Talbot, you are due the sincere thanks of the state for what you have done.
For what he's done? David, what did you do?
He merely tipped the police to be ready when he and Sarrou went to his office. That's why we were waiting in the corridor, madame, and had to stop you as you came in.
But, David, you were so worried. You were frantic. How did you know...
I'd like the answer to that one, too. Sarrou obviously had spent years planning this crime to the last detail.
Well, until the last moment, I didn't know whether I actually was Jean Pelletier. In fact, I thought I was.
But how did you...
Well, this evening, as I was combing my hair...
Oh, yes, I saw you staring at
I realized that Madame Alain's picture of me was a fake. The picture in her locket. You see, that picture was supposed to have been taken before the wreck, and in it my hair was parted on the left side as it is now.
Yes?
What Dr. Tessier has told me, remember, Lucien, that my hair was parted on the right side at the time of the wreck. He had to change the part to the left because of the scar on the right side of my head.
Let
me go, you pig. What's the meaning of this?
It's the Leduc woman, Commissaire.
I'm Madame Pelletier, a harmless old woman. Oh, Monsieur Talbot, will you tell them they shouldn't disturb a poor old woman in the middle of the night?
Mother, I'm afraid you're a dead pigeon.
But all I want is my rest, my solitude.
You get it, madame. At least 10 years of it.
Oh, darling, is it really all over?
All over. And there's something to prove it.
Oh, David, please. Not here. Remember where we are.
Remember? But, darling, how can I? I have amnesia.
Rex Harrison will return in just a moment. At the end of these programs, Rex, it is a custom for us to have a brief interview with the star.
Well, the briefer the better, I should say, Howard.
Well, time is the master of all that. May I say that it is an honor and a pleasure to have you on the MGM Theater of the Air?
You'll only say what you mean.
Well, after all, your presence here is kingly. You play Henry VIII in Anne of the Thousand Days, and your name is Rex.
I'm glad you said Anne of the Thousand Days, not Anne of a Thousand Days, as most people do.
Not on this station. We're extremely careful.
Well, it's a very laudable policy. I hope the listening audience appreciates it.
The listening audience is always appreciative because their listening is optional. They can turn us off at will.
I think they've probably got around to that already.
Well, you've entertained us for an hour, and I think we should let you go, however reluctantly. Thank you, Rex Harrison.
Thank you, Howard.
Crossroads was presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical On the Town, starring Gene Kelly, Frank Sinatra, Betty Garrett, and Ann Miller. Joan Wetmore was heard as Lucienne and Eric Dressler as Saru. Original music composed and conducted by Joel Herron. The program was directed by Marks B. Loeb and produced by Raymond Katz. The MGM Theater of the Air. Our star this week, Edward Arnold. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Vice President of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and noted writer of many Broadway musical hits, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Thank you. The full-hour play that you are about to hear on the MGM Theater of the Air is a comedy of love, politics, and careless justice entitled Stranger in Town. This was a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture and is now one of the series of radio dramatizations which will be presented on this station weekly. Our in-person star is that lovable, widely popular Edward Arnold. In just a moment now, we will hear Mr. Arnold in Stranger in Town, as presented by the MGM Theater of the Air. Comedy with an undercurrent of wisdom is our play. The MGM Theater of the Air presents Edward Arnold in person as Justice John Josephus Grant in Stranger in Town. There is the customary dignity of that impressive edifice, the United States Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. The long corridors command quiet. The heavy hinged doors suggest power, tradition. Anything raucous within these revered halls seems out of place, but human nature cannot be subdued. For behind one of the engraved portals is a pair that may be described as an efficient, pert, young, beautiful girl and a persistent, even brash newspaper reporter.
Miss Gilbert, you don't understand.
I think I do, Mr.
Jenkins of the Gazette. Your boss is news, Miss Gilbert.
Yes, he has been for a long time. Now, pardon me, please. I do have to finish this filing.
Now, after all, he's an associate justice of the Supreme Court of the United States.
Yes, that's right.
Where he goes on a vacation, what he does, how he spends his time, all that's news, Miss Gilbert, and all I want to know from you is...
Mr. Jenkins, a good secretary carries out orders, right?
Well...
Well, Justice Grant has been very definite. This vacation of his is a strictly private matter. I don't even know where he's going myself.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
And if you don't believe that, ask Justice Grant himself.
What? Oh.
Ask Justice Grant what, Miss Gilbert?
Good afternoon, sir.
Well?
Well, I was saying I don't know where you're going on your vacation, Justice Grant.
Yeah, that's quite true. Did those Hales and Tryon opinions come back from the printers?
No, not yet.
I may want to revise them, but I certainly don't want to wait around for them.
Justice Grant,
Yes, well?
we understand you declined to preside at the Danville investigation.
I did.
There's some speculation as to your reasons.
There needn't be. I've had a long, hard year, court's recess, and I'm going hunting. Miss Gilbert, pack this flashlight.
A columnist referred to you last week as the terrible-tempered Justice Grant. How do you feel about that, sir?
Flattered. This leather case goes in, too.
All right, sir.
Where are you going for your hunting, sir?
Where there are plenty of ducks and no reporters.
I see. When are you leaving?
The moment after you do.
I see. Well, thank you, sir, and have a good rest and good hunting.
Miss Gilbert,
Yes, sir.
you handed me a slip of paper this morning. Exactly what did it mean?
Well, I thought it was clear enough. It was my resignation.
Resignation. What sort of nonsense is this?
Justice Grant, I've been with you for 2 years. In that time, you've never once expressed satisfaction with my work.
If I had any criticism to make, you'd hear it.
I have heard it. Frequently.
Oh? Well, possibly. Perhaps the trouble is I've been waiting with dry feet.
Waiting.
Yes, in the stream of life, but not touched by it.
Oh.
Age is a dehydrating process, Miss Gilbert. A drying out of feeling for other people. What I need is a good fight. Only no one will fight with me anymore.
We all respect you too much, Justice Grant.
Yes, respect. Well, I'm tearing up this resignation. It's just a pack of nonsense.
Yes, sir.
And about those Hale Tryon opinions, when they come back from the printers, you might bring them down to me.
Of course. But then you'll have to tell me.
Crownport, a town you never heard of. Crownport. Yeah, you'll find in the timetable.
Well, I'll wire you before I come down.
Good. And as far as that reporter is concerned, you still know nothing of my destination.
Except that it's a place where there are plenty of ducks and no reporters.
And far away from courtrooms, lawyers, investigations, and black robes. Everything. But ducks. Hundreds and hundreds of beautiful ducks. Ducks. Hundreds and hundreds of beautiful ducks. Easy, my beauties. Look over the decoys. Be curious. Closer now, closer.
Hey, you!
What the?
Hey, hold on a minute, fella. Hold on a minute.
Why, you idiot, I've been waiting 3 hours for those mallards, and you ruin everything in 3 seconds.
I'm the game inspector, stranger.
Huh?
Let's see your license.
Oh, there's nothing anywhere like the officiousness of small office.
How's that?
Here's my license, dated yesterday at the state capitol.
Yeah, just like I thought. This license ain't legal.
What?
Stranger in town, ain't you? Mister, this is Crownport, and you got to have a Crownport stamp on this license.
Well, I didn't know that. I'll get one tomorrow.
Well, now, that ain't going to do you any good today. I could haul you into court and have the judge slap a fine on you.
Oh?
But suppose I just sell you a stamp right here and save us both the trouble. Eh?
Well, how much is a stamp?
$5. Of course, that's just for the stamp. I usually get a little something for doing folks a favor like this.
All right, come on.
Hey, where you going?
To court to pay a fine.
Now, wait a minute. You don't understand. I'm giving you a break, brother.
You don't understand. I never pay twice, brother.
The law doesn't recognize good intentions, Mr. Adams.
But, Your
You're
Honor...
supposed to be a lawyer. You ought to know that.
My client...
Your client signed an agreement that if he missed a payment on plows he purchased, the company could take those plows back. Is that not correct?
I've been trying to make you see that...
Counselor, answer my question.
That young squirt's Bill Adams. He's a candidate for mayor.
He's an uncomfortable lawyer at the moment.
Judge Hartley's a tough customer, stranger. If you're smart, you'll keep away from him. There's still time. Save yourself a sight of dough and trouble.
Silence in the courtroom.
It's been a long time since I rubbed elbows with trouble.
Well, Counselor?
My client signed an agreement, yes.
But the court might grant a little indulgence.
The court will decide what the court will and will not grant, Mr. Adams.
Those plows are tools, Your Honor. My client's livelihood is a farmer.
All right, Counselor.
You're taking a man's livelihood away from
All
him.
right, Counselor. Judgment against Thomas Cooley, farmer. Next case.
I reckon that shows Bill Adams.
Bill Adams, candidate for mayor.
Your Honor, Judge Harkley.
Seems he hasn't been shown.
Without those tools, my client is thrown out of his only means of earning a living. If you'll just be...
Mr. Adams, this is not an employment agency.
But you must understand.
It is a court of law, and you're mighty close to being found in contempt of it. Next case.
Crown Port versus Joe Grant. Joe Grant, please take the stand.
Joe?
Your name, ain't it? On your license.
Yes, of course. Joe Grant.
You will direct yourself to the bench, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Shooting ducks without a Crown Port permit. Guilty, are you?
I never got a chance to shoot.
You was going to.
Well, naturally, you idiot. I bought a state license.
Mr. Grant, we require a county license in Crown Port. $100 or 30 days.
You see, could have saved yourself a pile of dough.
I assume this $100 will permit me to resume my hunting without further interference.
Your assumption is wrong. You still need a county stamp. And an officer enforcing the law is not interference, Mr. Grant. Pay the clerk outside. Next case.
Crown Port versus famous Quentin Podwinkler.
Say, old-timer.
What?
Mr. Grant, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Grant. A stranger in town.
Judge Harkley really gave you a welcome, didn't he? And the constable. How many minutes did it take before he tried to shake you down, anyway?
Where do you settle this matter?
Oh, right here, this counter. Henry, take care of this, will you? You know, Mr. Grant, it might be fun to bust up the constable's little racket. If you'd let me turn this into a test case, you know, be a guinea pig sort of, well,
Mr. Adams, isn't it?
Bill Adams.
Well, judging from your exhibition before the bench just now, I should be most reluctant to retain your legal counsel in any case, test or otherwise.
Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean, my exhibition before the bench?
You went into that courtroom without a defense for your client.
Well, all he needed was 2 weeks' grace, and Harkley wouldn't give it to him.
Don't blame it on Harkley, young man. Pleading for understanding. You fight fire with fire,
Well,
Mr. Adams.
sure,
And you fight law with law. You own law books, I assume?
4 shelves of them.
Uh-huh. And did you consult them for this client?
Now, look, Mr. Grant,
In those books, somewhere you'll find a paragraph that states in any transaction between a seller and a buyer, there are laws governing the behavior of both parties. Fire with fire, Mr. Adams. Law with law. Don't try to be as smart as your opponents. The trick is to be smarter. Good day, Mr. Adams.
Lucy, when you bring hair try-on opinions, note, I am Joe Grant. Whatever in the... I am Joe Grant, duck hunter and retired lawyer, and no more. Want to keep it that way. See you at hotel, signed Grant. Well, if I can read between the lines, justice has bagged more than a flock of high-flying ducks. Question is, how much more? And what?
Been waiting for you, Judge Hartley.
I couldn't help myself, Jim. You were in court. You saw what happened.
I saw Bill Adams win his 3rd case in 2 days.
Jim, you're the mayor of Crown Port.
Mayor Jim Connerson. Now and after this election, Judge.
Yes, I know. The point is, you know you can't flout the public, Jim.
Not openly, you mean?
Not openly, and that courtroom was packed. Adam has his law in black and white in all 3 cases.
Well, that whippersnapper's making a name for himself at your expense.
Jim, I'm trying to explain.
Bill Adams, the poor man's friend, the people's champion.
I was required to enter judgment for his clients. His reference was right there. Motor Vehicle Laws 1919, Chapter 174, Section 52. It was correct in black and white, Jim.
All right, Judge.
There was nothing else I could do. I can give you and the boys a break when it's a question of interpretation, but not when the law's right there in black.
In black and white. Yes, I know. I see that. I'm not blaming you, Judge, but we've got to do something about our young friend, Mr. Adams.
Such as what, Jim?
Who's this old duffer he's been so thick with lately?
Joe Grant?
Ah.
He's a stranger in town, come up for the duck hunting.
Think he's got anything to do with Adams getting smart all of a sudden?
No, I'd bet against it. He's a harmless old coot. You know the type, Jim.
Uh-huh. Well, Adams is a known quantity at least. He grew up in Crown Port. That's something to build on. For instance, he's got a hair-trigger temper.
He's the easiest man to rile in the courtroom I ever saw.
And he carries that temper outside the courtroom. It's an open sesame into trouble for him.
You mean get him mad?
And he'll tear down his fancy reputation before he knows it. He'll discredit himself, and we can stop worrying about this election.
Yeah, shouldn't be hard to make him mad, Jim.
Simplest thing in the world. We'll watch for an opening, that's all. Pass that word to the boys, will you, Judge? Watch for an opening, or make one.
There's the hotel where you'll be staying, Miss Gilbert, down the street.
Oh, and it's a welcome sight, Mr. Adams.
Hey, is this flivver that tiring, or the company just boring?
No, the train ride was dusty and aggravating. Seemed to go on forever.
I'm glad it's that, anyhow.
Oh, I'm grateful for this flivver and the company.
Thank you, ma'am. You know, when Mr. Grant asked me to meet his secretary...
He's duck hunting this afternoon, you said.
Yeah. I didn't know she was young and beautiful.
My turn. Thank you, sir.
Well, why, I'd have obliged him no matter how you turned out. I owe Mr. Grant a lot, Miss Gilbert.
You do?
Hey, you know, for a retired lawyer, that old boy knows more tricks than I ever heard of, and they're all legitimate. Well, your hotel, the town's best, the town's only. No doorman, no bellhops, and no reason for you to mind that, seeing you haven't any luggage anyway.
Oh, I do hope they'll send it on the next train.
Yeah, we ought to sue them for delaying it in the first place. Oh, watch it here. Those steps have seen better days.
Oh. You say Mr. Grant has, that you owe him a lot.
Oh, yeah, you see, I'm a lawyer, Miss Gilbert, also candidate for mayor.
Oh, I
And to
see.
be perfectly honest, before your boss started giving me pointers, I was getting my ears pinned back on both scores. Oh, he'll tell you about it himself. Desk's over this way. Oh, hello, Swade.
Bill Adams. Well.
Any coolness in Mr. Swade's manner, Miss Gilbert, is easily explained. He's one of Mayor Connison's boys.
All right now, Adams, all right.
I'd like a room, please, by the day.
No baggage?
Baggage? Oh, well, you
Miss
see,
Gilbert's baggage got lost, Swade.
Oh, sure.
And why the smirk?
I don't register women without baggage in my hotel, Adams.
Oh, but let me explain.
So suppose you show this lady out.
Why,
and take yourself with her.
You hopeless, fat-headed idiot.
Let go my coat.
You apologize to the lady, understand?
Yeah. Now you'll listen to her explanation. And then you'll give her the best room you've got and say thanks to me for bringing her here.
I tell you what I'll say to you, Adams. I'll say you've gone too far. Nobody pushes Roscoe Swade around, and when they try it, they learn to be sorry. Mighty fast, they learn to be sorry.
Judge Harkley speaking. Oh, yes, Swade. Well? Oh, is that so? Mayor Connison will be mighty pleased with you, Roscoe. Assault and battery, hey? A girl book, too? Yeah, I see. Well, now, Adams may want to get in touch with me. Tell the sergeant to say I can't be reached anywhere. Yeah. I'm out of town. Yeah, that's right, Roscoe. Overnight.
Mr. Swade?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Grant. And good hunting, I see.
Tell the chef I'll want these for dinner tomorrow night. My key, please.
Yes, sir.
What room have you put Miss Gilbert in?
Miss Gilbert?
Yeah, my secretary. I expected her today. Bill Adams was to have met her.
Your secretary, Mr. Grant?
Yes, Lucy Gilbert. She must be registered.
Well, now, she tried to I mean, say she was here,
Yes?
but there was a little trouble.
Trouble?
Well, it was a misunderstanding, Mr. Grant. You see, the girl, the young lady, she had no baggage, and...
Where is she now?
With Bill Adams, sir, in the county jail.
In the county jail, Mr. Swade? You have made just possibly the most disastrous mistake in your entire career, sir. I believe you will discover that very soon.
An explosion appears to be in order. We'll be on hand to hear it when it takes place. Now, Act Two of the MGM Theater of the Air presentation starring Edward Arnold. The time on a clock is an elastic. The seconds snap past when things are going right, but stretch to an eternity when there is anticipation and abeyance. John Josephus Grant is angry. John Josephus Grant, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, cannot wait. He is impatient for an injustice to be righted. There is tension, and the chatter of a talkative chambermaid doesn't help to ease that tension either.
I'll be as quick as possible here, sir.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Have your bed made up and your room straightened before they come.
How's that?
Your company? You keep looking toward the door restless-like you was expecting company.
Well, I am. They should have been released by this time.
Beg pardon, sir.
Huh? Oh, I'm in the way?
Marching back and forth between the bed and the window does sort of interfere with my work, sir.
Well, I'm sorry.
Have you got the time, sir?
The time? Oh, just a moment. Yes, it's 8:10.
Well, there you are. Beg your pardon, sir.
Huh? Oh, well, I'll just step over here completely out of the way. You seem to be annoyed by the time, the hour.
Well, sir, wouldn't you be? Since 7 this morning. If Mr. Swade'd hire a couple of more chambermaids. But no, not Mr. Swade. Not that one. No, tuck it in at the foot. It's too short at the head.
Well, the sheet's too small.
Would you mind, sir, step here a minute?
Yes.
Now, you tug on that side of the sheet while I drag on this. 1, 2, 3.
Well, it is on the skimpy side, isn't it?
Skimpy ain't the word for it.
Well, this is about the best I can do over here.
Thank you, sir. I told Mr. Swade, I told him every sheet and pillowcase in this hotel's the same way. But does he listen to me? Not him.
Well, tell him you're recruiting aid from the guests. It may impress him.
Not that one. Now, the pillowcase,
What's the matter with
it'll
that?
fit like the skin to a sausage. You'll see.
Come in. Well, Miss Gilbert, Mr. Adams.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Grant.
Hello, sir. Whatever strings you pulled, thanks.
When Mr. Swade discovered Lucy here was my secretary, he was most anxious to rectify his error. I'm sorry I couldn't meet you at the station, Miss
Well,
Gilbert.
so am I, sir.
However, your introduction to Crownport seems to have been most spectacular. Sit down, both of you.
Beg pardon, sir.
Oh, yes,
That's about the best I can do with what I got to work with.
Oh, thank you.
I hope you sleep well, sir, but I doubt it. Good night.
You know, it's the nature of man to worry whether about the state of the world or the size of sheets and pillowcases. Well, come on, tell me what happened.
It was all my fault, sir.
Oh, no, it wasn't at all.
The boys are starting to use brass knuckles in this campaign. That's the long and short of it.
They put my secretary in jail because you're running for mayor? Oh, man, that doesn't make sense.
Well, look. I win 3 cases in a row before Harkley. Every one of them against one of Mayor Connison's stooges, right?
Right.
Well, it makes a good impression around town. Connison wouldn't like that. So he primes his friends. So help me, sir, I'd swear to this. He primes his friends to frame me. Of course, Miss Gilbert's involvement was accidental, not really important at all.
Miss Gilbert's involvement is a matter of very great importance to me, sir.
Well, sure, to me too, sir, but I meant it wasn't a part of this private all for Crownport, Crownport for all fight.
Mr. Grant.
Yes.
Mr. Adams is right.
Hey, we've been in jail together. Call me Bill.
This fight is private, local. It mustn't concern you. You're on your vacation,
I
sir.
know that.
Well?
This fellow Swade and Coniston and his friends are getting a little too high-handed, that's all.
The City Hall crowd's been high-handed for a long time, sir. It's nothing new.
It's new when it concerns me.
I still say...
Miss Gilbert, do you recall a comment of mine about wading with dry feet?
Waiting with...
Yes.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, I've been splashed. It's a shock, but it's not altogether unpleasant.
What is this? Splashed, wading dry feet?
Well, I also observed, Miss Gilbert, that no one has been willing to fight with me for a long time.
Yes, I know.
Well, don't you see? Here in Crownport, I found somebody who wants to. Don't you see?
Yes, I guess I do. I certainly see that there's no use arguing.
Young man, you're in this election to beat Coniston and with him his entire crowd, is that right?
That's right, sir.
Well, the decks are stacked against you. Decks are always stacked against the outsider. But I think we can play an honest hand and take the pot if you're game.
Oh, I'm game, sir. At the moment, a little beat, but I'm game.
Good boy. You do exactly as I say. Now go out and get a couple of yardsticks somewhere.
Yardsticks?
Yardsticks, Mr. Grant?
Don't parrot me. Bring them back here and register for the night.
Wait a minute.
Lucy, what floor has Swade put you on?
The third, just above this.
All right, Bill, you get yourself a room on the fourth floor. When you check in, call me. And don't forget the yardsticks. Do you understand?
Well, no, sir. Not at all, but I'm on my way.
Desk clerk. Call for 7:30? Yes, Mrs. Appleby.
Henry, watch this.
What's what, Mr. Swade?
The register shows Bill Adams in 413.
That's right, Mr. Swade.
Bill Adams here?
Yeah, he came back about a half hour ago.
Came back?
While you were out. You remember when he brought the girl here?
Yes.
Not this afternoon. Tonight. When they got out of jail.
All right, Henry.
Sir?
I'd prefer not to be reminded of that mistake.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. The complaint you swore out against him comes up in court tomorrow morning, don't it?
Yes.
Well, Adams and this girl, Mr. Grant's secretary, were with the old geezer for just a few minutes. Then Adams comes tearing down, grinning like an ape.
Grinning?
Like an ape. He's back and nothing flat, grinning still more, and asked for a room on 4. Oh, yeah. He had a suitcase, a book, and a couple of yardsticks.
Say, they're up to something. Grinning. What was that, yardsticks?
Yes, sir. 2 of them.
2 yardsticks?
Sure. You know, to measure 36 inches, 3 feet.
Henry, I know what a yardstick is.
Well, he had 2 of them.
What'd he bring them for?
I didn't ask him, Mr. Swade. He paid for the room in advance.
You're up to something. I knew it. You said he had a book, too?
Yeah, a law book, it looked like. You know, one of them big, thick, fierce-looking things.
2 yardsticks in a law book. Henry, I don't like that. I don't like...
Hey, excuse me, Mr. Swade. Hey, this is Adams calling now from 413. Desk clerk.
What's he want?
Yes, sir. He wants to talk to that girl in 311, Miss Gilbert.
Give me one of those earphones, quick.
Hello?
Lucy,
Yes, Bill.
6 here, in between.
That checks.
Look, tell Grant he was absolutely right. It's 9 and 2.
I'll tell him. Good night, Bill.
9 and 2? 9 and 2 what?
Sounds like a code, don't it? 311. That's the girl.
See, what are they up to anyway?
Desk clerk. Yes, ma'am. Now she wants the old geezer's room.
The earphones.
Yes?
Mr. Grant, Bill says you're absolutely right. It is 9 and 2.
I thought as much. What about the other?
That's 7.5.
And?
2 and 1/8, with 6 between.
Well, that does it, Lucy. Lucy.
Yes, Mr. Grant.
Did you ever see a man turn green?
See a man turn green? No, I don't believe I have, sir.
But you will tomorrow morning in court. You will, Lucy.
I saw a guy turn green once on a boat. He was awful sick. Good night, Henry.
Mr. Swade, who do you think they were talking about just now?
I don't know, but I have an idea.
Yeah?
I have an idea they were talking about me. Court's now in session. Swade versus Gilbert and Adams.
Our friend, Mr. Swade, seems very nervous.
He has reason to be.
When I mentioned a suit for false arrest, he almost swallowed his tongue.
Yes, I saw him.
Silence in the court. Well, Mr. Swade?
Your Honor, I move you throw my complaint out.
The complaint against Miss Gilbert, Mr. Swade?
Trying to get off
Yes,
the hook.
and Adams, too, Your Honor. We settled it out of court by ourselves.
You mean both of them? Well, case dismissed.
All right, Bill, now.
Yes, sir. He's being served the papers.
Here, Bill, don't forget the package.
Oh, thanks.
Say, what's this? What is this?
Relax, Roscoe. We're just getting started. This is another suit.
Will the counselor explain this procedure?
Your Honor, I find that in the management of this hotel, Mr. Swade is guilty of violating several important laws.
Here, now, wait a minute.
What are the charges precisely?
I brought the evidence with me, Your Honor.
In that brown paper bag? What do you mean?
Now, look here, Bill Adams. If this is one of your smart aleck tricks, hey, there's one of my own sheets from my hotel.
And one of your pillowcases, Mr. Swade, also standard in your hotel. Your Honor, according to the hotel laws of this state, 1909, Section 52, all beds in hotels, hostelries, inns, and lodging houses shall be provided with sheets not less than 9 feet in length.
What?
This sheet, Your Honor, is 7 1/2 feet. Furthermore, all pillowcases shall be 4 feet in length. This, Your Honor, is 2 1/2 feet. Furthermore...
It's a trick. They planned it last night, right under my nose.
Furthermore, the same reference clearly states there shall be 2 feet between twin beds. There wasn't half a foot between the beds in my room.
Mr. Adams.
I couldn't bring the beds as evidence, Your Honor, but I do have witnesses to attest to my veracity.
Mr. Adams, let me see that reference.
Yes, sir.
Adams, so help me, you'll regret this.
Will the court warn the defendant that threats and intimidation are punishable by law?
Swade, be quiet. And don't you tell me how to run my court, Mr. Adams. The law provides a fine of $50.
For each offense.
For each offense.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Swade, are you prepared to face these charges at this time?
Well, I guess, yes, Your Honor.
Do you plead guilty?
Yes.
Then pay the clerk. Court is recessed for 30 minutes.
Well, nicely done, Counselor.
Oh, Bill, you were wonderful.
What do you mean? The law's wonderful. Look there. Hartley's going into his chambers.
And Swade's edging over that way.
A council of war is in order, I should say, and unless I miss my guess, it'll be attended by Mayor Coniston. Bill, you've got them worried.
Oh, you mean we've got them worried, sir?
The coach can plan a game, but he can't carry the ball. Well, what now?
Well, I'd say a celebration's in order.
Well, can you have a proper celebration this early in the day?
Well, what time is it anyhow?
Just 11.
Sure you can, Lucy. Hey, there's a wonderful place out on Border Road. We can drive out, have lunch, and then...
Oh, that's a fine idea. You kids go ahead.
Oh, but...
It's still early, and I did come to Crownport to do some duck hunting, remember?
Oh, it won't be a celebration without you, sir.
Oh, I think it will. You show her it's entirely possible to have a proper celebration early, late, any time, if you've got something to celebrate. So get along with you now. Get along with you.
Have a good lunch, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Judge, I tell you, it was a mistake to call those hoodlums to your office.
You might have
Sign
to.
of overconfidence, to say the least.
But you wanted action in a hurry.
We've got to get action in a hurry.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Jim. If it's going to come off this afternoon, I had to talk to them this morning. And there wasn't any place to do that except my office.
All right, Judge, all right.
Howdy, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hello, Ben. Hello, Ben. How's the family?
Fine, Mr. Mayor. Couldn't be better.
Oh, I hate to do this to Adams, Judge. I really do.
But you said...
Oh, it's necessary. It's necessary. It's got to be. But violence, it's against my nature. You know that.
Yeah, sure, Jim.
Politics places a heavy load on a man, Judge. A heavy load. Now, if this young whippersnapper... What's the matter?
There, coming this way.
Well, good morning, Mr. Grant.
Good morning, good morning.
Going hunting, Mr. Grant?
I hope to, yes.
Well, I suppose you've tried the Sewell marshes east of town?
Yes, I have. I was arrested there.
Oh, really?
And fined $100.
You know the law, Mr. Grant. Sometimes it seems stringent, but we can't permit ignorance to be an excuse, you know.
Well, I've had my best luck west of town, Mr. Coniston, on the Greenbanks. I'm going there now.
Well, I'm glad we ran into you, Mr. Grant.
Oh, why?
Well, a couple of reasons. As mayor, I have, a sense of community responsibility toward strangers to make them feel welcome, so to speak.
You needn't, as far as I'm concerned.
And I've wanted to talk with you about young Adams.
What about young Adams?
You two seem to have hit it off pretty well.
Well, I think he's a friend of mine, if that's what you mean.
A rash young man, Bill Adams. Right, Judge?
Oh, very rash, and I'm in position to vouch for that.
Inclined to leap first and look afterward, Mr. Grant.
Yes, very much inclined to do just that.
Gentlemen, you asked me if I were going hunting.
What?
I said I was. But I won't have time unless I get along. Good morning, gentlemen.
Mr. Adams, you were so right.
I am sometimes. What about?
It was a wonderful lunch and a wonderful drive. Really a pretty all-round wonderful celebration.
Yeah, it sure was, wasn't it?
Oh, Bill, watch that light.
I'm sorry. Fine thing to get a traffic violation ticket the day before election.
Well, you could always say that you had your constituents on your mind.
Yeah, I could, but it'd be more truthful to admit that a beautiful girl was on my mind. Oh, look, Lucy,
Yes?
if I'm elected mayor...
When you're elected mayor.
All right, when I'm elected mayor, do you think... I mean, could you imagine yourself living here in Crownport?
Oh, I think Crownport's a wonderful little town, Bill. It has red traffic lights and green traffic lights.
Huh? Oh, yeah. I guess the town's all right, isn't it? I never noticed before particularly. It's okay. Or maybe not in a class with Washington, D.C., but...
Well, put that another way, and Washington, D.C. isn't in a class with Crownport. It depends on your point of view.
Well, I mean, you've got a good job there. Guess you're pretty important to the old-timer, huh? Mr. Grant.
In some ways, I guess I am.
Hey, what's he do anyhow? Exactly. Said he hasn't practiced law in 20 years.
Yes, but isn't it wonderful how much of it he knows?
It sure is. Tell you this, if it wasn't for old Joe Grant, I wouldn't stand a chance of winning that election tomorrow.
Mayor Adams. Mayor William Adams.
Hey, look, Lucy. Probably I ought to wait to say this till we're out of traffic.
Yes, it might be safer.
Maybe I won't have the nerve then.
Bill.
What's the matter?
Isn't that your office down the street?
Well, sure, next block. Hey!
They're moving all the furniture out onto the sidewalk.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Hey, what do you think you're doing with that stuff?
Bill, be careful, wait!
Oh, Lucy,
Bill.
Lucy!
Oh, Mr. Grant, oh, I'm so glad you're here.
Well, I just got here.
Well, what are they doing to Bill?
Well, I don't know, Lucy. Duck's scarcer than hen's teeth today. I gave up, came back, and walked into this.
Bill, what's it all about?
Hey, I'm being evicted. Some trumped-up charge. My landlord's a friend of Swade's and Connison's behind Swade.
And today's the day before election, and this will embarrass you.
Sure, it's a put-up job. It's too neat. The electric service is already cut off.
Well, just keep your head, Bill. Just
Sure, keep your head if it's still good for anything, Adams.
All right, pipe down, you.
Bill, be careful.
Mayor Adams. City Hall on a curb stop.
I said pipe down.
They're looking for a fight, Bill. They've got rocks in their heads.
I'm tired of being pushed around by Connison or by his hired stooges. If you guys are looking for trouble, you come to
They
the
intend
right
to use those rocks, Lucy. Look out!
Next time we won't miss, Adams. Better clear out.
I'm going after Bill.
Mr. Grant, don't. Stay back.
What, with a fight starting and something to fight for?
We warned you, Adams. You're asking for it.
I haven't been in a real scrape since... Oh!
Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant. Oh, somebody. Bill, somebody get a doctor. Quick.
An accident can be trifling or it can be consequential. Whichever is the case with Stranger in Town, we learn in a moment. Now, Act 3 in the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Edward Arnold in Stranger in Town. It would be front page news when the Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States is the victim of a street riot. But the item is tucked somewhere among the want ads when the Justice doffs his gown in judicial demeanor and becomes plain Joe Grant, stranger in town. Occupation, duck hunting. Well, it's a great day for ducks when Lucy Gilbert arrives at the hospital, the only caller Joe Grant has had.
All right, Miss Gilbert, you can go in now.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Grant.
Oh, hello, Lucy.
How are you, sir?
I'm mad. Where's Bill?
He's in jail. They're holding him on $15,000 bail, inciting to riots.
He didn't incite the riot. Those hired toughs did. This is outrageous.
Oh, please don't get up.
Get up, I am up. Lucy, we've got to find Judge Hockley.
Well, Bill tried to call him from jail.
And as usual, Hockley stands alongside his phone and whispers to a flunky he's out. Well, we'll see about that. Here, help me into my coat.
All right. There's a rally in about an hour.
How's that?
A rally for Mayor Coniston. Hockley will be sure to be there, on the speaker's platform, probably.
Well, we'll find him before then.
Are you going to tell him, sir? Who you really are, I mean.
Well, if I have to. I'm going to get that boy out of jail, Lucy.
It's beginning to look as if he's trying to fight the Coniston crowd alone. Except for you, Mr. Grant.
Oh, the people are behind Bill, Lucy. But you can't follow a man if he's kept out of sight, discredited.
And that's Coniston's game, of course.
Of course. Jimmy, you're fond of him, aren't you?
Coniston?
You know who I'm talking about.
Well, yes, sir.
And I'm a fool, of course.
Sir?
I helped this young man, and what happened?
He gets out of jail.
No, I lose the best secretary I ever had. Well, come on.
To Judge Hockley's?
To Judge Hockley's, then to the jail, and then to Mayor Coniston's rally. That, Miss Gilbert, should be mighty interesting.
Yes? Oh, it's you.
Well, imagine Mr. Swade playing butler for Judge Hockley.
He should be in livery, eh?
With velvet knee breeches, Mr. Grant.
I stopped by to call for the judge.
Why, so did we.
We're due at the rally. He won't have time to...
He'll see us.
Now, wait a minute. He's out. He's not here.
Mr. Swade, you said he was, not 1 minute ago.
Well, I mean, we're late already, you see,
And
we're...
you'll be later, Mr. Swade.
What's going on here, Roscoe? Oh, it's you, Mr. Grant.
It is I.
And your secretary.
Oh, we're so glad you were home, Judge Hockley.
I tried to tell him we're on our way to Jim's rally.
Judge, I want to talk to you.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Grant. I haven't any time to give you right now.
I'm afraid you'll have to find time.
Now, see here.
Do be quiet, Mr. Swade. Just
Judge,
listen.
Judge Hockley, acting on my rights as a citizen, I demand that you swear out warrants for the arrest of Mr. Swade and Major Coniston.
What?
Are you crazy? On what charges?
Conspiracy, abuse of public office, inciting to riot.
Judge, he's off his head.
Shut up, Roscoe. Grant, I don't know what gave you the idea you could push your way into my house and order me around.
Hockley, I suggest you come with us to the county jail. Have Bill Adams released and sign those warrants.
You're crazy.
Don't forget the others, Mr. Grant. You know.
Oh, yes. And also a couple of more warrants for some hoodlums. I've got their names.
You old fool. Do you realize I can have you arrested for disturbing the peace?
Oh, let's postpone that, Judge. Miss Gilbert, Mr. Swade, will you excuse us a moment?
Here, you let go of my arm.
What's this room across the hall? Your den? Well, that's just the place to beard a roaring lion in his den.
So what's come over that old fool? He seemed like a nice, quiet sort of... is he gone off his head?
Oh, no. No, nothing like that.
Well, he won't get away with it. You know that, don't you? A warrant for my arrest?
And Mayor Connaissance.
Why, when Hartley gets through with him, what he'll tell your boss, young woman, he won't forget for many a day.
Yes, I suppose I should be worried.
You can say that again. Beard a lion, he says. And it's the truth. Why, one time I saw Judge Hartley get so all-fired mad, he...
Oh, Miss Gilbert, Judge Hartley has changed his mind.
Oh, I'm so glad.
He'll be only too happy to release our friend, Mr. Adams, in time to attend Mayor Connaissance rally.
Judge, you gone loco?
And he has seen, shall we say, the light of justice's sword and agreed to sign those warrants. Am I correct, Judge Hartley?
No,
Hey, what's the matter with him? He looks funny.
Not funny, Mr. Swade, just surprised. Ask him to tell you about it sometime. And now, Miss Gilbert and gentlemen, shall we be on our way?
But I still don't see how he did it.
Don't ask questions, Bill. Just drive.
Okay.
Mr. Grant wants to get to Mayor Connaissance's rally before it's over.
They still following us? Yeah. What are you laughing at?
Mr. Swade. He looks so sort of stunned at that wheel with Mr. Grant beside him like a storm cloud and Judge Hartley in the rumble seat like a wax statue.
He must know something.
What?
Mr. Grant must know something about Judge Hartley.
Now, on the contrary, Judge Hartley knows something about Mr. Grant.
What? Now, look, Lucy, what?
Bill, you were in jail.
I sure was.
24 hours before election.
I was cooked.
And Mr. Grant got you out.
And had Hartley sign a warrant for the arrest of Mayor Connaissance, sure. All that happens before you can say Timothy Timbuktu, and I'm not supposed to ask questions.
That's right, darling.
Well, it seems to me that... Hey.
What's the matter?
You called me darling.
Oh, Bill, slow up.
You did. You distinctly
We'll
said...
have to park right along here.
What? Oh.
Looks as though everybody in town who owns a car is at the mayor's rally.
Yeah. Well, here's a good place.
Bill.
Uh-huh.
We've got to have a talk about us.
Oh, we sure do. You know what that did to me when you
But
called me?
later.
Oh.
We'll talk about us later, when this is over. We've got a fight to finish first.
Yeah, we have. Lucy, does he know what he's doing? Mr. Grant, I mean?
Oh, yes.
But a warrant for Connaissance's arrest.
Bill, Mr. Grant is practically the only one around here who does know what he's doing. Hey, come on, they're waiting for us to start the fireworks.
And believe me, my friends, I've watched Bill Adams like a father watching his own son, hoping and praying he was a man to succeed me. Now I know he's not. I invited him to this rally to debate with me the great issues of this election. And where is he? This very minute, ladies and gentlemen. When he should be here to meet me face to face, where will you find Bill Adams? I'll tell you where.
You'll find him right here if you look for him.
What's that?
Well, he set up a fine entrance for you, Bill.
Yeah, come on.
After you, Mr. Swade.
Okay,
and
now.
you, Judge Hartley.
Yes. Adams, if you came here expecting to break up this rally...
You invited me, Mr. Mayor. You said so yourself.
Hartley, what does this mean? He was supposed to
In jail, Mr. Mayor? I was, but justice let me out.
Hartley, did you let him out?
Go ahead, Judge Hartley. Tell him.
Mr. Mayor,
Roscoe, what's the matter with him?
I don't know, Jim. He's been like this ever since we...
You shut up, Roscoe Swade. Mr. Mayor, Jim, we've got a warrant out for your arrest.
And for the arrest of Swade and the three of your hired toughs.
Why, you young... Of all the... What are the charges?
Jim, believe me, you'd better come along.
I demand to know the charges here and now, before this assembled multitude of Crown Port citizens.
No, Jim, no.
The charges are abuse of public office, conspiracy, and inciting to riot.
Just a moment. Just a moment.
He thinks you're bluffing, Bill.
Well, I'm not sure I'm not. I'm not sure of anything.
My friends, I've been accused here before you all by a man who thinks I'll back down from a bluff.
Well, he don't know Jim Conason.
Pompous fool.
I'm calling his bluff.
And stupid, too.
As mayor of this town, I got the right by law to call a special hearing. And I do.
Oh, Jim.
Don't collapse, Judge. Don't collapse. You'll preside at this hearing. You'll need your strength.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I call a special hearing for tonight. So the issues will be clear when you go to the polls to vote tomorrow.
Mr. Grant, I think Jim, Mayor Conason, he'll want me to go along with him.
No, we go out this way, Judge.
But he's signaling.
You stay with me, Judge. I wouldn't want you to prejudice the mayor's testimony. And you might, you know. It's just barely possible. You might.
And so, Mr. Mayor, this gentleman, Mr. Grant, has obtained confessions from the hoodlums.
Well, it's outrageous. A pack of lies.
Judge Harkley?
Jim, Mr. Mayor, you'll have to moderate your tone. This is a court of law. These men have told Mr. Grant that, acting on your orders, they started the riot this morning in order to make possible Mr. Adams' arrest. And they've sworn to these facts. Because of this, Mr. Grant has been able to demand a warrant for your arrest.
Mr. Grant demanded a warrant? A man who doesn't even live in our town? A meddling old fool who does nothing but shoot ducks and start trouble?
Jim, don't say
I'll
that.
say anything I please.
Oh, I hate to see the old boy involved in this.
I wouldn't worry about the old boy now, darling.
I demand to know who this man is. Who is this Joe Grant?
Jim, do yourself a favor. Don't ask.
Well, I'd be glad to answer, Judge.
All right. Where are you from, Grant?
Washington, D.C.
Jim, please, no more questions. Mr. Grant.
Oh, shut up. I'll ask all the questions I want to ask. Grant, by what right do you dare interfere in the affairs of this town? By what right?
By
do
my
you...
right, Mr. Conason, as a citizen of this country.
Well, of all that...
Shut up, Jim.
What?
Just shut up. Let him talk.
I thank you, Your Honor. I am a stranger in town, but your town being in a country that belongs to all of us, I don't feel I'm a stranger in this matter at all. You see, we're partners, really. Partners in something called democracy.
Say, he's all right.
Hush, darling.
When men elected to public office anywhere in the democracy abuse that office, when they attempt to deceive, corrupt, and intimidate the people who put them into office, then the entire structure of our democracy is endangered.
That's right. He's right.
Yes, sirree. Mister, you said a mouthful.
Government of the people. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people means one thing. Government free, uncorrupted, united, and in the hands, everlastingly in the hands of the people. That, Mr. Conason, is why a stranger in town dares interfere in the affairs of justice in town. You asked me, sir, where I'm from. I told you. You also asked, who is this Joe Grant?
I'd like to know that myself.
Well, it's coming, Bill.
I'll tell you that, too, sir. I am John Josephus Grant, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States.
What?
John Josephus. Oh.
Bill! Oh, somebody, quick! A man here has fainted. Oh, here, sir. Let me fix the collar of your robe.
Oh, thank you, Lissy. Now, when court adjourns, you come up to my chambers. Well?
Huh? Oh, sir? I wasn't listening.
What were you so nervous about?
Me? I'm not nervous.
Lucy, stop fussing with that collar.
Over there. It's all right now.
Lucinda, do you take this man to be your...
I beg your pardon, sir?
I'm rehearsing the lines for the ceremony. You stayed up all night trying to learn them.
Well, maybe I am at that.
What?
Come to think of it...
Come to think of it, maybe you am. You are what?
Nervous, sir.
Well, that's not surprising. You're being married today, Mayor Adams, by an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court.
Whenever you say that, sir, I feel faint.
Justice Grant, you're sweet to do this for us.
You hear that? This girl resigned once because of my bad disposition.
Oh, but you've changed, sir.
No, I've had a vacation. If I come to Crownport next year, I don't suppose I'll be considered a stranger.
Oh, I should say not.
Well, then don't count on me coming. Bill, I'll give you a tip.
Yes?
Always spend your vacations where there are ducks and you're a stranger. It gives you a chance to get acquainted, and that, believe me, can be one of the best experiences you'll ever enjoy.
Edward Arnold will be back in just a moment. It's customary, Mr. Arnold, to exchange a few words after these performances.
Well, let's not violate the custom, Howard. What words have you to exchange?
Mostly words of praise, a comment here, a question there. How many years have you been in pictures?
Well, that's like asking a woman her age. Almost as many years as there have been pictures, I guess.
You virtually came in with Edison.
Oh, no. That's a little too far back. But I'll probably go out like a light.
Not at all. Your star is incandescent and constant.
You just picked up my option, Howard.
We all liked you in the Hucksters, Command Decision, Take Me Out to the Ball Game, to name a few.
To name a few MGM pictures.
Well, there's method in our madness. This is the MGM Theater, you know.
Yes, and I like the MGM Theater and the MGM Studio. I'm a booster.
Well, Mr. Arnold, we're a booster for you, not only as a distinguished artist, but as a man who has devoted his time to helping other artists. We salute your services in the Screen Actors Guild, the USO camp shows, the Hollywood Permanent Charities, and many other organizations.
Well, you're very kind, Howard.
The tiny verbal medal we offer is nothing.
Thank you, and good night.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture That Forsyte Woman, starring Errol Flynn, Greer Garson, Walter Pidgeon, and Robert Young. Fran Lafferty was heard as Lucy Gilbert and Joe Conway as Bill Adams. Original music composed and conducted by Joel Herron. The program was directed by Marks B. Loeb and produced by Raymond Katz. The MGM Theater of the Air. Our star this week, Robert Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Vice President of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and noted writer of many Broadway and Hollywood musical hits, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Thank you. The MGM Theater of the Air presents this week a dramatization of the screenplay Undercurrent. Those of you who remember Undercurrent will not forget the remarkable performance by Robert Taylor, the star who enacted the interestingly sinister role of Alan Garraway. Bob Taylor is on the air now in person, recreating this unusual characterization. In just a moment, you will hear Robert Taylor in Undercurrent as presented on the MGM Theater of the Air. On board the plane sweeping over the Potomac toward the National Airport in Washington, D.C., are Mr. and Mrs. Alan Garraway. They are bride and groom. If you read the papers, the columns, the rotogravure sections in the magazines, you'd know who they were. You'd recognize them, but you'd never recognize, and understandably so, the invisible ghost that rode with them, the ghost that cast an atmospheric shadow of danger, mystery, and even murder.
Fasten your safety belts, please. Fasten your safety belts, sir.
Oh, Alan. Alan, we're here. This is Washington.
Let me help you with that buckle.
Alan, golly.
All right, Doc?
Oh, yes, but I'm so impressed.
By Washington?
I've never been closer than a letter to my congressman.
I wired Wormsley to meet us. He's East, the manager of my San Francisco plant. Here we go. Nose down. Just relax, Mrs. Garraway.
What did you say?
I wired Wormsley
What you called me? Mrs. Who? Really?
You sweet.
Mrs. Garraway? The Mrs. Garraway? Juniper, I still can't believe it. I just can't.
Mr. Garraway. Mr. Garraway, over here, sir.
Hello, Wormsley. Good to see you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Garraway.
And may I present Mr. Wormsley, my bride, Wormsley.
Hello?
Well, this is, how do you do? I have a car, if you'll follow me, please.
Alan, what's the matter?
Matter?
Well, he seems so strange. Surprised, I guess. Didn't he know?
Wormsley knew I went to see your father on a matter of business, darling. You don't look like a matter of business.
Oh.
He's all right. He's a good manager.
Alan, wait a minute, please. Stop here.
What is it?
Those people. Let them get ahead of us.
You're ill, darling. That rough stretch over the mountains.
No, I'm not ill. I'm scared.
Scared?
Well, yes, it's all been so... Well, these past weeks, meeting you, marrying you, such a crazy world. So wonderful, but dizzy, too.
Oh, sweet.
And now Washington, the people who know you in business, and your friends.
My friends haven't bitten anyone lately, I swear.
They'll say I'm Dowdy, small town.
They'll know better at a glance.
Where'd he dig her up, they'll say.
In just 3 hours, you'll see how wrong you are.
What?
We'll have dinner at the hotel, then a few of those friends are coming in to meet you.
No, not so soon. I'm sorry to be acting so silly, Alan. It's just that all of a sudden
All of a sudden, if you don't stop being silly, you'll be kissed right here before the watching thousands.
Huh? Oh, golly, people are watching. Come on.
That's better.
You mustn't be impatient with me, Alan.
Never.
It's not every girl who gets swept off her feet into being Mrs. Alan Garraway.
No other girl's worth sweeping off her feet.
You're so important, that's the trouble.
I hope I am, to you.
I mean, you're Alan Garraway, the young captain of industry, inventor of the Garraway distance controller. Your picture's in practically any magazine you pick up any week.
Let's see, now, Worms will have the car waiting at that entrance over there.
And I'm just the daughter of a college professor in a small town. Alan,
Yes? Now what?
why did you marry me?
Because I love you. Because you're what I've looked for all my life and had given up hope of finding.
Is that why you looked at me the way you did?
When was this?
The day we met? You remember the day we met?
Vividly.
You looked at me as if I reminded you of someone else.
He married me not for myself, but for my resemblance.
You're making fun of me.
Well, a little, yes.
No, but I'm serious.
You're tired and adorable and asking for this right here and now.
Oh, Alan. Alan, I'll try so hard to make you a good wife.
Come along.
I will, really. I'll try.
You be happy and I'll be happy. Here we are, Wormsley.
I sent the luggage on ahead, Mr. Garraway.
Good. Wormsley, you're a shrewd man.
Sir?
Your judgment's sound. Mrs. Garraway's worried about meeting people this evening. I say she'll be the most beautiful woman in the place. Am I right?
Oh, Alan, please.
I should say, sir, that Mrs. Garraway has, nothing to fear.
Nothing. No one. In you go, darling. On your way to conquer Washington.
Oh, Alan. A few friends.
There aren't more than 30 or 40.
Yes, but look. Everyone's wearing black, and I'm wearing this awful dowdy. And my hair.
You're stunning. Come on, Mrs. Garraway. Chin up.
Oh.
Ah, Senator Pelly. My wife, Senator, Mrs. Pelly.
Hello.
How do you do?
Alan Galloway. Where's Alan? Where is Alan Galloway? Oh, here you are.
Hello, Mrs. Foster.
So, this is the girl.
And this is our neighbor in Middleburg, an old friend of my mother's, Mrs. Foster, my wife.
Good evening.
Delighted. Read you were married. Heard you were back in Washington. When are you bringing your bride down to Middleburg?
Pretty soon, I hope.
You ride, my dear.
Ride? A horse? Oh, well, I'm afraid I'm not very good at it.
We're born on horses in Middleburg. Virginia, you know. Aren't we, Alan?
Yes.
Your husband's not bad, but his brother is the boy with the light hands.
His brother?
Michael. By the way, Alan, how is Michael?
Mr. Garraway, I'm glad I found you.
What is it, Walmsley?
These papers, you've got to approve them before I leave for San Francisco.
Well, excuse me, Anne, Mrs. Foster.
Certainly. Alan has a brother?
Oh, he's the horseman of the family. How well I remember them both. Michael sailing over my fence like a bird, with Alan straggling behind.
Alan didn't... Well, that is, I didn't know.
Well, when you see Michael, give him my love.
Yes.
Or perhaps I should say, if you see him. That's much more accurate. If you see Michael Galloway, remember an old friend to him.
That wasn't so bad, was it, darling?
What?
The few friends went off very well. They loved you.
Oh.
Here, let me help you with that zipper.
Oh, thank you.
How about going down to Middleburg this coming week? See the family mansion where I was born and grew up. One of the wife's chores, you know.
I'd like that. Alan?
I'm more tired than I realized. Got a full morning schedule of appointments.
I was surprised when Mrs. Foster mentioned your brother.
There'll probably be a wire from Wormsley before the day's done to complicate things further.
Alan!
All right, ask it. Why hadn't I told you I had a brother? That's what you want to know. Ask it.
Well, darling, not really. I mean, it's not important at all.
First day in Washington, spoiled by him. That's typical. Good old Mike.
You don't have to tell me anything if it's painful to you.
No, I want to. I've got to. You'll meet people who knew Mike, who loved him. Everybody did. Mother adored him. He was her favorite. I also ran.
Oh.
Mike ran the family business. I was the engineer. While I was working on my flight control, I almost never saw Mike. He had no time for me. I didn't mind. We were busy making money hand over fist. Then we began to run out of money. I couldn't understand why.
Alan, you don't mean...
Mike had bought a ranch about 30 miles outside San Francisco. He gave big parties, collected horses and girls. Well, I called in my own auditors. It was worse than I'd feared.
Your own brother stealing from you? Oh, Alan.
He laughed at me. I had the proof, but he knew I'd never do anything while Mother was alive. And when she died, Mike disappeared. I don't know where he went.
He disappeared because he was afraid of what you might do.
Maybe. But Mike's not afraid of me. I keep remembering his face the last time I saw him, the hate that was on it for me.
Oh, don't, darling. You're punishing yourself.
If anything, I'm afraid of him.
He can't hurt us. Don't you see? If we hold on to each other and never let him come between us.
Why should he? What has he to do with us?
Well, I only meant
Nothing must come between us, ever.
No, Alan.
I need you, Anne, more than you know.
Oh, that makes me so proud. You may have a no-good brother, but you'll have a good wife, Alan. I'll learn. I'll be like your friends to please you. As smart as they are, as knowing
If
as...
you do, I'll kill you. Come here to me.
Oh, Alan, Alan.
Who do you belong to, darling?
You.
That's all that matters to me.
Is it, darling? Is it?
Yes. And if you ever forget that, you'll be very, very sorry.
What beautiful country, Alan. I've never been in Virginia before. How much further?
Oh, we're about there.
You know, we haven't passed anything that looked like a house for ages.
No, we're pretty isolated.
You know what? Middleburg sounds like heaven.
Looks a little like heaven at this time of year.
I mean, what you told me about no phones.
Oh.
No one can get at you there. No conferences, no interviews, no phone calls. I will have my husband all to myself. And that'll be heaven.
You won't be bored?
Don't be silly. Will you?
I quote my wife. Don't be silly.
No, tell me, really. Will you hate very much being cooped up for days with me alone?
Why should I?
I don't know. I just can't help noticing.
What, Anne?
Well, when we're alone, when we aren't with people, A lot of the glow you have seems to go out of you. Oh, I know it's because you love people. You sort of shine with them and... Oh, look!
That's it, darling.
Alan, it's a dream. So beautiful.
Might be a cold dream, except for George. It's been closed over a year.
George?
He's the caretaker, been with our family all his life. Old retainer, you might say. Those are the stables over there, and the garage. Here we are.
Our house. Alan, think of it. This lovely old place, our house. Oh!
Bait, stop that. Bait!
Oh, he's a beautiful dog. Here, boy, here, come see me.
He won't come near you while I'm around. It's one of the tragedies of my life that dogs don't care for me.
Oh, shame on you, darling. That's supposed to be a sign of bad character.
Don't I know it? Well, George.
Hello, Mr. Allen. Ma'am, mighty happy. Mighty happy.
The dog doesn't even know me anymore, George. Frightened Ann here half to death.
Oh, he didn't, Alan.
Thought you were going to give him away.
I tried, Mr. Allen, but he kept coming back. How you been, Mr. Allen?
Fine, thanks. Place looks all right.
Yes, it's so beautifully kept. So neat.
Thank you, ma'am.
Take the bags, will you, George? Come on, darling.
Got everything all ready. Soon as your wire come.
Alan, if you try to carry me over the threshold, I'm warning you. I'll scream.
Don't worry. You weigh too much.
Oh!
This house you take possession of standing up, my sweet.
Darling, I was noticing from our bedroom window... Oh, George.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought you were Mr. Allen.
He going out to the stables, ma'am. Anything I can get for you, ma'am?
Well, you can open all the shutters you find closed. I've been doing that, and the house is coming to life already.
Yes, ma'am. House needed to be lived in, or it's close to being like a tomb.
What a gloomy thought, George. I'm going to put flowers around.
Yes, ma'am. I got some outside.
And a fire in the fireplace would help.
I'll get a fire going pretty quick. Pretty quick, ma'am.
Oh, George.
Ma'am?
I've been noticing there are no family pictures around anywhere.
No, ma'am.
I've heard about Mr. Allen's mother. I'd like to know what she looked like.
Well, there used to be pictures, ma'am, but Mr. Allen took 'em all up to the attic. Maybe a cup of tea, ma'am, to warm you.
Well, that would be nice. George.
Eh?
About Mr. Allen's brother.
Mr. Michael?
Yes, I was wondering...
Yes, ma'am?
This piano isn't locked, is it? Nope. Make that tea strong, will you, George?
Yes, ma'am. Make it right to taste.
Stop it! Stop it!
Alan! Oh, I didn't hear you come in. What's the matter?
Why are you playing that piece? Why?
Well,
Answer me. What made you play that piece?
Well, I play it often. What's the matter, darling? It's a piece my father taught me. Why? What is it?
Your father?
Yes.
Your father taught you that?
Yes, Alan.
Yes, he plays. I'd forgotten. It's a coincidence, of course. That's a piece anyone might play, isn't it?
Yes, dear. Oh, Alan, you're shaking. You're ice cold.
I'm sorry. It got me for a second. You see, my mother died at this piano.
Oh.
Playing that piece.
My poor darling.
You know, Middleburg isn't all happy memories for me.
I know. I wish I could have known your mother. She must have been a wonderful person. Just think, you grew up hearing that piece played by her. I grew up hearing it played by my father. That's a sort of bond between us, one we didn't know about, isn't it?
Yes. Well, I'll clean up a bit. It's messy down at the stables.
Yeah, the tea, ma'am. Strong, like I say.
Did you bring the cocktails too, George?
Yes, sir, Mr. Allen. Got 'em all ready for shaking.
Good boy. I won't be 2 minutes, darling.
All right. Oh, George, you set a table there by the fire and let me shake the cocktails.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Garraway must have been a wonderful woman, George.
Yes, ma'am, she was.
She was an invalid for years, Mr. Allen said.
That's right. She lay up there in the bed, never complaining, always smiling.
This piano must have been a great comfort to her when she did get up.
Piano, ma'am?
I know what it can mean to an invalid to be able to play. My mother did a little, and she got...
Oh, no, ma'am. Miss Garraway never played the piano. She used to say she knowed only two things, Flowers and boys.
Mrs. Garraway never played the piano.
She never touched no piano no time.
But she died sitting at this piano, didn't she?
No, ma'am. She died upstairs. In bed.
Well, was I as good as my word, or was I? 2 minutes flat. Those cocktails ready, darling?
Yes.
We can use these, huh? George, bring on the food. We're eating by the fire, aren't we?
Yes.
Good, I'm starved.
Yes, sir. Right away, Mr. Allen.
George's cocktails, the best. Almost good enough for you. Well, here we are. A toast.
Toast
To us, darling.
to us.
And a better understanding of your husband. That isn't always easy, Anne. But you've got to try. For both our sakes, you've got to try.
A toast between husband and wife, to us, all seemingly serene, but under the veneer of joviality is an unshakable feeling of doubt. Is this distrust well-founded? We will return shortly to discover. Now, Act Two of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Robert Taylor with Gertrude Warner. In the 4 months of their marriage, Alan had revealed many things to Anne. Washington society, the family house at Middleburg, the prestige that went with the Garraway name. But also he had revealed to her a sense of fear. Fear of a shadow, of a ghost, for the brother Alan hated so bitterly kept looking in from the past. 4 crowded months, and now Mr. and Mrs. Garraway are in San Francisco in one of the better restaurants. There is a line of waiting patrons. Alan and Anne move toward the velvet rope that is guarded by the maitre d'hotel.
But see here, Captain, I have 5 guests. We've been waiting 20 minutes already.
I am sorry, sir, but without a reservation.
Evening, Antoine.
Mr. Garraway, how do you do, sir? This way, please, Mr. Garraway.
We didn't have a reservation.
No.
Well, that captain's a cheat.
No, not quite. This happens to be my favorite spot in San Francisco. He knows me. I always...
I don't blame you, darling.
What?
That girl who robbed you suddenly of the power of speech. She's stunning. Do you know her?
Yes.
Hello there.
Even close up.
Hello, Sylvia. This is my wife, Anne. Anne, this is Sylvia Burton, an old San Francisco friend of mine.
Miss Burton?
Hello. Alan, you make that sound like old Frisco Sal or something. Isn't this place mobbed?
Yes.
So nice to have met you, Mrs. Garraway.
Goodbye.
Your regular table, Mr. Garraway.
Thank you, Antoine.
The usual, sir?
The usual.
Pierre, martinis for Mr. Garraway.
Who is she, Alan?
Who? Oh, Sylvia? An old friend.
An old girlfriend?
Not really. Jealous?
You bet. She's lovely. Too lovely for an old girlfriend.
You've got it all over her, in every way.
Well, thank you, darling, but don't be so violent.
But you've learned to dress and do your hair. She doesn't touch you. People wouldn't even notice her with you in the room.
Alan, you're wonderful. The perfect husband. Catty about every other woman.
Good evening, Mr. Garraway.
Oh, Wormsley.
Mrs. Garraway.
Hello, Mr. Wormsley.
Pull up a chair.
Sorry to intrude, but my plane just got in. Things are in a tangle in Seattle, sir. You'd best have a look at these papers right away.
Will you excuse me, Alan?
Of course, darling. What's it about, Wormsley?
You may have to fly up there tomorrow.
I'll go right through here. Well, hello again.
Oh, hello, Miss Burton.
How do you like San Francisco, Mrs. Garraway?
Wonderful. So many bridges.
Yes. So many to cross. What do you hear from Michael?
Oh, nothing much. The light here isn't too good for powdering, is it?
Soft lights are kind to women everywhere except in powder rooms. Where is Michael, anyway?
We don't know. quite.
Oh. Well, he hasn't written anyone here, that I know. Did you ever meet him?
No, I'm looking forward to it. What's he like, Miss Burton?
Well, he isn't handsome.
Oh, I thought not. I imagine he and Alan are quite different.
Quite. You know, there have been some pretty unpleasant rumors about Michael.
Have there? I hate rumors. Gossip.
So do I. Rumor wasn't the right word. I've had a funny feeling lately that Michael might be dead.
Oh, no. I'm sure Alan would know.
Yes. Why do you look at me like that?
When I first saw you, I wondered who it was you reminded me of. Seeing us both in the mirror, I know. It's me.
Really?
Well, it's not our features exactly. Nothing you can put your finger on. Just something intangible. Did you notice?
No. I'm expected back at my table. Good night, Mrs. Galloway.
Miss Burton.
Yes?
Before you go... Oh, nothing. Never mind. Good night, Miss Burton.
That is a rotten time to be taking off to Seattle, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Well, the time's not as bad as the weather. Looks like rain.
Don't come out the airstrip with me. Wormsley.
Everything you'll need is in this briefcase, sir.
Thank you. Mrs. Garraway will drop you at the plant.
Thank you.
I'll call you tonight, Ann.
All right, Alan. Get back as soon as you can.
2 or 3 days at the most. Wormsley, if she wants the moon, get it for her.
Goodbye, Mr. Garraway.
Goodbye. Take care of yourself.
You too, darling.
Would you like to watch the takeoff?
Oh, no. No, with Alan aboard, I get the shivers. Oh, please get in, Mr. Wormsley. Stop at Mr. Garraway's office on the way home, Robert, please. You know, I've never seen it.
What?
My husband's office. Is it awfully important looking?
I'd be happy to show it to you, Mrs. Garraway.
Thank you. Sometime. Mr. Wormsley, what was it like when it all started? The plant, I mean. The business.
Very small.
Was it?
A payroll of 6 men at the beginning.
Alan and you and his brother Michael.
Jennings, Harris, and Carl Stoyer. 6.
How interesting. Are they still on the payroll?
Carl Stoyer is dead. The others are still around.
Alan mentioned a ranch where Michael spent a lot of his time. What's happened to it?
Why, Mr. Garraway took it over.
Oh, you mean it belongs to my husband now?
Oh, yes.
Where is it, Mr. Wormsley? How far?
Oh, about 30 miles.
That might be a nice drive someday. Did you know Michael very well?
No. The plant property begins here. It covers 4 acres now. I'd be happy to show you through the plant whenever you like, Mrs. Garraway.
Thank you. You know, I'd like to drive out to the ranch.
Well, I'm afraid that's not very practical.
Why?
Well, I mean to say it's isolated. The fog is bad at this time of year. There's a caretaker, but he doesn't live there.
It sounds lovely. Will you get the keys for me, please?
Mrs. Garraway.
Yes?
If you'll ask the chauffeur to pull up here, please. My office is in this building.
Oh, yes, certainly. Robert, stop at this building, please. And, about the keys.
I'll send them to you first thing in the morning.
Thank you, Mr. Wormsley. That's very nice of you. Goodbye.
Hello? Yes, Wormsley? I'm in the middle of a conference up here. What? I see. Well, send her the keys. And Wormsley, thanks for letting me know. Thanks very much.
Oh, it's lovely. What a lovely, warm place. Open to the sun. Doesn't look as though it had been neglected at all. Or the house shut up.
How do you do?
Oh, you startled me. I didn't see you. I'm Mrs. Allen Garraway. Are you the caretaker?
Yes.
Well, please go ahead with what you're doing. I'm just going to look around the house, Mr.
Gordon.
Do you mind telling me, did you know Michael Garroway?
Yes, I'm a close neighbor up the road.
What was he like to you?
Well, that's hard to say, ma'am.
You know, the more I hear of him, the more confused I am. It's also contradictory. He's either hated very much or loved very much. What did you think of him, honestly?
I knew him well only toward the end.
The end?
Of his stay here, Mrs. Garroway.
Oh.
I think he'd lost a lot of faith in people. He was bitter.
His house doesn't look bitter.
No. No, it's a good house. Peaceful.
It's more. It's a home. Someone's home. I haven't seen a home since I left mine, but you always know. Oh, is this his guitar?
Yeah.
A guitar. At Middleburg, there are books in the library with his name on the flyleaf. Books of poetry. What kind of songs did he play?
Almost anything, I suppose.
That was silly of me. What kind of songs do you play on a guitar? Well, he had no reason to be.
I beg pardon, Miss Garroway?
Bitter. I don't see what he had to be bitter about. I think he's a very foolish man. My husband says... Well, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm bothering you with all this.
No, it's very interesting, Mrs. Garroway.
And you're very patient, Mr. Gordon. Thank you.
You'll be all right here in the house alone?
Oh, yes, quite all right. Goodbye, Mr. Gordon.
Goodbye, Mrs. Garroway.
What kind of songs do you play on a guitar? What kind of songs did he play?
Very pretty, Mrs. Garroway.
Oh.
Beautiful music. My favorite. Thank you.
Alan, when did you... How did you
I
get...
came down from Seattle, Anne, to meet you here.
Did you? Why?
I think you know why, Anne.
Well, no.
I asked you not to pry. I asked you to forget Mike, not to let him or anything else come between us.
Alan, dearest, you didn't come back just because...
Wormsley telephoned. He said you'd ask for the keys. I thought it was important to come. If we don't understand each other now, Anne, we'd better before something else happens.
Was it so wrong of me to come here?
You're my wife. You've never even seen him, and yet he's got a hold on you. He always knew how to make trouble for me. He had a diabolical cleverness about that.
You keep saying had and knew, as if... Is Michael dead, Alan?
How should I know if he's dead? I hope so. How I hope so.
Alan, how can
How much
you?
do you think I can stand? All my life, and now this, now you. All right, you came here to find out about him. What have you found? I'm here to help. Let's find it together.
Oh, darling, don't.
This room was his. What's in it that is Mike? Shelves of books and phonograph records. What's this one? Schubert's Trio in B-flat major? Well, he won't need that.
Alan!
Books on philosophy, poetry, pretty little volumes of verse like this one, paper covered. You'd like this, Anne, but you don't want to read it, do you? You don't want to read it?
Don't.
What else? Yes, his guitar. Give it to me.
Oh.
He played cowboy songs, but he knew other songs, too, sentimental, romantic songs, especially if you were some other man's girl.
Alan, I'm sorry.
You're sorry, but that doesn't help. Why couldn't you have had the decency to do what I asked? Anything you want to know, I'll tell you. Understand? Come to me. Not to natives or Wormsley or bellboys in hotels. Come to me. I'll tell you anything.
You've no right to shout at me, Alan. No right.
No right.
Whatever I did was for us.
For us?
Yes. To try to find out what's come between us because of him. To try to understand. It's our life together he's hurting, our marriage, and I want our marriage, don't you see?
We'd better start back. Get your coat. I'll wait for you in the car.
Are you going to check the desk for messages?
No one knows I'm back.
Garroway. Call for Mr. Garroway.
Someone does.
Wormsley, it can wait.
Going up, please. Step back in the car.
Call for Mr. Garroway.
10, please.
12, please. Garroway. Didn't I hear him being paged yesterday in Seattle?
Probably. He gets around.
I don't know him, but I hear he's worked the same magic with his wife that he does with everything else.
Sensational renovation.
My dear, Harriet saw her in Washington when they were first married. She says the girl couldn't have looked dowdier.
10th floor.
Pardon us, please.
Oh, sorry.
Gossiping old women. Now, Anne, you're going to be thrown by some cheap gossip?
No. I'm thrown by the truth.
Meaning what?
I was pretty dowdy that first night in Washington. You expected me to be, didn't you, Alan?
What?
Yes. You wanted me to meet your friends before I looked right. You wanted to show them the before so you could take the credit for the after.
You crazy. Why on earth should I want to do that?
Alan Garraway's wife, his very own invention. Now I have a glimmering of why you married me.
And listen to me.
I looked amazingly like another girl. A girl you couldn't have. You thought if you could make me outshine her, if you could do it.
You're mad, Anne.
Yes, I think sometimes I am.
Anne, things between us... Well, it's hard to talk right now. What I did today was unforgivable. I'll never speak to you that way again. Are you listening to me, Anne?
Yes.
I want to tell you I love you. I want our marriage, too.
Yes.
I'll go back to Seattle alone. You'll have a couple of days to think. And when you do, try to keep a little old-fashioned trust. Do you understand, Anne?
Yes.
Old-fashioned trust and blind faith in us, in our marriage. It's got to work, Anne. It's got to. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Alan. Oh, Miss Burton.
Come in.
It was awfully nice of you to see me.
You wanted to ask me something, Mrs. Garraway, and I'm curious about a few things myself. Won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you.
You're a funny girl to get tied up with Alan Garraway.
Miss Burton, the reason I came here...
I don't like him, you know. In fact, I despise him. Does that answer one of your questions?
Not quite. I love him.
All right, you love him. Then what can I tell you about him?
It's Michael I don't know anything about. And for certain reasons, I think I should.
I can imagine.
My marriage, my happiness, my whole future seems to depend on it. All I know is there was a frightful quarrel between him and Alan.
Alan said it was about money, didn't he?
Yes.
Bunk. Mike never worried about money. I used to think he'd be really happy if he went broke and could retire to his ranch and raise tomatoes.
Did you ever see it? The ranch?
No. Wondering how close we were, Mrs. Garraway? Well, we weren't. Mike had a funny sense of loyalty. Because he met me through Alan, Well, Mike was that thing you have to look for with a microscope. A gentleman.
Miss Burton.
And Alan spreads filthy lies about him stealing money.
I believe my husband, Miss Burton.
You wouldn't be here if you believed your husband, Mrs. Garraway. Mike liked people, not money. A lot of people. One of them was an old man named Stoyer. Carl Stoyer.
Yes, he was one of the original members of the company.
Yes. He died.
I know. Mr. Wormsley told me that.
Mike was pretty broken up about it. He went out to the ranch and stayed there until he disappeared. That was the last anyone ever saw of him, except your husband. He was seen out there one night by a rancher.
Alan told me. He said there was a party going on.
Party? Mike never gave parties. They were alone. Just the two of them.
What do you mean?
I discovered your husband was probably the last person to see Mike alive. Because I think he's dead, Mrs. Garraway.
You think that...
Ask your husband what I think. Lots of us would like to know. What happened at that last meeting? What kind of a fight was it? What happened to Mike Garraway?
What happened to Mike Garraway? When our play resumes, we will hear the answer to the burning question. Now, Act 3 of Undercurrent, the MGM Theater of the Air presentation starring Robert Taylor with Gertrude Warner. Anne thought she knew Alan Garraway when she married him, but what she really knew was the facade of the person. But what was behind this personable presence so attractive to a woman? Could it be that he was a murderer? That he had committed fratricide? Why had Alan's brother Michael disappeared? An event of importance happened at Michael's ranch that only Alan was aware of, and Alan was a sphinx. But why? Haunted by doubt and uncertainty, Anne decided to return to the peace and quiet of Middleburg. There she finds the faithful George, strangely disturbed and not happy at the intrusion.
I'm mighty sorry, Miss Garraway. Didn't know he was coming till an hour ago. Mrs. Foster's boy come over.
It's all right, George.
Wish I had a little time fix things up.
It's all right.
He be along soon?
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Yes, I came by train from San Francisco. He's flying in from Seattle.
Kind of wish he told me.
Told you what, George?
Well, ma'am, that you both was coming.
George, I don't think you're very pleased to see me.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Real pleased.
Listen.
A place likes you, Miss Garraway. Seems to...
Isn't that your dog? Bait?
Yes. He's down by the stables making that ruckus.
Never heard him sound so happy.
Happy, ma'am? Oh, he's just noisy.
Ah, that's a deliriously happy dog, or I never heard one. Who's down there, George?
Nobody, ma'am. No, nobody. Only Bait.
How do you know?
Ain't nobody at the place, ma'am. Only me and Bait.
I'll just go down and have a look.
Ma'am, don't.
George, what is it? What is it?
Nothing, Mrs. Garraway.
Take my bags in the house, please. I'll be in a minute.
Won't be nothing in those stables, ma'am. You see.
Bait? Here, boy. Here, come see me. Here, Bait. Well, Bait, you are happy. I knew it. Oh, that tail of yours does wag, after all. We're friends, aren't we, Bait? What are you trying to tell me? Bait, is he here? Michael? He is. Isn't he, Bait? Of course he is. That's why you're so happy. Michael's here. He's alive. And he's hiding. He's hiding because everything Alan said about him is true. He doesn't dare show his face. But he's alive. And I thought Alan had... Oh, Alan, darling. Forgive me.
George leaving the garage doors open to swing in the wind again. I tell him 100 times, still does no good.
Alan.
What?
Hello, Alan.
Mike, you...
Now, take it easy, Al. I don't want to see you any more than you want to see me, but we got to have a talk, Al.
We have nothing to talk about.
You're wrong. We have to talk about your wife.
My...
No, I said take it easy. I met your wife at the ranch. It's sheer accident. She thought I was the caretaker, and we talked a bit. She's a fine person, Alan. She's too good for you.
Mike, I'm warning you.
You know what I mean. You're going to give her up.
No.
Yes, you are. You can't help yourself. I'm going to blackmail you, Alan.
If a man sets out to blackmail, he'd better have a club.
I got one. My club is Carl Stoyer.
Stoyer?
Mm-hmm. The old man. Old Carl and what happened to him.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. And let me tell you. Stoyer died one night down the cellar of his little house in San Francisco, where he was working on an invention, people said.
Every man in the plant was working on an invention.
Mm-hmm. That's right. But old Carl was different in two ways. You had talked to him about his invention, and he died. The others didn't, but Carl Stoyer died.
That's your club? Crazy, senile inventor who...
I haven't swung my club yet, Al.
Well, swing it. I'm not going to stand here forever while you get around to it.
All right. Al, there was an accident. That's what the coroner decided. Stoyer fell down the cellar steps.
And he's dead and buried. What's it got to do with me?
I don't think it was an accident. I think he was killed by someone. Someone who wanted that invention. Someone who got it. It took me 2 years to dope that out. Is Wormsley the only other one who's guessed? Because you're paying him off. Aren't you, Al?
I want you to get out, Mike. Get out now.
Stoyer died in April. In June, 2 months later, the Garraway distance controller came on the market.
That was mine.
It was Carl Stoyer's. But it made millions for you. It gave you power, prestige, glory of a kind. I wonder, though, was it worth killing for, Alan?
You think you can prove any of this?
Maybe not in court, but it would ruin you. There it is, Alan. That's the club.
And you'd swing it, wouldn't you, Mike?
You've got to give her up, Al. You can keep all the rest, but not this girl.
What you're saying to me, I could have killed you. Once I could have killed you.
I believe you're capable of trying.
No, not anymore. Mike, I can't give her up. I can't.
How can you think you have a right to her?
Because I love her. Listen to me, Mike. For the first time in my life, I can say I love. Not I hate, I envy, I fear, but I love. If I lose her, I'm through. With her, I've got a chance to change, like you said Mother always wanted. Don't you see that, Mike?
You're a liar. You always were a liar.
Not now, Mike. You've seen her. You know. I'm not lying when I say I love her. Mike, give me a break.
Every time I gave you a break, I've regretted it.
I'm begging you, Mike. She loves me. She's helping me. She's the only thing in all my life I've ever been sure of. Having her, being sure of her, it's made me want to try to be something, really be something, in myself. What you and Mother always said, and I never understood before.
Yeah?
Take the other things, but not her, Mike. Not her.
I thought I had you all figured, Al. That you were beyond anything that anybody could do. Now you made me take a look at myself. My motives in coming here.
You'll give me this one break. You've got to, Mike.
I'd take her from you if I could. I guess my reasons are more confused than I thought. I'm not so noble after all.
Well, what do you say? You'll forget that club, won't you, Mike? Won't you?
I suppose you could change. Maybe you have. Maybe she's done it. All right. You won't see me again.
Thanks, Mike.
I'll get as far away as I can, and I won't come back. Unless I'm needed. Now remember that, Al. Unless I'm needed.
Who's there? Who's it? Oh, Alan.
Hello, Anne.
I didn't hear you. It was so late, I thought you'd waited over till morning. Oh, what time is it?
Almost 5 o'clock.
Oh, you came in so quietly.
I want to wake you.
Come over here near the light.
Yes?
You had a successful trip to Seattle.
Not particularly.
Oh? The way you were smiling, I thought... Well, something has happened to please you very much, though.
Oh, yes.
Tell me.
In the morning.
No, now. Oh, Alan, I'm so glad to see you. So glad. If you knew how I... Well, why are you laughing?
A private joke, darling.
Alan, you know what you said, what we both said about wanting our marriage to work?
Yes?
It almost didn't, Alan.
It almost didn't.
Because I couldn't have the blind faith and old-fashioned trust you mentioned.
You couldn't, Anne?
But now, I must tell you this tonight. Now it's all right, darling.
Yes, it is.
You can see that, can't you?
I must tell you something, too, Anne.
Oh, no. Just say you love me.
I've seen him. I've seen him, and he's gone.
You've seen who?
Michael. I've seen him, and I've beaten him.
Alan, what? How? Beaten?
Yes, because he's a fool. He's always been. A stupid, sentimental fool. I'm rid of him, do you hear? Anne? I'm free, and he's gone. He's gone, Anne.
He was here then.
Oh, yes. Be happy, darling. For me, for us, be happy.
You've beaten him?
What's the matter?
Nothing.
You aren't happy.
Yes, Alan, I am.
You aren't. Why?
Well, I'm so confused.
Why should you be confused?
Well, I don't know what I thought, but people told me you lied about Michael.
You believed I lied about him?
Yes. Well, no. Oh, it doesn't matter now.
It does matter now.
I was so wrong about him, Alan. Everybody was.
Who's everybody? Who did you speak to about him?
Well, Sylvia Burton.
Sylvia, what did she say?
She said, you know, she loved Michael. She said she thought you had killed him.
You believed her.
I didn't know. Oh, I've been so miserable, Alan.
Are you glad she was wrong?
Yes, yes, yes.
Then why are you crying? Why are you unhappy?
I don't know.
I'll tell you why. You're in love with Michael, Anne.
Oh, no.
You're in love with him, aren't you? Aren't you?
No, how could I be in love with someone I've never even seen?
Seen a lot of him. A book of poems, records, a guitar, the house he lived in. You know why you believed Sylvia Burton? Because you wanted to. You never believed me. You don't believe me now.
Stop it, Alan. Stop!
Why do you lie to yourself? When you thought he was dead, you died. That was it.
Alan, let me go.
That's the truth. Don't you deny
Alan,
it.
please.
What do you want to do, Anne? Leave me? Leave me for Michael?
Let me go.
Go to him? I told you you'd never leave me. Remember, Anne? I said I'd never let you go. You didn't believe that either, you fool, you idiot. I'll have to show you to prove to you.
George! Where are you, George? George!
Anne! Wait! Anne! Locked, the little fool. Anne, where are you? Not here. Out the other door, down the back stairs. Anne? It's Alan. Wait for me. Wait for me. The garden's no place to hide, Anne. I'll find you. It's getting light. Don't call for George. I send George away into town. You're alone, Anne. You and me. Anne! Where are you? Wait for me! You can see me, Anne. If you're in this garage, you can see me. Don't let this whip frighten you. Come to me, Anne. You might as well give up, Anne. It's no use. I'll find you. Stables. Of course, she's hiding in the stables. Anne? Did you hear me? About the whip? Don't be afraid of the whip, Anne. Fear's no good. I know. I've lived with it a long time. Now I'm rid of it. In one of these empty stalls, I can feel that. So, I go from stall to stall. Shut up, you black devil. Black devil, yes, I know you. You're Michael's stallion, aren't you? The horse I could never break. Only Michael. You'd never carry me, would you? You should have. You should have. You should have.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Well, the next stall. Crouching down in the next stall to the devil horse, huh? Two of a kind, aren't you? Both belong to Michael.
You've got to have the same treatment. Two of the kind.
Ellen,
Never felt a whip, but you will. You will.
Look out! The standard!
Come for me, will you?
He's rearing! Look out!
How you feel this morning, Miss Garraway?
Oh, better every day, George. Between you and my father taking such good care of me, how can I help it?
You know, this sunshine out here helps too, ma'am.
Sunshine chases bad dreams, George. So does Father's piano playing.
Your father going into town, Miss Garraway.
What?
That ain't him playing the piano.
Oh. You've come. You've come.
Hello, Anne.
The caretaker at the ranch. You're Michael.
Mm-hmm. You sent for me, Anne?
Yes, I wanted to see you. It seems I'm a very rich woman. I don't know how much there is, but I don't want it. It belongs to you.
We can arrange all that later.
Yes, later. Oh, but the ranch, that belongs to you. That could never belong to anyone else.
Seemed to belong to you that day.
You know, I didn't send for you just about the money. I wanted to know you.
Now that you do,
I'm happy to know you, Michael.
we have a lot to talk about.
Yes.
We'll have a long time to do it, won't we?
I hope so, Mike. I hope a very long time.
Robert Taylor will be back with you in just a moment. Well, Bob, it's quite a thing for the MGM Theater of the Air to have you as the star.
Well, from the way these shows are going, it's quite a privilege to be on one.
It's nice of you to say that, Bob. We like a little plug.
As who doesn't?
Well, your name is a household word, and there's no point in plugging your wonderful career because the audience is ahead of us. But it's rather interesting to note that you've gone Western on us.
Yes, I've made two Westerns. One is Ambush, which is playing around now.
And doing very well, I might add.
The other is Devil's Doorway, where I play an Indian.
A UGH Indian?
Well, no, not exactly. The studio boys think that Devil's Doorway is a little more realistic and gives more of a picture of the true plight of the Indian at the time when they were being crowded off this part of the map.
Well, that sounds like entertaining film fare. Everybody likes cowboys and Indians.
I hope you're right.
Well, Ambush has proved something already, and I think Devil's Doorway will clinch it.
Thank you, Howard.
And thank you, Robert Taylor.
Robert Taylor appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Key to the City, starring Clark Gable, Loretta Young, Frank Morgan, and Marilyn Maxwell. Gertrude Warner was heard as Anne, and Carl Swenson played Michael. Original music composed and conducted by Joel Herron. The program was directed by Marks B. Loeb and produced by Raymond Katz. the MGM Theater of the Air. Our star this week, Brian Ahern. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Vice President of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and noted writer of many Broadway musical hits, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Thank you. The full-hour play you are about to hear on the MGM Theater of the Air is H.M. Pullum, Esquire. This is a dramatization of the successful Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer movie, which was, in turn, based on the popular novel by J.P. Marquand. It is a domestic comedy of life in the traditional Back Bay section of Boston, Massachusetts. Our star this week is the engaging and talented stage and screen star, Brian Ahern. In just a moment now, the MGM Theater of the Air will present Brian Ahern in H.M. Pullum, Esquire. Was H.M. Pullum, Esquire, a man or a machine? Certainly the routine of his day was as exact as a precision instrument. Up each morning at 7:30, not 7:29 or 7:31. Down the stairs of his house in Back Bay, Boston at 8. Breakfast, the same breakfast. Then a walk across the Boston Common, each day by an identical route, bringing him to his office on Tremont Street at 9, not 8:59 or 9:1. Day in, day out, week in, week out, year in, year out. Occasionally, of an evening, there would be dinner or bridge at a friend's. Afterwards, while Kay, his wife, prepared for bed, Harry Pullum would linger in his study, nodding to the ticking of the grandfather clock. There had to be a grandfather clock. On this particular evening, Harry sits at his desk, varying the conventional routine by having a pen in his hand. The clock is ticking. Harry is thinking. It is a great effort.
Now, what can you write down for a thing like this? For your class history? Even for your Harvard class history, 25 years afterward. Harry Moulton Pullum, born December the 15th, 1896. Looks like a tombstone. Why did I let Bojo get me into this, writing the class history? For our 25th anniversary. Bojo's still at it, still making the old college try, still pushing the ball over the goal line and making the rest of the team fight for him. Bojo Brown, class of 17, All-American fullback, something like that.
And this is going to be the best darn 25th reunion any class ever had.
I never realized we were all so old.
Well, that's a fine way to talk. We're not old.
We're in our middle 40s.
I'm just as good as I ever was, and so are you. Now, here's going to be your little job, Harry. You're going to be responsible for getting out the class history.
Look here, Bojo, I haven't got that time. I shouldn't have come to lunch today, only you called me, and I let you talk me into it. I just haven't the time. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, take the time. Take off your coat and spit on your hands. Get down some important facts, that's all, and then make a few remarks. It's as simple as ABC.
Simple as ABC. But is it? Funny, the most important things just don't fit into a class history. Coincidences don't belong to it either. Like today. Bojo called this morning, and then this afternoon, when I came back to the office after lunch, Miss Rollo said...
Oh, while you were at luncheon, Mrs. Ransom telephoned. She asked that you call her as soon as you return to the office. She's at the Hadley.
Huh? What'd you say?
Mrs. Ransom telephoned. She's at the Hadley.
Ransom? Don't think I know any Mrs. Ransom. What she want?
She just wanted you to call her as soon as you came in.
Well, all right. Get the Hadley. See if she's there. I met a Mr. and Mrs. Ransom on the way to Europe. Oh, a man named Ransom gave me a bid on putting in a septic tank.
Mrs. Ransom, please. One moment. She's coming on, sir.
Thank you. Hello? This is Mr. Harry Pullum.
I'm not really speaking, am I, to H.M. Pullum Esquire?
This is Harry Pullum.
Don't you know who I am?
Perhaps it's a bad connection.
No, it's Marvin. Marvin Miles.
Marvin.
Harry, are you trying to pretend you don't remember?
What in the world are you doing in Boston?
I'm here on business. You didn't know me, did you?
Oh, yes, of course, but... Well, you came out of nowhere.
Don't you want to see what I look like?
Yes, I'd like to, Marvin. I'd love to.
Then meet me at 5:30 for a cocktail. I'll be waiting for you downstairs in the Fiesta Room.
The Fiesta Room at the Hadley, 5:30. I'll remember it. Well, I remembered. I was there. I saw her. I turned around and walked out to the nearest flower shop. She must have the roses by now, and the card I sent with them.
You're so beautiful. I saw you across the room. I just couldn't bear to come in. Harry.
Why did I walk out? Was I afraid? What could I be afraid of? How could anything be on my conscience? But I behaved as if something were. I sent Marvin 24 American Beauties and brought home a gardenia for Kay. Good old Kay. Busy. On the telephone even at 6 when I reached home.
How'd it go, Gracie? She wasn't such a fool as to invite that horrible man to the Lesters. Oh, hurry, dear. You're awfully late. They're expecting us at 7:30.
Well, there's plenty of time if my shirts are back from the laundry.
Ellen's been looking for your studs. We can't find them anywhere.
That girl sent my studs to the wash
Oh,
again.
do be quiet, dear. It's only Harry, Gracie, the age-old hunt for studs. Of course, personally, I don't see why Jerome ever married her. I think he's a perfect nitwit.
Well, to come right down to it, why does anyone marry anyone? Well, why does anyone marry anyone? Where does it begin? It's easy to know where some things begin. Father told me he registered me at St. Swithin's School 3 minutes after I was born. That's where he went, where his father went, and Father took me when I was 12. Delivered me personally in the old touring car, model 1908. It was an important moment for both of us.
Someday you'll be grown up, Harry, and I want you to be a gentleman. In life, sometimes it's puzzling to know what to do, but you'll know if you've been taught to be a gentleman. I know you're going to have a fine time, but if you don't, be certain you don't let anyone know about it. Well, I guess that's about all.
And he drove off, leaving a very lonely little 12-year-old behind him. But not half so lonely as when I went to dancing school the first time. Kay was there, chubby, prim, proper, complete with curls like all the other little girls. And I was just like all the other little boys, I suppose. Starched Eton collar, white gloves, awkward, all feet.
I've got a dog, a cocker. His name is Flopsy. Don't try to slide so much. And keep time to the music. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
And after St. Swithin's, in due course, Harvard, the Yard, the Stadium, and Bojo. Bojo Brown, All-American, holding forth in his room with his injured leg in a cast. Bojo, telling his teammates,
You all know I'm not gonna be in there with you tomorrow. But you're gonna beat the living Hades out of Yale whether I'm there or not. All I can say is, give it to him, fellas. Give it to those Eli's.
That was Bojo, all right. And Bojo hasn't changed much. He was Harvard for me, and so was Bill King. Dry, wise, cynical, beloved Bill King. Maybe Bill was a touch wiser than most of us. Maybe not. Our class of 17 didn't have time to find out. We graduated and we went off to war. It wouldn't be right to mention in a class history that I was decorated. It'd sound like boasting, I'm afraid. But when I came back from France in 1919, we landed in New York, and there was Bill.
Well, go ahead and tell me how you won the war.
Oh, I'd rather not talk about it.
Okay, kid. It's funny how you fellas act when you first get back, but don't worry. You'll get over it in a week or two.
Yeah, I suppose so. But, Bill, when I called the family, I knew I didn't want to hurry home to Boston.
With Kay Motford up there?
Kay? You know Kay?
Oh, don't you remember? You brought me home to lunch one Sunday 2 years ago. Your mother had invited her. You called her a drip or something. No judgment on your part, Pullum.
Yes, well. Anyway, I don't feel like going home. I can't explain it. I suppose it's the war.
You don't have to explain it. You were brought up in a tiny segment of the world that's going to be non-existent. Boston. Back Bay, Boston. Beacon Hill.
Well, what about you?
Me? I'm changing just as quickly as I can. Of course, it's a lot easier for me. I've not been in your hive of bees.
Oh, you used to like our beehive.
Oh, sure, I liked it. I liked your father and your mother and your sister and all the other bees. But, Harry, you've got to get out of there. I'll get you a job. I'll get you one tomorrow.
What? Where can you get me a job?
Where I'm working. Biggest advertising agency in New York. J.T. Bullard Incorporated. Walter Kaufman, general manager.
So, you think you can write advertising copy, eh? No, don't answer that. We'll find out soon enough once you get out of that uniform and start scribbling. Take him out of here, King. See that he gets some civilian clothes. He can start Monday.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kaufman. I
Mr.
certainly...
Kaufman's a busy man, Harry. Come along.
They can't hire people that way.
No, can't they? Well, here's the copy department. This is where we work. And don't you stick your nose out of this cubbyhole. This is our cell.
Well, what am I going to do?
Oh, didn't I tell you? You're my assistant. And there won't be room in here for anyone else.
Is this 90-day wonder going to come in here, too?
Sure, the whole United States Army is camping here. This is Harry Pullum, Marvin Miles.
Oh, very pleased to meet you.
Well, yes. I'm running out of ideas. Always do on an empty stomach. Look over that copy, will you, Bill? See you later, I suppose.
What does she do?
The women's copy.
I never saw a girl do that before. Well, that is not a nice girl.
Do what?
Paint and powder herself in public.
Well, this isn't exactly public, is it?
Well, what do you want?
Well, I was told that you sent for me.
Oh, yes. Sit down. Over there, next to Miss Miles.
Do I have to take the lieutenant along?
Go ahead, Miss Miles.
Well, it's on the survey for Koza Flakes. I'm to knock on the door or ring the bell, and then I say, "Good morning. I haven't come here to sell anything. I have a remarkable new soap. I want to give you some to try."
Soap?
Yes, of course. Soap. Go ahead, Miss Miles.
And then I say, "I wonder if you have a moment, if you could give me something soiled to wash." Oh, do I have to do that?
It'll be a great experience for you. Make a big party. Lots of fun. You follow me, don't you, Pelham?
You mean that we're to knock on somebody's door and ask if we can wash something?
I'll tell him about it as we go along. Now, if the suitcase and packages are ready, we'll start right away.
What is it you want?
Good morning, madam. I haven't come here to sell anything.
Please go away. Mr. Frankel's not at home.
Oh, now, madam, I just want to give you some of our amazing new product to try.
Get out of here. I'll call the police.
Now, Mrs. Frankel, I don't blame you for being suspicious. It isn't every day that someone appears on your doorstep and offers to wash the dirtiest piece of clothing that you have. But that's exactly what we want to do. A little washing for you. Oh, that's all, Mrs. Frankel.
Washing?
Yes.
Come in.
Well.
Now, if you'll show me the laundry.
The laundry, he says. You mean the sink. In here.
Fine. Now, if you have...
Here's some socks.
Ah, thank you. Miss Miles, some Koza flakes in the water, please.
Oh, come on, let me do those.
Oh, don't be silly. When I was overseas, I washed socks from Boulogne to the Rhine and back to Boulogne. What's the matter? Am I doing it wrong?
Mrs. Frankel didn't know there was anyone like you. And neither did I. There was absolutely no reason for you to go so far out of your way just to see me home. I'm a big girl, you know.
After all day in the Bronx and then at the office, you know, you ought not to be out alone so late.
Oh? What do you think I generally do? Well, here we are. Will you come up?
Oh, no, thanks. I'll just see that you get in all right.
Strangely enough, I have my key.
Well, good night.
Good night, Sir Galahad.
Look, Harry, I just remembered I've got a business appointment. Now, you don't mind if I don't go to the station with you?
It's only a weekend in Boston, Bill. Don't worry about it.
Marvin will see you off, won't you, Marvin?
Oh, certainly.
Remember me to your family, especially to Kay Motford.
All right, I will. Goodbye, Bill.
So long, kid. And Marvin might even help you pack if you ask her nicely.
I always wondered what your room was like. Oh, here, I'll help you pack. You're sure to forget something.
Do you, really think it's all right for you to be up here?
You mean my reputation?
Oh, it sounds so silly when you put it that way.
You know, I don't know what you're like at all outside the office. Whose picture is this? Your mother?
Yes, that's Mother.
And that's your father?
Yes?
Oh, who's this girl? Somebody you haven't told me about?
No, I told you about her. That's my sister, Mary.
Uh-huh. Who are these boys?
Oh, those are members of the Zephyr Club, my club at Harvard.
Funny. All of you is there, isn't it? All you're going back to. It must be queer being in two places at once.
I don't know what you mean. I'm not in two places at once. But I wish you were going along.
What would they think if you brought me?
Oh, they'd like you. Once they understood you.
Well, what is there to understand?
Oh, no, nothing really. It's just that after you're used to one type of person all your life, you judge everyone else by that type. Oh, you wouldn't understand them either.
Maybe I would. I understand you. Harry, you are coming back, aren't you?
Oh, of course I am. I'll be in the office 9 o'clock Monday.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure.
Don't let them take you away, Harry. Don't let them take you away.
Now, Harry, my boy, I married your mother when I was young, and I never regretted it.
Well, Father, I haven't been thinking about getting married.
That's all right. You'll get the idea sometime.
Well, I haven't got it yet.
But you will. It's a good thing to be prepared for it. It's a good thing to be thinking of the right sort of girl. Now, I've always liked the Motfords.
Oh, now, look here, Father. Honestly, I'm not interested in Kay Motford. I don't want to marry her.
Well, someone like her, that's all. You'll settle down, and everyone else will settle down. Because certain values don't change. You'll come home to stay sooner than you think. Now, Harry, what the devil is it you do in New York?
Oh, I've been helping in a big campaign. Advertising soap.
Thunderation, you can't like a thing like that.
Oh, I do like it because something's happening all the time.
And I've spent my life trying to fix it so things wouldn't happen. What else do you do in New York?
Oh, generally work late. I'm pretty tired in the evenings.
Then you'd better make up for lost time.
Excuse me, Father.
What is it, Mary?
Mother's asking for Harry.
Oh, all right.
I'll see you later, sir.
Yes, of course. And remember what I've been saying, Harry.
Harry,
Yes?
give me a cigarette.
You allowed to smoke?
Well, what do you think I am, 15? Thanks. Harry, don't you like us anymore?
Now, what under the sun makes you ask that?
I don't know. Maybe a brother and sister can never know each other. Be fun if we did, wouldn't it? Perhaps if we got drunk together, we'd say the things we really thought.
Now, look here, Mary.
Oh, well. In case you don't know, Mother's going to try to make you stay here.
Yes?
Yes. She's in here, Harry.
Darling.
Oh, hello, Mother.
Darling, do you know how proud we are of you? All the more reason now why you must enjoy yourself while you're here, dear. Now, you're going down to Kmart for some luncheon tomorrow, aren't you? And in the afternoon, go down to the beach and see all your old friends.
Don't worry about me, Mother. I'm having a fine time. It's just that...
It's what, dear?
Well, it's just as though I'd never been away.
You will hear what happens to H.M. Pullum, Esquire, in just a moment. Now for Act Two of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Brian Ahern. Harry Moulton Pullum, age 46, is in his study in the wee hours of the morning. He is contemplating the past, that endless succession of identical days. He is racking his brain. His early life passes before him. What can there be to write for a class biography for a 25th reunion? Nothing important, that's certain.
It must have seemed strange, quite strange, to Mother and Mary and to my father that summer weekend in 1919. But most of all, the strangeness must have been apparent to Father. Forthright as always, he brought it right out into the open.
You're not serious about going back to New York, are you?
Oh, I have to be in the office Monday morning.
When are you going to stop this confounded nonsense?
It won't do any good to argue, Father.
All right, we won't go over it again. But I'm hanged if I know what's getting into everybody. Perhaps if you're back around October, we could go out after woodcock. When you were born, I thought I'd have somebody to take shooting. Funny, isn't it? Nothing ever turns out the way you think it will.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't say that, sir. It makes me feel...
I can't help the way you feel. You can't help the way I feel. I guess neither of us is very bright, Harry. So we'll just have to worry on as best we can. Good night.
Well, you're not angry with me, sir, are you?
No. No, it's no use talking. I never was any good at talking.
The train seemed to lag on that trip back to New York. I felt as if I'd never get there. But Monday morning rolled around, and with it came work, the office, and Marvin. Marvin as fresh and lovely and matter-of-fact as always.
Hello. Well, you made it.
Seems so, doesn't it?
And you don't look any different. I kept thinking you looked different. Did you miss me?
Very much.
All right. Oh, Kaufman wants us. Now remember, Kaufman is very bad on Monday mornings. Well, get some paper and pencils.
I want to tell you something.
Well, tell it quickly. What are you looking at?
Marvin,
Well, Harry, what's the matter? Is it the heat?
I don't know. I love you.
Why, whatever put that in your mind?
I don't know. But just now, when I saw you, I wanted to tell you.
Oh, darling, that's all right. I love you, too, but there isn't much we can do about it right now, is there? Come on, get your things. Kaufman's waiting.
Oh, Marvin.
Darling, you've got to learn to keep everything in its place. Tonight you'll go home, put on your dinner coat, and stop for me at 8. We're going to celebrate. Champagne and everything.
Marvin.
Yes, dear?
Oh, you're lovely in the office. But dancing on a roof garden in your new dress, you're beautiful.
And you're so wonderful in a dinner coat. You look as though you belonged in it. Not like a waiter, but like a sergeant portrait.
Well, I'd hoped I'd look like Rudolph Valentino.
Oh, darling.
I don't see what you see in me.
You wouldn't. It's because I can do so much for you.
I wish I could tell you the way I feel. Oh, when are we going to get married?
Darling, do you really want us to get married?
Why, yes, of course.
I was wondering why you were so worried. Oh, now, don't look that way. Of course I want to, but I want to be sure that we really love each other.
I'm sure I love you.
I want you to want to marry me so much that you don't care about anything else. Anything. I want you always to be happy.
What a wonderful place for dreaming. In an open carriage in Central Park.
Any place is good for dreaming, when you dream the right dreams.
Such as?
A penthouse overlooking the park. We'll have a living room with nothing but Chippendale in it. What do you want?
Nothing. I'll watch you buy it all.
That's because you've always had everything. Aren't you going to kiss me?
Yes, of course. Oh, Marvin, why are you crying?
Oh, darling, promise me something.
Anything.
Don't ever leave me.
Of course not.
Just try to forget that there is anyone but me.
Well, the summer disappeared, just melted away. The fall was exciting. We went to the football games, and before we knew it, Thanksgiving had come and gone, and the first snow was falling. The morning, the telephone rang in our office, and Bill picked it up.
Yeah? No, Boston. Take it, Harry.
Oh, it's the family, I suppose. Hello?
Harry, is that you?
Yes?
This is Mary. Did you get my letter?
Get nearer the phone. I can't hear you.
The doctors say you must come right away.
Is it Mother?
No, it's Father. Harry, they think he's dying. The doctors want you right away.
All right. All right. I'll take the 3:00 train. Tell him I'm coming and give him my love. And Mary,
Yes?
tell him I'm with him all the time. They want me. Father's very ill.
Well, I'll go with you. I can stay somewhere.
No, there's no need for you to do that, Marvin. I'll go.
Well, call me up tonight, anytime.
All right.
Marvin, tell Kaufman, will you?
Goodbye, Marvin.
Don't say that. Don't say goodbye. Ever, Harry.
Hello, Father. I just got here.
Don't go away.
I'm not going anywhere.
This is where you belong. Some men in the house. We never did go shooting.
Oh, we'll get there still. You'll see, sir. It's going to be all right.
The men have finished the formalities at the safe deposit vaults, Mr. Fulham. They have the box outside now. Your father never liked delays in probating a will.
No, well, we might as well begin, I suppose.
Yes, sir. I'll fetch the box. This letter was in the last mail.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Marvin. My dearest, dearest darling. Time is such a funny thing without any constant value. It's so dreadfully long now that you and I are not together. I've been thinking of you all day.
And I'll think of you tonight, even when I'm asleep. And I'm still counting each minute until I hear you're coming back. I don't seem to be one person anymore, because part of me always seems to be with you.
If you're ready, Mr. Fulham, we can start checking the common stocks.
Oh, all right, Miss Rollo.
It's such a terrible time. I went through it when my mother died.
2,000 shares of Gateway.
Check.
It's so terrible to have someone go.
1,000 North Mills.
And then to know that never here Will you see him again? If you and I were ever to quarrel...
1,000 North Mills, Mr. Pullum.
Huh? Oh, yes, check. Sorry, I wasn't listening.
And said we were never going to see each other again, why, I should always think, of course it isn't so. Someday I'll see him, right on the street somewhere. And then you'd kiss me. I would always think that someday, somehow, I could get you back.
300 Martin Brothers.
Check.
It won't be long before I see you, will it? Don't be busy. Don't get lost. Come as soon as you can.
500 Wainwright International.
Check.
Come as soon as you can. Don't get too busy. Don't get too lost.
Pardon my ungentlemanly curiosity, Harry, but all at once, Bill King and Marvin Miles invited to the Pullum House on Beacon Hill for a winter weekend.
Well, you're my best friend. I couldn't get away, Bill, and it was the only way to see you. Both of you.
I see. Both of
Well,
us.
yes, I hope Marvin likes it here.
Why shouldn't she?
Well, I just wouldn't want her to think that it's stuffy.
Boston people are all like that.
Really? It's just what I thought it would be like.
I hope you found everything upstairs that you wanted.
Oh, yes, everything's lovely.
She likes it here.
Well, I thought we could all go out to Westwood tomorrow and take a picnic lunch. That's our country house, Marvin. I told you, remember?
Oh, but darling, I haven't any clothes.
Oh, Mary can lend you something. She has a lot of old tweeds.
Don't I, though?
And you can borrow a sweater of mine.
Huh? That'll look funny.
With an S for St. Swithins on it. Boy, do you mean we're going out there alone just to look at the snow and the ocean? Oh, me for the feather bed and right now.
Harry, dear.
Well, Mother, this is Marvin Miles.
So sweet of you to come and see us. I'm sorry I was not up to see you last night.
It was so kind of you to ask me.
Now, sit down here, near me. Now, let me see. There was a Winty Miles in New York. He was in your father's class at Harvard, Harry. They were on the tug-of-war team together. Are you related to the Winthrop Miles, my dear?
No, I'm not. You see, I live there, but I wasn't born in New York.
Oh, I see. Harry's so reticent always. All he said was, Bill King's coming and a girl I know from New York. Now, you must tell me all about yourself. Everything.
Well, I work for the J.T. Bullard Company. I'm a copywriter there.
Oh, how nice. You and Bill and Harry all together in that queer place. Oh, but Harry tells me so little. Now, tell me about your family.
My family lives in Illinois.
Illinois? Yes. Now, Harry, when you go to Westwood, be sure to have Patrick put the chains on the car.
Yes, Mother.
And you'll call to see me again this evening, my dear?
I'd love to.
Mary will read to us Emerson's essay on friendship.
That's it, Marvin. Stamp your feet. Hard. Serves two purposes. Gets the snow off and starts the circulation going in them.
Practical young man, aren't you?
Just used to the snow at Westwood.
Oh, it's cold, isn't it? There's still some down my neck. Snowball fights. But Bill's having fun.
You know, you may not believe it, but it's warm here in the summer.
Oh.
No, there's white wisteria all along the front porch, and the leaves are out on the silver birches. It's such a nice old house. When we were kids, we always used to slide down those banisters. We never used the stairs. Oh, and up there, a large family of ghosts used to live in the back hall. I had names for all those ghosts. I used to know their ages and their sizes. Oh, Marvin, you're still cold.
Just a little.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. Standing out here in the cold hall. Here, come in by the fire. That'll thaw you out.
All right. There wouldn't be anybody who could see us if you kissed me. Except the ghosts in the back hall.
For a moment, I forgot it was winter outside. I thought it was May, and I saw all the garden filled with tulips.
You're so sweet, Harry. Sometimes I wish I didn't love you so. You have many ties here, haven't you? You're not coming back to New York. You're going to stay here. I know it.
Well, if I stay, you're staying too.
Oh, Harry.
I don't want you to go back to New York tonight. I don't want you to go ever.
But I am going back. You know that, Harry.
Well, Miss Rollo, any messages while I was at the squash club?
No, sir.
Thank you. Miss Rollo,
Yes, sir.
get me a seat on the Merchants Limited for New York this afternoon.
But the Armitage estate, sir. The papers will be ready.
Oh, hang the Armitage estate. And place a call, please, to the Bullard Advertising Agency in New York.
To you and me, always and always, for years and years.
To that, I'll drink. And to tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
We are getting married tomorrow.
Why, darling, tomorrow we haven't any place to live.
Oh, there's plenty of room at home while you're looking for some place.
Oh, no, I couldn't. You belong to me, but no, not there.
Well, it'll only be for a little while and until we get a house.
Oh, darling, we belong to each other here. Everything of you and me is here.
But Marvin...
No, I can't.
But why, Marvin? I thought you liked it.
No. I hated every minute of it.
You... Oh. Well, then you must hate me, too.
No. No, it wasn't any of the you I've ever known. You know it. You tried to get away from it, too. That house where you can't hear any footsteps, just ticking clocks.
But you'd have your own house, just the way you want it.
But I don't want just a house. Oh, darling, I love you more than anything, but I couldn't live that kind of life. I couldn't join discussion clubs and fuss with curtains. I'd be dreadful at that. Why, there wouldn't be anything left of me. I can't be different than I am.
That's absurd. Nobody would want you to be.
I won't spend my life pretending. There's me. I can't be anything else. I simply wouldn't belong.
Oh, you would get used to it.
But I don't want to get used to it. I have my own life, my own
Marvin,
life.
I have my own life, too. I have to live where I belong.
Well, then what made you work at the Bullard office?
I don't know, and I belong at home, and that's where I'm going. I would never fit into a penthouse overlooking Central Park, and I'm not going to be the husband of the women's copy department at Bullard's.
I'm not going with you. Do you understand?
Yes. But I'm going. Well, I guess it's all over, Marvin. All over. Just like that.
Well, perhaps it's just as well. You took up a lot of my time.
You took up a lot of my... Oh, well. Let's not fight anymore.
Well, at least it's something to remember.
I guess there's nothing more I can say to make you change your mind. It's rather like the end of a fairy tale, isn't it?
Harry, wait a minute. I want to tell you something. No matter what happens, no matter how long, I'll always be waiting for you. If you want to come back.
Goodbye, Marvin.
We'll continue with H.M. Pullum, Esquire, in just a moment. Now, Act 3 in the MGM Theater of the Air presentation, starring Brian Ahern in H.M. Pullum, Esquire. What can a man remember of the loneliest time of his life? Memory is a magician, making the barren stretches of the past a gray blur. Harry Moulton Pullum, Esquire, dwells on the time when the course of his life changed abruptly. He sits there in his study, the class history forgotten, reviewing the panorama of the past.
That was a strange time, almost as if I was suspended between yesterday And today, Marvin out of my life, father gone, Mary busy with her own life, mother secluded in her room, Bill out of touch almost. Why does anyone marry anyone? Why? Well, they say you can get over anything in time, but I don't believe you can. But given enough time, you can put it where it belongs. And that's what began to happen with Marvin one bright sunny morning. Or did it? Well, no matter. The fact remains that there was a sailboat, a spanking good breeze, and even a few whitecaps on the bay. A sailboat, myself, and a girl at the tiller. I'm awfully glad you called me up this morning, Kate.
You'd better trim the jib. You never keep it flat enough.
And you'll do better if you keep her off wind a little.
Harry,
Yes?
we're neither of us happy, are we?
Well, why do you say that?
Well, if you're unhappy, you can tell when someone else is. Everyone around here acts so darn contented.
Yes, I know what you mean. It's no good trying to be different from what you are. Did you ever try it?
Yes, I've tried it.
Well, it doesn't work.
Oh, well.
Oh, why, Kate?
No, don't look at me. I'll be all right in a minute. It's just, I don't know. I feel so futile.
Well, here. You better let me take the boat.
Oh, it's all such a rut. Here I am, and here we both are. Well, we are in the same boat, aren't we?
Yes, we're in the same boat, all right.
I didn't mean to come out here in the middle of the Massachusetts Bay and make a scene. I hate people who do. Do I look all right?
Oh, you look beautiful.
You never tell me that before. Even in dancing school. Oh, I didn't mean to be such a fool.
Oh, no, you haven't been. Seeing you has made me feel a lot better.
Harry, maybe the people we know are better. We know what they're going to do.
Yes, of course.
That's just like you. You always say, of course.
It was a big wedding, just the way Father would have wanted it. Bill came up from New York to be the best man. He had something to say, of course, in his usual style.
If this ever happens to me, I'll go before a New York judge somewhere downtown.
But Kay wouldn't do that. So there I was, and there were all the others. I knew every one of them was happy. I could tell by their approving smiles. And yet, for some strange reason, my mother was crying. Kay's mother was crying. Why do mothers always cry at weddings? And Kay looking prettier than I've ever seen her. Well, we went to Europe for a honeymoon, sailed on the Berengaria from New York. We waited for the ship at a New York hotel. Our wedding night in a New York hotel.
Harry,
Yes, dear?
sit down. Here on the bed. Harry, I'm not sure we love each other.
What?
Well, wouldn't it be awful if we thought we loved each other but really didn't? If we only got married because we thought we ought to.
Oh, I guess everybody feels that way. Don't worry, Kay. Everything's going to be all right.
It's all right as long as you're here. You won't leave me, will you?
Of course not.
Not ever.
Not ever.
Please kiss me.
Of course, dear.
Oh, Harry, it's only a little thing, but could you just stop saying, of course?
Oh, why, yes, Kay, yes, of course. Well, we've made a good life together. Of course we understand each other. We even like each other. And that can be important.
Harry, are you still sitting here? Do you know the time?
The time? What? Oh, yes, of course, the time. 2:30. Was it that good a dinner party? Seemed like Ruth Quiller talked nothing but sex. I don't see why she has to talk it at the dinner table.
Well, her husband's a psychiatrist. We came from the dinner party at 11:30. You've been sitting here for 3 solid hours. Now, come along. You know I can't sleep until you're in bed. Good Good morning, dear. You're late.
Good morning. I know it.
Your morning paper, Mr. Pullum?
Oh, good morning, Ellen. Oh, never mind the paper.
You mean you're not going to read it with your breakfast? Do you have a headache, dear?
No. I'm all right. Oh, what was that?
I'm sorry, sir. The dish just came apart in me
Well,
hands.
all right. But do that sort of thing in the kitchen, will you, so I won't hear it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's like life, I suppose. You think everything's all right, all there, solid, and then suddenly it comes to pieces in your hands.
Well, I told you shouldn't have had that highball after dinner. That's why you thrashed around all night. It always gives you indigestion.
I didn't have indigestion. It was my class biography. I kept thinking about my life.
Why, Harry?
I went all over it. It was all there, like I'd adding up a balance sheet. It almost made me frightened.
Frightened?
Kay, let's get away from all this, can't we? Just you and I, alone together.
My darling, I never heard you say anything like this before.
Well, it's all around me, like a wave. I just want to know that you're there, too. It's like reaching for you in the dark. Kay, if I got the car...
Why, Harry, you act as if I hadn't been a good wife to you.
Kay, have you ever really loved me?
Well, of course I have. I love you now. I love our life. It's what we both were made for.
Yes, I know, but have we ever really loved each other? Have we ever been happy?
Well, of course we have, for years and years.
Well, then, why can't we ever see each other?
Well, do you think we'd be able to see each other any better if we went off somewhere in the car? Besides, I've got to start paying the bills, and I have luncheon engagements today and tomorrow, and I'm going to judge the flower arrangements at the garden club this afternoon. Harry Pullum, if you brought that car to the door, you'd be ashamed of yourself.
Okay, if I ask you, please, if I say how much it'll mean to me.
Oh, Harry, please, I'm much too busy to run away into nowhere.
Well, yes. Yes, of course. All right. No, Miss Rollo, I'm not going to answer those letters now.
But, Mr. Pullum, every morning...
Not today. Hello, Hadley Hotel. Mrs. John Ransom, please. Today, Miss Rollo, I'm changing routine. Just a trifle.
Yes, sir, if you wish, Mr. Pullum.
Hello? Is that you, Marvin?
Come in.
Hello, Marvin.
Hello. Why, you haven't changed at all. Your necktie still doesn't match.
Oh, I never could seem to do that with ties.
Oh, it's been so long. But it's lasted all the time.
Yes, it's lasted.
Oh, darling, put your things down. Come here.
Here, I've brought some champagne. Well, of course, lunchtime's a little early, but I never liked it without you.
Well, I have some already.
Oh.
Will you open it?
Oh, yes, of course.
I used to wait for the cork to pop, remember?
Yes. And every time, it always made you jump. You ready?
All right.
There.
Oh, wait a minute. There's something else you'll never guess. Now, to us.
It's wonderful. We did so many wonderful things together.
Oh, yes.
No one's ever read me a poem since then. Marvin, there was one. I've dreamed of you saying it so many times. Here I lie, something about a hunter.
Harry, dear, have you been happy?
Oh, yes, I've been happy, Marvin. That is, yes, I've been happy. How about you?
Me? I have a butler and a yacht.
Well, I have a boy and a girl and a celium.
Why, Harry, how old is he? The boy, I mean.
Oh, 15. He's going to St. Swithin's.
Oh, I'd love to see him. Does he look like you?
Yeah, I have a picture of him here somewhere.
Well, what's his name?
George. He doesn't look so good now. He has pimples. Here.
Oh, he does. He does look a little like you. And, where's the little girl?
Right here.
Oh, I can't see her very well. Why, she's burying her head in the grass. Why is she doing that?
She's looking for spiders.
Spiders?
Yes. She likes to look for them.
Oh. Funny, isn't it? You've never met John, have you?
John?
The man I married.
He looks like you. That's why I married him.
Oh, does he?
Of course he does.
Oh, darling.
Harry. Where's your handkerchief?
Oh, yes, of course. Here.
Darling,
Yes?
darling, we can't go back.
I've always had the idea, somewhere in the back of my mind, that we could. Well, that's not the way it's meant to be. Whether we like it or not, we've got to go on. And that's that.
Well, we'll have lunch downstairs in the dining room. If that's all right with you, Harry.
Anything you say, Marvin.
Harry! Harry! Harry!
What? Oh, well, why, Kay, is anything the matter?
No, I wanted to see you, that's all. So I took the car and came downtown.
Well, has anything happened at home?
No, there's something I wanted to tell you. I've been trying to get you on the telephone. Miss Waller said you were out to lunch. I called up the squash club, but you weren't there, so I've been waiting here in front of the office. It's after 3 o'clock.
Well, I was at lunch. Well, if you must know, I've been having lunch with Marvin Miles.
Oh. She used to be so attractive. Is she as pretty as she used to be?
Oh, why, yes. That is, almost.
I canceled all my engagements, gave up the garden club, everything to come down and get you. Harry, I've been thinking all day, and I want to tell you that... Oh, get in the car, dear.
I really should go up to the office and sign my letters.
Oh, please, Harry.
Oh, well. Well, what is it?
Well, about what you said this morning, whether we've ever been in love. We've always loved each other. We've loved each other so much we never bothered to talk about it.
It's all right, Kay. I'll be all right tomorrow.
Oh, Harry, don't you know that I love you? With you and me, it isn't only passion and wish. That's all there is with any two people at first. But with us, it's more, much more. It's what love really is. All the days and all the years of you and me together.
That's what I said this morning.
I know. I know it now. Our bags are in the back.
Why, Kay.
I packed yours myself, just the way you like it.
But I don't want to seem selfish, Kay. You shouldn't have broken your engagements. Oh, but Kay, where could we go?
Anywhere. To the Berkshires. The leaves will all be out.
Well, look here. We can't go running away like this.
Oh, can't we? Harry, there's nothing any other woman can do for you that I can't do.
Why, Kay?
You know, Harry, you may not have been aware of it, but you've always been in love with me. I don't believe we've ever been very far apart since that first day in dancing school. Have we, Harry?
I guess that's the way it's always been. You and me.
To the Berkshires, then?
Why, yes, Kay. Yes, of course.
Brian Ahern will be back in just a moment. Brian, do you mind submitting to a brief interview? The audience, I believe, would like a little off-stage stuff.
Well, I'm always a slave to the audience. So far away, Howard.
Few screen actors have had so vast an experience on the stage as well. You've played everything from Shakespeare to modern comedy. Do you prefer the stage to the screen?
Well, the basic techniques are the same, but the techniques of approach are slightly different. By that I mean that in both mediums you have to bring the character you're playing to life, but the tempos which you use vary. The screen is more or less of a close-up, and the stage is a long shot, so to speak. Why, I really have no preference. I like to play something good.
Like MGM pictures?
Well, yes, MGM has a pretty high average.
And so have you.
No, thank you.
Of course, that close-up business makes the audience feel quite intimate with you. They've seen you kiss a girl enlarged about 100 times.
Well, that's an enormous kiss. But on the stage, it's such a trifle.
And in life, it's practically nothing.
Now, don't you malign so delightful an experience.
Wouldn't malign for the world. Well, thank you, Brian. The MGM Theater of the Air is grateful for your performance.
The enjoyment was mutual. Thank you.
H.M. Pullum Esquire was presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Battleground, starring Van Johnson, John Hodiak, Ricardo Montalban, and George Murphy. Gertrude Warner was heard as Marvin Miles. Original music composed and conducted by Joel Herron. The program was directed by Marks B. Loeb and produced by Raymond Katz. The MGM Theater of the Air. Our star this week, Ann Southern. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Vice President of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and noted writer of many Broadway and Hollywood musical hits, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Thank you. The full-hour play you are about to hear on the MGM Theater of the Air is one of the best comedies of recent years. It is called Three Loves Has Nancy. It was originally a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer movie. Our in-person star is that accomplished actress with whose inimitable style you are all familiar, Ann Southern. In a moment, we will hear Miss Southern in Three Loves Has Nancy by the MGM Theater of the Air. A girl from a small town goes to a big city. Well, that's been done before. But this girl, naive, sweet, and demure, as all small-town girls supposedly are, also has her share of spirit and temper. She makes a dent on the big metropolis. In the exciting story that unfolds on our stage, as the MGM Theater of the Air presents Ann Southern in person in Three Loves Has Nancy. It's midnight in Manhattan. There are two apartments joined by a narrow terrace paved with flagstones. They're almost, but not quite, penthouse apartments. On the left, the rooms are dark, silent, French doors bolted and shut. On the right, the rooms are glowing, alive, candlelit. The doors open. The sound of feminine laughter emerges on the night air. A figure slips through the open door and stealthily moves along the terrace, raises a hand toward the locked doors in the dark, silent apartment. Inside, in bed, unaware of the nocturnal visitor, a man lies sleeping.
Robert! Hey! Wake up! Robert!
Robert! Go away. I'm sorry. Advance royalties are against the rules of the house. I'm sorry. What?
It's me, Miles, out here on the terrace.
Just a minute. I need to slip his robe. The man out of bed in the middle of the night ought to be a law.
Hurry up, will you?
Who is it, anyhow?
Niles, you dope.
Niles, what do you want?
In. can't open this door.
You realize it's nearly midnight?
I'll break this glass, so help me.
You realize I was enjoying the first good night's sleep I've had in years?
Now, come on, old boy, be a sport. Open up.
Oh, what are you doing out there on my terrace anyhow? You're supposed to be entertaining a beautiful young lady in your apartment next door.
She's why I'm here.
I can't hear you.
You abysmal aborigine, let me in.
Oh, yeah, of course, sure. Come on.
Another minute, she'd have heard me. Shut that door.
Oh, now, see here, Miles.
10, 20, 100 good publishers in this town, and my publisher has to sleep with doors and windows bolted.
I do? Was I?
Will you shut that door?
Oh, boy, you got me out of bed to open it.
Well, shut it.
Yeah. I knew when you moved next door it was a mistake.
Give me a cigarette.
Yeah, there on the nightstand, and I knew it was a mistake. Never let an author get close to you, Robert. My father always said they'll abuse the privilege every time.
Robert, listen to me. I've got to get out of town.
You woke me up to tell me that? Well, have a pleasant trip. I'm going back to bed.
Oh, no, you're not. You're going to help me get out of town.
Now, see here, Niles. I'm your publisher, worse luck. I was also your roommate at college. But when it comes to being drafted as accomplice for one of your escapades...
Bob, it's Vivian.
Who's Oh, Vivian. Oh, the beautiful actress, huh?
Yeah.
The redhead for whom this evening was so carefully prepared. Champagne, soft music, candlelight dining. What happened, Niles? She take you seriously?
Her mother did.
A mother? Redheads like that have mothers?
Also fathers. So help me, Bob. All I did was ask the girl up for dinner.
I know, old boy.
A pleasant, harmless evening between two friends.
I know, old boy.
We aren't children, either of us.
I know, old boy.
Stop saying that. Well, she brought her mother. That was bad enough. But the old, her mother took it for granted that we were engaged. Said she'd cabled Vivian's father in London the happy news. They've accepted me.
Well, if you explain that you were just friends...
Oh, she was delighted to hear it. Says friendship is the basis of marriage. Another cigarette.
Help yourself.
Anyhow, I slipped out and got over here. Now, you know that lecture tour you wanted to sign me for?
You weren't interested.
I am now. I'm ready to leave tonight.
You're not leaving anywhere for a week. You've got proofs to correct.
Now, don't cross me, Bob. I'm in no mood to be crossed.
Oh, see here, Niles, it might not be so bad. Vivian's a sweet girl. Well, she can be sweet. You might both be very happy.
No, not me. Marriage wasn't made for me, and I wasn't made for marriage. I'm leaving town, Bob, and I'm leaving now.
One at a time, please. Don't crowd.
Oh, Mr. Niles, how come you also write so convincingly about marriage and you're single yourself?
Madam, some of the world's greatest generals never went into the battle.
Mr. Niles, I wondered, you get your characters and then your plot, or your plot and then your characters, or vice versa?
Well, I should say vice versa. All right, who's next?
I am Mr. Niles.
Very well, I would... Say...
Would you mind writing on Nancy's wedding day?
Hello.
Hello.
How did you get into a small town like this?
Why, I live here, Mr.
She was born here. I'm Mrs. Briggs, Mr. Niles, her mother.
That makes you a very fortunate woman, madam.
Well, could you please sign the book now, Mr. Niles?
The book? Oh, yes, of course. What was it again?
On Nancy's wedding day.
And who is Nancy?
I am.
I see. And when is your wedding day?
Today.
Today?
Uh-huh.
Well, my felicitations, Nancy. Here you are. I'm glad you enjoyed my book.
Oh, I didn't say that.
You mean you didn't like it?
Well, I never read it.
It's my copy, Mr. Niles. I was, well, embarrassed to come right up and speak to you.
And I told her that was silly.
Naturally. Who's next, please?
Well, I'll tell you what. Maybe I'll have time to read your book in my honeymoon. How much is one?
$3. All right, madam, push through.
$3?
That's right, if you will just step to one side.
Mother, did you know it was $3?
Honey, I just said charge it.
Well, it was only $2 last time.
Well, it was a smaller book, Nancy.
This one probably weighs 5 or 6 pounds.
Well, even so. Well, it was our own fault.
Mr. Niles, this wire just came for you.
Thank you.
Nancy, I could return it if you think it's too much.
Well, he wrote my name in it. It's ruined now. Well, can't be helped. Come along, Mother.
Mr. Niles, would you come to the wedding? It's tonight. The mayor's going to perform the ceremony. We'd be so honored.
Mother, we don't want any strangers at the wedding, and we've wasted enough time. Goodbye, Mr. Niles. Hurry, Mother.
Yes, dear, coming.
Now I know the meaning of true Southern hospitality.
Not bad news, Mr. Niles.
Bad news? Not to go to that girl's wedding? The Wire. Oh, no, indeed. It's from my publisher.
Sales skyrocketing.
Vivian has gone on the road with a play.
Are you going to be here tomorrow, Mr. Niles? I want my grandmother to look at you.
I'd love to look at your grandmother, too, but I'm leaving on the first train to New York tonight.
Read me that letter again.
Oh, Grandpa.
Read it.
Now, Papa.
You keep out of this. Nancy?
Please excuse me if I don't show up for the wedding. I can't explain by letter, but I love you. Yours truly, George.
Please excuse him if he don't... By thunder, by the eternal thunderation.
Well, what are we going to say? What are we going to do?
Leaving my granddaughter. My granddaughter.
We'll just never live this down.
Oh, Mother, hush. Help me out of this dress. It's too tight anyway. Oh, please don't take on so, honey. It isn't as if somebody passed away.
I wouldn't mind if he passed away.
Why, Mother.
That would be beautiful.
Oh, Mother. Well, I can't think, and I've got to think. George went to New York to find himself in business. He was coming back to marry me tonight.
But please excuse him if he don't. Bah!
But he couldn't. Why?
What do we say to the mayor and to everybody?
Well, I know George didn't meet somebody else.
When he was lucky enough to be getting you? Don't be ridiculous.
And he's written regularly, and now... I tell you, George is in trouble, real trouble.
Mayor's wife talks. Land, how she talks.
Now, we'll shut off her talk, everybody's.
Oh, Grandpa, we can't do that. They'll all know.
There's one way we can do it. You're going to New York.
Nancy?
To New York?
Alone?
And don't give me any arguments. We'll say George can't come here because he got a big business deal in New York, so Nancy's going there to get married.
It might work.
Of course it'll work. Here's your fare. You're leaving tonight.
Oh, Grandpa, I can't take any more money from you. We've been living on you for 20 years.
Well, honey, he can't take it yonder.
Mother.
You go to New York and find George. If he's in trouble, get him out. If he ain't in trouble, marry him.
Thank you, Grandpa.
You got a good head. You can take care of yourself.
I will. And don't you worry. I'll bring George back. That's a promise, Grandpa.
Dinner for one? You won't mind sharing a table, miss?
Oh, not at all.
Beg pardon, sir. May I seat someone at your table?
What? Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, no.
Here you are, miss.
Thank you. What's this pad and pencil for?
You just write your order, miss.
Well, imagine that.
Here's the menu. Table for three, yes. Just one moment, sir.
Well, I'm starved. What are you going to have?
I've ordered salad.
Just salad? My, you eat like a bird. You should see what my grandfather tucks away. Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, you look very familiar. I've seen you somewhere before. Why, of course, the author.
The $3 author.
Mr. Niles. Oh, of course. Oh, my goodness.
Is it the name, face, or circumstance that's funny?
Oh, life. Imagine, I expected to be riding on a train with George, and here I am riding on a train with you. Oh, dear, wait till I tell George.
Oh, now, the comparison isn't that funny.
Yes, it is.
Well, by the way, where is George? You two are married by now, I suppose.
No. Our plans changed. I'm going to New York to be married. Oh.
Don't do that. I've had a bad day. What's the matter?
This menu. $1.85 for dinner. Why, that's terrible.
Oh, now, please.
And look at this. Steak, $2.25. Why, we sold a whole cow for $60.
Well, now, see here. You're going to be my guest, of course. So stop worrying about the prices on that menu and just order what you want.
Well, that's very nice of you, Mr. Niles. It really is.
I know.
But I couldn't think of letting you do that. I have plenty of money in my bag. My bag. Where is it?
Did you have a bag?
Well, of course I had a bag. I distinctly remember putting it down on the table right there in front of you.
Well, maybe I snitched it when you weren't looking.
Somebody took my bag.
No, look here. You can't blindly accuse people.
It was right in front of you, right on top of your hand, practically.
You mean that I... No, now, wait a minute.
Grandpa told me, Nancy, you look out for...
The $3 authors, I suppose. What are you ducking under the table for?
It's under here.
What? What did you say?
It fell on the floor. Oh, dear, the whole time it was on the floor while I was thinking it's you. It's you.
Well, you got panicky, that's all. It was natural. You didn't mean anything by it.
Oh, yes, I did. Everybody, quiet, please.
Now, here, what do you think you're doing?
Quiet. I owe this gentleman a public apology. A minute ago, I thought he'd taken my bag, but he hadn't. I ought to be ashamed of myself, and I am. There, I feel better.
I'm getting out of here.
Oh, but you haven't had your dinner.
I'm not hungry. Good night.
Oh, Mr. Niles.
Yes, what is it?
Well, you've been so awfully nice. Will you let George and me repay you by taking you out to dinner sometime in New York?
Certainly. And I've just the place. Grant's Tomb. In the grill. Downstairs.
It's a date. Oh, my goodness, give a person time to get to the curb. No need to be in such a rush. Where's that sign? Lexington Avenue and... Oh, dear, 11 more blocks. 11 more streets to cross. Well, 1, 2, 3, go. Hello? Hello, is this the proprietor? Well, I walked 29 blocks to your store, and then you were out to lunch. The man said to call you. Oh, he did? Yes, yes. Well, maybe I was wrong about George being general manager of your store. I must have misunderstood. But you know where he is? Oh, I see. Thank you very much. No, he's not my husband. That is not yet. But he's missing. And a policeman told me to ask you if you had him here at the Missing Persons Bureau. George Wilkins. Well, not if you had him, you know, but if you'd help me find him, please. I've got to find him. You see, I've just got to.
Bob, huh? Bob, the elevator's stopping at this floor.
All right, quiet, everybody. Yeah. A little surprise party for our traveling author's about to be sprung. Remember how we rehearsed it? Everybody down now, get down. That's it. You're scraping your forehead, see? When I give the signal, all together we shout, "Welcome, Master." Now, shh. Welcome, Master!
Well, all this for me?
Vivian, what are you doing here? I read you were on tour.
Darling Robert, so sweet. When I heard by accident that Malcolm Niles was coming back, I couldn't tear myself away. Surprise?
Yeah.
Hazel, darling, I've so much to tell you. Wherever shall I begin? You know, the last time I was here, when I left.
Bob, the elevator's stopping again.
Oh, no, not before I get her out of here. Bevy! Oh, never mind, there isn't time.
Say, hiya, Bob, you old rascal.
Not so loud, you dope. Come here.
I got your wire. Hey, what are you... What's the idea of shoving me?
Don't talk. Get down this hall before anybody sees you. It's all right for a minute.
Now, look, old boy, after that wire, I was all ready to consider you my benefactor, but with a reception like this...
She's back. She's out there.
Who's out there? Not...
Yes.
But your wire said... Your wire said she'd gone on the road with a play.
Well, she changed her mind.
Why, you bilious, blundering... You should have checked up before you sent me that telegram.
You don't need a publisher. You need a G-man.
Well, we can't stand here. I've got to figure out what to do. Come on, my bedroom, right down here.
No. Wait a minute, old boy.
What's the matter with you?
You can't go in your bedroom. Mal,
I'd like
wait.
to see anybody keep me out.
Oh, hello, Mr. Niles.
No.
I tried to tell you. She said she met you in Birch Valley. I liked her face, so you settle it between you. I wash my hands of all orders.
How did you find out where I live?
At the Missing Persons Bureau.
I'm not missing.
But George is. They know everything at the Missing Persons Bureau except where George is. And somebody stole all my money, Grandpa's money. The police said it was Barney the Dip, but they don't know where he is either. And I don't like New York. Nobody's neighborly. You're not even glad to see me, and I'm getting out of here right now. I'm going.
No, wait a minute. Listen.
People having fun. Singing and laughing.
Yeah.
Nobody caring at all about
I think I've got the answer. Put down that suitcase. You haven't any place to go.
Well, I'll find some place.
At this hour? Why, the hotels are all closed. You're staying right here, Nancy.
Oh, I couldn't do that. I only came here because I thought you might help me find George.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you're going to stay right here until we do find him.
Oh, well, you're awfully kind.
Now, you get unpacked and go right to sleep. You've had a hard day. Sleep well and don't worry about a thing. Everything is going to be all right. So, that's the story, Vivian. You see why I waited until the gang left to tell you.
Well, I don't believe you. I think you're out of your mind.
That's true enough.
Why?
What Mal told you. It's all perfectly true, Vivian. I've seen the girl myself.
Well, I haven't, and I wouldn't trust either of you.
Oh, now, Vivian, you must understand I can't desert her. It was one of those things, you know, a simple, sweet, unspoiled... Well, I was a fool.
I don't believe you.
A fool, but I'm not a cad. I shall marry her because I must.
I won't have it. Do you hear?
My hands are tied, but we'll still see each other, darling. We'll pretend you're my cousin. Your mother can be my aunt.
Oh.
Nancy will never suspect.
Oh. Mr. Niles.
What?
Oh, well, I thought everybody had gone home and I couldn't sleep. Hello.
Ha! She stops being articulate after hours, Nancy. It's all right.
Oh, my. Just look at this room. It's a wreck. But it'll be real nice when we've straightened it up in the morning.
You're not wasting much time moving in, are you?
Oh, I'm in already.
Excuse me, I have a phone call to make.
Nancy, you go back to bed.
Well, I'm not sleepy, Mr. Niles. I could just as well start setting things to rights.
It's past 4. Go to bed.
That's right, Nancy. Must go, Betty. Bye.
Hello, Tony. Well, good night, then.
Yes, darling.
Good night.
Oh, Mother's much better, Tony.
Good night, Nancy.
I can't get away after all. Yes, of course. Bye, darling.
Vivian,
I've had a lovely evening, Niles. But this wasn't it.
Gone! Well, you hunk of dog-eared doggerel. Did it work or did it work?
Oh, it worked, so far.
So far? What's that mean?
That girl, Nancy.
Oh, you can forget her.
She got you out of a peck of trouble.
She might say so. Yes, that's true.
I was just thinking there's trouble and there's trouble. But you know that already, or you'll find it out soon enough. Pleasant dreams, old boy. Pleasant dreams.
If trouble personified has to come, it's not too bad if it comes in as charming a person as Nancy Briggs. We'll stick around and see what happens. Now, Act 2 of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Ann Sothern, with Myron McCormick and Carl Eastman. A missing bridegroom, a dream bride, a pair of bachelors who ought to know better than to take a woman for granted. But they don't know better. The road ahead may lead anywhere, but it looks as if it's going to be a difficult road. There are signposts for Nancy that read romance, but the question is with whom, and when, and how? It is morning, the morning after the homecoming party for Malcolm Niles, bachelor, novelist, and man about town. Nancy is working about the kitchen, and as is Nancy's way, singing while she works.
Love, oh, careless love. Love, oh, careless love. Oh, it's love, oh, careless love. You see what love has done to me. Oh, good morning, Mr. Niles.
Morning. Have you any idea what's become of my mail, Nancy?
Well, you certainly had an awful lot, Mr. Niles.
I've been away a long time. Where is it? What do you think you're doing, anyhow?
Making breakfast.
I never eat breakfast.
What?
Well, coffee and toast. Would you mind telling me what you've done with my mail?
Coffee and toast. Well, no wonder you're irritable. Sit down and eat a real breakfast. Eggs, sausages, hot biscuits.
I'll have coffee. Then I'm going to work. And for the last time, where did you put the
A
mail?
man can't work when he's hungry, Mr. Niles. You need a full stomach.
I write.
Oh, I thought you meant work. Well, there, a man's breakfast. Fall in.
I've been trying to intimate to you that I don't want any breakfast.
But it's all ready.
Oh.
Hello, good morning, cheerio. This where that delicious aroma's coming from? Oh, it is. Uh-huh.
Nancy, for the 6th, the 10th time, where
I
is
put it
my...
in the drawer of your desk, Mr. Niles. The desk looks neater that way.
If there's one thing I can't stand, it's having my mail disturbed.
Vicious-tempered fellow. Foul before noon. Say, this is good. Darn good.
Well, I'm glad somebody appreciates my cooking.
Any more sausages?
Oh, yes, sir.
Fine. I have the apartment across the way, you know. Terrace adjoins and all that. The smell of this delicious food made its way to me by way of the terrace.
Well, here you are, Mr. Hanson.
You know my name?
Oh, you told me last night.
Last night? You mean I've seen you before?
Well, you opened the door when I came looking for Mr. Niles.
The girl from... wait a minute now. I've got a great memory, you know. It's just a little lazy. Oak Mountain.
Birch Valley.
Birch Valley, of course. But you weren't trying to find Malcolm Niles. You were looking for... wait a minute now. Henry... no. Thomas.
George Wilkins.
Yeah, George Wilkins. I never forget a name. Yeah, that's it. You know, Miss... you know, you're the most decorative cook I've ever seen.
Well, thank you.
Now, if you'll give me just one more biscuit, just one, mind.
Oh, there's plenty. They've got to be eaten while they're hot.
Nancy, did you put this ad in the paper?
Ad in the paper, Mr. Niles?
Personal column. George, girl who loves you, wants to help you out of trouble. Will get money. Come to 924 Park Avenue, Mr. Niles' apartment. Nancy. Did you?
Oh, yes, I forgot to tell you. Here are your biscuits, Mr. Hanson.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
At the Missing Persons Bureau, they said I should put in an ad, and I did.
Somebody missing?
Why did you give my address?
Well, I don't know anybody else.
That's what you call real loneliness.
Nancy, come here.
Is anything wrong, Mr. Niles?
Don't stay too long, and they want more biscuits.
That's what's wrong.
Oh, my goodness.
15, 20 bums, as many as the hall hold. There's more in the lobby downstairs. That's what you did with your little ad.
Hello?
That's George?
Oh, no. George is handsome.
Then why did you say hello?
Well, he said hello. I was just being neighborly.
Well, I wish you'd stop being neighborly. You see George?
Well, let me see. No, he's not here.
Gentlemen, I regret to say that none of you is the lady's soulmate. I am very sorry.
Hey, do I smell food?
Yeah, you hungry?
Wait, I ain't eaten since yesterday noon.
Why, that's terrible. There's plenty of food.
Yeah, wait a minute.
You all come right in.
Trampling herd almost ran me down. A Florence Nightingale of the skillet. Where'd you find him, Al?
Birch Valley, and she's going back there today.
Well, that's no way to treat a good cook.
Today, and on the first train out. Let's see. As Mirabelle swept into the room, the chatter ceased. Women turned to stare. Head high, eyes alight, she marched past them. The Countess turned. Her green eyes laughed mockingly. Ah, she breathed.
My things are gone.
At last she is here. At last...
Do you hear me? My things are gone.
Go away, please. At last...
Someone stole my wedding dress, my veil, and my suitcase.
I thought I gave you a ticket and told you to get onto a
Well,
train.
I had it all packed. Everything was in it. I set it down right outside this door.
Practically on top of my hand.
Practically on top of... What?
I stole your suitcase. I stole your bag on the train.
Oh, Mr. Niles.
I spend my life going about stealing from frilly-headed little bronze.
Oh, Mr. Niles, I didn't mean you stole it.
Nobody's stolen anything. Nothing has been stolen.
Maybe I misread my lease. Maybe you live in this apartment and I should be working across the hall.
Well, I've transferred your things to my place, Nancy. This oaf here doesn't appreciate fine cooking. He doesn't deserve you. From now on, you're working for me. Just name your own terms.
Oh, but I couldn't.
You want to find your, what's his name, George Hoosis, don't you?
Oh, yes.
You have to live while you're hunting him up, don't you?
Yes.
Well, then the motion is carried.
I'd rather cook for you, Mr. Niles.
Well, we can have him for Sunday dinner.
I don't care what you do, and I'm busy Sundays.
See? It's all settled. Run along and get unpacked now.
Well, I guess there's nothing else to do.
Oh, Nancy,
Yes, sir.
I'll be home for lunch at 1. I'd like something tricky with kidneys.
And ground glass.
All right, Mr. Hanson.
You're going to regret this piece of folly, Bob.
Well, I'll tell you this, old boy. I'm surprised you can treat that girl as you do.
Oh, she's your headache now, old boy.
Poor little mite. Alone in the big city. A lamb among wolves. Lamb. Lamb. Wonder if she knows the secret of marinating lamb.
Alone in the big city. A lamb among wolves. Hey. There's an idea for a serial in that. A great city's regeneration through the purity of a simple country girl. 50,000 words at 20 cents a word? Say. So, there's nothing to it at all. You just talk to me naturally about yourself, your life in Birch Valley, your family and friends.
And you'll help me find George, Mr. Niles?
Be working on it all the time.
Well, all right. First, you've got to know about Grandpa, when he was a little boy.
Hold it. Not quite that far back. Suppose we begin when you were, say, 17.
Mm-hmm.
Now, just talk to me naturally about yourself.
My goodness. Who'd ever thought I could talk about myself for 2 solid weeks, practically?
Very well, into the second installment. Now, today, we let it rain.
It's Mr. Hanson about his dinner.
Let him eat out.
Oh, I couldn't do that. Hello? Yes, Mr. Hanson. Yes, sir. Eggs Benedict and Canadian bacon and mushroom caps.
But I haven't been able to talk to you for 3 days, Nancy.
Mr. Hanson keeps me awfully busy, Mr. Niles.
I am pushing a deadline. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Oh, blast that thing.
Please, Mr. Niles. After all, where would I be if it hadn't been for Mr. Hanson? Where?
Nancy, tell him to hang up. We've got work to do this afternoon.
Hush. Yes, Mr. Hanson?
Time is running out. This installment's overdue now.
A steak with the same sauce I made last week?
Oh.
Why, of course, Mr. Hanson. It'll be no trouble at all.
Oh. Well, now, this I like to see.
Hello, Mr. Niles.
The cocktail hour and a cocktail shaker in use.
I'm churning butter.
And a cocktail shaker?
Well, you can't buy a butter churn in all New York. And you know what they charge at stores for a measly little pound of butter.
Speaking of food budgets and economics, my income is in jeopardy.
Oh, it is, Mr. Niles?
The 4th installment's due tomorrow. Now, sit down, Nancy.
But I have work to do.
So have I. First, it's still true Mr. Hanson's working tonight.
Oh, yes.
Not coming home for dinner.
Well, he said not this morning.
Good. Now, be a good girl and concentrate.
All right.
Now, let's see. We left off where our heroine met the gangster, Louis the Gyp.
Mr. Niles, there's something that bothers me.
Yes, what is it?
Louis the Gyp. I don't know. The way you describe him, he sounds an awful lot like Mr. Hanson.
That's a minor detail.
But I don't like him. Not after the way he talked to his mother. Of course, maybe the heroine could reform him.
What would you do if you met this gangster?
Well, I'd tell him a thing or two.
Well, what exactly, in your own words?
Well, first of all, I'd say...
Oh, not again.
Excuse me. Hello? Oh, yes. Hello, Mr. Hanson. It's Mr. Hanson.
Oh, that's a change.
Yes? Oh, I see. Well, all right, Mr. Hanson. It'll be ready. Bye. He's coming home for dinner.
Oh, no, he can't do that. He said you promised.
I'm sorry, Mr. Niles. I guess he likes my cooking.
What is more important, my art or his stomach?
Well, I won't have to start for 15 minutes.
15 minutes? 15 minutes in which to get my heroine's reaction to the entire underworld? Oh, who invented those confounded things anyhow?
Alexander Graham Bell in 1865. Hello? Yes, Mr. Hanson.
Tell the oaf you're busy.
Well, I don't see why not, Mr. Hanson. All right, 7 o'clock sharp. Bye. He wants chicken. The way we fix it in Birch Valley.
That chicken may cost him an author.
Well, we've got enough for 2. You could stay for dinner, and maybe Mr. Hanson could help with the story.
I'll tell you how Mr. Hanson can help with the story. I'll tell you what he can do and where he can go. This one is on me. Hello.
Nancy, about the dressing for the chicken, I think...
Oh, you can't get home for dinner after all, old boy.
Yeah, what's that? Who is it?
Oh, that's a shame, Bob.
Mal, get off that phone.
He says to tell you his plans have changed at the last minute. He's not coming home for dinner after all.
Get out of my kitchen. Where's Nancy?
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, Nancy, sorry to hear that, old boy, but I'll see that she doesn't go hungry. The story's coming along fine, old boy.
You two-faced, double-crossing friend in the grass.
How's that? Take Nancy out for dinner? Well, yeah, sure. I'd be delighted.
No, of course not.
Oh, isn't that sweet? Always thinking of other people.
Oh, that's darn decent of you, old boy.
If it's the last thing I do, will help me of all the low conniving...
Now, don't work too
foul
late now. So
fiends
long,
I've ever seen.
pal. Go on, get ready, Nancy. We're going out for dinner.
Oh, that'll be wonderful, Mr. Niles. I'll be ready in 10 minutes.
Make it 5. I'll see what he wants this time.
All right, 5 minutes.
Hello?
Mal.
Hello?
Mal,
Hello?
Now, listen, old boy.
You must have the
Listen,
wrong
Mal,
number.
I'm just trying to
And
keep
save
myself-
your
I haven't
nickels.
got the
From
wrong-
here on, the
Now, I haven't
receiver
got
is
the
off the hook.
Perhaps it's okay to steal a man's lifetime savings, but it certainly isn't okay to steal his cook. When the men in Nancy's life catch up with each other, the fireworks are touched off, and we'll be back in time to see the display. Now, Act 3 of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Ann Sothern. It isn't often that a girl comes to New York to find a bridegroom who took French leave on her wedding day. It isn't often that a girl, having come to New York, finds herself a dream cook for a prominent publisher and at the same time the dream heroine of a prominent novelist. But Nancy manages to be all of these things. Of course, it couldn't happen to every girl, but it could happen to Nancy, from whom we have now learned to expect the unusual. At the moment, Nancy is dining out with novelist Malcolm Niles at one of New York's ultra supper clubs.
Well, you like it, Nancy?
Oh, yes, it's a beautiful place, Mr. Niles. Except I feel sort of plain in just street clothes.
Nonsense.
And it's a funny feeling not to know what you're going to have for dessert.
You've never had crepes Suzette?
Gee, it doesn't even sound like food at all.
Oh, they're more than food, Nancy. Crepes Suzette are the climax of dramatic cuisine.
Is that so?
They're served in a chafing dish with a burning flame from the fumes of brandy sauce. You listening to me?
Oh, yes.
What are crepes Suzette?
What?
You see, you weren't listening. What are you staring at?
You? No, I wasn't listening, Mr. Niles. I was thinking how nice it is being here with you.
Oh, fine. Well, now let's get to work, shall we?
Work? Oh,
We've got our heroine alone in the park.
we have?
This is the crucial scene so far. This is where love enters her life, see? Even my serials can't go on for more than 3 installments without love.
Hello.
What?
I just said hello to that man over there.
I thought you said you didn't know anybody in New York.
Oh, I don't, Mr. Niles.
Then what are you speaking to that man for?
Well, I was just being neighborly. My goodness, he smiled at me and I smiled back and he said hello, I think, so I said hello.
Nancy, New York is not Birch Valley. You can get into a lot of trouble smiling at strangers.
If everybody smiled, there wouldn't be any strangers. Gee, the poor man's probably lonesome, like I was when I first came to New York. Gee, when I first came to New York. My, that seems a long time ago.
Oh, I dare say. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, in the park with love about to enter the life
Shall I
of...
tell you something, Mr. Niles?
What?
With Mr. Hanson eating home all the time and you and your questions, I've been so busy I haven't even thought of George. And I should think of George.
Why?
Why? Oh, Mr. Niles, you know why. And shall I tell you something else?
Please do.
I've been having fun, too. Cooking for Mr. Hanson and answering your questions. Especially working with you is fun.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. I've got some questions for you to answer now.
Oh.
What's that mean? Oh.
Oh, just nothing.
Well, in the park, our heroine meets the man she's going to fall in love with. The question is, what kind of a man would fall for a girl like this?
Maybe you'd better find out first what sort of a man she'd fall for.
What?
That girl.
Me? I will...
Well, maybe she'd fall for the wrong sort of man. Somebody selfish and spoiled and conceited.
Nancy, not so loud.
Somebody who needs a girl like her to knock some sense into him so he'd appreciate the simple things in life. So he'd wake up and not be so... My, I guess I got sort of carried away by the story.
I didn't know it was that good.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh.
What is it? What's wrong?
Oh, keep quiet. Nobody else has noticed. That man's tray is on fire.
Nancy, I told you. Crepe
The
Suzette...
pitcher of water, that'll do it.
Hey, no, wait a minute.
Be calm, everybody.
Nancy.
Be calm.
Don't throw that water. Oh. All right, let's see that finger.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Niles.
Oh, quite a burn. Here, put some of this butter on.
Oh, no, really, it's...
Oh, go on. It's not store butter. There, now that'll teach you not to play with fire.
Mr. Niles, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't know it was only a dessert.
Well, forget it. You're home now, in your own room. And a good night's sleep, and it'll all seem like a bad dream in the morning.
But putting you to all this trouble.
It was rugged while it lasted, wasn't it? Oh, I could do with a drink.
Well, there's some water over by the bed. I keep it there for Mr. Hanson.
Well, I didn't mean exactly to... You what?
Mr. Hanson walks in his sleep.
But that's ridiculous.
Oh, he does, Mr. Niles.
I've roomed with him. I've camped with him. He never walks in his sleep.
He walked in his sleep last night. He was coming right in here. Only the window onto the terrace was closed.
I'll have a talk with roaming Robert in the morning.
We had a farmhand who walked in his sleep. His wife threw a pitcher of cold water on him to wake him up.
Yeah, well, you climb into bed now and get yourself some pleasant dreams.
Oh, Mr. Niles.
What?
Look, it's Mr. Hanson. Sleepwalking again.
Well. Turn off the light. Is the window unlocked?
Now it is, yes.
Give me that pitcher of water. Quick. Now, come along, my wandering boy. Come along. Come on.
Where am I? What happened? Where am I?
Turn on the light, Nancy. You're well on the road to Alcatraz, you cad.
Mal, what are you doing here?
Getting you out, cad. Come on.
Now,
out.
wait. I demand an explanation. She's my cook.
Good night, Nancy.
Good night, Mr. Niles. Good night, Mr. Hanson.
I demand an explanation.
Now, what have you got to say for yourself?
What have I got to say? You kidnap my cook. You take her out to dinner. You drown me for no reason. And then... What were you doing in there?
It so happens I was bringing her some butter.
A likely story.
Well, you can believe it or not. She got burned.
I'm not surprised.
Well, I'll tell you this, my fine, meandering friend. After everything that happened tonight, I'm taking care of her.
What else happened?
Never mind that. From now on, I'm Nancy's guardian, and my first official act is to see that you sleep in my room tonight, chained to the bedpost.
Good morning, Nancy.
Oh, he flew away. I'd almost coaxed him right onto the clothesline. Ah, good morning, Mr. Hanson. You're up early this morning.
Yeah, I didn't sleep a wink all night. I want to apologize for last night, Nancy. I just feel terrible.
You'll feel much better after breakfast. I'll get it as soon as I finish hanging up the wash, Mr. Hanson.
Call me Robert. Look, I did a lot of thinking last night about you, about myself. I suddenly saw myself for what I am, a no-good, lazy, aimless,
don't
shiftless...
you talk that way.
A waster, a cad, a no-good, lazy, aimless,
I won't hear another word.
Point is, Nancy, man can go just so far alone, leading a useless life, and then he meets someone.
That's just what happens to Louis, the gangster in Mr. Niles' story.
Don't interrupt. But what I'm trying to say, for the first time in my life, the first time...
Oh, there you are.
I find myself in a position where...
At it again and in broad daylight.
You keep out of this.
What's the matter with everybody this morning?
I warned you last night, Bob.
Mal, I'm going to marry Nancy.
You're going to what?
You're going to... What did you say, Mr. Hanson?
If she'll have me. If you'll do me the honor, my dear.
Why, my goodness. If this is a joke or something...
Oh, it's no joke. I said I'd done a lot of thinking.
You're not serious.
I've never been more serious. She's the only genuine person who's ever come into my life, including you.
You're crazy. You're mad.
Oh, go away, will you?
Now, you listen to me.
I won't listen to
Oh,
you.
hush, hush, both of you. Mr. Hanson, if you mean that about wanting to marry me...
I did. I do with all my heart.
It's awfully sweet, but I don't know what to say.
Say no, of course.
You see, I love someone else. Very much.
What's more, she's going to marry him and not you, old boy.
Why, Mr. Niles?
There's never been any question about that. It's what she came to New York to do, marry George.
Oh.
But she hasn't found George.
I haven't found George, Mr. Niles.
She will.
Maybe she doesn't even want George anymore.
Certainly she wants George.
Just a minute, Mr. Niles.
They come from the same town, same background, interests. They're ideally suited for each
I
other.
think I can decide that for myself, Mr. Niles.
Now, see here, Bob. I'm your friend, your pal.
Yeah.
You don't love this girl. She's got you hypnotized, that's all. Suppose you married her. What would you talk about? Who would your friends be? What sort of life would you lead? New York's foremost publisher married to a Birch Valley buttercup.
Now, hold on, old boy.
You.
I know, Bob.
What do you know? What do you know about me? I'm not one of your silly heroines. I'm Nancy Hollister McFarland Briggs, and I'm real. Not something that came out of a stupid book.
Well, no, I didn't mean...
You think I've got nothing to talk about. Why, when I was 15, I wrote a poem at graduation that had more to say than all your books put together.
Well, now, Nancy,
And as for friends, I'll bet I've made more real friends around the neighborhood in 3 weeks than you've made all your life. Why, if I love a man, I'd make him a good wife, and that's a lot more than I can say for you. That's a whole lot more than I can say for you.
Well, Birch Valley Buttercup, huh?
Go away.
This happens to be my terrace. Go away yourself. Before you do, I've sent for a family.
Hmm?
Her family. I wired them to come up for our wedding.
Well, you are crazy. I met Mama, and I had a full description of Grandpa. Wait till you see him.
I expect to very shortly. They're flying here as my guests.
Ah, Bob, I can't let you do this.
Oh, bosh.
Now, if you won't consider yourself, think of your mother and father. Why, if they ever met Nancy's family, the blue blood in their veins would turn white.
They'll meet her family all in good time.
You're determined to go through with it?
Yes.
Even when she's admitted she loves George?
Yes.
Well, I won't have it, you understand? You and that girl. I'll stop it somehow if I have to drag you to a psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist? Maybe that's what you need. A good, honest psychiatrist who'll tell you the truth for once about yourself.
The truth?
Yes, that you're in love with her. You want to marry her.
Oh, you're an idiot.
Of course, that's it. I see it all now. You don't want me to marry her because you want her for yourself. Well, it won't work, see? Now go away from here and stay away.
Oh, he's out of his mind. That's what it is. He's possessed. Of all the idiotic... Me in love with that pest? Well, she spelled nothing but trouble for me ever since I laid eyes on her. Oh, no, it isn't that at all. I'm thinking of Bob, my friend, my buddy. I've been a nervous wreck ever since she followed me to New York. Oh, I've got to scotch this thing between her and... hello. I want to send a telegram to Mr. and Mrs. Robert Hanson, Sr., Beacon Hill, Boston. Come at once. Bob making grievous mistake involving family name. That's right. Grievous mistake.
Nancy? Come on in, folks. She must be out in the kitchen.
Well, I hope so. I could do with some of Nancy's victuals. Ain't had a decent meal since she left.
Why, Papa, I've cooked all your favorite dishes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Well, Mr. Hanson?
Robert, please.
Quite a place you got here. Might fancy, but nice.
I'm glad you like it, sir.
But where's Nancy? We want a surprise.
I'll go get her. I didn't say a word about your coming.
Good evening, Robert.
What?
Speaking of surprises, I've got a couple for you.
Well, Robert, have you lost your tongue?
Don't stand there gaping, boy.
Mother. Father, where did... Oh, hello.
We came the moment we got Malcolm's telegram.
Left on the next train.
Malcolm's telegram, I see. This is Mrs. Briggs and Grandpa, my parents.
Howdy, folks.
How do you do?
Isn't anybody going to introduce me? I'm Malcolm Niles.
My best friend in wolf's clothing.
You don't remember me, Mr. Niles, but we met before in a bookstore in Birch Valley.
Robert, what's this Malcolm tells us about a wedding? Who is this woman?
She's my granddaughter Nancy, as fine a girl as ever came out of the South. Oh, do you like fruitcake and syllabub?
We do not.
No, indeed.
Don't evade the issue, Robert. Who is she?
Oh, Mother, you'll love Nancy. She's wonderful.
And anybody says she ain't has got to me to answer for her.
We ought to be proud to join this family, Mother.
Why?
Why, Robert?
Well, because we need fresh stock. We've been watered down with decadent nobility.
Robert, how can you stand there and insult your family in front of these...
Peasants.
Say, you mean us?
The whole affair is utterly absurd.
Oh, Mother, be fair about this. You haven't even seen Nancy yet.
I don't have to see her. I've seen them.
Why, the idea. Papa, you hear her?
Think you're too good for us, do you? Well, let me tell you a thing, Mrs. Hoity-Toity.
I won't forget this now. Of all the...
I did it to save you from yourself,
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You'll mean that someday.
You won't live to see it. You and I are through. Kaput.
Quiet. Here comes Nancy.
Nancy? What's she doing with those bags? Oh, Nancy, my dear, I have a surprise for you.
Nancy, honey.
Mother, Grandpa. Oh. Well, how did you get here?
Came up here by airplane. You know, if we Confederates had had a few of those things, these Yankees wouldn't be so uppity today.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you. So glad.
Hey, wait a minute. You've been crying. Here, put them bags down.
Well, what brought you here? Why didn't you let me know?
It was all so sudden, honey.
Nancy, this is my mother and father. This is Nancy.
Oh, well, I'm mighty glad to meet you. Well, my, this is a pleasant surprise seeing you all. Oh.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just an innocent bystander.
Robert, your father and I wish to speak with you alone.
Alone, Robert.
Anything you got to say, you say to her faces.
Why, Grandpa, that's rude.
It's no more than they rightly deserve.
I say it's a heap sight better to have a showdown right now before Nancy marries that young feller.
Who said I was going to get married?
He did.
Well, Nancy, we didn't decide. You didn't decide, but when I mentioned it this morning, I'd already sent for your folks, you see, and...
Say, let's get this straight. You wired us you and Nancy was going to get married.
I did, sir.
Well, are you or ain't you?
Are you going to let that man bully our son?
See here, my good man.
I ain't your good man.
I knew what it'd be like. Yankees.
Now, don't get excited. Nothing will be gained by getting excited, please.
Please, everybody, keep quiet, please. It seems you've all got something to say about my getting married, except me. I told Mr. Hanson how I felt this morning. He's sweet, one of the nicest people I know. There's someone else.
Nancy.
What? George? George? Where did you come from?
Well, I rang and knocked. Finally walked in. Long time no see, Nancy.
Where have you been?
Oh, well, I lost my job, see. That's why I skipped the wedding. That's why I didn't answer your ad sooner. But I got another job, and everything's hotsy-totsy now. These your bags?
Yes. I was just leaving for Birch Valley.
You're on your way, sweetheart.
Niles, this is all your doing.
My doing?
Yes, you brought him here.
He read the ad. You heard him.
Oh, you'd stop at nothing to keep me from marrying her?
Bob, on my word of honor.
Honor? You don't know the meaning of the word. You're trying to keep me from marrying her because you love her yourself.
What? What did you say?
Oh, it's true. Look at him. He's been trying to keep me away from you ever since that night he threw me out of your bedroom.
What? Why, say, what in tarnal's been going on in this Babylon?
Mr. Niles, is that true, what he said?
Well, I'd have punched you in the nose, wise guy.
Go away, George.
Well, I'm going. I'm taking Nancy with me. Come on, baby. Come on, folks. We're getting out of here. Well, Nancy, what are you staring at? You coming or not?
What? Oh, yes, of course. Oh, my bag.
I got them both here.
The other one, I had 3.
Nancy, you only had 2 bags when you came.
That's right, I remember.
If she says she had 3, she had 3. You give her the other bag.
I haven't got her bag. I never did have her bag.
Are you trying to make a liar out of me?
Hush, all of you keep quiet. I'd like to speak to Mr. Niles alone, please. Grandpa, take them all in the other room, will you?
You heard her. She wants to talk to him alone. And you, George Wilkins, exactly where was you at the time of the wedding? I was reading the paper.
Now, what's all this nonsense about a missing bag? You know as well as I do that you never had three...
Mr. Niles, you didn't deny it.
What?
When Mr. Hanson said you were in love with me yourself, you didn't say you weren't. Are you, Mr. Niles?
Yesterday I'd have said that he was crazy.
But today?
I guess I'm crazy. You spelled trouble from the first minute I laid eyes on you.
Oh, Mr. Niles.
And I'm practically a nervous wreck on account of you.
Oh, Grandpa, everybody, you can come back now.
Heaven only knows what our life together will be like. But the whole idea is
Now,
fantastic.
everybody, listen, everybody. Excuse me, Mr. Niles. I owe Mr. Niles a public apology. A minute ago, I let you all think he'd taken my bag, but he hadn't. I ought to be ashamed of myself, and I am. And now I feel better. Everything's going to be all right. Everything's going to be just practically perfect. Oh, Malcolm.
Ann Southern will be back in just a moment. I've brought you back to the microphone, Ann, for a little closing off-stage interview.
You mean questions about my personal life, whether I enjoy cooking and things like that?
Well, not exactly. What I really want to do is to congratulate you on the swell show you just gave.
Oh, Howard, that might embarrass me.
Well, we're a little proud of you around here, especially since you're on our radio in The Adventures of Maisie.
This isn't an interview, it's a commercial.
Well, going further, we all liked your psychological characterization in your latest film, Death in the Doll's House.
Thank you, Howard.
And thank you, Ann Southern.
Three Loves Has Nancy was presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical On the Town, starring Gene Kelly, Frank Sinatra, Betty Garrett, and Ann Miller. Myron McCormick was heard as Niles and Carl Eastman as Robert. Original music composed and conducted by Joel Herron. The program was directed by Marks B. Loeb and produced by Raymond Katz. The MGM Theater of the Air. Our star this week, Miss Deborah Carr. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, the Vice President of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and also well known as writer of Broadway musical shows, including the most recent smash hit, Inside USA, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Thank you. The one-hour play that we are about to present to you on the MGM Theater of the Air is entitled Vacation from Marriage. It is one of the many dramatic adaptations from the earlier successes of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer that will be presented on this station each week. Miss Deborah Carr, who played the original role of Kathy in the film, will herself appear in this dramatization of Vacation from Marriage. The curtain will rise in just a moment. Let us take you back to the year 1945, a year marked by a sigh of relief that breathed round the world. The war was over. Our soldiers were returning home. In that year, Alexander Corder produced for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer presentation an engaging comedy of matrimonial tribulation. Miss Deborah Carr scored a decided hit in that picture, Vacation from Marriage. Perhaps you will remember Robert Donat and Ann Todd. Perhaps you will remember the early misunderstandings of Kathy and Robert, in real life, Miss Carr and Mr. Donat. At any rate, now, on stage, the MGM Theater of the Air presents Deborah Carr in person as the wartime wife in Vacation from Marriage. Our story of Kathy and Robert Wilson started on a grayish morning in London, and yet a spring morning in 1940. A very important morning, to be sure, in the seemingly uneventful lives of Mr. and Mrs. Robert Wilson, who went about the day as they had almost every day in the 6 years of their wedded existence.
Another morning, another day. London spring, gray, foggy, rather, well, dripping from all we could tell with that wall, that brick wall of the building across the alley, blocking any view we might have. Oh, if only I didn't have this cold. Every winter, every spring, a cold. Is it the same cold, I wonder, or a different one each year? Now, that's silly. I'm not silly, usually. Maybe it's because Robert is going off to war tonight. Here now, young woman, none of that. Robert wouldn't approve. And his egg has boiled its 3 minutes. He'll be out in a minute. Tie proper, jacket proper. Sits at the table properly. Robert, your egg is on, dear.
Coming, Kathy.
I wonder, every morning for 6 years, I wonder what is he thinking this morning, any morning.
Morning, Catherine.
No, don't miss me, dear.
No, of course not. You'd think that this morning of all mornings, same cold, same red nose, hair undone, that flannel wrapper, tea, toast, egg. Oh, well, why should it be different today? Only it is different. Or is it? Tonight, perhaps. Not this morning. Tonight, yes.
Your umbrella, dear. His umbrella. Every morning, of course. This is London. Suppose I gave him a raw egg in his hand instead of an umbrella.
Kathy, about tonight.
Yes, dear.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Perhaps I'd better take a taxi home and keep it waiting. If you'll...
Have your bag packed? Yes, dear. All packed.
Well, goodbye, Kathy.
Goodbye. No, don't kiss me. You'll catch my cold, dear.
Well, goodbye.
Another morning, another day. Like clockwork, even in the middle of a war.
Wilson.
Yes, Mr. Staines?
Mr. Hargrave will see you now.
Oh, thank you, sir. All employees of 5 years or longer volunteering for His Majesty's service will receive from the company the difference between salary and service pay. Now, Robert Wilson, this is what you have to say to him. Mr. Hargrove, I've served the company devotedly for 5 years, all but 8 weeks, Mr. Hargrove. So I trust you'll make an exception in my favor as to making up this salary. After all, 8 weeks out of 5 years can't make that much difference.
And so you see, Wilson, since you are 8 weeks short of 5 years, well, there's not much we can do about it now, is there?
Mr. Hargrove, I've served the company
If I were to make an exception in your case, precedent, that is, it would naturally mean Well, you see what I mean, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir. But...
Good lad. I'm extremely sorry to lose you, Wilson. But with your calm point of view, you're bound to get on even in the Army.
Navy, sir.
Hmm? Oh. Oh, yes. Well, the job will be here if you come back. When you come back.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Those are his footsteps. I didn't hear any taxi. He's early. He depended so much on the company to take care of me. Perhaps I'd better be at the door. The way he's walking, he didn't get it. Funny, you could tell just from the way he walks. I'll have to do something, a job of some kind. We've got to keep the flat. Couldn't possibly keep it on the Navy allowance. We've saved £97.10. 6 years, £97.10. He's trying to be brave about it. Thinks I don't know. Robert, you're early.
Kathy, I didn't get it. They wouldn't... Mr. Hargrove.
Oh, Robert.
You see, a rule's a rule. He was sorry.
Oh, well, never mind. We don't have much time if you have to be at the station at 9. I put some sandwiches in your case, Robert. Top left-hand corner.
Thank you.
You don't have to change trains, do you?
No, I don't think so. The insurance policy's in the desk. The key's under the clock. I think you'd better wind it every day.
Robert, if the worst comes to the worst, I could always get a job.
No, Kathy. Now, that's the last thing I want you to do. You know how I feel about that. And there's almost £100.
Just as you say,
All
Robert.
right, mate. Find a seat. Find a seat now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye, Kathy.
Goodbye, Robert. Oh, I hope you didn't catch my cold. Be careful, dear.
I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Robert. Goodbye.
Carry on and turn in. Choose your cuts. Haven't much time before pipe down.
Good evening.
Good evening, mate.
Is this bed engaged?
No, it's not a bed.
A bunk?
You're in the Navy now.
Oh, I see. Oh, yes, of course. When do we actually get on the ship?
What ship?
Why, His Majesty's ship Benbow, of course.
Well, this is it, old son. You're in His Majesty's ship Benbow right now.
This? The Benbow? But it's just a hut. A Nissen hut.
This is what they call a shore establishment, and all shore establishments are run like ships.
Oh, I see. How do you know so much about it?
There's nothing much they can tell me about the Navy. I used to be a Sea Scout.
All right, out lights. Pipe down. Out lights. Pipe down.
Report, Robbie. Seasick, are you? Well, the crow's nest of a destroyer ain't the steadiest place in the world.
What do you want?
Your watch is up, mate. I come to relieve you. Anything to report? See anything out there?
No. Here, binoculars.
Well, get along, Robbie. Lovely grub tonight. Pork and beans.
Oh, no.
What's the beans, Harry, with you? What? Ain't you going to eat your lovely grub, matey?
Oh, leave me alone.
Are you reading that letter again?
You must know that letter by heart, Bob.
What do you keep reading it for?
It's Kathy. Oh, she's joined the Wrens.
Hey, you got my bunk.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the chief said any bed in the hut.
She said nothing of the kind.
Oh, but I assure you she did.
She didn't say any bed in the hut. She said any bunk in the cabin.
Oh, yes, I mean that. Any bunk in the cabin.
Take that bunk and you better stir your kit.
Can I leave it on the floor?
Deck, girl, deck. Don't forget you're in the Navy now. It's the deck. That's the deckhead. This is the cabin, and the kitchen is the ruddy galley. And if you forget that, you're going to get into trouble. What's your name?
Kathy Wilson. Mrs. Wilson.
And what have you done with him?
Who?
The fortunate Mr. Wilson.
Oh, he's at sea.
Oh, that'll teach him. If you've got a cold, go straight to nurse. A senior rating in this cabin, I won't have anyone scattering germs.
Well, I can't help having a cold.
Of course you can. Proper diet, fresh air.
I think you're being extremely impertinent.
Oh, it's horrid being new, isn't it? You'll quite like it in a week or two. We're not so bad.
What's your name?
Clayton. Dizzy Clayton. Here, have a cigarette.
Oh, no, thank you. My husband doesn't like me to. Do you think there's somewhere I could post this letter?
Of course, I'll come with you if you like. We'll just have time before supper.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, you can't go out looking like that. Your hat. No, not down over your ears. Look, like this. See?
Oh, I really don't think
Now, try some lipstick.
Oh, no, I never use lipstick. My husband doesn't like me to.
Oh, well, then you must never use it. Never.
Hmm? Well, maybe just a touch. I'd better?
Some. Let's go, sailor. When we shove off, sister, we're going someplace.
Are we, Dizzy? Is it far to the post box?
A cigarette that bears a lipstick's traces. An airline ticket to romantic places.
Hello, Robert. Still alive up here?
And kicking.
See anything?
Yes.
Oh, what?
A lot of sea. Here, binoculars.
I see the convoy's still out there.
Yes, there's nothing else in sight. We had a bit of trouble with that Greek over there. She seems to want to go off on her own. The captain gave her a devil of a talking to just now. Hey, what's for grub?
An highly original dish known as corned beef hash.
Good, I'm hungry as a horse. Good old corned beef hash. Well, who's the pin-up girl?
My missus.
Hey, I didn't know you was married.
Hardly knowed it myself, Stripey. At last leave it was. Only had 1 day for a honeymoon.
Funny things, honeymoons. I've had 4. 3 regular and 1 in America. But what I say is, you can't judge a wife by an honeymoon. Now, my first was a bit light-hearted, if you know what I mean. We had grand 5 days, though. Never out of a pub till we was pushed.
What happened to her?
I just lost touch. How about your honeymoon, Bob?
Well, as a matter of fact, my wife and I went to Clacton-on-the-Sea in August on the 10th.
Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer true. I'm just crazy.
And furthermore, when we make port next week...
If we make port next week...
And Kathy gets her leave...
If they give her a leave...
We possibly might go to Clacton-on-the-Sea again.
By the sea, by the sea, by the beautiful sea. You and me, you and me.
Come in, miss.
Thank you, sir. An urgent signal for you from Commander Baker, sir. I'm to say that the telephone's broken down and nobody can get through by road.
Thank you. Did you come alone?
Yes, sir. In a motorboat, sir.
Have any trouble?
No, sir. A bit noisy.
Frightened?
Yes, sir.
Don't blame you, so am I. When I was your age, I should have been a darn sight more frightened. You know, you'll have something to tell your children when you marry.
I am married, sir.
Oh? Where's your husband? At sea, I hope?
Yes, sir.
How long is it since you saw him?
It's about 18 months now, sir.
Long time, 18 months.
Yes, sir. It's a long time.
Now, say, Robbie, how do you spell nostalgia?
Nostalgia.
Nostalgia, what's that?
Oh, it's what I feel when I'm away from my wife. I got to say something, ain't I? Not so easy when you ain't seen your wife for 2 years.
Now, my last old woman, after I'd been away for a while, I found myself forgetting what she looked like.
Couldn't even remember her face.
Yeah, that's right. And she was a good wife, too, in many ways. But when we was apart, she sort of faded out, you know, went kind of misty.
Sort of out of focus.
Yeah, that's right.
Can you see your wife, Bob?
Huh?
Oh, of course I can. Good looker? Well, she's just an ordinary girl. Simple, uncomplicated, quiet, dependable sort of person. Yes, that's the strong point about Catherine. She's thoroughly dependable.
Have you got a picture, Bob?
Yes, here she is.
Oh, yeah. That's a nice, quiet little dumper, I should say. You're not the flighty sort. You'll know where you are with her when you get shore leave.
When we get shore leave?
They're always best in the long run, them quiet ones, even if they ain't much fun. Now, I always says...
General quarters, all hands, man your battle stations. All hands, battle stations, battle stations.
About Wilson, Doctor, any special instructions?
Wilson, nurse?
He was on that destroyer, sir, torpedoed. Wilson's the case with the hands and the wound on his head.
Oh, the cut on the head is nothing. One can't tell about his hands yet. Just keep him quiet.
Yes, Doctor.
How is he, nurse?
He'll be all right, Scotty.
I hope so. He's earned it. They tell me he rowed a lifeboat for 5 days with his hands half roasted.
Yeah, it's bad enough when your hands haven't been burned.
I know it was a wonderful party tonight, but in 5 minutes we'll have to put out the lights.
Oh, I can't finish my letter.
Well, you're not writing to Robert at this hour.
I sort of thought I ought to.
Did you have a good time tonight, Kathy?
Oh, yes. And it's because I had a good time. It doesn't seem fair to Robert somehow.
Why, is he so mad about dancing?
Oh, he hates it. And you see, while I was dancing with your cousin, I suddenly realized how he hates it. See what I mean?
I'd rather like to meet your Robert.
Oh, I don't think you'd get on. He's never done anything or gone anywhere exciting like your cousin.
Why don't you call him Richard?
Yes, he asked me to. Oh, he's had a wonderful life.
Robert's in the city, isn't he?
Bookkeeper. Richard told me all about the docks at Hong Kong. Why, he practically built them, didn't he?
Well, he did repair work on them, I believe.
Oh.
Kathy, how old is Robert?
Oh, about Richard's age. Imagine he's learning to speak Chinese.
Who, Robert?
Robert, Chinese? Oh, don't be silly. Richard.
Kathy, had he charm when you met him?
Who? Richard?
Robert.
Oh. Well, he was always very kind.
Oh.
Do you know, Dizzy, I've never danced since I married Robert. It's a wonderful sensation to dance with the right man.
With whom?
Oh, with the right man.
After a brief intermission, the MGM Theater of the Air will bring you Act Two of Vacation from Marriage, starring Deborah Carr. The house lights again dim. The curtain rises once more on Deborah Carr in Vacation from Marriage. Two years. Not so very long in someone's life, but in a war, it can be a lifetime. 2 years can see changes, vast changes. Houses turn to rubble, and people can change their personalities. So it was with Kathy and Robert Wilson. We find Kathy now, unaware of Robert's wounds, trim and fresh, beautiful in her blue wren's uniform, watching the sea in good company.
Oh, Richard, look. What a wonderful view.
Guarded by ships and all our sea our own.
Who said that?
A poet, 300 years ago, in another fight for freedom.
Oh, I do envy you, Richard. You've read everything, traveled everywhere. I do read, but I've never traveled.
Why don't you, after the war?
Oh, you don't know my husband.
Don't I?
What you doing?
Making a sketch of you. No, don't look till I'm finished. Your husband, I should say, is about 5'8", grumbles a little, doesn't drink, likes bicycling, and kept white mice as a small boy.
Oh, I think you're being perfectly hateful.
Keep still, don't move.
My husband's devoted to me, and I am to him. He can't talk intellectually and spitefully like...
Me.
And I'm not saying he's Clark Gable, but he is dependable.
A habit, merely.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
You might have kept still another moment. Well, it's not bad. You can look now if you like.
It's not me.
Who else?
Oh, well, it's very lovely, but it's not a bit like me.
It's exactly like you.
I didn't know you could draw.
No, nobody ever thinks a naval architect can...
May I have it? I want to send it out to Robert. Oh, but I wanted it for my husband.
You didn't know who it was. Why should he?
Well, Wilson, is there anyone else you want written to?
I won't bother you, nurse. I'll be able to write myself in a day or two.
Oh, rather hard on her, whoever she is, to be kept waiting, even a day.
Well, it's only my wife.
Only your wife?
Well, I mean, whether she gets a letter a day or two sooner or later, she won't mind.
Is she pretty?
Nice looking rather than pretty. At least I thought she was when I first met her.
Where was that?
At the Polytechnic. I wanted to be an engineer. You know, bridges, roads, India. One sort of dreams, you know.
Yes. Yes, I know.
I went to the Polytechnic, evening classes. It was there that I met Kathy. She was studying shorthand or something. Well, we fell in love, married, and that was the end of that.
I see.
You know, I seem to be pouring out the entire story of my life.
People always unburden to their nurses when they're getting better. It's what we're here for.
Well, I can't see myself unburdening to matron. Oh, no, don't go for a minute. I want to ask you something. I'll be leaving in a few days. Before I go, would you... could we have a sort of evening, a sort of final evening?
Oh, I'd love to.
You would?
Why, of course.
This is rather silly, but what's your name?
Elena. Rhymes with Vienna.
Elena from Vienna.
That's so silly, but I like it.
Good. You know, I've never met anyone like you before.
Well, I could say the same of you.
No, but it wouldn't be true. My sort at 2 a penny.
So am mine.
Now, look, not in my world.
What exactly is your world?
I'll tell you if you like. 87 Lennox Gardens, top flat, from 6:30 p.m. till 8:30 a.m. Hargrove and Company from 9 a.m. till 6. That's my world. Except for a fortnight once a year at Clacton-on-the-Sea.
Poor Clacton-on-the-Sea. What's wrong with it?
Well, there's nothing wrong with the place, just us. When you move a garden roller off a patch of grass, you know how yellow and flat the grass looks. Well, that's just how we look lying on the beach, getting our fortnight's sunshine for the year.
We?
Yes, we. Me and all the others. The groove is comfortable, Elena. So is a grave. Oh, I say, do I sound sorry for myself?
Yes, you do. You ought to be proud of yourself and of the millions of others like you. They haven't done so badly, those people who stayed behind in their London offices. Grass under the roller. My husband used to say that grass is the toughest thing in the universe.
I didn't know you were married.
Not very observant, are you, Robert? You didn't notice my wedding ring. My husband used to say that to him, the city of London was the most romantic spot on earth. I expect you've heard of him. Allingham, an explorer.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course I know him. I mean, he's, well, everyone knows him.
He was once a London office boy.
Where is he now?
He was killed in Burma 6 months ago. He was wonderful. He had a mind like a lamp. Then comes the war, and out. I'm glad we've known each other, Robert.
Elena, please.
No, I don't want to be hurt again. I must go now. Please don't come. Goodbye, Robert.
Elena,
Shh. Don't say anything. I'd like to kiss you goodbye. Goodbye, Robert.
Funny. Elena rhymes with Vienna. But for me, the Naval Hospital in Tunis will always... Goodbye, Elena.
Richard,
Yes, Kathy.
wool gathering.
Courage, Catherine. Courage to tell you the truth.
I wish you wouldn't.
I love you. You've known that for a long time.
No, Richard. You're fond of me, just as I'm fond of you. But you're not in love with me. Anyway, you told me yourself you never meant to fall in love again.
I didn't mean to, but I have.
I suddenly realized that I'm two persons, and I used to be one. I'm two persons, and I don't like either of them. At least I don't like the one that you like.
Listen, Kathy.
Richard, Robert's home. I've got leave. I'm going up on the night train to London with Dizzy.
You needn't look as though you're going to a funeral, Kathy.
Oh, I'm stiff, Dizzy, with this stuffy train.
A whole week's leave with your husband after 3 years. Why, you should be jumping with joy. Out with it, Kathy. What's the matter?
3 years.
Now, what do you mean?
I haven't seen Robert for 3 years. It's just what you said. 3 years.
It's a lifetime, Scotty. 3 years.
I see what you mean.
Mind you, I was fond of Kathy, and she was fond of me, but the one thing we had in common, our home, well, it was pre-war.
And you don't want to go back to it.
I do not. She will. I'm her whole life. Poor little Kathy. Scotty, there were times when I'd say to myself, if she gets one more cold, only one more, I'll emigrate.
And there were times when I'd think to myself, if I hear the click of his latchkey just one more time, always on time, I'll set fire to the house. Oh, Dizzy, I don't want to have anything I oughtn't, but I just can't go and live in that guinea pig hutch with Robert.
Could you with Richard?
Dick? What's Dick got to do with it?
Well, he's in love with you, isn't he?
Yes, I suppose so.
And you? How do you feel about him?
Well, I feel that whatever I feel, I must go back to Robert.
Because you're married to him?
No, because he can't do without me. Oh, Dizzy, he's such a poor, dear little man. If I went there to wind him up and start him off to the office every morning, he'd run down like a clockwork mouse. After that train, Dizzy, walking's a joy. And I've got to have a little more time. Time to figure this out.
Time? What's that in a war?
What? Oh. Well, here's the situation. Robert will never realize what utter strangers we really are unless I tell him. The point is, ought I to?
Well, what I can't understand is why you feel he's a stranger. I haven't seen John since Singapore, but...
John? You aren't married?
Engaged. Oh, he's all right. I heard from somebody who got out.
Well, you might have told me, Dizzy. Make me feel so small.
You talk about 3 years, dimming things. Why, Kathy, I can see him as clearly... What's the good of talking? He'll come back sometime. I can wait.
I do envy you. You've got everything coming to you still. But I've been married for years, and there just isn't anything left to come.
Looks like the missus isn't home yet. Say, Robbie, who's the barnacle on the mantel?
That picture? No, Benes, that's me. Funny how photographs let you down. You know, this was quite a good shot of me at the time.
Who's the lady?
Kathy.
Ah, no colored photographs in those days. Pity. I always say color helps a face.
Those days, this snap was taken the year before the war. If a man can change so much in 4 years, what's the answer?
I wouldn't like to say.
Well, clear out. That's the only thing to do. I mean, it's for Kathy's own good. What's the use? She's a stranger to me. I'm a stranger to her. Scotty, I want to be myself. They've blitzed enough of London. Why couldn't they have blitzed this building, too?
That's tempting Providence, Bob.
Providence? Maybe. I don't know about that. But I do know Kathy's coming here to meet us.
But, Kathy, that poor devil's home on his first leave.
Yes, I know, Dizzy, but I just can't do it. I can't resume married life without any preliminaries.
Don't fuss. I know what you mean.
Yes, but Will Robert, Dizzy, we're here.
Well?
I'm not going in.
Oh, don't be a fool.
Oh, my knees are like cotton
Go
wool.
on.
Well, look, will you wait for me at the pub? It's the Coach and Horses just round the corner.
I'll meet you there in about an hour. That do you?
Yes, that's fine. Promise?
Go on, you coward. I'll be at your Coach and Horses.
How many times have I climbed these stairs? Every day. Every single day for 6 years. Home. Home from the butcher, the baker. Not once from the pub. That's it. That's the difference. Robert will expect me the same. But no. No. I won't. I'm not a coward. I'm brave for the first time in my life. I won't go back to umbrellas and boiled eggs and tea. I won't. Dizzy! Dizzy! Wait for me.
What is it?
I simply couldn't do it.
You are a coward.
Yes, I'm so ashamed.
Well, so you ought to be. The least you can do is to telephone him.
Telephone? Oh, yes, I can do that. Oh, no, I can't. I haven't got any coppers.
Here are your coppers. Phone at the pub?
Yes, here, in here. Phone? Yes, here.
Hello? Who? What? What, Kathy?
Robert, I wondered if you could manage to meet me somewhere. Anywhere, the bus stop will do. I've got something private to tell you.
But Kathy...
I just don't want to come back to the flat, Robert.
What are you trying to say, Kathy?
I'm sorry, Robert. I'm most awfully sorry, but I don't want to come back to you at all.
Hello? Hello? Oh, she's out of her mind.
What on earth's the matter?
It's Kathy. She's crazy. She wants me to meet her at the bus stop. She says she's not coming back to me.
How? Congratulations, Robbie.
Look, there's a pub around the corner, the Coach and Horses. I'll meet you there when I'm through with her. If you think I'm going to let my own wife walk out on me, you can think again.
We will continue with the story of Kathy and Robert in just a moment. And here is the final act of the MGM Theater of the Air adaptation of Vacation from Marriage, starring Deborah Carr. London in wartime, a London night in wartime. The sprawling city draws its blackout around it and lies there waiting. The people wait. The shadows wait. The lonely young woman at the bus stop is Kathy, miraculously changed, now a courageous, self-reliant, and lovely Kathy. Her thoughts are only for the young man approaching in the shadows, the young man who calls.
Kathy, is that you?
Yes. That you, Robert?
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Well, what's all this about?
I thought we'd better have a talk somewhere on neutral ground.
Well, why not come back to the flat? Why not come home?
But that's just it. You see, it isn't a home to me anymore. I'm sorry, Robert. I'm awfully sorry, but I told you. I don't want to come back to you at all.
I see.
I've had time to do a lot of thinking.
What about?
Oh, about you and me and the life we used to lead before the war. And about the life I intend to lead after the war.
Is there someone else?
You needn't worry. I'm still a respectable married woman.
No, I'm absolutely sure about that, Kathy.
Oh, you needn't be so sure as all that. The trouble with me is that I have a conscience, and I know how much you need looking after. I lie awake at night wondering if it's fair to leave you to shift helplessly.
Will you please realize once and for all that I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself?
Oh, Robert, I had to wait on you hand and foot. You used to lean on me for everything.
Lean on you? And when I had the entire responsibility, but the entire responsibility for our two lives on my wretched shoulders, I used to feel like a racehorse dragging a milk cart.
A racehorse? You? A milk cart, am I? Oh, really, it's ridiculous to go on like this. Robert, I want a divorce.
All right. Have one.
You mean you agree?
Agree? As a matter of fact, Kathy, by some remarkable coincidence, is exactly what I wanted too.
Oh, you did you? Well, I'm very much relieved. Surprised, but relieved.
Well, there's that. Now, what had we better do next?
I suppose one gets a lawyer.
No. I mean, right now, there's still a lot to talk over. Would you like a cup of coffee or a lemonade or something?
Yes, I would rather.
Well, you better go somewhere. Coach and horses?
Yes.
Still troubled with your head colds?
Oh, nonsense. I haven't had a cold since I went away.
You were sniffing like mad on the telephone.
I was crying.
Crying?
Well, you don't say goodbye to your husband every day.
You don't say hello every day either. Do you realize I haven't seen you for 3 years? Not that I can see you now. If it weren't for your voice. London in a blackout is darker than a destroyer's deck. Finally fought through the mob at the bar. Here's your drink, Kathy.
Thank you, Robert.
I'm still a little fuddled, Kathy. You. Pink gin.
Why not? Well, now, what were we talking about? Robert, you do look very well. Solid, rather.
Why wouldn't I? Navy builds up a man. You, too.
Thank you. Navy builds up a woman. Now, getting back to the divorce.
Now, don't you worry about anything, Kathy. You sue me. I'll give you cause.
Oh, no, we'll stick to the truth. I've deserted you.
Oh, no, I take a very strong view of that. It's a bit of a slur, you know.
I don't mind. Can't be helped.
A slur on me, I mean. Tell me, Kathy, was I so awful?
Oh, what does it matter now?
Not a bit.
Was I? Come on, out with it.
Well, you were a bit of an old maid.
Old maid?
You know, cut and dried. Of course, I don't suppose I was exactly a pin-up girl myself.
No, not exactly.
But, Robert, how could I help it? A woman's place may be the home, but...
Oh, I'm not so sure it is.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, I don't think it is.
Yes, it is. It always will be. Only not our sort of home. Oh, Robert, I got so bored.
Bored? You too?
Yes. Do you remember that high wall that used to shut out our view? It was so flattening, Robert. Oh, how I used to envy you going down into the city every day.
Envy me?
Yes, there's something so romantic about the city. I mean, it's exciting. It's like the center of a web.
That's it. You get caught in it.
Oh, no, no, no. Quite the opposite. The threads run out to the ends of the earth. I always wanted to travel. Do you know what I did once? I brought home travel folders, Robert, from the Travel Bureau in Victoria Street. Oh, those folders were so wonderful. They were as good as a pink gin.
I never caught you reading one.
Of course not. I hid them in my stocking drawer. I was afraid of being sneered at.
Kathy, I never sneered at you. Never.
Oh, let's have another drink.
Oh, all right. Let's go to the bar.
Everyone's dancing.
Well, just push through. The bar's over. Kathy, want to dance?
Oh, love to, but you don't.
Think so?
Oh. Hey, where did you learn to dance?
Around and about. One picks it up, you know. Ha ha! Where did you learn?
Around and about. One picks it up, you know.
Well, blow me down. Kathy.
Somebody you know.
Yes, excuse me a moment.
Go ahead. I'll be around.
Dizzy. Well.
Quick work. But what have you done with the other one?
What other one?
The nitwit, the old man of the sea, your husband, your Robert.
Quiet. That is Robert.
Oh, don't be funny. That's not the husband you're going to get a divorce from.
That is the husband I'm getting a divorce from.
Well, then all I can say is you must be insane.
I don't know what you mean.
Now, look here. You told me your husband...
I don't want to hear what I told you. Come on, we have a table this way.
Ah, there you are, Robert. Sorry I'm late.
Hello, Scotty. Hey, give me a hand with these drinks.
Aye? Who are they for?
For the girls. That table over there.
Oh, boy, what a couple of smashers. What did you do to get rid of the wife? Beat her to death or something? Ah, I'll take that one on the right.
That one is my wife.
Your wife? Are you kidding?
That's my wife and a friend of hers. Now stop looking like the Cheshire Cat and come along.
You're not Robert's wife, are you?
Why, Scotty? What makes you think I'm not?
After all, look at you.
I'm looking. What's wrong? Did Robert say there was anything wrong with me?
Huh? Oh, no. Robert couldn't say enough about you. But somehow or other, I did not get the impression that you were a pin-up girl.
Am I really?
Aye, you're my idea of one.
Husbands just don't think of their wives as pin-up girls.
Oh, no. He always said how dependable you were. And about your being so delicate and always having colds. So you see, well, I was rather scared of meeting you.
Oh, yes, I do see.
I couldn't imagine you being so young.
Oh, couldn't you? Scotty, if you're nothing else, you're honest.
Kathy, dance with me.
No, thanks.
Kathy, what's happened? What's Scotty been saying?
Nothing. He only explained to me just what a dim, dowdy, irritating thrump of a woman he was expecting to meet.
Clumsy, muddle-headed fool.
I thought him very clear and very interesting. I do absolutely understand now, Robert, why you were so keen on getting a divorce.
I wanted a divorce? Who asked for a divorce first?
I did, very naturally.
And I agreed very naturally.
But I am not going to be divorced on the grounds that I'm older than you.
dull, dowdy, sickly,
I
or...
never said anything of the sort. I never, mind
say
you, never.
Next, I don't brush my teeth. If you think I'm going to stand for that sort of abuse, you're very much mistaken.
And if you think I'm going to be called an old maid...
So you are, an old maid.
Kathy, if you say that once more, I'll wring your neck.
Wring my neck. What a silly, stupid, hackneyed phrase. My dear Robert, I've run myself for the last 3 years with complete efficiency. I've worked with just as good brains as yours and held my own with them and had nothing but respect and courtesy wherever I went. Let me tell you this. You were a fairly pleasant person once, and I was doubtful if I was doing the right thing by you. Yes, I was actually afraid of hurting your feelings, as if you had any that weren't exclusively concerned with your own swollen, overbearing, impossible ego. Now I'm going. Good night.
All right. Good night.
Taxi! Taxi!
Kathy, what's got into you?
As far as I'm concerned, I never saw your friend Scotty's friend before in my life.
His name is Robert Wilson, and you're married to him.
Taxi! Taxi!
Have you far to go, Dizzy?
Streatham. Kathy's staying with me.
Taxi!
You'll never get a taxi to Streatham at this hour.
Dizzy, if we can't get a taxi, we must go to a hotel.
You two girls can go on to the flat.
He says we can go to the flat.
I wouldn't dream of going to the flat.
She wouldn't dream of going to the flat.
Tell her not to be a fool.
He says not to be a fool.
Oh, tell him to mind his own business.
You heard that, I suppose.
Tell her for the time being she is still my business. I will not allow my wife to wander about the streets. I go on to the flat. Here's the key.
I have a key, Dizzy. I intend to wait here until I get a taxi.
She has a key, Robert. She intends to wait here until she gets a taxi.
Oh, all right. Then we'll all wait here until she gets a taxi.
It would be very much better if they both went back to their drinking. We're perfectly capable of looking after ourselves.
I'm going to see you and Dizzy into a taxicab or into the flat. I don't give a hoot in Hades what you do, but I'll not leave two girls standing on the pavement. Now, is that understood?
Yes, Robert, and it's very sweet of you.
I don't mind waiting. It's a very pleasant locality.
It was before the Blitz.
What used to be here?
Very nice little shops, Dizzy. Paper shop here, just here, next door to the butcher.
The laundry, Dizzy.
The butcher.
The butcher was opposite, Dizzy.
The butcher was next door, next to the greengrocer.
The butcher and the greengrocer were opposite.
The paper shop, the butcher, the greengrocer were all on the north side of the street.
The laundry was on the north side. The butcher and the greengrocer were opposite.
Where's north, Scotty?
There's north.
I don't care where north is.
If we only had a compass to convince the lady.
Scotty, if all the compasses in the British Navy were to say that the butcher and the greengrocer were on the north side, then all the compasses in the British Navy would be wrong. The butcher and the...
Oh, shut up, Kathy.
Robert, please don't speak to me.
Speak to you? My dear Kathy, I don't want to speak to you. Conceit. That's what's the matter with you. Blind, blithering conceit. You doll yourself up decently for the first time in your life, smother your face in lipstick, you frizz up your hair like a blonde gollywog, and then you expect me to speak to you. I'll never speak to you again as long as I live. Good night and goodbye.
There. You see, Dizzy? You see, Scotty? That's what the war can do to a man. And he used to be the kindest, gentlest, most courteous husband. Quarrel? Why, he never so much as raised his voice. Nobody knew but me what a darling he was, and I adored him. It was my whole life. Did you hear the things he said to me?
Yes, dear. Now, shall we go to your flat? We're all very tired.
Conceit. It's not fair. And it isn't frizzed.
Of course it isn't, darling. Come on, let's go.
Will I see you safely home?
No, thanks. It's just down the road.
Goodbye, Scotty.
Goodbye, Mrs. Wilson. Thank you for a very interesting and instructive evening. I'm on the brink of matrimony myself.
You know, Kathy, that's your 8th cup of tea.
I can't sleep.
I can, if I'm let.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dizzy. You must be dead with sleep. Go on now, in there.
Oh, with the cups and plates.
I'm just not sleepy. I'll do them.
Oh, I hoped you'd say that. Good night, darling. Oh, think of it. A real bed to hit the sack in. Don't wait up for him. Too long, that is.
Dizzy, go to bed. Cups and plates, like it used to be. Same sink, same stove, same flat. Only different. I'm different. He's different, too. Outside, anyway. I wonder, could the old outside have been, well, wrong? And the new outside the real inside? Or was the old outside really inside? Oh, who knows? Oh, what's the matter with me? I must be tired. I'll leave these things for the morning. Don't need the light to think by. I can draw the curtains back now. Well, what? The old wall. It's down. The moon can come in here now. And the sun, too. Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bother you.
I wasn't asleep.
I just came for my things.
Do you remember those high walls that used to make the room so dark?
Yes.
They've gone. Look, the window.
Well, you've certainly got the view you always wanted.
Miles and miles of it. But, oh, Robert, the desolation.
Poor old London. Well, we've just got to build it up again, that's all.
It'll take years and years.
Well, what does it matter? We're young.
We're young. We've a lifetime ahead of us, haven't we, sailor?
Kathy.
Oh, Robert.
Deborah Carr will be back in just a moment.
And now here again is our host, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Deborah, it was a nostalgic thrill hearing you play Kathy again.
Thank you, Howard. I must confess I enjoyed it myself. It brought back old times.
You like the old times better than the new ones?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. The recent years have been great fun, working in the Hollywood sunshine, working in America.
Working for MGM.
Well, yes. They've kept me pretty busy since I got here, playing If Winter Comes with Walter Pidgeon, The Hucksters with Clark Gable, and Edward, My Son with Spencer Tracy.
Well, I saw it, and I recommend it.
Well, I don't hesitate to recommend it. That is, because of the performance given by Spencer Tracy.
Also because of your performance. Thank you, Miss Carr, for decorating our studio tonight.
And may I also thank you for allowing me to be here, Howard.
Deborah Carr appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Red Danube, starring Walter Pidgeon, Ethel Barrymore, Peter Lawford, Angela Lansbury, and Janet Leigh. Ivor Francis was heard as Robert. Original music composed and conducted by Joel Herron. The program was directed by Marks B. Loeb and produced by Raymond Katz. The MGM Theater of the Air. Our stars this week, Basil Rathbone and Lily Palmer. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Vice President of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, a noted writer of many Broadway and Hollywood musical hits, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Thank you. Many of you will remember a movie called Queen Christina, which starred Greta Garbo and featured John Gilbert. It was a memorable film, and in line with its policy of recreating for radio famous stories of the screen, the MGM Theater of the Air now brings you Queen Christina. The two stars who play it on the air are the brilliant actor of stage, screen, and radio, Basil Rathbone, and the talented actress who has captured Broadway as Cleopatra, none other than Lily Palmer. In just a moment, you will hear Mr. Rathbone and Miss Palmer in Queen Christina as presented on the MGM Theater of the Air. We are in Sweden in December, the year 1662. A mountainous forest embedded in snow, a vista of icy peaks in the distance, and along the road which we are traveling, trees gleaming in the December frost, white hedges and frozen streams. A procession of coaches plows its way through the heavy road. One coach bears the royal crest, King Philip of Spain. Inside sit Don Antonio Pimentelli and his aide, wrapped in furs, gloomily staring at the valley below.
Ah, what a country.
What a country.
Pedro, how can anyone live in this ice cap, this land of endless snow?
I have no wish to find out, senor.
Ah, Pedro, you're sitting out in the patio at home in comfort, at ease.
Will it take long, senor?
What?
Your mission with the Queen.
Who knows? But at the longest, a fortnight.
To make up her mind?
This is not only a woman, Pedro. This is a queen. She might keep us here for months.
Months?
But I'll try to hurry things along.
All my lord wants is a simple yes or no.
It will not be as simple as all that. The drums will roll, the doors will fling open, and I, Don Antonio de la Prada, Count Pimentelli, special envoy from His Most Gracious Majesty, Philip, King of Spain, strides forward to the throne of the Queen. She nods. I bow. We are happy to see you, she says.
And you, senor?
Your Majesty, King Philip, has sent me on behalf of His Majesty to ask for your hand in marriage.
Ah, that fortunate lady, senor.
Her eyelashes will flutter. At least we hope they will. We are indeed honored.
And then we can go home, huh?
What makes you think the answer will be in the affirmative?
But Don Antonio...
All she has said was she was honored.
But surely...
That, my Pedro, is as far as we can go. From there, destiny holds the answer. Oh, will we ever reach that inn?
In 3 hours, senor. Perhaps less.
3 hours, 3 years. Why must Philip go to the ends of the frozen north to find himself a queen?
Perhaps this queen is worth the trouble.
Pedro, one woman in a million is worth all that trouble.
I've heard she's good and kindly.
As a ruler? Oh, I'm talking about a woman.
Ah.
An attractive woman has about her some indefinable air of personality, some trait peculiarly hers, and hers alone.
See, you are right.
Well, this Christina overdoes it.
Oh?
Pedro, she wears men's hunting clothes.
Men's clothes, senor? Any woman?
Ah, yes.
Day and night?
Oh, by day, certainly. By night, well, I hope not. This is unseemly in a woman, Pedro.
Even in a queen?
Well, that's not all. She's also an intellectual.
No.
Oh, yes. Sits up half the night reading works by great philosophers.
It is not a good country. You are right, senor.
And as for the legend of her beauty, no woman is beautiful unless she is about the business of being a woman.
Oh?
Her greatest gift, and it is a miraculous one, Pedro, is simply to be a woman.
See?
No, Pedro. I do not see this queen with her fancy for rough clothing fitting the definition.
Still, you may be doing her an injustice.
Oh, I doubt it.
Christina's court is loyal. Her people love her. That is in her favor, senor. Ah, you're shivering. Let me fix the rock.
Ah, it's too late. Long since frozen to death. But, Pedro, of one thing I am glad. One only. That it is the King of Spain who seeks the hand of Queen Christina, and not Don Antonio Pimentelli.
Come in.
Your Majesty,
Yes, Chancellor. What is it?
I must speak to you, Your Majesty.
Is it urgent?
It is.
It cannot wait until I return from my ride.
What is for the good of Sweden is always urgent, Your Majesty.
What is it?
About your marriage
Oh, Chancellor.
to Prince Charles.
Eternal talk about Charles, Charles, Charles.
He is Sweden's greatest hero.
prince of royal blood.
The hero and the queen and the hero. It would please the people, I know. I've heard it 1,000 times.
It is your duty, Your Majesty.
My duty? My life is given over to duty, to the service of the state. I must rise in the middle of the night, snatch a time to read a book. All my thoughts, all my dreams, waking and sleeping, serve the people. Isn't that enough?
You must give Sweden an heir.
Not by Charles. Well, what's the matter?
The rumors are true, then?
Rumors?
That you're thinking of making a foreign marriage.
My dear Chancellor, you know better.
The special envoy of Philip of Spain is nearing your court.
Let him come.
This visit does not please me, Your Majesty.
Does not please me, Chancellor. Will probably be a deadly bore. Nevertheless, notify the Master of Ceremonies to receive him in full court.
It will have a bad effect on the people.
I think not.
You're afraid you might marry Philip.
Philip, Charles, do the people think of nothing except marrying off their queen? Have they no other pastime?
You would quiet their fears by announcing your betrothal to Prince Charles.
A high price to pay, my lord, to quiet foolish fears. Now forgive me.
But, Your Majesty...
We can talk further when I return from my ride, if we must talk further.
Your Majesty.
Magnus, you make it a habit to stand outside my door. Is this how my Lord Treasurer keeps himself so well informed of the Queen's business?
I must see you, Christina.
You saw me yesterday.
A lifetime ago. Where are you going?
Riding.
Alone?
Olaf will be with me.
Let me ride with you instead.
Another time, perhaps. Goodbye.
Christina, I don't understand this change that's come over you. I don't like it.
Magnus, I have no time for petulance.
Lately, you avoid me. You leave the palace without a word.
Magnus, please.
Dressed in those ridiculous riding clothes like some ragamuffin stable boy.
The Queen dresses to please the Queen.
Christina, are you going to marry Charles?
You were listening then.
As a matter of fact, I'd much rather you married Charles than anyone else. He spends all his time reviewing troops, and that would suit us, huh?
It does not become the Lord Treasurer to make jest of Prince Charles. He, at least, is no opportunist.
As I am. Well, you will be forced to marry someone, you know. The Queen cannot die an old maid.
An old maid? Magnus, I shall die a bachelor.
Pedro, I shall get out and push. Harness myself and pull the horses.
No, senor.
We creep, we crawl, and in the process I freeze to death.
Soon, senor. Very soon we'll be at the inn.
I don't know why I listen to you. You don't know any more about this country than I do. See? Now stop fussing with that blanket. Oh, ow! What?
Santa Maria, what has happened? What is it? What's happened?
The wheel's stuck in the snow. Hold the reins. Grip hard.
Pedro, open that door.
Si, senor. Oh, my head. Senor, are you all right?
Just open the door, Pedro.
Si.
Let me see what vicious trick this country has played on me now. What's happened? What is it?
Your Excellency, the wheel is sunk into the snow here. Over the axle, senor.
We should never have left Spain.
Well, pull the horses. Pull them.
Swing the team to the left. Come on, swing it to the left.
Well, do it. Do something, you fools. Don Antonio, look.
What?
The two riders coming this way.
Hello?
Try lifting the axle. Come on, all together. Come on, try lifting it.
You will never get it out that way.
The young boy, he knows so much.
Olaf, show them what to do. Put your cloak under the wheel. Give it traction.
Ah, a cloak under the wheel. Perhaps the boy is intelligent after all, Pedro.
Intelligent maybe, but too sure of himself.
Now, pull. Pull.
Diablo, senor, it worked. The coach is out of the snowdrift.
Pedro, tell the boy to come here.
Si, senor. Senor, you. Come here.
Oh, he rides well.
You called me?
I commend you for your efforts on our behalf.
It's nothing. We are used to having foreigners get stuck in our snow.
Amusing trait, no doubt.
Very.
How far are we from the inn?
An hour's drive. Unless, of course, you fall into another ditch.
We shall try not to. Pedro, give the boy a crown.
Here you are, boy.
A crown? Well, thank you, thank you. If you keep falling into ditches, Sweden will soon be rich.
But I tell you, we must have your best room.
Impossible.
It cannot be impossible, fellow. My master is Don Antonio de la Prada, Continental, special
Pedro.
envoy of Spain.
Look here, landlord. You'll be well paid.
My lord, only an hour ago, I gave my last room to a young gentleman who is also paid well, my lord. There, that's the one.
Don Antonio?
Yes, I see. The boy who pulled us out of the snow.
What, a young noble in those clothes?
Good evening, sir. We meet again.
Sir, I owe you an apology.
Apology, sir? Oh, the crown. I took pleasure in earning it. You see, I have it still. I keep it for good luck.
I'm greatly chagrined.
Believe me, there's no cause, sir.
Permit me to make some recompense for my error. Will you favor me with your company at supper?
Well, I shall be honored.
Pedro, my cloak.
See, Don Antonio.
You shall have my best table, my lords. My best table.
You're from Spain?
You know my country?
Oh, yes. Tell me, what's the news of Velasquez and Calderon? Has he a new success in Madrid?
When were you last in Spain?
I've been there only in my thoughts.
Ah, but this is wonderful. This is beyond belief. Landlord!
Yes, Don Antonio.
Do better than your best for us. I found a friend.
Yes, my lord. It shall be done.
You don't know what it means to me. Imagine, in this ice cap, finding someone who loves Spain. You're a rare young man. We shall have a fine evening together, a splendid time. Here's to us both. You've scarcely tasted the partridge, my friend.
I've had enough. But thank you. It was a supper fit for a king. This is a merry place.
People enjoying themselves. At home, we are less hearty, perhaps, but more graceful, as in matters of love.
Love?
Love is a question of climate. Can't serenade a woman in a snowstorm.
I see your point.
The graces. The arts of love can be practiced only in countries that quiver in the heat of the sun, in the still, languorous nights where every breeze caresses with amour.
Sounds glamorous, and yet...
And yet?
It sounds, well, mechanical, too. You Spaniards make so much fuss about a simple, elemental thing. We Swedes are more direct.
Are you indeed? Your queen, then, is not a true symbol.
What do you mean?
Oh, come now. Landlord, another round of punch, quickly!
Our queen is not a true symbol of what, sir?
Of you Swedes. Your understanding of love as a simple, elemental thing. One knows only what one hears, you know what I mean? But if one is to credit her reputation.
Is it so bad, her reputation?
It is good, don't you see? It is too good.
Indeed?
That is exactly the point. They call her a blue stocking.
They do?
Such a woman can know nothing of love and care less.
Such a woman as what, exactly?
As the queen. Are we not talking about her icy majesty? Let me see. They say she is intelligent, learned, shrewd, a great administrator. Therefore, I say that as a woman, she must be a total loss. Ah, our worthy landlord. Well, what luck with my room?
My lord, if you will allow me.
You found me one?
No, my lord, but, well, if I'm not too bold, I would suggest a way by which the gentlemen both may be accommodated.
And what way is that?
Your room, sir.
My room? What about it?
It's the best in the house. If your lordship would share it...
Share it?
You would be doing a great service, sir.
Splendid idea. I will amuse you with stories of Cadiz, the bullfights of Madrid, the dancing in Seville.
I will give up my room to you gladly.
Give up? Oh, no, I wouldn't hear of that.
It's quite all right, really. I'll sit before the fire all night, comfortably.
Oh, say no more about it. I shall sit before the fire all night, comfortably.
I've angered you, sir.
You have not angered me.
Well, it's only my suggestion, my lords. You must decide the matter between yourselves.
You see, you do not understand. I cannot explain, but...
I understand very well. My company is unwelcome.
No, it's not.
I have talked. You have listened, and it has bored you.
No.
Speak no more of it, please. And good night to you, sir.
Oh, wait. Please. Don Antonio.
Yes?
I only said I would give up my room instead of share it. Not to anger you, but as a courtesy.
This is courtesy in Sweden?
Oh, yes.
It is not in Spain.
But I didn't know. A misunderstanding, is it not? Nothing more. You will share my room, of course.
Well, if you insist.
Unless you'd rather sit before the fire.
No, 1,000 devils. No, it's settled. We share the room, and I'm delighted, young sir. Delighted.
Coincidences change the course of history. There is no doubt that we are in an eventful situation. Shortly, we will see how it develops. Now, Act Two of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Basil Rathbone and Lily Palmer. A queen disguised as a boy, a grandee of Spain, a country inn crowded to the last room. Outside, a raging blizzard. The ingredients are here to form a situation of drama. Don Antonio believes Christina to be a young nobleman. He has entertained her at supper. Now, unexpectedly, he is the young nobleman's overnight guest, sharing the same room. A switch of events fraught with possibilities.
Yeah, you see, my lords, the room is large enough for both.
It's a fine room.
Oh, and I wish you both good night, my lords.
Good night.
Good night. Well, if we're going to share a room, we should properly introduced. I am Don Antonio Jose Miguel de la Prada.
Special ambassador from His Majesty Philip, King of Spain. I know.
And,
I am Count Dona.
Count Dona. Your hand, sir. Ah, I like your grip. Firm, solid. You can trust a man with a hand clasp like that. Ha, ha, ha. Fine room, eh, Count?
Yes.
You like the windows open?
Yes, unless
No,
you...
whatever you wish. It's your room after all. I shall sleep well tonight.
Your journey has tired you.
Hours of driving through blinding snow have tired me. You want some help there?
What?
You having trouble with your boots?
Oh, no, I can manage.
Any choice of sides?
Sides?
The bed. I mean, do you sleep on the right or the left?
Well, no choice. That is left.
Left. All right, left it shall be. Count, when you come to Spain, there is a place you must see. I shall take you there myself. Shaded gardens with exquisite senoritas mysteriously gazing at reflections in lily ponds. Black swans as tame as kittens. What do you think of that, eh?
What? Yeah. Oh, it's wonderful.
What's wonderful?
Well, what you were talking about.
You weren't listening to me.
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Well. I wouldn't have believed it. Look at you. A mite without your boots.
I am young. I shall grow.
Oh, come. No offense was meant, Count.
Why don't you go to bed, sir? I'm not tired, really. It's you who have traveled a long day's journey.
No.
But you have, and I didn't tell you this before because, well, people think it's strange, but usually I sleep out of bed. I mean, in a chair or something.
It's your bed, sir.
But
when you retire to it, I shall retire to it, and not before.
That is ridiculous.
My dear Count, it is Spanish courtesy. I accepted your explanation as Swedish courtesy. You must accept mine as to
Well? Why do you look at me like that?
I don't know. Suddenly, by thunder.
Keep away from me, Don Antonio.
By the 1,000 devils.
All right. I deceived you.
By the 1,000 devils.
You would share this room.
A girl, a woman, I knew it. It's a presence, a warmth, something I...
It's funny, isn't it? A little, isn't it?
This explains.
But of course.
Madam, I shall strike a bargain with you.
Yes?
You shall have your room. I shall sleep before the fire downstairs, provided
Provided?
you share tomorrow with me, every moment of it, and as many tomorrows as we are allowed together. Is it a bargain?
Done, sir. It is a bargain.
Good night.
Good night, Antonio. Until tomorrow. Antonio.
My dearest.
Listen. Time is standing still for us. The world is holding its breath. This moment, this silence, this magic, they'll be ours and our memories forever.
Forever.
Strange, isn't it? In our present, we already live in our memories.
My past begins with you, and my present and my future, and yours too. All our other memories, my love will dim.
There are no others.
I will surround you with such love as you have never known, such happiness. My love is a sun which will glow only for you. It is a soft night to rest you, a world which you will find so free and so perfect, you will want no other.
I want no other.
To have found anyone in this wilderness would have been miracle enough, but to have found you, almost I do not believe in you.
I am not a mirage, Antonio.
Ah, but you may be an illusion. You're going to vanish before my eyes. You're leaving me today.
But only for today. There will be tomorrow.
Tell me. You said you'd tell me. Why did you come here to this inn dressed as a man?
In my home, I'm very constrained. Everything is arranged very formally.
Ah, yes, I see. A conventional household.
To break away from it, I wear these clothes. It gives me a wonderful sense of freedom.
Yes, I can understand that. But why can't you travel with me to Stockholm?
I've been away too long already. I must return today.
You know, I don't want you to go.
You know, I don't want to go.
When I'm finished with this court business, and it won't take long, we'll meet again.
Oh, we shall. We must.
I shall live for that.
And I.
And when we do, I'll not let you go again.
Ever.
I swear it. Till Stockholm and our reunion.
Oh, hurry, Ebba. Do hurry.
Yes, Your Majesty, I'm trying to...
These pearls, are they right? Are they really right?
Oh, they're exquisite, Your Majesty. They're exquisite.
Thank you, Ebba. I want to be tonight.
The reception for the ambassador of King Philip of Spain.
Don Antonio de la Prada, Count Pimentelli.
What do you suppose he wants, Your Majesty? An alliance, perhaps? His armies and your armies? Or gold? Or...
The King of Spain sends no special envoy for gold. He has more than enough.
He's so handsome.
The King of Spain?
His envoy, Don Antonio. Oh, Your Majesty.
That will do very well. And I am pleased with the pearls. Yes, Ebba, what is it?
The Lord Treasurer.
What about the Lord Treasurer?
He's been waiting in the anteroom all this time. He says he must see you.
I cannot see him. Tell him so.
But, Your Majesty...
I have no time tonight for the Lord Treasurer. Tell him.
Tell him nothing. He shall hear for himself.
You? How did
Your
you...
Majesty, forgive me. The door was ajar. It was urgent. I
Leave
see
us,
you.
Ebba.
Yes, Your Majesty.
How dare you, Magnus? Unannounced, unexpected.
And unwanted. I dare because I was not always unwanted,
Magnus,
Christina.
don't.
Why have you been avoiding me? Why?
I don't care to talk about
And I do. Christina, my beautiful
No.
one, you are displeased with your humblest suitor. Why, Christina? What has happened? What have I done?
You've done nothing. And I'm expected in the throne room for the ceremonial reception.
Yes. Yes, so you are. Then you are not displeased with me.
No.
You simply do not wish to see me.
I do not.
I see. This Spanish envoy, what do you think of him?
The Queen has not yet received the Spanish envoy.
So she hasn't. It is a curious coincidence.
Yes?
The snowstorm last week, it delayed Don Antonio 3 days. And it lost you your way back to the palace for 3 days.
This urgent matter you wish to see me about, it has been settled?
For the present, yes, Your Majesty. It has been settled for the present.
His Excellency, Don Antonio de la Prada, Count Pimentelli, Knight of the Holy Roman Empire, Special Envoy from His Most Gracious Majesty Philip, King of Spain, Aragon, and Castile.
He comes with a flourish, Your Majesty.
He does indeed.
A handsome fellow, aristocratic, a fitting envoy.
Your Majesty.
We are happy to welcome Your Excellency to our court.
He seems impatient to be done and out of here, whatever his business. Scarcely time to look at our queen.
I have come on a special mission from His Majesty of Spain on a matter of public importance.
You will please convey to the King of Spain our appreciation of the honor he does us in sending to our court a person of your quality.
If Your Majesty will hear me... If Your Majesty...
What's the matter with the fool?
He is no fool, Chancellor.
But look at him, gaping, floundering. I swear the man's lost his tongue.
Be assured of our warm consideration to your sovereign and to you, his envoy.
You are... Your Majesty,
He's forgotten Philip's message. By the gods, he has forgotten.
You say you come on a special mission?
I do, Your Majesty.
What is it?
Matter of great public importance, Your Majesty. If you will hear it now.
Presently. In private audience.
I humbly thank Your Majesty.
We admire greatly the prowess of your country. Your scholars and your artists are known to us and cherished by us.
Your Majesty is most gracious. The repute you have for learning is known to all Europe.
We look forward to our further meeting, to news of your great man, your wonderful cities.
My country could have no greater tribute than your curiosity.
I shall send for you. Good night, Your Excellency.
Good night, Your Majesty. And thank you.
His Excellency, Don Antonio.
Yes?
His Excellency, Don Antonio.
Yes? Oh. The Lord Treasurer, is it not?
You wonder why I wait outside the Queen's apartments.
I have not thought to wonder.
It is to apologize to your lordship.
What?
For the rigors of our winters. I believe the snow delayed you on your way here.
Oh, a few days, it was nothing.
I hope you found suitable shelter. Our country inns are rough.
I did very well. Thank you, Your Lordship.
The climate here, my lord, is fit only for those who are used to it. It is not suited to foreigners. I advise you to protect yourself against it.
Is this a threat, my lord?
It is a warning. A friendly warning.
The Queen will see you now, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Remember, my lord, a dangerous climate.
Antonio.
Your Majesty.
You may go, Ebba.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Oh, Antonio. So long, beloved.
Your Majesty, I'm here to represent in my person King Philip IV of Spain. The king has heard of your great qualities of mind and person.
Oh, beloved, later.
Now, if Your Majesty pleases.
Oh. Very well. Get it said.
The king asks me in his name to lay at your feet the crown of Spain, Aragon, and Castile. He asks for your majesty's hand in marriage.
Antonio.
My master begs that you will consider favorably his proposal of marriage, which he makes in all good faith and honor.
Antonio.
How could you have done it? When you knew?
I knew, yes.
I have betrayed my sovereign.
Betrayed him in what? Had I never seen you, his mission could have had no results.
A queen! A queen! Gratifying a caprice.
Oh.
A caprice! Yes. Without the risks that attend ordinary mortals.
So we are to pretend it didn't matter?
Did it, Your Majesty?
Pretend it never happened? Even what we felt and said in that snowbound inn?
I was going to... Oh, what was it now? Oh, yes. Take you by the hand and lead you to the delights of the world. I commend the control that kept the Queen from laughing in my face.
No.
I'll
don't.
hang for it. But I must tell you what I think of you. A royal adventuress. Cold, unfeeling, cynical, callous.
No!
All I ask is to be sent away.
So be it. So be it.
Why didn't you tell me who you were? Why?
I praised heaven I didn't have to. The joy of knowing that for you, of all men on earth, I was not a queen, but a woman, the luxury of that.
Oh, Christina.
The wonder of it, being for once a person, a creature of God. You knew nothing about a queen.
I knew. Only you.
Only me.
You filled the world.
I did. Oh, I did.
You do still. You always will. Oh, Christina.
Beloved, don't ask to be sent away. Don't.
No, Christina. Not now. Not ever.
You all know and trust Prince Charles. He will explain our purpose in calling you here, our motives and aims. Charles.
Magnus.
Go ahead, man.
I do not like this. These fellows are common ruffians.
They love Sweden as we do, Charles, and our queen as we do.
Yes, well, my countrymen...
Charles.
Yes, what is it?
You must persuade them. There is no other way. Remember, Sweden itself is at stake.
All right, Magnus. We must be rid of this Spaniard.
However we do it, and at once, we must be rid of him.
Envy, jealousy, and hate. A disagreeable combination to find all in one man. Pent-up passion can cause anything to happen. When we return to our play, we will see what does. Now, Act 3 of Queen Christina, the MGM Theater of the Air presentation starring Basil Rathbone and Lily Palmer. Love comes in many guises and disguises. There is good, true love given and returned. Then there is one-sided love called unrequited. And then there is loyalty, such as the love of a people for their queen. All kinds of love are fused here, fused, yes, to a powder keg, perhaps to be ignited by the aroused fringe, called by some the rabble. Perhaps an empire will be blown to destruction.
The business of the state waits on the Spaniard. The Queen spends all her time with the Spaniard. No one can get near her. When the good repute of the Queen is in danger, the good repute of Sweden is in danger. Will we do nothing about this?
We don't want a Spanish king. We don't want a Spaniard in our palace. Our enemies have the Queen's ear, her heart, her mind. Swedes must act.
Do we want Charles?
Do we want the Spaniard? Will the Queen send the Spaniard home? No. Can Swedes send the Spaniard home? Yes. Will Swedes rise and assert themselves for Sweden?
The church will never permit a marriage with the Spanish king.
The Queen does not contemplate marriage to the Spanish king.
Then why doesn't she send his envoy home?
Her Majesty.
Your Majesty.
Gentlemen of the Queen's Council, I have been driving in the streets. There were angry crowds on every corner. They followed my carriage. What is the meaning of this?
Your Majesty.
I do not want excuses, Chancellor.
No, Your Majesty, but...
Why is it we are not better policed? This man they cry against is our guest and our friend. By insulting him, they insult us.
The people resent this man, Your Majesty.
You have seen to it they do, Magnus.
If Your Majesty would gratify their hopes...
What hopes, Chancellor?
Of a royal marriage to Prince Charles.
You have fed them this hope, when you have known I shall not gratify it. For this outrageous situation, this disgrace to Sweden, I hold you responsible, every one of you.
Your Majesty,
Yes, General.
the crowd storms the palace doors.
Ah!
They demand entrance. Their mood is not good.
Are you pleased, Magnus?
The guards are ready and waiting, guns primed. Shall I order them to fire?
You will let them in, General.
Oh, you dare not. Your Majesty, these ruffians are out of hand. You cannot
These
possibly...
ruffians are Swedes, Chancellor, and I am their queen. I shall speak to them, General. Let them in.
Yes, Your Majesty. If it is your wish, open the palace door! Open the palace door! Open the palace
Christina, you can't stand here and face them. This is a dangerous mob.
Would you advise flight, my Lord Treasurer? Would that please you better?
Here they come.
Well, my subjects, you do me unexpected honor. Is this a friendly visit? Have you some petition? Well, no petition? No speech? Has none of you a tongue, then?
Your Majesty.
You, my good man, stand forth. What is it you want of me?
We do not wish a Spanish marriage.
So that is it.
Sweden for the Swedes!
You! What do you do?
I am a blacksmith, Your Majesty.
Are you a good blacksmith?
I should be. My father was a blacksmith before me, and his father before him.
Well, my business is governing, as was my father's, and his father's before him. Does that make me qualified to tell you how to ply your trade of blacksmithing? Well, does it?
No, Your Majesty.
You would think me unreasonable if I did so. As I think you unreasonable, all of you. My father died for Sweden. I live for Sweden.
The Queen is right.
You say you want Sweden for the Swedes. So do I.
Sweden.
So trust your queen, my good people. Go home to practice your trades, and leave me likewise to mine. My blessings on all of you. Well, Magnus?
You were magnificent, Your Majesty, as always.
Your plan failed. Too bad. Good night, my lords.
Good night, Your Majesty.
This plan failed, Your Majesty, but there are other plans, and not all will fail.
Excellency.
Yes, Pedro?
I do not like this. It is the people, senor.
People? Oh, too many. Yes?
Many and many black looks. Stones have been thrown. What? Si, senor, stones. They missed, but I saw.
Down with the Spaniard!
Drive it, slow it. Driver, keep on.
The people swarmed the streets.
Whip the horses. Ride through them.
Excellency, they are blocking the way.
Your sword, Pedro.
It is out. Ready, senor.
If they've a taste for Spanish steel, they shall have it, you dogs. Stand back.
Don't come.
We can't hold long. Against for many.
What do we do, senor?
The doorway. Work back to the doorway.
Si, senor.
Ah!
Senor, your sword.
Give me yours. Get behind me. Carrion, swine, cowards.
Senor, look. A troop of horsemen.
Hey, break. Stand back. Give up quickly. Who heads the troop?
Magnus, Excellency.
Magnus?
Si.
A fortunate coincidence, Don Antonio. Can I be of help to you?
Might call off your hirings and let me proceed to the embassy.
I regret, Your Excellency, I cannot. I am obliged in conscience to offer you my personal protection and escort.
The protection offered a prisoner, Your Excellency?
My Lord, for your own safety, call it what you wish. You have no choice but to accept.
Senor?
Pedro, against an armed troop? No, he's right. We have no choice. Very well, my lord, when your escort is ready, we are.
His Excellency Don Antonio Pimentelli.
Antonio, you've been freed, released.
Thanks to the Queen's intercession.
Let me look at you. You all right?
Yes, yes.
He swore you had not been harmed.
I was not.
Oh, my darling.
Christina.
You know the price.
For my freedom, these few moments with you. Yes, I know.
I had no choice, Antonio.
My poor darling.
I could have ordered Magnus's death. I wanted to.
He boasted, he dared you to... and said you'd never see me again if you took vengeance.
I had to bargain, Antonio.
For the Queen, humiliating.
Your life for your banishment.
My life away from you is not worth the Queen's humiliation.
Antonio, hold me a moment.
I've never let you go, really, since the first moment.
I need courage. You must give me courage.
No one ever had more, my darling.
You have your passport.
Just now from the Privy Council. The mission of the Spanish envoy to the Swedish court has officially ended.
Yes. I said I had no choice. And yet, I had.
Choice of life or death.
For whom, Antonio?
What?
Whose life? Whose death? Yours or mine?
No. Wait. Christina, listen to me.
Without you, I have no life, Antonio.
This is not Christina talking.
I am an empty shell. A hollow symbol without you.
This is not the Queen of Sweden.
No. No, it is not.
Yet you are the Queen. My Christina.
I speak as a woman who needs much and can give much. Who has been too long a symbol, a figurehead, an abstraction.
And who is not an abstraction at all.
No!
Nor a symbol, but a human being with desires and impulses, hopes and despairs, a woman alive, determined to remain alive.
At any cost, Antonio. Oh, my darling, I have struggled so with myself. I am so tired.
Rest a little. Then listen to me.
I cannot rest.
Listen to me, Christina. We dreamed of seeing Spain together, seeing the future together. We dreamed a world between us. But we must face this. It was only a dream.
No, it was not.
You were not a queen in our dreams, yet you are a queen. You were free to love me, yet you are not free.
I am. I shall be.
There is no such thing as the state or duty to the state, yet there is both. Oh, yes, there is both. Oh, Christina, what am I trying to say?
What you're trying to say is that our love was doomed from the beginning.
Perhaps.
You're not saying that. You, who have always defied fate. I do not believe you bowed to it so easily.
Easily?
You say all this for my sake.
You think it is said easily?
I know better.
I speak with logic, reason, yet I am not a reasonable or logical man. My struggle has been no less than your own. I love a woman. Yet for a queen's good, I must give her up. Well, everything in me, everything that makes me what I am, cries out against this.
Antonio.
I would destroy this queen. Yes, destroy her. To keep this woman. I would shake empires and topple thrones before I would give up this love. Yet I am giving it up. And her. And you say it is done easily?
The throne is already toppled, Antonio.
Believe me, the struggle is... What did you say?
The throne is toppled.
I do not understand.
I see in your eyes. You do, my darling.
You have not. You cannot mean you...
I have abdicated, yes.
Christina!
I have named my successor, Prince Charles. The parchment is signed, the declaration sealed. This morning, within an hour, I announce it to the council.
But they will not have it.
This time it is they who have no choice.
Let me stay. Face them with you.
No, you must go. We have talked too long already.
And you will follow? When?
Tonight. We shall meet tomorrow in Danzig.
Danzig?
I have made arrangements with a ship's captain there. Here's the information. His name, the ship, the location. He sails with the tide tomorrow night.
And we shall be aboard. Together.
Yes, my darling. Now go. Hurry. Until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow. I'll be waiting, Christina. God bless you and bring you safely to me. I kept you waiting, Pedro.
See? In a carriage it is no warmer than when we came to this ice cap.
Forgive me, my friend.
Forgive? Oh, Excellency, I only made a jest.
We wait no longer. We leave at once for Danzig.
Danzig?
Your Excellency.
Yes? Oh? My Lord Treasurer.
You seem in high spirits, my lord.
I am.
You have your passport?
I have.
Then, regrettably, I can be of no further service.
I have no recourse against you here, my lord. I am still an ambassador on foreign soil. But if you would do me the courtesy to meet me on neutral ground...
That can be arranged, Your Excellency. Beyond the frontier, I shall be at your service. Did I hear you mention Danzig?
You know the Spalten Fields outside the city?
The scene of the most famous duels in Europe? Of course.
At dawn, tomorrow.
As you wish.
Thank you, my lord. We meet again, then.
Once more, at least, Your Excellency.
Hurry, driver! Faster! Faster! Ebba, hush. You must not cry.
Oh, Your Majesty.
No, Ebba. Not Your Majesty. Ever again.
Oh, that is why I cry.
But don't you see it's made me happy? So happy.
It has made Sweden weep, Your Majesty.
Sweden will forget. She has Charles.
Sweden has lost Christina. And she weeps.
She will forget, I tell you. Driver, faster! I must be in Danzig by dawn. Hurry, hurry!
You understand the terms, my lords?
No quarter.
No quarter.
The duel continues until one of you is dead.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Gentlemen, these are extreme terms, drastic. Would not honor be satisfied with less? First blood, disarming.
No quarter.
Agreed.
So be it. Gentlemen, en garde.
Your Majesty,
Yes? What is it?
you do not sleep.
No, Emma.
The sun has risen.
Yes. A fresh new day, Emma. A fresh new world.
Your Majesty, look. There, through the trees.
It's so hazy, I can't... Oh, yes.
Two men fighting.
A duel, Emma.
Oh, one's hurt. Badly hurt.
And the other shows him no mercy. Oh, driver! Stop! Stop the carriage!
But, Your Majesty...
Ebba, we must help him. Whoever he is, he's badly wounded.
There are seconds. A doctor, a carriage waiting, see?
Yes, but...
We cannot help more, and Your Majesty is due in Danzig.
Danzig? Oh, yes, you're right, Ebba. There is no time now. We cannot help anyway. Driver, go on to Danzig and hurry!
Senor, we must do something.
There is Nothing to do, Pedro.
You cannot die, senor. It cannot be.
It seems it can be. Hard to believe, isn't it?
I'll kill him with my own hands. I swear I'll kill him.
It was a fair fight.
It was not, senor. He tricked you. I saw him.
No.
What is it, senor? Tell Pedro. He will fix.
Good friend. Good friend.
Senor. Senor.
Pedro.
Here, Don Antonio. Here.
Closer.
See.
Christina. She waits for me. This place, this ship.
See. I will go there.
I will go, Pedro.
What?
You will take me. We must sail together. You understand?
See. See.
Swear it.
I swear it, senor. You and the senorita will sail together.
Your Majesty,
Captain?
though it has pleased you to give up your throne, you are still Majesty, and as such, I humbly greet you.
Don Antonio?
He is on board.
Your Majesty,
Pedro. Where's Don Antonio?
if you will follow me.
Pedro, what's wrong? Something is wrong. Tell me.
It was his wish, Your Majesty.
No.
His last wish, to be with you. Can I... Is there anything...
Leave me. Please.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Antonio. Antonio, is this you? No. This is not you. This... I cannot reach. But to you, Antonio, I say again, I love you. I love you now and will. Always. Captain,
Yes, Your Majesty.
are you ready to sail?
Would you not rather wait for the next tide?
No. We will sail with this.
As Your Majesty wishes.
Captain,
Yes, Your Majesty.
you see the sun there, sinking in the west.
Aye.
Overtake it for me, Captain.
Your Majesty, I...
Set sail. Find the wind. And if you love your queen, catch for her the setting sun.
Mr. Rathbone and Miss Palmer will be back in a moment. Well, Basil and Lily, I've brought you back to the microphone for an offstage chat. I usually have an interview with the star after our play.
Now, how do you propose to have this interview, Howard? There are three of us.
Well, it is a problem, but I have a solution. I suggest that you and Miss Palmer interview each other.
Oh, I should be delighted to interview Miss Palmer.
I should be equally pleased to be interviewed by you, Mr. Rathbone.
You can call each other Basil and Lily.
Thank you, Howard. Well then, Lily, you are indeed a queenly person, Cleopatra on Broadway and Queen Christina on the air.
I hear that you too, Basil, are about to play a role with noble tradition in The First Gentleman.
Yes, the Prince Regent who later became King George IV of England. It's a play that was done in London some seasons ago.
Well, I'm sure you'll make an excellent king, Basil.
Were I half the king that you are a queen, Lily,
I shall be satisfied.
I hate to interrupt these regal exchanges, but our time is up. Thank you, Basil Rathbone and Lily Palmer.
Queen Christina was presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of East Side, West Side, starring Barbara Stanwyck, James Mason, Van Heflin, and Ava Gardner. Raymond Edward Johnson was heard as Magnus and Brett Morrison as Pedro. Original music composed and conducted by Joel Herron. The program was directed by Marks B. Loeb and produced by Raymond Katz. The MGM Theater of the Air, starring this week Ralph Bellamy with Arlene Francis. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Vice President of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and famous writer of many Broadway and Hollywood hits, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Anybody familiar with newspapermen knows that reporters occasionally pad their expense accounts. Right now, Jeff Sherman, just back from covering a story, is explaining to his boss.
But, J.J., I had to put up that $500 for Mamie. She was being brutally mistreated.
Oh, she was she? And just how was she being brutally mistreated?
I just told you. She was being slapped on the stomach with a wet fish.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, begins a full hour of love, larceny, and litigation about a certain gentleman of the press who isn't always a gentleman. In one moment, we'll be into MGM's wacky romance, Designed for Scandal, starring Ralph Bellamy with Arlene Francis. As the curtain rises on Act One of Designed for Scandal, Jeff Sherman, a reporter with a reputation, played by Ralph Bellamy, is walking down the corridor leading to the offices of the Globe News Syndicate. Jeff is thinking fondly of his boss, a middle-aged millionaire who realizes that he made a big mistake when he married a bubble dancer.
Dear old J.J. They don't come any better. Yep. J.J.'s only trouble is that he was born with a silver foot in his mouth.
And in his office, J.J. Blair also is thinking about Jeff. And J.J. also is emotional. In fact, he is dictating a letter to Jeff.
And you have proved to me once again that you look upon a legitimate expense account merely as a license to steal.
Is that all, Mr. Blair?
No, there's more, plenty more.
Mr. Blair, the doctor, your blood pressure.
I am aware that your story on the discovery of the Arctic uranium field was a scoop. Nevertheless, unless you can explain your fantastic expense account to my complete satisfaction, underline complete satisfaction,
Yes, Mr. Blair.
you may consider your employment by the Globe News Syndicate at an end! ! That's all.
Yes, sir. Shall I add the P.S.?
Shall you add the what?
Well, usually you say P.S. and good riddance to bad rubbish.
Confound it, Miss Stevens. You're like every other woman where Jeff Sherman's concerned.
Now, please, Mr. Blair, I was thinking only of you.
You're thinking only of me.
Well, yes, I mean, every time you fire him, he manages to out-talk you and...
Not this time.
And after it's all over, he's got a higher salary and you've got a higher blood pressure.
Not this time, never.
And after all, he is a great reporter.
Of course he is. Also, he's Jeff Sherman's an unscrupulous, unmoral, unprincipled, low, lying, double-dealing, deceitful...
J.J., I'm back.
You...
Welcome home, Mr. Sherman.
Hiya, Thelma.
Now, you listen to me, Jeff Sherman.
Let me guess, J.J. I'm fired again, right?
Wrong.
This time you're not fired again. This time you're fired, period.
You know, I almost think you mean it. What's wrong, J.J.? Never seen you quite like this.
Mr. Blair.
Well?
If Mrs. Blair should phone again or come in...
I'm in conference. I'm out of town.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Oh, so you're having trouble with the lovely Fifi, right?
I've never had anything else.
I knew it. You have trouble with Fifi, so you say to yourself, now who can I take this out on? And I walk in.
Stop it! My wife has nothing to do with this.
J.J., I'm hurt. I'm deeply hurt. You're a hard man, and everybody knows it, but up to now, you've always been fair. Now, just because you have trouble at home...
I tell you, Fifi has nothing to do with this.
Oh, but she has, J.J. You made a messy marriage, so you blame it on me.
You can't deny that you introduced her to me.
There, that proves it. But who begged me to take you to the cutie club that night? Who begged me to introduce you to Fifi?
You're trying to change the subject. You're trying?
You know in your heart who begged me, J.J. You did. But now you blame it on me. You were out for a fling and you blame me because you got flung.
I tell you,
And who told you not to marry Fifi? Search inside your heart, J.J. You know very well what I said to you. J.J., marrying a bubble dancer is strictly no soap. And not only that...
Now, Jeff, listen to me,
I'm hurt,
please.
J.J., I really am. I've always looked up to you as a man who was hard but fair. Please, J.J., be honest with yourself. Look inside your heart and you'll admit that you're taking something out on me.
Well, maybe I was in a bad mood. Fifi and I have had a few... Confound you, Jeff Sherman. How did we get on to Fifi? I want to talk about your lying, thieving expense account.
For heaven's sake, J.J., why didn't you say so? For a moment there, I thought you were mad at me.
You thought I was... If you can't explain every item in this expense account...
But I can. And as you always say in your letters, to your complete satisfaction.
We'll overlook such minor matters as one tube of toothpaste, $50.
Oh, but I want to explain it. You see, J.J., in the Arctic, everything has to be mushed in by dog sled. Hundreds of miles of snow. If you want a can of beans, you mush it in. If you want an aspirin, mush it in.
The whole thing sounds like a lot of mush.
Of course, if you're going to be frivolous about this...
Frivolous, you say? What about these items here? The ones where you put your girlfriend down as an expense. Frivolous, you say?
Wait, J.J., there must be some mistake.
Then listen, I'll read it. Now you listen. $500 for Mamie.
Oh, I can explain that, J.J., you see...
Please, let me finish. $100 cod liver oil for Mamie. Did she take a bath in it?
The doctor said she had to have it.
$200 doctor for Mamie.
There, that's the doctor that said it.
$500 tombstone for Mamie.
Poor Mamie, you would have loved her, J.J.
You're a liar. You're a cheat, and you're fired.
Now, J.J., I'm mad. Now you've got to apologize.
I've got to what?
You bet your life you have. I know when I'm in the right.
You get out of here.
I'll get out when I say what I've got to say. Mamie was not a girlfriend, as you put it.
I don't care if she was somebody's mother.
She was somebody's mother. She was an Eskimo sled dog, and she had 6 suckling pups.
She was
sick and hungry, and her owner was beating her because she couldn't work. I bought her, and I tried to save her life. I got her a doctor. I got medicine. When she passed on, I gave her a decent burial.
It's all a lie, a fantastic lie.
I was afraid you might say that, J.J. So before we buried Mamie, we skinned her. I've sent the skin to your apartment.
Go away somewhere, Jeff. Anywhere. Please, just leave me alone.
Very well, but I'll be waiting for your apology.
Mr. Blair, Mrs. Blair is here, and I can't make her understand that...
Fifi! Oh, no.
Mrs. Blair, please,
So there you are, you fiend.
Now, Fifi,
Hi,
please.
Fifi. Well, since I last saw you, you've become prematurely blonde.
Shut up, you.
Last time you were a jet brunette with a silver streak down the middle. Looked like you had a slight touch of zebra blood in you.
Don't speak to me, you loathsome crumb.
Fifi, it's me, remember? Remember when you used to dance at the cutie club, all dressed up from head to toe in a small bubble?
I remember you, Jeff Sherman. Now he's got you doing his dirty work for him.
He's got whom doing what dirty work for who? I mean, for whom has he got what? Not the ashtray, please, not Fifi.
Fifi, please. You're acting strange, confused.
Confused is right. Look, you're married to him, not to me.
I mean, you saw me in here and it's all Jeff.
Oh, I know you put him up to it. You hired him to do it.
I put him up to what? I mean, Fifi, not the water pitcher. Please, not the... Fifi, darling, let me explain. I mean, you explain.
I'll explain, all right, J.J., but I'll do my explaining in court. Goodbye.
She must be ill, out of her mind. I don't understand it.
You mean she's never thrown things like this before?
Well, yes. This morning she threw the goldfish bowl at me. But that I understood. Now look, Fifi, please.
Relax, J.J. It's Thelma.
I'm sorry, Mr. Blair. I tried to stop her.
It's not your fault, Miss Stevens. She's headstrong.
Yeah, there's nothing weak about her throwing arm either.
I simply can't understand it. This morning we kissed and made up.
For some reason, J.J., she seems to think I'm mixed up in it. What was the fight about?
Well, at breakfast this morning, I noticed that she had on a diamond necklace, $35,000 worth. It was her third necklace this month, and she'd also bought 2 cars.
Holy smoke! She parlayed all that for one small bubble?
And I might have been a little rough taking the necklace off of her. That's when she threw the goldfish bowl.
Just say you kissed and made up.
Yes, I promised her a chinchilla coat, and that pacified her.
No, Mr. Blair, that's what made her angry.
What do you mean?
Well, she told me about it before she broke in here. She said when the chinchilla coat came, she opened the box.
But I haven't even bought the coat yet.
She said all she found was a mangy, smelly old dog skin.
She found... What?
Look, J.J., I just thought of a very important engagement down the street.
Get out!
Okay, J.J., I can take a hint.
If you ever come back here, I'll have your skin. Yes, and by thunder, I'll stuff it with your old expense accounts.
The evidence being in and the arguments completed, I will now give my decision. It is clear to the court that the plaintiff, Mrs. J.J. Blair, entered into a compact of marriage with the defendant, J.J. Blair, only after the said J.J. Blair had made many extravagant promises. I refer particularly to the defendant's letter of May 5th, admitted in evidence as Plaintiff's Exhibit 37B, and in which the defendant, J.J. Blair, signed himself as Super Bunny.
Confound it, that was the name she gave me, and I resent being made a fool of in this court.
Mr. Blair, the court has been extremely lenient of your outburst during this trial. The court's patience is now at an end.
But Miss Porter, I mean Judge Porter.
Silence! Since the defendant is a man of more than ample means, the plaintiff had a right to expect such luxuries as jewelry, clothing, motor cars, and furs. Indeed, as the evidence has shown, she received, instead, the desiccated skin of an aged sheepdog.
It was an Eskimo sled dog. Besides, I had nothing to do with it.
Mr. Blair, that will be $100 fine or 10 days in jail.
Why,
Do you wish to say something, Mr. Blair?
No.
To continue. It is the judgment of this court that the plaintiff, Mrs. J.J. Blair, be awarded a bill of divorcement and that alimony be set. The alimony is to be paid monthly, unless the plaintiff, Mrs. Blair, should remarry, in which case the alimony will cease. At the end of 5 years, if he so desires, the defendant may again approach this court and pray for a revision of alimony. Until the end of 5 years, however, alimony is set at $4,000 per month.
I won't pay it. I'll die first.
Mr. Blair, that will be $200 fine or 20 days in jail.
By thunder, I won't pay that either.
300 or 30 days in jail.
This is what comes of letting a woman sit on the bench.
400 or 40 days. And I warn you, Mr. Blair, the court is prepared to sit here all day, and to employ a term used in the game commonly known as poker, the court will call all your bets and raise you back. Yes, Mr. Blair?
For the moment, I pass.
I heard about it on the radio, Mr. Blair. They made it a flash.
Oh, sure. Probably put it right in the middle of People Are Funny.
That Judge Cornelia Porter must be a horrid person.
She won't get away with it, Miss Stevens, not if it takes every cent I've got. Oh, she felt her power sitting up there on the bench in that black robe.
I wonder what such a woman could be like.
By thunder, she'll find out that J.J. Blair's got some power in this town, too.
I mean, what she's really like underneath.
I won't stop until I've stripped that robe off of her.
Mr. Blair.
No, I'm going in my office, Miss Stevens. I've got a headache, and I don't want to be disturbed by anybody.
Mr. Blair, Mr. Sherman came in, and I tried to tell him
If
that...
he comes in here again, have him arrested. Now, I don't want to be disturbed.
But, Mr. Blair, he's...
Not by anybody, do you understand? And another thing, Miss Stevens, you are never to mention Jeff Sherman's name to me again. 400 or 40 days, eh? 4,000 a month, eh? Well, I'll fix you, Your Honor, and right now.
Well, well, if it isn't Super Bunny.
You! Now listen, Jeff Sherman. You get out of this office and you take your feet off my desk.
Okay, J.J., what shall I do first?
Why I don't murder you right now, I don't know.
I know, J.J., and I can tell you.
Oh, no. Murder would be too good for you. I ought to snatch off one of your arms and beat you to death with it.
Here, present for you.
Well, what's this?
Peace offering. On my way here from the courthouse, I bought you a bunch of carrots.
Why, you...
Now, wait, J.J., wait. Seriously, I came here to help you.
Any more of your kind of help and I'll be in jail for life.
I mean it, J.J. I've studied your problem, and I know how you can get that verdict reversed. The only way you can get it reversed.
Yes, and so do I, and with no help from you. I know Ferdy Graham like I know my own brother.
Yes, Mr. Blair.
Get me Chief Justice Graham of the Superior Court.
Right away.
Of all the things you could pick, J.J., you've started with the worst one.
I'll be the best judge of that, and I'll show you that I don't need your help.
Can't go to another court, you know. Got to go back to the same court, same judge.
My lawyers told me that.
Look, J.J., before it's too late, you know very well that you've never been in a jam that I didn't have to get you out of.
You don't work for me anymore, Mr. Sherman. Remember?
Judge Graham, Mr. Blair.
Hello, J.J.
Well, Ferdy, you old horse thief. How are you?
Never felt better, J.J. I hear you had a little trouble in one of my courts today.
A little trouble? Ha, ha, ha. You always were the world's greatest kidder, Ferdy. I always say there's nobody like good old Ferdy. No, sir.
Yes, something on your mind, J.J.?
Well, yes, Ferdy, yes, there is. Now, you and I have been good pals for years, real buddies, and I want you to do me a little favor.
Yes?
I wonder if you could transfer, just as a personal favor to an old pal, I wonder if you could transfer Judge Porter to another court. Eh, Ferdy?
No.
Ferdy, we must have a bad connection. Sounded almost like you said no.
I'm well aware, J.J., that you were largely responsible for my appointment as Chief Justice. And I did say no.
Yeah, but Ferdy, old pal...
Now, let me tell you something. Cornelia Porter is one of the best jurists on the bench today. There has never been the slightest breath of graft or scandal connected with her court. Until there is, which I doubt, she will stay on the bench.
But, Ferdy, couldn't you transfer her for just a little while?
Now, J.J., I'm going to forget that you made this call this time. But if you ever again try to tamper with a court and obstruct justice, I'll put you behind bars. Goodbye, Super Bunny.
I don't like the point, J.J., but you've turned slightly green.
He refused me.
If you'd looked at the facts first, J.J., you wouldn't have had to fire and fall back.
Facts?
Such facts as these, for instance. Just Cornelia Porter has known your old pal, Ferdy Graham, since she was 2 years old. He loaned her the money to go through college and law school. After she graduated, Phi Beta Kappa and summa cum laude, by the way, she worked as a law clerk in Ferdy Graham's office. On the unanimous recommendation of the Bar Association and the Citizens Union, he appointed her to the bench. Those are the minor items.
What do you mean, minor items?
J.J., as a good reporter, I blush that you should ask such a thing. You see, Cornelia Porter happens to be the orphan child of Ferdy Graham's only sister, and Ferdy brought up Cornelia as his own daughter. Well, J.J., see you around.
Now, wait a minute, Jeff. Just a minute, please.
Yes?
Maybe we ought to talk things over.
Sorry, J.J., got to see a man about a job.
Well, I thought maybe that's what we might talk about. I mean, it's true that there have been a few occasions in the past when you got me out of certain jams.
Yes?
Well, I mean, a moment ago you mentioned that you knew the only way to take care of this Judge Porter.
I believe I did mention it, yes.
Well, confound it, Jeff. Can you or can't you get rid of her? I mean, a man judge wouldn't do this to me, not if he knew which side his politics is buttered on. Please, Jeff, I'm serious.
All right, J.J., I'll be serious, too. As your dear old friend Ferdy Graham probably told you, a judge can only be removed for cause.
Well, he mentioned that there had never been a breath of graft or scandal.
There's your clue, J.J. Scandal.
Oh, no, Jeff, you don't know Judge Porter.
No?
No. The closest she ever got to a man was a writ of mandamus.
Is she a woman or isn't she?
She, well, I guess she is a woman, but you'd probably have to go through a lot of legal technicalities to prove it.
JJ, in 6 weeks, I can have your Judge Porter smeared over every front page in the country with pictures.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get going.
I don't work for you anymore, remember?
Oh, Jeff, I wasn't serious. You know I wasn't serious. Of course you're going to have your job back, my boy.
I don't want it back.
You don't?
No, JJ, I've outgrown the job. If a man doesn't recognize his own true worth, nobody else will. So I've decided that the Globe News Syndicate should hire me as editor-in-chief.
No.
With, of course, a substantial raise in salary and...
No. Why, you'd have the whole organization in jail.
And, of course, we needn't discuss your offer any further unless you guarantee me an unlimited expense account.
No! By thunder, I'll see you in Hades first.
Okay, JJ. But if you should change your mind, I'll be at my hotel until 5 o'clock. Not a minute later.
I won't do it. No!
See you around, JJ. Around 5, that is. Well, JJ, come in.
All right, Jeff, all right. You're hired, but here's one condition.
Come on in, JJ. Come in. Now, the condition?
You've got to prove to me that you can pull this thing off. Now, tell me, what have you planned?
Tell you, I'll show you. Oh, Sally Lou.
Sally who?
Yes, Jeff, honey.
Sally Lou, I want you to meet your new employer, J.J. Blair.
My new... now, wait a minute, Jeff.
Unlimited expense account, J.J., remember?
Well, but...
Hi, J.J., honey. Why, Jeff, I think he's real cute.
You do?
Of course I do, J.J. Why, I declare to my soul, you look just like a little old Georgia boy who used to tote my books to school. And, could he tote a book?
Save it, Sally Lou. Now, J.J., here's the way it works. You see, J.J., I'm talking to you.
No? No! Yeah. Oh, yeah, so you are.
Now, I figured you'd be along, so I went ahead and got started. This afternoon, Sally Lou and I got a license to be married. We also saw a minister and engaged him to marry us just 6 weeks from today. I told Sally Lou you'd pay her $1,000 for it.
You're going to marry her and you want to be paid.
Oh, I wouldn't really marry Jeff, J.J., honey. Oh, no. Why, if I was to marry a Yankee named Sherman, my daddy'd come up here and burn down Radio City.
But I don't understand.
Look, J.J., I'm trying to tell you.
Then please tell me.
I can just imagine my daddy's face if I told him I'd become Miss Sherman. Why, he'd tear up the ground from here to Yonkers.
Sally Lou, please. Okay, J.J., it so happens that Judge Cornelia Porter is leaving tomorrow for a 6 weeks vacation on Cape Cod.
You mean you're letting her get away?
Oh, no. I also am going to Cape Cod.
Huh?
I'm leaving tonight. And Justice Porter is going to find that she and I have all the same interests in common. Her Honor and I are going to become, well, just a little bit more than friends. Then, at just the right time, Sally Lou turns up, and bingo, Sally drags the judge into court as a love thief. She gets another $1,000 for that suit, J.J.
Another $1,000?
Yes, and of course a weekly salary.
Now, don't you worry about money, J.J., honey. Now that I've met you, it'd be a pleasure to work for you for nothing.
Jeff, my boy, I think you may have something, except for one thing.
Yes?
I don't think your interest and Judge Porter's interest would be the same. I don't think she'd go in for those sort of things.
I made a very careful study of the subject, J.J.
Well?
She's sort of halfway engaged to a stuffed shirt lawyer named Robert Walton. I don't worry about him. As for Cornelia, she dabbles in art. She thinks she'd like to take up sculpture as a hobby. So, I'll be a sculptor.
Jeff, I still don't think she'll give you a tumble. She's ice, pure ice.
You mean like when she was a baby, instead of an incubator, they put her in the deep freeze?
Listen, J.J., there's an old folk saying. It goes like this. There lives no goose, but soon or late will find the gander that's her mate. J.J., I'm off to Cape Cod to hunt goose.
In just a moment, we'll hear more of the MGM comedy Designed for Scandal, starring Ralph Bellamy with Arlene Francis. Act Two of the MGM Theater of the Air presentation, Designed for Scandal, starring Ralph Bellamy with Arlene Francis. And so Jeff Sherman is at Barnstable on Cape Cod, and he is a man with a mission. Jeff hopes to tarnish just a little bit the immaculate reputation of the Honorable Cornelia Porter, Justice of the Superior Court. The Cape Cod season is at its height, however, and Jeff is finding it difficult to rent a studio where he can pretend to be an artist with the chisel.
Hello, yes? No?
Yes. Are you Mr. Rowell, a sculptor?
The great sculptor. You came to see my statues, no? Yes? If so, come in, yes?
Yes, yeah. Wow, that's a fine studio I have here.
You did not come here to see my statues, yes? No.
No, I mean, yes. That is, I'm looking for a studio with statues in it.
Yes?
Yes, indeed.
No.
You mean no?
Yes, I mean no. You have come here to offer to rent my studio, yes?
Yes, I have. The fact is, I've got to rent a studio, and I think I've tried them all but this one.
And you will invite all your friends here, and you will say, I know nothing of the art. Of course, I dabble a bit. I like to have the beautiful art around me, so I took the great Rowell studio for the season. Yes? No?
Sure, Mr. Rowell. You're getting the idea. You're not as dumb as I thought.
Yes. And, of course, you will offer me the much money as rent for the studio, no?
Absolutely. Money's no object. Now, just say how much.
Get out, peasant.
Now, wait a minute. I don't get it. I thought that...
Oh, if someone would only come to see my statues, yes? But no. Money, they offer me money. And me with alimony from 3 wives.
Don't like money, huh? Look, Mr. Rowell, I'm going to be absolutely honest with you.
Yes. No?
Yes. We know all about your work, but we decided that for this particular job, we had to have a sculptor who's not interested in money.
And who is we, no?
You mean to tell me you don't know that world-famous patron of the arts, J.J. Blair?
Blair. Once I married a silly American woman named Blair, but they did not love their art. They owned a big ranch. They were in love with a bull.
Listen, how would you like your work to be seen by 1 million people a day?
Ah, yes, that would be heaven, no? But how could this be?
Very simple. We want you to do a stone mural across the entire front of the Blair building. We want you to do a mural depicting the pageant of America. Yes?
Yes, with the Indian, yes? With the papoose, yes?
They could put papooses all over the place. The only thing is, we want you to start right away.
But, of course, I will start tomorrow.
I'm sorry, but J.J. Blair's an impatient man. That isn't soon enough.
I will start right now. Yeah, allow me to pack the shirt, the toothbrush, my bag. 1 million people a day. Oh, but observe, monsieur. What if people also could see it at night, yes?
Okay. So at night, we'll light it up on neon. All packed?
Monsieur, I go.
Before you leave, maybe you can tell me something about some of the summer people. Do you know Judge Cornelia Porter?
Ah, but everybody knows the lady judge. She drives by here every evening in the blue, what kind of car you call it, which you get into and you are still on the outside, yes?
Convertible.
The blue convertible, yes.
Blue convertible. Well. You know, I used to have a disreputable friend named Benny the Fake. And Benny used to make his living by falling in front of automobiles. But tell me, does Judge Porter know you and your work?
Monsieur, this lady judge, I do not understand.
No? Why not?
Women love me. They adore me. Yes, I must beat them off with sticks. But this lady judge, does she give me the one look, yes? No.
Good. I mean...
I think the lady judge is what you in America call the chili lily. But a great intellectual.
I got a theory about women, Mr. Rowell.
Monsieur, you have a theory. I have women.
But my theory, now, when a girl is dumb, I always tell her she's brainy. I have a theory that with a girl like this Judge Porter, brainy, I mean, you'd get much further if you pretended she was beautiful but dumb.
Perhaps, monsieur. But I go.
Before you go, perhaps you'd better explain one of these modernistic things to me.
Thing? Yes?
Sorry, I meant statues. Now, what about this one? This stone lady with the 3 legs and the soft-boiled wristwatches on her.
On her, yes. This, monsieur, is one of the great examples of the sculpture moderne. The what you call modernistic.
Oh, one of the greatest. Any fool can see that. Only, what does it mean?
Well, this figure represents the glass-bottom boat, woman, through whose beauty we see strange worlds in the depth, entrancing yet distorted. These things are always seen distantly, full of ominous shadows. So naturally, I call this statue Midnight on a Boat. But I go.
Wait till J.J. sees a three-legged papoose. So long, Mr. Rowell.
Adieu.
When you see J.J., tell him I'll either get somewhere or I'll die under a blue convertible train. Well, here she comes. Blue convertible. I just hope I can do it like Benny the Fake showed me. Hey, watch out! Watch out! Hey!
Poor man. Oh, you're alive. You're not dead. Speak to me. Please say you're not dead. Speak to me, please. Speak to me.
Hello.
Oh, but I didn't see you, really. I didn't. You stepped in front of my car, and I hope you're not hurt too badly. Oh, think of the blistering lectures I've given people in court about reckless driving, and I run down an innocent... Oh, please, can you hear me?
What happened?
Oh, it was my fault. Really, it was. My mind was miles away on a legal matter. I didn't see you until you were in front of the car, and I...
where am I?
Oh, you're right here in my arms. I mean... Oh, you poor man. This leg, is it broken?
I don't mind the leg being broken, but
dear.
my hands, I make my living with my hands.
Oh, my. Let me see. Oh, well, now, this one seems all...
I'm a sculptor.
Oh, yes, this one's all right, too. Oh, good. Well, now, wait, I'll get a doctor.
No. I mean, I feel much better now.
Oh, but you've got to have a doctor.
I'm better now.
You are?
That's my studio there, if you'll just help me inside.
Yes, of course I will.
Help me, help.
Oh, my. Oh, there you are. Oh. But what if you can't walk? But there.
I can... if you'll let me lean on you, I can walk.
Oh, yes, lean on me.
Miss...
Oh, I'm Cornelia Porter.
Oh, you're very kind to help me, Miss Porter. Just through this door.
Yes. Oh, it was my fault. I'm amazed that you weren't killed. I mean, well, nothing I could do for you is enough.
Oh, Miss Porter, please, this couch here.
Yes, right
there.
Easy.
Oh, some of the brandy on the table there, please.
Brandy, yes, of course, I'll get it right away. Here. Mr.
Sherman, Jeff Sherman. But my dear Miss Porter, it's you who should drink the brandy. You're shaking like a leaf. Here, I'll get a glass for myself.
Oh, but you can walk.
With great pain. Now, Miss Porter.
Oh, but I've never drunk brandy. I've never drunk anything.
Oh, but this is an emergency. Look at the way you tremble. Oh, you poor, frightened child.
Child?
Down you go, Miss Porter.
Well, no.
I'm sorry we have to use these large water glasses to serve in, but... Well, how was it?
Well, it feels very warm going down. It tickles.
Yeah, now, you just sit there until you calm yourself.
No. It tickles very pleasantly. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Then, by all means, have another.
No. Oh, no, I couldn't. I never have, you know.
Of course, you told me. In that case, we'll just have half a glass.
Well, I suppose I shouldn't really, but I do feel better. I mean, my knees aren't as weak.
An excellent stimulant, brandy, when used properly, of course.
Yes, I've often read about it. My goodness, I didn't mean to do that. You do very interesting modernistic work, Mr. Sherman.
Thank you. The true artist always appreciates praise for his work, even from the uninformed.
Uninformed?
I meant no offense, of course.
Oh, really, I know quite a bit about sculpture. I can see some interesting symbolism in that figure over there.
Which figure's that, Miss Porter?
The figure with the 3 legs and the somewhat limp watches on the... Oh, dear. Heavens.
Yes. Interesting symbolism. That figure represents the glass-bottom boat.
Ah.
Woman, through whose beauty we see strange worlds in the depths, entrancing yet distorted. These things are always seen distantly, full of ominous shadows. So naturally, I call that statue. I call it Sundown on a Staten Island ferry.
I wish I knew more about modernistic art. Of course, I've read quite a bit, but... Well, now, Mr. Sherman, maybe you give me your definition of modern art.
My definition?
Yes. Obviously, you know all about it.
Obviously. I'll try to explain it so you can understand. In other words, I'll simplify it.
Oh, really? You don't have to do that. I assure you I can understand. Oh, dear.
Now, a definition of modern art. Now, suppose you want to do a modernistic statue or a picture.
Yes?
Well, in simple words, when you begin it, you don't know what it's going to be. And when you finish it, you don't know what it is. You find that funny?
Mr. Sherman, please. You must think I haven't a brain in my head.
I assure you, I don't mind.
You don't mind? Well...
Again, no offense. But let me explain what I mean.
Perhaps you'd better.
Well, it's this way. When one is himself an intellectual, when one lives constantly in the realm of the intellectual, one finds it a great pleasure occasionally to be in the company of a person who is merely lovely.
Mr. Sherman, are you trying to say that I am beautiful but dumb?
My dear Miss Porter, a girl as beautiful as you doesn't have to be brilliant.
You mean you believe it? You believe I'm beautiful but dumb?
Please, let's not put it so crudely. In simple words, Miss Porter, you're a glamour puss.
Mr. Sherman. Wait till I tell Robert.
Robert?
It's Robert Walton. He's at the hotel, too. Uncle Ferdy detests him, but, well, I'm sort of engaged to him.
You mean you're engaged to Robert and you don't call him Bob?
Oh, nobody ever calls Robert Bob. Oh, my, he just isn't the Bob type. Good heavens.
Something wrong?
I was supposed to meet Robert for dinner an hour ago. He'll think I'm drowned.
I certainly wouldn't blame Robert if he were worried about you, Miss Porter.
Oh, Robert would never be worried. Well, I mean, really worried.
You underestimate yourself, Miss Porter. I'm sure if I were engaged to a glamour puss like you, I'd be worried if you're out of my sight for an instant.
You know, I believe you really would. Oh.
You just wait. When you get back to that hotel, you'll find that Robert's worried stiff.
Oh, Robert, I'm terribly sorry I'm so late for dinner.
Oh, Cordelia. Dear me, are you late?
Well, only an hour late. But of course you wouldn't notice.
To tell you the truth, my dear, I was reading this new paper by Griswold on torts. I think you'll find it very interesting from the judicial viewpoint. Well, shall we go into dinner? I hear they're having boiled cod.
Well, I'm not very hungry, Robert.
Not hungry for boiled cod with egg sauce? Cornelia, are you all right?
Well, of course I am.
There, I knew it. I'll get you a soda tap.
Oh, no. Robert, look at me.
What?
Do you think I'm a glamour puss?
Oh, why, Cornelia, you're... Yes, cheeks flushed, eyes unnaturally bright. You're delirious.
Oh, no, I am not delirious. I'm perfectly all right. Do you understand?
Of course, my dear, if you insist.
I'm simply not hungry tonight, that's all.
But, my dear, where are you going?
Oh, I think I'll walk on the beach in the moonlight. Somehow I feel rather restless.
Hello, J.J. This is Jeff.
Oh, it is it? Well,
Well, let me tell you something, Jeff Sherman. That stonemason you sent down here is driving me out of my mind.
J.J., please. Mr. Rowell is a great artist.
You say he's a great artist, and he says he's a great artist. But I say anybody who gives people 3 legs is nuts. And you know what else?
No, what else?
He's got a scaffold just outside my window, and he's got an Indian squaw posed on my desk.
I know it's inconvenient, J.J., but...
Now, wait a minute. I didn't finish. The Indian squaw's got a papoose. And when she wants to go off somewhere, I'm a papoose sitter.
All right, J.J., I know it's tough, but you want to go on for the rest of your life paying Fifi 4 G's a month?
No, I don't. But confound it, when are you going to finish this thing up?
Look, I've only been here 2 weeks.
All right, but are you getting anywhere?
You're darn right I'm getting somewhere. We're now Jeff and Connie. We've been swimming, we've been hiking, we've been bicycle riding, we've been...
I want to know if you're getting anywhere. You can do all that stuff at the YMCA.
J.J., just leave it to me. In another week or 2, we'll be together on the beach, in the moonlight.
Jeff, things like this just don't happen to me. Well, I mean, I've only known you 5 weeks.
3 days.
Do you know when I first knew?
When, Connie?
On that first day, when I ran over you and took you into your studio. I said, this man isn't like any other man I've ever known. He's simple and honest. Darling, what is it?
What you said, lump in my throat.
That's another thing I like about you, Jeff. Underneath, you're so tender.
What's funny?
Oh, I am, Jeff, I am. I mean, well, my friends have always said to me, Cornelia, you're not a woman, you're a law book. Oh, if they only knew how I feel when I see you.
How, Connie?
Oh, all trembly in the knees and visions of bungalows and roses. And my friends are going to find it hard to believe.
I know. I have a close friend who's going to be a little shocked, too.
Oh, is he the one you have to see, that patron of the arts?
I've put off seeing him for days, for a couple of weeks, really, but I suppose I can't put it off any longer. We're business partners, sort of.
But you won't be gone long, please.
Oh, no. As soon as I tell him I've decided to withdraw from a certain business deal, I'll be out of there like a shot.
Jeff! Oh, Jeff!
Hello, yes?
Oh, I'm sorry to barge into your studio like this, but I have
the lady judge, yes? Yes. Well.
Well, I'm looking for Mr. Sherman.
But he is not here, yes? No, he went to New York.
Oh, why are you packing up Mr. Sherman's models?
Mr. Sherman's models? My models, dear lady. I need them for my great mural, 1 million people a day.
Oh, but Mr. Sherman told me, I mean, well, Mr. Sherman being a sculptor, too, and this is his studio.
Mr. Sherman, a sculptor? Dear lady, but no, Mr. Sherman and Mr. Blair, they are the great patrons of the art.
Blair? Blair?
But of course, J.J. Blair.
Oh, I see. And Mr. Sherman's going to New York because he works for J.J. Blair?
If you ask me, dear lady, Mr. Sherman will get there none too soon. In fact, I think he is already late.
What do you mean?
Mr. J.J. Blair and Mr. Sherman's bride-to-be, ooh la la.
Mr. Sherman's what?
But yes, only if Mr. Sherman doesn't hurry, he will find his bride-to-be has already been, yes?
I can't believe it.
My dear lady, I have the scaffold just outside Mr. Blair's window. With such billing and cooing going on inside, already I have disfigured 3 papooses.
But I don't understand. What is Mr. Sherman doing here?
Dear ladies, that even I do not understand. Something about Mr. Sherman making a girl here fall in love with him so his bride-to-be can sue this girl as a love thief, yes? Even to me it sounds crazy.
Excuse me, but do you mind if I call New York on your phone?
Perhaps I have said too much. If you're calling Mr. Sherman...
No. I want to call Chief Justice Ferdinand Graham. It's about a little matter of attempted corruption of the court and conspiracy to obstruct justice.
In just a moment, we'll return to MGM's comedy romance, Designed for Scandal. Now, Act 3 of the MGM presentation, Designed for Scandal, starring Ralph Bellamy with Arlene Francis. We are once again in New York, in the office of J.J. Blair, president of the Globe News Syndicate. Sally Lou is there, so is Jeff Sherman, and J.J. Blair is proving once again that he is a man of even temper, always mad.
And if you think you're going to pull out of this thing now, Jeff Sherman, you've got another thing coming.
J.J., please.
J.J., honey, you're wasting your breath. You can see he's just gaga about that female law book.
That suits me fine. Fine! Now, when you take her into court, Sally Lou, we can really prove that she stole Jeff's love.
Stealing Jeff's little bitty old love would just be petty larceny.
I'm sorry, J.J., but Connie's, well, she's not the kind of girl we thought she was, and I refuse to let you smear her with scandal.
Smear her? I'm going to dunk her in it like a pickled herring.
I'm sorry, Mr. Blair, but...
Miss Stevens, I told you we were not to be disturbed.
But there's a policeman here, and...
Buy a couple of his tickets and tell him to get out of here.
He doesn't want to sell any tickets. He wants to give them to you and Mr. Sherman.
Tickets for what?
Well, they're not tickets, really. I mean...
Then by thunder, what are they?
Well, it's something to do with conspiracy. The officer says they're warrants, sworn out by Judge Porter and signed by Judge Graham.
Have you finished your case, Judge Porter?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down.
I ask the indulgence of the court for a statement for the record.
Well, if it's pertinent and relevant, I'll admit it. After all, this hearing's somewhat informal. Proceed.
I feel that the evidence and testimony prove beyond question that this man Sherman and his co-conspirator Blair knowingly plotted the contemptible action of attempting to besmirch and slander an officer of the Superior Court, solely for the purpose of wrongfully influencing the judgment of that court.
Is that all?
No, Your Honor. She wants to say more, much more. Don't you, Cornelius?
Now, Robert, Counselor Walton, let the witness speak for herself. Yes?
Yes, I do want to say more. In all my experience as attorney and judge on the bench, I have never encountered a citizen with such contempt for the respect due the court and the ordinary rights of other people as this low, lying, deceitful...
Now, the witness is well versed in law and jurisprudence. I taught her myself, and she knows better than to personalize and characterize testimony to such an extent.
If the court please, there are most unusual circumstances here. And if the court please,
Counselor Walton, the court will be pleased if you will sit down. Now, Judge Porter.
Your Honor, I wish to apologize to the court, but not to the person referred to. In conclusion, I now ask that the court impose the very severest penalty possible on this man Sherman.
And the court assumes you also include his co-conspirator, Blair.
Of course she does, Your Honor. They're both in this thing right up to their necks, and we demand that...
Counselor Walton, the court is aware that, as a corporation lawyer, you have not actively appeared in a courtroom in some years. The court therefore suggests that you brush up on your trial procedure by reading the latest Perry Mason.
Well, I never...
And kindly don't read it aloud. Now, the court would like to reflect briefly on the evidence presented before hearing from the defendants. Yes. Have you some business with this court?
Sir, I'm Mr. Blair's secretary, and I have an urgent message for him.
All right, but be quiet about it. I'm trying to think.
Mr. Blair, I had to bring you this newspaper. Pass it to him, Mr. Sherman.
J.J., look at this headline. Fifi's remarried.
Yeah. Ex-Fifi Blair weds retired millionaire. Well, man, he better come out of retirement and get to work, or he won't be a millionaire long.
Oh, J.J., honey, child, I'll wait for you, even if you're in jail for years.
We will now hear from the defendant, Jeffrey Sherman. Mr. Sherman, you've been sworn this way. You may be seated.
Your Honor, I have an attorney, and I'd like to represent myself, if it's all right.
Well, now, I'm fairly familiar with the statute books, and I don't recall that there's any law against it. Suppose you show the court just how you'd go about representing yourself, huh?
Well, sir, I don't know much about the law, of course.
You just go ahead. Maybe the court can help you over some of the rough spots.
Your Honor, if the court please, I think this is highly irregular. In fact, I submit that the court is showing a bias in favor of...
Yes, I know, Counselor Walton. Smart lawyers are always after me. They think I should act like a judge instead of a human being. But I've never been reversed yet. So let's do it my way, shall we?
Really? Well...
You were about to say, Mr. Sherman.
Sir, I'd like to call a witness.
Go ahead and call him.
It's a her. I'd like to call the Honorable Cornelia Porter.
Your Honor, we object most strenuously. We object on the ground of...
You object to a man accused of a crime calling a witness? Cornelia Porter to the stand. Counselor Perry Mason would be ashamed of you. Proceed. Go ahead, Mr. Sherman, if you want to ask her a question.
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to get the words right. Yes, sir. You are the Honorable Cornelia Porter?
Yes?
Connie, will you marry me?
Now, Your Honor, this man has gone too far. I object.
Yes, and I object to you.
That's just too bad.
Let's have a little order. State your grounds, Counselor.
On the grounds that the question is irrelevant, incompetent, and immaterial. And there's been no groundwork laid for the question.
It isn't irrelevant. There's been plenty of groundwork laid for it.
Furthermore, Your Honor, I object on the grounds of calling for a conclusion and not testimony as to fact.
Your objection is noted, Counselor. Now let's find out whether or not it is a fact. Now then, Mr. Sherman, why do you say your question is relevant?
Your Honor, as I see it, there's no evidence of obstructing justice before this court, but only of the intention to do so. Therefore, it seems to me that if I can prove that my intentions were honorable, well, I can't say where I'm guilty.
You might have a rather fine legal point there. Go on. Let's see how you aim to develop it.
Yes, sir. Now then, Judge Porter, you previously testified that I conspired to involve you in a scandal. When did you first know that my intentions were dishonorable?
I knew it from the very first. I'm not quite the fool you thought I was.
Then why, if you thought my intentions were dishonorable, on the night of July 11th this year, in the establishment known as Clara's Cape Cod Clam Kitchen Deluxe, did you say that you loved me?
I object. I object.
Your Honor, I also object to this line of questioning on the grounds that it intends to make a farce of this court.
Well, if it does that, I can strike it out later, can't I? Go ahead, Mr. Sherman.
Will you answer the question, please?
I will not. I refuse to answer it.
Were you ever at any time in love with me? I mean, with the defendant, Sherman. You're under oath, remember?
In a sense, I suppose so. To a degree.
Did you say to the defendant on the night of July 15th this year on a moonlit beach that you had loved him from the minute you first set eyes on him because he was simple and honest?
Well, I might have.
Does it refresh your memory if I ask you if it's not true that you said to the defendant one night, standing in the summer rain with a sea wind in your hair, that you'd never before known what it was to feel really happy inside and know that it would never end? And isn't it a fact that...
Your Honor, this is absolutely outrageous. I object. I demand a change of venue. I demand some...
Counselor, do you mean to say that you don't want to hear the answer? He's got me sitting on the edge of the bench.
Anne, isn't it true that the defendant, Sherman, kissed you and caressed your hair and swore to you that he would never let it come to an end? And isn't it true that... Connie, isn't it true that you do love me and you know I love you?
Stop it! Stop it! Your Honor, I won't go on with this testimony.
But if the plaintiff withdraws from the case, there isn't any case.
I don't care, Uncle Ferdinand. I refuse
Now,
to do
Connie,
it.
please, you know you love me
Sir,
and you know...
you will immediately take your hands off Justice Porter.
I hate you, and I wish you were dead. Oh, I've got to get out of here.
Now, Robert, I don't like people to clutch me by the collar. Really, I don't.
Court's adjourned. Court is adjourned.
And now, sir, now the court's adjourned and I am no longer bound by its rules.
Will you let go my collar?
There are some things I'd like to discuss with you as man to man.
Yeah, and I'd like to have a chat with you too, Robert, but right now I haven't got time, so... There. Which way'd she go? Somebody, anybody, which way'd she go?
I knew she loved you. When she called me from Cape Cod, she was blubbering like a baby.
Listen, you old foot... excuse me, Judge. Which way did she go?
Out that side door. She drives a blue convertible.
Connie, watch out! Watch out!
crazy utter fool.
Oh,
It's just like it was the first time we met.
not quite.
Oh, but of course it is. We're starting all over again, but this time it's for keeps. Get up, darling, and...
I can't.
You what?
Your Honor, is there anything in the law which prevents a man from getting married with a busted clavicle?
Our star, Ralph Bellamy, will be back in just a moment. It is our conventional procedure, Ralph, to wind up these programs with a little offstage conversation between the star and me.
I don't mind at all, Howard. Sounds like a certain way to wind up the program.
You underestimate your words. The audience is most interested to hear what one of their favorite stars has to say informally.
Whenever I talk informally, I always do it into a microphone.
We all remember you in many pictures, and particularly in two wonderful Broadway shows, State of the Union and Detective Story.
Well, speaking as an actor, I'd say I've been rather lucky to find two good plays in succession.
Yes, one good play in succession is rather rare, not to mention two. But to have good plays, you must have good actors also.
And good authors.
Well, we'll give a plug to Lindsay and Krause for the State of the Union and one to Sidney Kingsley for the current Detective Story.
That's okay with me, Howard.
Thank you, Ralph Bellamy.
Designed for Scandal was presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Key to the City, starring Clark Gable, Loretta Young, Frank Morgan, and Marilyn Maxwell. Howard Smith was heard as J.J. Blair, Parker Fenley as Judge Graham, and Art Carney as Raoul. Original music composed and conducted by Joel Herron. The program was directed by Marks B. Loeb and produced by Raymond Katz. The MGM Theater of the Air. Our star this week, Celeste Holm. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Vice President of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and celebrated author of many Broadway and Hollywood musical hits, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Thank you. A good many of us spend a good deal of time moping and hoping and cursing the luck. Down in Hotchkiss Falls, there's a young lady who is bored with all that. She's determined to take the bull by the horns, or the tiger by the tail, or whatever animal you take by what, when you decide to be master of your destiny. How's she going to do it?
I'm going to find me a millionaire father. I'm an orphan, so how do I know I never had one? I'm on the level. Is there some millionaire anywhere looking for a lost daughter? That's me, Peggy Evans.
Hold it a minute, Peggy. We'll take up your case in the next hour when we bring you the dramatization of that well-known MGM comedy, Slightly Dangerous, starring Celeste Holm. Slightly Dangerous is a merry piece about a most unusual feminine character. With the curtain up on Act One, we are in Hotchkiss Falls, where the employees of this branch of the Coast-to-Coast Small Change Mart are convened for a morning ceremonial. The district supervisor is awarding a prize to Peggy Evans. Peggy is played by Celeste Holmes.
And so, Miss Evans, as you are the first employee in the entire chain to arrive at work 1,000 consecutive mornings on time, I therefore present you with Merit Award number 4, redeemable for $2.50 in merchandise.
Thank you, Mr. Snodgrass.
Yeah, all right now. To your stations, everybody. The store is now open for the day. Look sharp. I want a good impression when your new manager, Mr. Stewart, arrives.
As you noticed, Peggy wasn't at all enthused about her award, a fact which puzzles her fellow soda jerk, Mitzi, who wants to know.
You ain't excited, Peggy, winning $2.50? You lucky stiff.
Lucky? Huh. I just stopped to think, Mitzi. It's funny. 1,000 mornings on time. And another 5 years, I'll get the $10 award.
So?
So I'll be 26.
Ah, what's the beef, honey? In 5 years, you're going to be 26 anyway. Is it bad if they give you $10 velvet? That's an insult.
No, it's wonderful, exciting, something to look forward to. I'll have such a nice set of memories. 3,000 mornings on time. Those will be something to tell the children about. Except if I have a child, it might make me late one morning.
Bound to. Besides, you ain't even married.
No, I'm not, and I'm not likely to be. Where would I meet a man?
Well, anywhere. Where'd I meet Hobart?
Don't tell me. Under a rock.
Oh, Hobart'll do till Johnny comes along.
Who's Johnny?
Nobody. Johnny's what I call him.
Call who?
Whoever he is. Phil, Joe, Charlie, George, Jimmy. I call him Johnny.
Well, what about him?
Look, honey, I know a lot of girls got the same kind of life you got, and they love it. Why? Because they got their Johnny.
And that makes everything wonderful.
It sure does. You just keep laughing at nothing all the time. That's the way it is when you meet up with Johnny.
Well, I don't know any Johnny, and I'm not likely to find one around here.
Unless it turns out to be the new manager we're getting today.
Mitzi, I'm fed up with life.
Honey, relax. I've never seen you so worked up before.
I've never been on time 1,000 days straight before. Mitzi, the fates played a dirty trick on me.
Ah, be yourself, will you? Nobody's played any tricks on you.
Oh, yes, they did. When they were sitting around deciding who was going to be who, when they came to me, they said, let's make this one nobody. Let's not even give her a family or any home or anything. Let's just give her one thing, a job, the dullest little job we can find.
Take it easy, honey. Your job's not as bad as all that. You meet a lot of people. You do a lot of interesting things. Like waiting on them.
Oh, stop it, Mitzi. I could do my job blindfolded.
No, you couldn't, honey. There's more to it than you think.
I couldn't? I certainly could. Absolutely blindfolded. Look, here comes our first customer of the morning. That man, see? Now watch me. I tie this napkin so. I'll tie her on my eyes. Like this.
Peggy, don't do that. You'll get in trouble.
Yes, sir. Wait on you.
What's the matter, miss? Hurt your eyes?
My eyes? Of course not. Why?
But that bandage over them.
A new company rule improves efficiency.
Does, huh?
Your order, please.
Doesn't that blindfold handicap your work?
Order something and see.
Well, I'm sorry to spoil your fun, but I've really got to ask you to take that off.
And I'll have to ask you to leave that stool if you're not going to order. The management doesn't allow lounging.
Look, number 122, I am the management. I'm Mr. Stewart, the new manager. You're attracting a crowd. Now kindly take off that blindfold and come to my office immediately.
Well, here I am, Mr. Stewart. I suppose you're pretty proud of yourself, sneaking up and catching me when I wasn't even looking.
Now, look here, number 122. My, how pretty you are without the blindfold. Hey, won't you sit down?
I don't want to sit down. Why don't you go ahead and fire me?
Oh, that's the last thing I...
As a matter of fact, you can't fire me.
No, of course not.
Because I quit.
Oh, you mustn't do that, Miss...
The name is Peggy Evans.
Well, that's a nice name.
It isn't a nice name. It isn't a name at all. It's just a label that works in a store, a machine on a track that rolls along and along and comes out nowhere. I hate my name.
Now, someday you'll get married and change your name.
I won't get married. I won't ever get married.
Oh, of course you will. An attractive girl like
I
you.
will not.
Well, then you'll be Peggy Evans until you die, so you might just as well get...
Wait a minute. I'll be Peggy Evans until I die. That's an idea.
What?
I'm not going to be Peggy Evans until I die. I'm going to be Peggy Evans until she dies.
Oh, you mustn't say things like that. Now, look here, Miss Evans. You just take the rest of the day off, and tomorrow we'll have a nice...
I won't be here tomorrow. Goodbye. This is the end of number 122.
Yeah, but Miss Evans...
And it's the end of Peggy Evans, too.
No, wait.
Please, let go of my
Now, wait a minute. You can't... Please, I can't let you walk out like this. You're hysterical.
No, I'm not. And you're not Johnny either. No one is. No one will cry when Peggy Evans is gone. Take your hands off me.
No, Miss Evans, come back. Oh, good heavens, what's that poor girl going to do?
Oh, officer, she was such a sweet girl, so nice and refined. Now, if this story gets around, I'll never be able to rent this room again.
Well, she got any relatives you know of, Miss Moucher?
No, she was a poor, lone orphan, officer. Didn't have a soul in the world.
Yeah? What do you want? I'm looking for Peggy Evans. I was told this is her room.
Who are you? What's your name?
Robert Stewart. What's going on here, officer? Has anything happened to Miss Evans?
I'm asking the questions. What's your business with Peggy Evans?
Well, I'm Miss Evans' boss.
Aha! He's the one who drove her to it.
Huh?
There ought to be a law against skunks like you, mister.
Will you please tell me what this is all about?
Show him the note, officer. Let him know what he's done.
Yeah. Here, Stinker, read this note she left.
Note? Oh, my gosh, let's see.
This is to tell whoever cares not to bother looking for me. I know I'll be happier wherever I'm going. I've been fired by my boss, Mr. Stewart, and I can't go on being Peggy Evans any longer. I'd rather jump into the river. Mitzi can have my clothes. Farewell.
Oh, that's awful.
You said it, brother rat. Your conscience bothering you?
Now, wait a minute. You got me all wrong. I just did my duty. I told her to take off her blindfold. I had to. I'm Peggy Evans' boss. What conscience? I haven't found her yet, officer, in the river there?
No. They always drag for him, Mr. Stewart, but they never find him. Now, it's just a waste of time. That's what it is.
Do you mean it?
You see, Stewart, when a deceased gets into that current out there, they go zoom, just like they had an outboard motor attached. It's amazing the mileage that corpses get in the river.
You don't say.
Yeah. Why, that dame's probably cruising around off Poughkeepsie by now.
Oh, stop it. How can you talk like that about... Oh, it was all my fault. I'll never be able to sleep again. Oh, Miss Evans, why did you do it? And you had such a sweet personality.
Want a new personality, ladies and gentlemen? All right, looking now to the left of this sightseeing bus is the famous Fifth Avenue establishment, Graves, where, for the price of an arm and a leg, they'll make you a gorgeous creature. Their famous slogan, let Graves give you a new personality. And now looking east on Fifth
Mr. Guide.
Yes?
Can you tell me how much they charge for one of those new personalities?
Girlie, you couldn't afford it.
Mister, I didn't ask for any advice. Let me off this bus right here in front of Graves.
Gee, I'll bet Graves did change my personality. Bet I do look transformed. Oh, that's me being whistled at. Me, Peggy Evans. No, thank heavens, it's not Peggy anymore. That's finished. Now, let's see. Who shall it be? I need a new name. Diane? Diane Vanderbilt. Could be. My, how tall the buildings are.
Hey, miss, what's the idea? Stop jaywalking.
Choose a ritzy name, then put an ad in Classified and get a nice position. Suzanne's better, though. Suzanne Astorbilt, Crisco built, Van Crisco built. No.
Watch out, lady, watch out!
Well, how is she, Doc?
Just a bit scratched. She'll be all right as soon as she recovers from the shock.
Where am I?
You're in safe hands. In the office of the New York Blade, miss. You're going to be perfectly all right. Just relax.
What happened?
Why, you backed into one of my delivery trucks.
I backed in. I was on foot.
That's right, young lady. You were walking backwards, crossing the street, looking up at the tall buildings.
Well, what am I doing in a newspaper office?
What were you doing downstairs in front of this building? Why didn't you back into the New York Times?
Oh, my clothes. Look what's happened to my beautiful clothes. They're torn.
Now, don't worry about that, my dear. We'll buy you a whole new outfit. Who are you? What's your name?
Well, my name is... no, my name's Diane... No, it's Sue... it's Vander... No, it's not that either. I don't know yet.
Oh, surely, miss, you can tell us your name.
No, I can't. Oh, leave me alone. I don't know it.
Where do you live?
I don't know. Oh, look at me all spattered. Oh, dear.
What do you think, Doc?
This is more serious than I thought. I'm afraid she's suffering from loss of memory.
Oh, why does everything have to happen to me?
Shall I phone the police?
No, you imbecile. Think I want every other paper in town building up a case, spreading the story that I'm an assassin?
Look, my hat's ruined, too.
Mr. Durston, maybe we should notify the Missing Persons Bureau.
She's only been missing 10 minutes. Did you look in her purse?
I did. There's nothing in it.
No identification? Huh?
Not a shred.
Oh, what'll I do?
Now, just look, Miss, what's your name? Just please stop worrying. We'll find out who you are. We'll put your picture in the paper. Whoever you belong to will come and claim you. Won't that be nice?
No, you don't understand. I don't belong to anybody.
Nonsense, a fine-looking girl like you.
Oh, but I tell you, it's no use. Nobody will come.
Oh, yes, they will. We'll take care of you until they do.
You will?
Why, of course we will. But we'll just ask you to remember how nice we are.
You know, Mr. Durston, you might have to take care of me for a long time.
Coast to Coast Small Change Mart. Yes, this is the manager, Robert Stewart. Oh, Union headquarters, huh? What's the idea of this strike here at my store? I say, what's this blindfolded strike? All the employees are standing blindfolded. The customers are stealing all the merchandise. I know it's in sympathy with Peggy Evans' memory, but yes, I know it's to protest my driving her to suicide, but I did no such thing. At least I didn't intend to. Oh, my gosh, come and make those employees take off their blindfolds. The customers are walking off at the store. I'll be fired.
You're fired.
Yes, Mr. Snodgrass.
Shame on you, Stewart. In 48 hours, you've driven one of our girls to suicide. You've incited a new kind of strike. You've let the place be looted. You've blackened the store's good name. You've...
What are you staring at?
That New York newspaper on your desk. That girl's picture on the front page with the caption, "Who am I?"
Huh? Let me see.
Say, this looks like her.
Like who?
Peggy Evans.
Oh, nonsense. Wishful thinking. This is the picture of some Park Avenue blue blood.
But I could swear that's her. I'll never forget her face. I tell you, this is Peggy.
Don't be irrational, Stewart. How could it be?
This is how it explains it right here. She's got amnesia.
I fail to see the connection.
Suppose she did jump in the river, and suppose the shock made her lose her memory.
You are grasping at straws.
And suppose she forgot she was going to commit suicide. And suppose she swam out and forgot who she was. And suppose she just wandered down to New York.
And suppose you collect your things and get out of this office.
She isn't dead. I'm going to find her and bring her back here and prove to all of you that I didn't drive her to suicide. And what's more, I'll make her tell the truth and get me back my job.
If you can bring back the dead, Stewart, you can certainly get your job back.
I'll hold you to that, Mr. Snodgrass.
Come in. Why, hello, Mr. Durston.
Good morning. Just thought I'd drop in on my way to the office, see how your memory is getting along.
Oh, it's fine, thank you. I remember you perfectly.
Ah, well, I see you're dining on steak.
I've absolutely no complaints.
Well, we must jog that memory of yours. The incredible thing about your case is that you weren't carrying a single bit of identification. And another thing, how do we know you haven't been like this for years, maybe ever since childhood?
I don't remember having amnesia before yesterday.
How could you remember losing your memory? Now, I'm going to run another story today. We'll suggest the possibility that you're an old case, like, maybe Judge Crater.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't go to all this trouble, Mr. Durston.
Well, what do you want to do, spend the rest of your life in this hotel suite?
Oh, no, of course not.
You know, in a way, I really envy you.
Envy me? Whatever for?
Well, think of all the exciting possibilities ahead of you. Why, you might be almost anyone in the world. Even a missing heiress, say.
An heiress?
Well, why not? Been quite a few heiresses among the missing cases in the last 20 years. Yes, you might be any one of them. I think I'll run a feature about that. Well, I've got to be going. Think about it. Strain hard. Work on it.
Yes. Yes, I certainly will. You know, Mr. Durston, in my bones, I feel strangely I am some missing heiress.
In just a moment, you'll hear more of MGM's hilarious comedy, Slightly Dangerous. Now for Act Two of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Celeste Holm. And so Peggy Evans, perhaps getting the idea from the movies, pretends to have amnesia. That is, she forgets her past. Most of us could do with a little amnesia, and Peggy gets rather fond of her case, particularly when Mr. Durston, the newspaper publisher, suggests she might even be a missing heiress. Feeling a little research is in order, Peggy goes to the public library and looks up old newspaper files to see if there are any heiresses who have been missing for about 20 years. And if there are, which one she'd most like to be.
Now, let's see. Here's a 1930 headline. This could be it. Now, let's see. Carol Burden, millionaire baby, missing. Oh, let's see now. Nurse took her to the circus. 3 ring, yes, and let's see, Baba, yes, I must remember these details. Well, why couldn't it have been me? Sure, Peggy Evans. Meet your alter ego, Carol Burden, the baby millionaire.
Well, right on time, Miss Eggs. There are about 200 husbands, mothers, and just plain crackpots in my outer office, all waiting to claim you from that picture I ran.
Oh, Mr. Durston, before I see anybody, I've got to tell you something.
Yes?
I've remembered something.
Oh, you have?
Ba.
Huh? What's that?
Ba. That's it. What I remember. Just ba.
Ba. What in blazes is the good of remembering ba?
Well,
that doesn't mean a thing.
It must mean something. I've got a feeling that it's terribly important. Oh, something else just struck me in connection.
Yes.
Something else besides ba.
Something else? Yes.
I see a circus.
Holy Ike. Ba, a circus. Still, this just might lead to something. Who knows? Miss Kingsway?
Yes, Mr. Durston.
Get Hiller. Ask him what he has in his files on ba.
Come again, boss. Ba.
Ba. That's right. B-A. Now make it snappy and call me right back. Yes?
About ba, boss.
Oh, yes, Kingsway. What did you find?
Well, I got 3 bas. Turkish mind reader who cut up his assistant with an axe.
Out. What else?
Ba, the gorilla. Africa to the Bronx Zoo.
What's the third?
Well, there was a nurse called Ba in the Burden case.
In the Burden case. That's right. It clicks now. Why, yes, the nurse took the Burden kid to the circus and lost her. They never did.
Check, boss.
Bring in that file.
Yes, sir.
Hustle it. Well, my dear. It was a mighty lucky thing you remembered. Ba.
Is it important?
Important? Baldwin, tell him to hold the front page for replay. We've got a real story.
Extra, clue to missing Burden heiress, amnesia victim, thought to be daughter of Soap King. Read all about it, extra.
Here, boy, give me a paper.
Okay, mister.
Let's see that girl's picture. Heiress, my eye, that's her. So I didn't drive her to suicide. That's Peggy Evans, my own former soda jerk. My name isn't Bob Stewart. please.
Just a moment, you. Back outside in the waiting room.
Yeah, but I've been waiting to see the publisher for hours about that girl.
Officer Daly.
Where is he? Where is that? Oh, here you are, wise guy.
Let go my neck.
I seen you trying to sneak in. Now get back out of there before I brain
Yeah, but
you.
officer, I know that girl.
Oh, yeah. I suppose she's your long-lost mother.
No, I saw did you before I got fired, that is. And it turns out I didn't kill
Come
her.
on, squirrel food. Move before I...
Ow!
What's the noise out there, Miss Kingsway?
Oh, just another screwball loose in the world, Mr. Durston.
No. What time did Burton's secretary say that he'd be here?
Any minute now, sir.
Oh, frankly, Kingsway, I'm as excited as a little boy. Reunited after 17 years. The rich but lonely old man and the wandering waif with the golden curls. Let me know the minute he comes in.
Mr. Burden's here now, Mr. Durston.
Good. Send him in at once. Has Hiller got the camera already?
Yes, boss.
I'm a little nervous, Mr. Durston.
Well, naturally, dear Miss Burton, naturally. Not having seen your father for so long.
This is a sacred moment. Wonder what he'll say when he sees her, boss.
Say? Oh, why, he'll look at her. He'll hold her in his arms, and his voice will break as a tear stream down. He'll say,
Where's that muckraking buzzard Durston?
Hello, Mr. Burton.
Listen, you, I broke Burnell of Amalgamated Copper. I turned Boron of SL&V into a shaking old man, and by all that's holy, Durston, I'll break you like a dry twig.
Break me, but why?
For being a part of a criminal conspiracy to defraud. And I've seen that you're indicted for it.
Well, all I've done is try to help you recover your daughter.
All you've done is to print a story without verification, without proof, without...
But I have got proof. This girl's got amnesia. The only thing she remembers is ba.
Ba.
What kind of proof is that? There must be 40,000 nurses in this country named Ba.
Well, she remembered the circus, too. What about that?
Circus?
My child was the only one in the world who ever saw a circus. What rot! If you had the decency to consult me, sir, I'd have informed you that I have a method of identifying my daughter.
You have?
Certainly. My child's nurse, Baba, still lives with me. She's interviewed hundreds of phony girls in the last 15 years, and she's exposed every one of them.
Oh.
She'll expose this one, too, and when she does, I'll put you both behind bars.
Oh, no.
All right, girl, come along. Let's get started.
Wait. He's not my father.
Aha! She's going to confess.
But Miss Burden...
Don't call me Miss Burden.
But you don't remember anything. Remember?
That's right.
But then what makes you say he's not your father?
His nose.
What about my nose?
Well, if I'd ever seen a nose like that before, I know I'd have remembered it.
What?
Well, it's the kind of a nose you couldn't forget, especially if you'd been exposed to it as a child.
No. Now, my dear, let's just not hurt his feelings.
Well, I don't mind if I do hurt his feelings. He didn't care what he said about me.
Stop acting, girl. Are you coming home with me?
Absolutely not.
Then, in my opinion, that constitutes an admission of guilt, and I'll prosecute you both.
No. Just a minute. Now, look, my dear, you can't do this to me.
No?
Unless you cooperate, Mr. Burden will have every right to think that you're concealing some guilty plan.
In which you share.
In which I do not. Now, young lady, don't you understand? You've got to go with him.
Well?
All right. I'll go.
Yes, Miss Kingsway?
Boss, that same screwball keeps busting in here yelling for some Peggy. Shall I have him arrested the next time?
Papa, she's here. I brought her with me. She's in the playroom. Let's get it over with.
Plenty of time. No need to get into a tizzy about it. Come here. Let me measure this sweater I'm knitting you.
Oh.
Hold still, Master Cornelius.
Oh, for heaven's sake, this is no time.
Well, you're getting fatter.
I am not.
You are, too. I'll have to add some more stitches.
All right. You can do that any time.
No, you need a sweater.
I don't.
You're always catching colds, even when you were a little boy. Used to worry me half to death, sneezing and sniffling and...
Will you please forget about me and concentrate on her?
No need shouting, Master Cornelius. I'm not deaf yet. Well, what's this amnesia victim like?
Well, she's prettier than the others, but that only makes her more of a problem.
Falderall, I'll show her up. Well, come on.
Well, this is Baba.
How do you do?
Remember this playroom?
I don't remember a thing.
You'll note it's still filled with toys. Carol Burton had a toy in this room she loved more than any other, always carried it around with her, all day long, even slept with it at night. Which one was it?
I don't know. Didn't he tell you? I got amnesia.
Amnesia or no amnesia, if you don't get the right toy, I'm going to hammer away at you until I find out who you really are.
But that's unreasonable.
You bet it is.
Hold your tongue, Master Cornelius. Well, look around you. Take your time, child.
Oh, well, this is the end, all right. What chance have I got of picking out the right toy? Well, the odds are about 100 to 1. Guess I might as well confess and get it over with.
Well, young lady, you can't pick it, can you? You're an imposter, admit it.
Cornelius, give her more time.
He's too anxious. If I confess, I'll go to jail. Oh, I wish I were back in Hotchkiss Falls.
Well.
Think, Peggy, think. What was it Baba said? She even slept with that toy at night. Well, if she slept with it, then it couldn't be that engine or that tin soldier or that music box. They wouldn't let her take those to bed with her. She'd scratch herself. And it couldn't be that merry-go-round either. It would get all broken, or the Easter egg, or that doll's house. They'd break, too.
Well, young lady, it seems to me that you've had more than enough time.
Oh, please. Just one more minute. I seem to remember something.
Yeah.
And all the rest of the toys are too large or too sharp or too clumsy to take to bed with her. Except these two on this shelf. The little teddy bear and the little doll.
Baba, shh.
Oh, I can't choose. Oh, golly, it's got to be one. But which? Well, I've got to take a chance. 50-50 chance is as good as any gambler could ask. I've just got to gamble.
Well?
Where? The doll.
Oh, Carol, my baby,
Oh,
my
Carol,
baby.
come to your father's arms. Oh, how can you ever forgive me?
Oh, what is it, darling? Tell Baba.
What's wrong, Carol?
Nothing. It's just that it's so frightening. Suddenly to have a father you don't even know.
Oh, my dear, I've always been afraid that if I did find you, you'd be hopelessly changed, grown up. You wouldn't need me or want me. Anything you did remember, you'd be my enemy. But without your memory, you're a child. You need me. I've done more than just find the girl you used to be, Carol. I've really found my child again.
And so, this commentator takes off his hat to the greatest human interest story of the century. Wealthy Cornelius Burden has found his long-lost daughter, Carol, at last. Identified her how, ladies and gentlemen? By a toy. Imagine Carol picking out a toy 17 years later. That's quite a memory. Quite a...
Oh, yeah? Well, I've got quite a memory, too. She drowned for me, and I mean, she jerked sodas for me, and Carol Bird, my eye. It's got to be Peggy. I want my job back. I gotta get up close to her and know for sure. I've just got to.
You back again?
Well, this is the Burden residence, isn't it?
Indeed it is.
Well, listen, Jeeves, I'm getting in this time.
I doubt that very much, sir.
Now, let me in here. I demand to see Carol Burden immediately.
This is getting monotonous.
Let me in, I tell you. She's not going to get away with this. She's not Carol Burden any more than I am. She's a...
Out you go.
Out!
And stay out.
Hawkins, that man at the door just
Just another reporter, madam. He didn't fool me one bit.
Well, how did he get past the gatekeeper? I thought I left very strict
Carol,
orders.
darling, you look pale. Now, it was just another fresh reporter. Nothing to get upset about.
But what if he should try to come back?
Don't worry, he won't. Now, you mustn't be frightened. I'll see to it that no more reporters get in here again to annoy you. Now, get dressed for the ballet, my dear. Tonight, I'm going to introduce my daughter to society. The Duchess thought you were an angel, my dear.
Really? Oh, golly, I'm so excited and I'm so happy.
For the first time in 17 years, I am too, little Carol.
That was sweet of the Duchess.
Someday she's going to lean over here from her box, and I'm going to thump her right on the tiara, the dreary old hyena.
You do love to pretend you have a temper, don't you?
I knew you were going to say that.
How?
I don't know, but it's true. Your mother and I used to sit in these very seats. We'd never say a word. Yet each of us used to know what the other was thinking. I suppose the music affected us both the same way, even made us think the same thoughts. I wonder if you're that sympathetic.
I feel very sympathetic.
Fine. Then listen to the music, and I'll tell you what you're thinking.
Gee, look at me. Peggy Evans at the ballet. Carol Burden, I mean. Because she's me now, no matter what happens. Gosh, Mitzi could only see me now, wanting to stay in Hotchkiss Falls for the rest of my life, to wait for a guy called Johnny. I wish Mr. Burden hadn't turned out so nice. That's what makes me feel so... Oh, don't be hypocritical. I feel wonderful. Well, what harm am I doing? He's happy, and I'm happy. So stop feeling guilty. I feel lonesome, though. Maybe it's the music. I sure wish I had a dog.
Carol, would you like me to buy you a little dog?
Jeepers, how did you happen to ask me that?
Why, is that what you were thinking?
Well, yes, sort of.
I told you we could do it. You're your mother's daughter, all right. Carol. Here, take these glasses. Look up there. That man hanging from the balcony by his fingernails. Isn't he the one our butler threw out of the house today?
Scotch, bartender. Straight.
Right, sir.
They tell me the ballet crowd usually attends this bar at intermission.
That's right, sir. This is the ballet bar. They'll be coming along soon. I saw the first part of the ballet myself. Hey, you're the fellow almost fell from the balcony, aren't you?
Yeah.
Boy, you could have crushed some people downstairs, huh? How'd it happen?
Oh, I saw a certain face in the box below and lost my balance. And it... Oh, there she is. She just came in the door.
What, Burden and his daughter Carol? She's a real looker, huh? Yeah, I hear she has amnesia.
Can't be Carol Burden. Yeah, now that I look at her. Oh, gosh.
But it is her.
Don't say that. How would you feel if you discovered that a girl you thought you hadn't drowned turned out to be drowned after all?
Huh?
Don't believe it. She can't fool me with her blonde hair and then everything. I'll just prove it isn't.
Isn't what?
Shh, here they come. Now look, watch what I do. When she passes by me, I'm going to shout something in her ear from behind. Take her unawares. See how she reacts.
But I don't...
One banana split.
Coming up.
What's that, Carol?
I didn't kill her! I didn't kill her after all!
The man's mad.
Oh, Peggy. Peggy, hello. This is me, remember?
My dear, do you know this eccentric fellow?
I haven't the vaguest idea who he is.
Oh, Peggy, you're lying. You know you are.
All right, Hawkins, let him have it.
Any time, Mr. Burden.
Thanks, Hawkins. I'm glad I had the good sense to bring you along as a bodyguard for Carol.
Want this fellow arrested, Mr. Burden?
No, Father. Let's not make any more of a scene. Hawkins, you didn't have to hit him so hard.
We'll return to MGM's comedy Slightly Dangerous in just a moment. Now, Act 3 of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Celeste Holm. The very, very rich Mr. Burden is giving a party on his very, very large estate. The party is for a dazzling little job who Mr. Burden and the upper crust have decided is the long-lost daughter. LLD is the amnesia victim known as Carol, who is really Peggy Evans. The deception is getting by beautifully. No one is in on it. Well, not exactly no one, for there is that doubtful-looking extra waiter wearing what must be a false mustache. His peculiar behavior is accentuated when he suddenly seizes our heroine and whirls her off in a dance.
You!
You know me even with my false mustache.
What do you think you're doing?
Dancing with you.
Are you mad? How did you get in here?
He's an extra waiter.
Let go of me! Get out of here. People are staring.
You do remember me, don't you, Peggy?
Take this man away. He's crazy.
Hey, what's going on here, Carol?
It's that madman again, Father.
Throw this lunatic out. Throw him in prison.
Just a moment. I'm not leaving this house without my wife.
Your wife?
Yes, Mr. Burton. My wife.
You must be crazy. You know as well as I do that I'm not your...
What were you going to say, Carol? Do you remember?
Well, of course not, sir. How can an amnesia victim remember anything?
Father, that's the hideous part of it. For all I know, it may be true.
Well, of course it's true. And now, Mr. Burton, if you'll pardon us, I intend to take her home.
Wait, just a moment, young man. Come with me, sir, to my study. And you too, Carol. Let's discuss this in private.
Then when I got home, Mr. Burton, she disappeared. Of course, I was desperate until I saw a picture in the paper, and I left Hotchkiss Falls right away. But when I called the claimer, she'd already left with you. Since then, you know how I've tried to reach her, and if it hadn't been for the publicity, I'd have gone right to the police. Well, that's the whole story. And now, dear, if you'll get your things, we'll be trotting along. Thanks for taking such good care of her, Mr. Burton.
Never mind that, young man. And take your hands off my daughter.
But she's my wife.
I know she's your wife. Well, if you don't mind, we just won't take your word for that. We'd like a little proof.
Proof?
Yes, proof. That's right. Let's see some if you have any.
Oh, proof. In my pocket. Here, I'll show you. Here, look at this. Our marriage certificate.
Well,
marriage
marriage certificate?
How do we know this is genuine?
It isn't. It's a fake, a forgery.
Now, dear, you didn't think so at the time. Why, you were so proud of it, you used to take it to bed with us.
Why, I did not. Well, I mean, I don't believe it.
Oh, it's sad, isn't it, sir? All her beautiful memories gone. Well, I have some more proof in my pocket. This snapshot here of her in a simple small-town dress. Look at it. I challenge you to say it isn't her.
Oh, this is ghastly. It is a picture of her. It doesn't seem fair. I've only had one daughter, and now I've lost her twice.
I'm sorry, Mr. Burton, but it had to come out sooner or later that Peggy wasn't your daughter.
Of course she's my daughter. This proves she married you, but it doesn't prove she's not my daughter.
Yeah, but she's Peggy Evans.
This girl's my daughter, whatever her name is. I couldn't be mistaken about that. Who was she before she was Peggy Evans? That's the question.
I don't know.
You mean to say that you don't know anything about your wife's background?
No. You see, she had amnesia when I met her. It reoccurred. She kept having it off and on.
Mr. Stewart, what's the name of this town where you met Carol?
Hotchkiss Falls. And that's where we're going now. Come, lamb chop.
Leave me alone.
I'm going with you.
What for?
Carol,
why?
Don't you realize what all this means? At last I've got a clue to your past. We can go back to Hotchkiss Falls and trace everything that's happened since the day I lost you.
Oh, no. Bob, I want to speak to my father alone. Wait outside for me, please.
All right, but do hurry, dear. We've got a long ride ahead of us.
Father, that man is not my husband. Call it a woman's intuition if you want to, but somehow I know.
But the marriage license, the picture. Why would a man make up such a... I think I'll call the police.
No, let's not do that. I have a better plan. I'll go to Hotchkiss Falls with Mr. Stewart, but you mustn't come along, just the two of us. Then I can find out what all this is about.
Do you think I'm insane? Let you go away with a man who's not your husband?
Oh, but don't you see? If I'm alone with him, I can find out everything. I can trap him because he won't be suspecting anything after I'm with him. But with you along, he'd be on his guard.
Carol, if I were to let you go and something happened to you, I'd...
Oh, nothing will happen, I promise you.
Well, then, maybe.
Oh, thank you, Father. I knew you'd understand. And Father...
Yes, dear.
I love you to beat the band. Please don't hate me, Bob. I didn't mean to be a runaway wife.
Huh?
How soon will we get to Hotchkiss Falls?
Oh, it won't be long.
Oh, I'll try to make up for all the trouble I've caused you, and I'm sure I'll learn to love you again soon, Bob.
Hey, cut that out. You'll get us killed.
Baba.
Yes, Cornelius.
Get on the phone, please. Call long distance. I want Hotchkiss Falls information. But that's impossible. Now, look here. Are you sure? Sure. That's the same girl that I've described to you.
Quite sure, Mr. Burden. Fits her description to a T. Look, now all you've got to do is to pick up a Hotchkiss Falls Times, any of the dates I mention, with her picture on the front page, under caption, strange disappearance, and you'll convince yourself the girl you describe is Peggy Evans.
Yeah. And you say this Peggy Evans is an orphan? And you know who her father and mother were?
Yes, Mr. Burden. They were local residents here. Why?
You're sure as to that? You actually knew her parents. Your statement is one of personal knowledge.
Well, no, not personal knowledge, but my reporters verified all that through our local orphanage.
Huh.
Now, look, check with the orphanage. If you have any doubt, Mr. Burden, well, look, why question my facts? As editor of the Hotchkiss Falls Times,
Never mind that. Tell me more about the disappearance of this Peggy.
Well, now, look, it's like I told you. She was unhappy being an orphan and poor. Thought fate had played a dirty trick on her. Hated her job, hated Hotchkiss Falls. We got that from a girl she worked with here. Her best friend.
Yes. Well, go on.
Well, she used to tell this girl that she was an orphan anyhow, so what's to stop her from looking around for a millionaire father?
What?
One who's lost a daughter. Look, I tell you this, sir, just to show you how unhappy she was and why we've always believed that she committed suicide. Because, you see, when her boss, Bob Stewart, fired her, well, that was the last straw.
Who? Wait a minute. Who did you say her boss was? That name again?
Bob Stewart. Why?
Where is this Bob Stewart?
Well, I hear he went to New York. Whole town turned against him for driving her to suicide, you see.
I see. Yes, I see.
Mr. Burden, can you tell me now why you're asking all these questions if, as you say, you haven't met a girl answering to Peggy Evans' description? I mean, on the one hand, you ask all these questions, and on the other,
On the other, my good man, if you print one word of this talk with me, I'll handle you. I broke Burnell of Amalgamated Copper. I turned Boron of SL&V into a shaking old man. And by all that's holy, I'll break you into a dry twig if you do this.
Mrs. Robert Stewart. It's a beautiful name.
Will you kindly come off that trapeze and tell me exactly what you're trying to pull?
You sound as if you don't even like me.
I don't like you.
Well, if that's the way you feel, why don't we get divorced?
Oh, I get it. You're trying to make that amnesia gag stick. Well, you just have your little fun. I feel fine now that I've got you where I want you.
Where do you want me?
In Hotchkiss Falls so they can see that you're not drowned.
Drowned?
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't remember being drowned. I mean, why should I be drowned?
On account of that phony suicide note you left. Everybody in it thought that I drove you to it.
Oh, my. That must have been awkward.
Oh, no, not at all. It's a pleasure not being able to sleep night after night, tortured into thinking myself a murderer.
I did all that to you.
That's only half of it. Lost me my job.
Oh, dear. So you're taking me back to Hotchkiss Falls just to get your job back?
Just for that. Selfish of me, isn't it? Making you a girl without a future.
What do you mean?
I mean, you pull the wool over Papa Burden's eyes about as far as it'll go. Maybe just a bit suspicious of his baby girl from now on.
And you're responsible, aren't you? I wish there was an axe handy. I'd do something nice for you.
Well, let's finish our coffee and get back to the car. Still an hour to Hotchkiss Falls. I'm sorry I was so fresh before.
Oh, that's all right, Bob. It was my fault, really. I lost my temper. It was just that, well, it's all so embarrassing. Suppose you didn't remember me at all and suddenly found you were married to me. Wouldn't you be scared?
Say, Peggy, you're not really on the level about this, are you?
What do you mean? Of course. Tell me about us, Bob.
Hmm?
Were we very happy?
Well, I think we must have been.
Well, what kind of happy?
Hmm?
Bored happy, or were we on fire?
Huh?
Did we dance well together?
Yeah.
For one nickel, let's see.
Yeah.
Show me, Bob.
All right.
right, Bob. We do dance well together.
Yeah, we were on fire. I remember now, holding you in my arms like this. Why?
Yes, Bob?
Oh, we get a strange feeling. I mean, with this tune and all. Oh, on this part, we'd hold each other close like this, and
Oh, this part's awfully nice.
you imagine now what our past was like?
Maybe if you try me again.
Yeah.
Oh, my. What a past we must have had.
Yeah.
Tell me more, Bob. What was it like with us? Were you a jealous husband?
Jealous? Oh, sounds, yes, murderously so, yeah.
Oh, I'm glad. That's the way I want it to have been. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been the real thing, would it?
No, definitely not.
I know I must have scratched her eyes out more than once.
Whose?
Well, whoever it was who tried to wreck our happy home. The home wrecker.
Hmm?
You know her. I mean, you must know who. How do you expect me to? I still can't remember things.
Oh, well, we never quarrel about things like that. I mean, there was no... that is, I wasn't that kind of a husband.
Well, you'd better not have been. I feel loads better now. But I do believe a wife should always keep her nails sharp just in case.
Hmm. You always held me with your lips.
Oh, if only I had my memory. Bob, was I a good wife to you?
Ideal.
What is your ideal? You know, I forget that, too. Tell me, please.
Well, first, my ideal has to be crazy.
Crazy?
Sure, would it be normal for her to love me on my salary?
Tell me more.
Well, she has to be happy with what we've got instead of discontented with what we haven't got.
Oh.
And, of course, she has to be smart enough to make me think I'm getting my way all the time.
And what do you do in return for all that?
Nothing. That's what makes it so ideal. What are you laughing at?
Oh, nothing. Look at me. I'm laughing at nothing.
You're not getting dizzy, are you?
Johnny.
Bob.
Johnny.
But I'm not Johnny.
Oh, Johnny.
Yeah, but I tell you... Hey, what is this? You're on the level. You don't know me. Oh, my gosh, then I've kidnapped Carol Burton. I'm going to call your father right now and tell him to come and get you. Oh, come on.
Now, let me alone.
Come on.
What's the idea of bringing me to this motel?
Because this is where I phoned your father we'd be. Oh. Don't you want to go back to your father? What are you crying about?
I'm crying because I'm never going to see you again.
Want to see me again? Why?
Because I'm crazy about you.
Oh, well, that's impossible.
And because I am Peggy Evans.
Yeah?
I can't go on cheating anymore.
Well, gosh, then
Well, I didn't mean to make you lose your job. How could I know about that? And I didn't mean to steal anything from Mr. Burden. Honestly, I'm not a cheat or a crook. I was just lonesome.
Oh, there now, of course, dear. Oh.
I just didn't have the sense to wait until you came along. How could I know you? You were what I was lonesome for.
Oh, Carol, Peggy, whatever your name is, darling.
Yes, Bob.
I love you.
Then you'll wait for me, won't you?
Well, where are you going?
To jail.
Oh, that's silly.
Oh, you don't know Mr. Burden. He's sweet, but he's got a terrible temper, and when I tell him the truth...
Tell him the truth? Oh, you mustn't. You will go to jail.
I've got to pay for what I've done.
Now, that's the most selfish attitude I ever heard. Why, you'd shatter him. You can't be that cruel. No, I won't let you see him. I'll keep him out.
Keep who out?
Oh, Mr. Burden.
Carol, dear, are you all right? Young man, explain your conduct or I'll shatter you.
All right, Mr. Burden. I'll explain what happened.
You phoned me and confessed you're not Carol's husband, that you'd forged that marriage certificate you showed me.
Yes, sir.
Why did you do it?
Well, I thought she was somebody else. Peggy Evans, a girl I used to know, but she's dead.
Don't listen to him. He's just saying that because he loves me. He's trying to protect me.
Shut up! Shut up, dear.
Well, it's no use, Bob. You can't stop me.
Go on, child.
Well, I can't even believe myself that I could have been as contemptible as I have, but I know you won't forgive me, but I do love you. You're an angel, and I'd give anything in the world if you were my father, but you're not. I'm not Carol. I never was. I'm Peggy Evans, and I'm going back to Hotchkiss Falls.
Nonsense, dear. I ought to know my own daughter. You're coming home with me.
But I tell you, I'm a cheater.
Stop that, Carol Burton.
Oh, Mama!
Child, you ought to have your mouth washed out with soap, and now's as good a time as any. Come on, march. I want to speak to you alone.
Now stop that sniveling, Peggy Evans.
Peggy Evans? Then you do believe me, Papa?
Of course I do.
Well, then you'll tell Father. I mean, Mr. Burton.
I'll tell your father nothing. Besides, he knows it anyway.
But he's not my father. You just said you believe that. What do you mean he knows it anyway?
He checked with the orphanage in Hotchkiss Falls and with the newspaper accounts there of your strange disappearance and the way young Stewart was blamed for it.
Well, then why didn't he say so just now?
2 reasons. It'd kill him to admit he'd been fooled. Doesn't even know I listened in on those calls. And it'd kill him to give you up.
You mean he wants me to go on being his daughter?
If you had a lick of sense, you'd see that. You'd know that what he said out there was just his way of forgiving you. Oh, someday he'll come right out with it, but don't try to force it. He can be awfully stubborn sometimes.
But how can he want me? I don't belong.
Stuff and nonsense. You've made him happier than he's been in 17 years. That's belonging.
Oh, if I could just believe.
You can. Now, get out there and show what you've got in you.
Do you hate me, Baba?
I couldn't hate anybody Master Cornelius loves. Now, get.
Well, child,
Do you still want me to go home with you?
of course I do if you want to come. Do you?
I'd just like to see anybody try to stop me.
Oh, what about me? Yes. What about Bob Carroll?
I love him,
That's a fine how do you do.
but I can't help it.
Well, I've got a daughter. I might as well saddle myself with a son-in-law, too. Just one big, happy family.
Cornelius, as long as you're going to start building a family at your age, you'd better get going.
Yes, Baba, coming. Now, hurry, children. I'll wait for you in the car.
Oh, Johnny.
The name is Bob Carroll.
The name is Peggy, Johnny. Maybe we just better call each other Butch.
Yeah, maybe talking at all is just a waste of time.
Our star, Celeste Holm, will be back in just a moment. Well, Celeste, I'm supposed to have a few words with you now for the benefit of our listening audience.
Oh, is this a benefit?
In a sense, yes. After your great success on the stage and in Hollywood, radio is benefiting by your appearance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deeds, but I bet you tell that to all the girls. At least all the girls who appear on this show.
Well, some of the best girls do appear here, and so the compliments come easy.
Well, go on complimenting. I like it.
We all remember you in Oklahoma and Bloomer Girl, and then you went to Hollywood, but not to MGM.
Well, that was a break for MGM.
Not at all. You won an Academy Award for your performance in Gentleman's Agreement. You played a tellingly realistic role in The Snake Pit and Come to the Stable. You're a star with a past, present, and future.
It's the future that counts.
Well, we predict a good one, and we don't need a crystal ball.
Thank you, Howard.
And thank you, Celeste Holm.
Slightly Dangerous was presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical On the Town, starring Gene Kelly, Frank Sinatra, Betty Garrett, and Ann Miller. Carl Eastman was heard as Bob and Edgar Staley as Burden. Original music composed and conducted by Joel Herron. The program was directed by Marks B. Loeb and produced by Raymond Katz. The MGM Theater of the Air, starring this week Melvyn Douglas with Arlene Francis. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Vice President of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and noted writer of many Broadway and Hollywood musical hits, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Thank you. The full-hour play you are about to hear on the MGM Theater of the Air is a comedy of manners, marriage, and mayhem. All three can go together. It is entitled Third Finger, Left Hand, and many of you may have seen it as a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer motion picture some years back. It starred one of our brilliant actors, Melvin Douglas, and in this radio recreation, he is once more playing the starring role. In just a moment, we will hear Third Finger, Left Hand, starring Melvin Douglas in person on the MGM Theater of the Air. If anyone could have foretold the future of Jeff Thompson on the day the ship docked in New York Harbor, or even given him a peek into the crystal ball, Mr. Thompson might have done something drastic. He might have put a double bar on his stateroom door, or simply leaped overboard into the murky waters of the Battery. But as he knew no evil, heard no evil, saw no evil, as he couldn't fathom the future, fate lured its unsuspecting victim on board the great ship right into its dock, and the surface of life appeared as smooth as a mountain lake without a ripple.
Such a long line. I despise lines. All this rigmarole with the customs.
See here, Steward, can't you hurry this? I have an appointment ashore. Steward!
Have your cards ready, please. Have your cards ready.
Yeah, come in. Come in, Mr. Flandrin. Oh, it's you.
Gotta go up on deck and sign your card, Mr. Thompson. Say, is all this junk yours?
The paintings are my work, if that's what you mean.
They're practically crowding you out of your cabin, huh?
They've all got to be displayed, pal. Rungs in the ladder to recognition and success.
Yeah, well, let's go, Mr. Thompson.
Listen, there's a man coming aboard, especially to see me.
Yeah, who?
The art expert, Flandrin. Head of one of New York's most important galleries, the man I'm waiting for.
Oh, yeah. Well,
if he likes my stuff, I'm made, see? 2 years' work in 9 countries on 3 continents and 7 islands will not have been in vain.
Well, let's go, Mr. Thompson. You gotta sign your card.
If it's all the same with you, I'll stay here for a while. Flandrin will be here any minute.
Now, listen, Mr. Thompson, you gotta come up and...
sign my card. Yes, Admiral, I heard you. I know the ritual. 20 passengers are in that line up there. Each one will take 10 minutes. Will you tell me why I shouldn't wait down here instead of up there in the end of that line?
Now, look, I got my orders about the passengers.
Suppose you'd hoboed around the world, working on newspapers, washing dishes, shucking oysters, trying to paint. And you were broke, and finally you get Mr. Big to look at your stuff. I'd let you stay.
That's the difference between you and me. I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson.
You let me stay for a half hour, and I'll put in a good word for you with the captain.
Come on, Mr. Thompson. I got my orders.
All right, all right. It's only fair to tell you, though, that your sleep will be uneasy. Destiny resents interference. If Mr. Flandrin comes in here while I'm up there on deck... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, dear.
Forgive me.
You're all right, Margot?
Yes, August, of course.
That was clumsy of me. I guess neither of us was watching where we were going.
You certainly weren't.
Hey, Admiral, I'll leave it to you. Was she or was she not traveling in the southbound lane? Was she or was she not watching where she...
Come on, August.
Yes, Bob.
Wait a minute.
We gotta get your card signed, Mr. Thompson.
Yeah, so we do. Let's get it over with so I can get back and meet Flandrin.
Clumsy clown. Now, what's that stateroom number again?
4C, Margot.
Ah, this is C, and this is 4. Lorna, it's Margot.
I do not like the light down here. For photographing, it is not good.
It'll be better in the cabin. Lorna!
About the woman, I do not worry, but her paintings you wish photographed for the next issue. August Winkle must have perfect lighting to photograph paintings.
Lorna!
At the studio, the lighting is perfect.
It's more dramatic coming directly on board this way, August. Lord! Oh! The door was unlocked.
And your old friend is not here.
Her paintings are, though. Look at them, Gussie. She must be up on deck. We'll wait for her.
Many paintings.
Last year, she designed costume jewelry. The year before, it was ceramics. And now, this.
Some of them are quite good. She has a, how shall I say it, a masculine vigor to her brushwork. This Lorna, does she know, Margot?
Give me a cigarette, Gussie, please.
You do not answer. Therefore, she does not know. No one knows. Only Margot and her friend August Winkel. Oh, me.
Cheer up, Gussie.
I do not like it, Margot.
I do. I'm on top of the world.
I worry.
Because I invented an imaginary husband to keep this wonderful job? Now, Gussie.
No good will come of it, Margot.
Lots of good already has. This little emblem on the third finger left hand is my security, my job insurance.
I know.
How long has any unmarried woman lasted as editor on one of the Russell magazines?
2 months? 3?
And why? Because Mr. Russell has a jealous wife. Remember that caveat you sent me in Rio when I was appointed editor? You signed it regrets. You thought Mrs. Russell would knife me fast.
I didn't expect you to come back from Rio with this story.
Well, it's been a good story, Gussie. I explained to people that my husband is away, traveling. Meanwhile, the missus in front of my name is Wolf Insurance. The boss lets me alone. The boss's wife is my pal.
And your father, if he should find out.
He wouldn't believe it, you know, Dad.
Mrs. Merrick. Mrs. Tony Merrick. With no Mr. Merrick. No marriage in Rio.
But with a good job. A job Mrs. Merrick means to keep, if she has to make up a dozen white lies to do it.
All right, Margot, all right.
What?
Your friend Lorna has strange tastes. She smokes a pipe.
A pipe?
See here, the bowl is still warm.
But that's ridiculous. Lorna smoke a pipe. Oh, here she is now. Darling.
I beg your pardon, madame?
I'm sorry. I was expecting... Well, you're Flandrin.
That is correct.
The famous art dealer.
Madame, I have come to look at some paintings.
But of course. How wonderful for Lorna, Gussie.
Yes.
Such exquisite paintings, Mr. Flandrin. You can discuss terms with me. I handle such matters for my friend. You don't mind? No, I'm sure you don't. Well, do come in.
High in the middle, blink, 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 blink. What's the riddle of
To you, madame, good day.
Hey, what? Mr. Flandrin, hey.
Step aside. If you please, get out of my way.
Now, listen, I'm Jeff Thompson, Mr. Flandrin.
Ah, you.
Yeah, you came out of my cabin just now. You've seen my work?
I have seen your work.
And will you handle it?
It's being handled already by the lady friend in your cabin.
Well, I haven't got any lady friend.
She shooed me out. Me, Flandrin. Very well, let her handle it then. Let her handle it.
No, wait, Mr. Flandrin. What in the sweet blue blaze of Nicardi?
Oh, Gussie, it was too precious. It was too funny. Oh, dear.
Margot, there's a gentleman.
I thought they were Lorna's paintings.
A gentleman, Margot, standing in the doorway.
No dealer will gobble up my friend's work, said I. No 20%er will cheat my friend. Shoo, said I. Shoo out of here. Oh, it's funny.
A riot, as a matter of fact.
What? Oh.
How do you do, sir?
Oh, is this yours?
This is my cabin. These are my paintings.
No, it's too funny, really.
If I may explain, Mr.
If you can persuade this lady to stop her idiotic giggling, I'd like to know what you're doing here. What you did to Mr. Flandrin.
It was a misunderstanding, so you see...
Just a minute, August. The lady has stopped her idiotic giggling.
Good.
I believe I do owe you an explanation.
I believe you do.
We simply got into the wrong cabin. 4CC instead of 4C. Well, Lorna paints too. That is, she does this year. Last season it was costume jewelry, and, well, the year before,
Did you shoo Flandrin out of here?
August told you it was a misunderstanding, and his attitude was insufferable. So superior.
It's taken me 2 years to get Flandrin to look at my work. And you shoo him out.
Well, I'm terribly sorry. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but it was so amusing. If you could have seen his face.
I saw it.
Well, I said I'm frightfully sorry. I'm sure it isn't important. We'll try to find...
Just a minute.
What?
Do you like riding on a bus?
Well, not particularly.
Well, you're riding on a bus now, see? Up to Madison and 40th Street. And you're getting out, and you're walking up some marble steps into an art gallery, see? And you're going to start talking. Fast. Here's a handy place right next to the gallery. Gee, we got a break. 2 together at the counter.
What'll it be, folks?
Chocolate malted milk,
Make it
please.
2.
2 chocolate malts.
With whipped cream.
Without whipped cream.
Got it. Coming up.
Yeah, they don't know how to make a chocolate malt in New York. Take it from me, I'm an expert. Chocolate malts were my specialty when I worked in my dad's pharmacy. That was back in Ohio. Wapakoneta, Ohio. Hey, look, I've been apologizing to you ever since we left Flandrin's office, every way I know how. I said I'm sorry I blew my top this morning.
Never mind.
But I do mind.
Really, it's not important.
Oh, it is important. You've got to accept my thanks for the way you fixed things up with Flandrin. You were swell.
Here are 2 malts, 1 with, 1 without.
I want you to know I appreciate it, see?
I was glad to do it, seeing as I had no alternative.
I was mad. I'm sorry.
And I didn't do anything really, just explained a perfectly natural mistake. Cut my lunch hour down to 10 minutes to do it, but I was happy to help. Delighted.
Okay, no truce. Have it your way.
What was the name of that town?
What?
Where you worked in a drugstore?
Oh, Wapakoneta,
Wapakoneta.
Ohio. And it's a pharmacy. It's not a drugstore. My father's finicky about that.
Well, is that where you're bound for?
Wapakoneta.
Wapakoneta.
I sure am, as fast as I can get out of this town. Say, is this a truce?
I guess so.
Oh, good. You know, what you did in Flandrin's office, the way you cleared things up, it set me up in fine shape.
I'm glad.
I had you figured all wrong. I took you for one of those society playgirls with nothing to do. I don't like them.
Oh, no, I think every woman should have a career.
I don't.
Oh? Well, just how do you like your women, Mr.
Thompson, Jeff Thompson.
Thompson.
I like my women unsophisticated, and believe me, they're hard to find.
They shouldn't be. Back in Wapakoneta.
Hey, you make it sound like a smudge on a road map.
I don't mean to.
Oh, wait.
Well, Mr. Thompson, it's been an exciting morning.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't have to go.
Oh, but I do. And so do you, remember? Back to dear old Wapakoneta.
No, not till tomorrow morning. Have dinner with me tonight.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's my only night in town. Break your date if you got one.
I couldn't possibly.
You sure?
Emphatic.
Okay. Goodbye, Miss Sherwood.
Miss Sherwood. Oh, but...
What's your first name?
Margot. But you don't understand.
You know what I'll be doing tonight, Margot?
What?
Celebrating.
Oh?
I'm getting 2 tickets for a Broadway show and a table for 2 at the best nightclub in town and dinner for 2 with champagne.
How nice for you.
And the seat at the theater, the table at the club, and the champagne will be for you. The memory of you. Margot Sherwood, who made this celebration possible.
You're a little crazy, aren't you?
Yeah, more than a little. Well, goodbye, Margot Sherwood.
Oh, wait.
Yeah?
Unless you'd rather have the memory.
Miss Sherwood.
I think I can break that date after all.
Oh, that's swell. 7:30?
Fine.
Till 7:30, then. Goodbye, Margot Sherwood.
Till 7:30. Goodbye, Jeff Thompson.
Look, Jeeves, you tell her Wapakoneta's calling. She'll talk to me. Wapakoneta, that's right. Jeez, round on the ends and high in the middle. Blink, 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 what a riddle, round on the... Oh, Margot? Good morning. Yeah, from information, naturally. Oh, sure, the Sherwoods of Port Chester are well known to the Bell system. Yeah. Yeah, quite an evening. For a girl who'd never seen a Midway carnival, you did okay. Hey, look, I'll postpone leaving till tomorrow if you'll have dinner with me again tonight. Oh, well, break it, Margot. It's my last night. Ah, swell. Same time, same place, same man. See ya. You know, it's funny.
What's funny, Jeff?
This, us. 3 days ago, I could cheerfully have wrung your neck. Now look at me.
Have I really changed your mind about New York?
Well, not exactly about New York.
You were so positive 3 days ago.
Ah, Margot, you've got to see Ohio. This time of year especially, you'll be crazy about it. It's full of clover fields, farms and hills. Do you know you can rent a houseboat on the Ohio River for $8 a month?
Jeff,
Just float along with nothing to do. What's the matter?
the dance is over. We're alone in the middle of the floor.
Oh.
Margot! Hello, Margot.
Oh, hello.
Friend of yours?
More or less. Jeff, there's something I must tell you.
Tell me this. You like houseboats?
Margot, here you are.
Hello, Huey.
I've been calling you, phoning and phoning. You're the most elusive person.
Well, call me tomorrow, Huey, about 10.
You're as elusive as that husband of yours, Margot. You know, I got a dragnet out for that husband of yours. And elusive or not, I gotta see him. The man that won you. I gotta see. Yes, sirree, I gotta see.
Are you married?
Jeff, I was just
That's
going
a
to...
yes or no question. Simple. Are you married?
Well,
And you let me say all that.
I was going to tell you. It was just one of those things. It was over in a month. I was never in love with him.
Well, why'd you marry him then?
Well, I was alone in Rio, and we met in a doorway. Well, we had dinner, and then we drove to a little village of Las Palmas, it was. The village priest married us, and, well, right away I knew I'd made a mistake.
Now, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. American girl alone in a foreign city. Where was it again?
Rio?
Rio. Yeah, she's lonesome, homesick, meets another American, mistakes his feelings. Yeah, could be.
Of course. That's how it was, Jeff.
Well, gee, then all we've got to do is to get your divorce.
Well, yes, only with Tony.
Who?
Tony Merrick. With him, it's not that easy. See, he keeps avoiding my lawyers, Jeff. Nobody's seen him in months.
I see. Where'd you say this Tony Merrick was when you saw him last?
In Rio?
Oh. How was that when you left him in Las Palmas?
Oh, well, you see,
You said you were married in April, wasn't it?
Yes, April?
A minute ago, you said May.
Oh. Well, what happened was
As a matter of fact, you didn't mention any month.
Well, anyone can get mixed up when a person's acting deliberately stupid and suspicious. You can take me home if you don't mind.
If you met him in Rio and had dinner and drove to Las Palmas to get married that same night, you must have driven awful fast.
Trying to give me the third degree?
Because it's 900 miles from Rio to Las Palmas.
How dare you question me as if I was a criminal or something?
Just one more question. Back in Ohio, when
Back in Ohio. That's where you belong. Back in Wapakoneta. You know, you're one of the silliest men I ever met. You really are. Sitting there playing information, please, with yourself.
Oh. I guess this has all been very amusing. Is that it?
Terribly. Oh, don't bother to get up. I'm quite able to get home by myself. As a matter of fact, I much, much prefer it. Good night, Mr. Thompson.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Thompson. We have the reply to your cable to Las Palmas. Shall I read it to you, sir? Reply your inquiry. Did not marry couple named. Never heard of Tony Merrick or Margot Sherwood. Signed, Jose Malaga, pastor, Santa Ula Parish, Las Palmas. Yes, Mr. Thompson. We'll send it over. Oh, just a moment. We have the answer to your other one. Well, shall I read it? Checked consulate. No passport visa ever issued. Name of Tony Merrick. Must be 2 other guys. Regards, Joe Neal. Yes, Mr. Thompson. Very well, sir. Good night.
Yes, round on the engine, high in the middle. Think, what's the riddle? High and round in the middle, it's so high, oh. Round on the engine, high in the middle.
Yes, sir.
Is this the Sherwood residence?
Yes. Whom did you wish to see?
Mrs. Merrick. Mrs. Tony Merrick.
I'm sorry, sir. She's not at home. May I ask who is calling?
Mr. Merrick.
Mr.
Tony Merrick.
Beg pardon, sir. Mr. Merrick, husband?
That's right.
Won't you come in, sir? Mrs. Merrick will be so surprised.
She will indeed, friend. She will indeed.
Dictionaries have a lot of synonyms for surprise: sudden emotion, confusion, perplexity, a startling event. When we resume, we'll see Margot writing a definition of her own. Now, Act Two of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Melvin Douglas with Arlene Francis. Lovely Margot, or rather Mrs. Merrick, is a bit vulnerable in the situation. For one thing, that Mrs. in front of her name is a fake. The marriage she talks about never took place. The husband she mentions is a figment of the imagination. This is quite an arsenal in the hands of an angry man, and Jeff Thompson is an angry man. Also, he is impulsive. His campaign: 1, present himself at the home of Margot's father. 2, announce himself as Tony Merrick, the long-lost husband. 3, wait while the message is relayed to the master of the mansion, none other than Mr. Sherwood of the Sherwood Big Doe.
Go away, I'm not here. I'm busy, I'm out, go away.
Beg pardon, Mr. Sherwood.
What do you want? You know perfectly well I'm not to be disturbed when I've said I'm not to be disturbed. What do you want?
There's a gentleman, sir.
Tell him to call me back. No, I'll call him. That is, tell him if he'll phone me tomorrow.
Not the telephone, Mr. Sherwood. A caller in person. Mr. Merrick's here, Mr. Tony Merrick.
I don't know why it is. When I ask not to be disturbed... Merrick? You mean Margot's husband?
Yes, sir.
The scoundrel. Have him come in, of course. Of course.
Yes, sir, at once, Mr. Sherwood.
Mr. Merrick's here. Huh. As if it were an everyday occurrence for that wandering troubadour to... Well, sir.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? I've been wanting to meet you, Mr. Merrick. You've caused me and my daughter a great deal of worry.
I suppose I have.
That being the case, have you come here to cause her more upset or to arrange a divorce?
Well, I guess Margot didn't tell you about us then.
Tell me? Tell me what?
We talked things over long distance.
You did?
Yeah, we decided we were kind of hasty in breaking up, so... Well, we're going to start over.
You are?
Yes, Dad.
Huh?
Everything's patched up.
Oh, it is. It is. Well, that's different. That's wonderful. My boy, I'm delighted.
Well, I don't mind telling you, it's made a new man out of me, Dad.
Sit down, son. Sit down. Well, this is news. Does Margot know you're here yet? She's due home any minute, you know.
She wasn't expecting me until the end of the week, Dad.
The little vixen. Keeping this a secret from me. We won't say a word, eh? Just let her walk in and find you, eh? Let's really surprise her.
Yeah, let's.
Merrick. Merrick, I'm tickled to death. I don't mind telling you. Tickled to death.
Are you in the library?
Here she is now. Yes, my dear, the library. Come in. I have a little surprise for you.
Oh, I'm tired and I don't like surprises.
Oh, you like this one. Tony's here.
Tony?
Surprise! Hello, darling.
Oh!
My little wife.
Dad!
Oh, how I've waited for this moment, darling.
Dad, listen.
I know. Don't try to talk now. I leave you two alone together.
No!
Your father understands, my dear.
No!
Whatever his faults, he's always been a tactful man.
Nice guy, Pop.
Oh, you rattle-brained idiot. Do you realize what you've done?
Sure, you invented a husband, and I've given him to you.
That's what you think, is it?
That, my love, is what I know.
Well, you're mad. You're insane. I'll tell Dad you're an imposter. I'll tell him that you...
Bright Eyes, I cabled Las Palmas.
You cabled?
I sure did. The priest in Las Palmas, the consulate in Rio.
Oh.
I don't know how many other suckers have fallen for this little act, my sweet, but you picked the wrong victim this time.
You've got to get out of here. Oh, have you the faintest notion of the position I'm in?
No, I would say, after careful thought, after very careful thought, I would say that you are directly behind the 8-ball.
Oh, Jeff, please.
Call me Tony.
Oh.
Don't you think? All things considered?
Please do what I ask.
No.
But listen to me. There's another reason. I'm in love with someone. Deeply in love. Really, I am.
You can't be. It's bigamy.
Oh. Look, his name's Philip. He's fine, and he's a sensitive man. We've been in love for years.
Practically grew up together. The boy next door.
In a way, yes. Oh, please go, Jeff. Can't you see what this would make him think?
Listen, I refuse to cable anywhere to verify Philip. That sort of thing runs into money.
Oh, Jeff?
Someone's at the door. Yeah, come in.
It's only Dad. I shouldn't intrude like this when you have your little secrets to exchange, but I thought you'd be interested. I just sent some newspaper men away.
Newspaper men?
They wanted to confirm this story in their first edition. Look here.
Well, what do you know about that? Smart set career girl and husband reunited.
Rather well put, I thought. I told them for once they had their facts straight.
Dad, no.
Well, I'll duck out again. Oh. I promise no more intrusions. No more at all.
Oh, dear, things do get around, don't they?
You called the papers. You gave them that story. Oh.
If you phone a retraction, it gets really complicated, darling.
I'm calling Philip.
The great love.
I'll tell him the whole story, everything. I can trust Philip. He'll tell me what to do. Hello? Philip? Yes, Philip, I must see you. Well, right away, if you can come over. It's rather urgent, Philip. Oh, thank you. Dear. There. We'll kill this story. And this little game of yours, whatever it is. You seem to find it all very boring.
Yeah, I'm tired. It's been a tough day. Where do I sleep?
You want staying here?
I prefer a hotel, frankly, but Dad and the papers might not understand.
Oh, really?
Where's my room?
Ask Dad. No, don't. I'll show you.
I'm very few specifications. Comfortable bed, reasonable quiet, and a door, if you please, with a double lock. Round on the ends and high in the middle. Think, what's the riddle? Jeff, my dear fellow, do have some coffee. Oh, thanks, I will. Especially in the house, you know. Guests always start the new day fresh with Sherwood coffee. Oh, is that so? Sugar, please. Of course, dear boy. Cream, right here, yes.
Do you enjoy talking to yourself?
Oh, good morning.
Pour me some of that, will you? I've just been reading the morning papers.
Frightful experience sometimes.
Career girl and reunited husband spend second honeymoon in the country. That's how one columnist put it.
Cream, sure.
Black. Just give it to me. Oh, I haven't closed my eyes.
Slept like a top myself. A clear conscience will do that for you.
Jeff, we've got to get out of this some way.
We?
All right. I'm sorry. You've had your revenge. Now, we've got to think of something to do about it.
Oh, I had an idea. Friend Philip came galloping to the rescue last night. You mean he's stumped, too?
Philip said we should announce a divorce.
There you are. Perfectly simple.
I told him we can't do that. The papers would check up and find out it wasn't so.
You know, sometimes you almost make a noise like you were thinking.
Stop it, will you? And listen to me. We can't fake a divorce, therefore we won't. We'll get a divorce.
Nuh-uh. That's against the law. Unless they've changed it since I looked it up last night. You can't make a mockery out of marriage and get away with it, Mrs. Merrick.
All we have to do is file a suit.
You can't file a suit unless you're married.
All right.
That's the law, cutie pie. I didn't write it.
All right. So?
All right. So? What?
We won't break the law. There's only one way to do it. There's only one way to do it.
Hey, wait a minute.
Now, let's see. We'll have to go to some out-of-the-way place. Philip can arrange that, even for the license.
Let me get this straight.
It's ridiculously simple, really.
You're suggesting that we get married.
Well, you said yourself there's no other way.
Uh-huh. we get ourselves a nice little marriage so that you can get a nice little divorce. Is that it?
It'd be such a relief to have it cleared up.
Yeah, it certainly will. You've got it all planned out, haven't you? By the sweet blue blaze of Nicardi, you've got it all planned out. You think all you have to do is to push a button and people hop to your orders?
Well, that's not so.
You bet it's not. Some people you can push around. Me, you can't push around, see?
Well, Jeff, you don't understand.
I'll get married when I want to get married. And it won't be to you.
Jeff, where are you going?
To my room, to pack, to get out of here. Away from you. Back to my folks. Back to Wapakoneta, Ohio, as fast as I can get there.
Oh, he meant it, Gussie. You don't know him.
Very stubborn man, Mr. Thompson.
The world's worst.
What seems like stubbornness is sometimes the hurt pride of a man in love, Margot.
The only person Jeff Thompson could ever be in love with is Jeff Thompson.
Well, then it is just as well he frowns on this idea to marry.
Well, I wouldn't marry him if he was... Oh, well. I've got to, Gussie.
Oh, it is very complicated. Where's he now?
At his hotel. I'm dodging father, so I won't get tangled up in a lot of stupid explanations. He'd never understand.
For that, you cannot blame him.
And Philip is there, too.
Philip Booth, the faithful slave.
Philip is sweet and good and patient. Everything Jeff Thompson is not.
So what does Philip Booth do at the hotel with him, with Jeff?
He went there because I asked him to...
Yes?
Well, to persuade Jeff.
Persuade? You mean Philip, who wants to marry you, has gone to ask Jeff to marry you?
So I can get a divorce and be free to marry Philip if I decide to. Yes, what's so strange about that? It's perfectly simple.
I do not like it, Margot. I'm confused, mixed up, but I do not like it.
I'm worried about one thing.
Only one?
Philip has such a terrible temper. Suppose Jeff makes him angry. Gussie, wouldn't it be awful if they should be, well, fighting over me this very minute?
Hey, sit on this suitcase for me, will you, Booth? It won't close.
Okay. This do it?
Yeah, fine, thanks.
Now, look here, Thompson. Here, have another drink.
Yeah.
Thompson, you got to do the right thing. You simply got to marry that girl.
I have, huh?
Yeah. So she can divorce you.
And marry you.
I hope so. Now, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A man's a man, Thompson. Will you do the decent thing?
Man to man, Booth. I will not. Hey, where? Two more of the same. Where? I'll get around to ordering some dinner later. Booth, it's no use. You're wasting your time.
It's the only honorable thing to do, Thompson. Under the circumstances, it's the only chivalrous thing to do.
I was always considered a very chivalrous fellow in Wapakoneta.
Well, there you are.
The test is, will I, or will I not, marry the woman you love?
Yeah, that's the test, old man. Will you?
You're wasting your time, old man. I will not. Waiter, two more of the same. That pond looks familiar. We've been around here before, haven't we?
Well, I told the driver to go around the park till I said stop. Now listen to me, Jeff. Now listen. If you won't do this for Margot or for me, think of the children.
Now, what children?
Ours, Margot's and mine, after we're married.
Oh, the kids, huh? Oh, I've forgotten all about those poor kids. Gee, we can't have them running around without any father or mother.
It's not as if I was asking anything for us, Thompson.
Just call me Buddy.
All right, Buddy. But will you, for the kids?
The kids. I hadn't thought of that. Stop the car. Stop the car!
We gonna walk a while?
You are, buddy. Shake hands.
Oh, wait a minute, buddy.
Not for you, not for Margot, but for the sake of the children. I'll marry the girl. Driver, on the way to the hotel, riddle me this. Round on the ends and high in the middle. Bink, 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 bink.
Our hero, it would appear, is committed, but to what exactly? A tactical wedlock or something more? Time will tell, and we'll be back when it starts talking. Now, Act 3 of Third Finger Left Hand, the MGM Theater of the Air presentation starring Melvin Douglas with Arlene Francis. Up to the time of the ceremony itself, things were fairly coherent to Jeff and Margot. A marriage of convenience by mutual consent, perhaps followed by a divorce of convenience. But a wedding has an overtone all by itself. There is soft music, a touch of prayer, and a solemnity to the occasion that hackles the conscience. Jeff and Margot leave the minister's house. Walking silently, they approach the lookout over the falls. Their thoughts are wedded. Margot speaks.
Funny, isn't it?
Hilarious.
I mean, how things don't work out sometimes.
Oh, this worked out exactly to order. One wedding ordered, one wedding delivered. And you're married.
But not like I thought I'd be. In white, with a big ceremony and organ music and a church full of weepy people.
You wouldn't look any better in white than you do in that suit you're wearing.
Why, thank you, Jeff.
That's all right. I never permit personal feelings to bias my artistic appreciation.
You know, we really are exceptional people, you and I.
Everybody's exceptional. Why us in particular?
Well, lots of people come to Niagara Falls after they're married.
Yeah. But we came to Niagara Falls to get married. You're right. We're in a class by ourselves.
It's like Philip said. Nobody'd pay any attention to a couple going to Niagara Falls to get married.
Margot Sherwood, the only glamour career girl who must not attract attention to her wedding.
You know why?
Well, at least not to this wedding. Fortunately, there'll be others.
Jeff, don't be bitter.
Bitter? Huh.
Oh, it's really so breathtaking, isn't it? So beautiful.
Everything about it was beautiful. The courtship, the proposal, the ceremony. Even the minister was beautiful.
I mean the view, Jeff.
Oh, the view.
Listen to that roar. Such primeval force.
Yeah, if you enjoy lots of water, going no place in a hurry, it's okay.
Look! Look, a rainbow over the falls.
Yeah, pretty.
How many newlyweds have stood right here on this very spot and wondered what lay ahead for them, what the years would...
11 a.m.
What?
We've got 4 hours till plane time. Might as well sit over there on that bench and let some of the time pass.
Might as well.
A couple of newlyweds from Wapakoneta came here 5 years ago. They vowed they'd come back each year on their anniversary.
Oh, that was a nice idea. I like that very much. Did they do it?
Yeah, faithfully.
Oh, that is nice. 5 years. Just think. Remembering their honeymoon, keeping their love fresh and wonderful, growing closer together.
No. No, they separated a week after their honeymoon.
Oh, but you said that...
Well, she married 4 more times and he married 4 more times. They never forgot that sacred vow, though. They took those vows seriously, as you can see.
Jeff, don't.
So they came back each year, but not with each other. Well, it was an interesting arrangement. Variety with a clear conscience and no change of scene.
I don't think that's funny.
I don't think I was trying to be funny.
There aren't really that kind of people in Wapakoneta.
No, probably there are, but I don't know any.
That town's important to you, isn't it? Your home, your parents, your friends, settling down there.
Yeah.
You're proud of it. And you very much want it to be proud of you.
Yeah.
I envy you, Wapakoneta.
I had to travel through 9 countries on 3 continents and 7 islands to find out how important it is.
I know.
You do not.
What?
You don't know anything about it.
Well, I only meant...
You never could know anything about it, not in a million years, not for your kind of a girl.
Oh, is that so?
You'd never understand the place, see?
I wouldn't dream of trying to understand
You'd
it.
think of it as a hick town. You'd see the people in it as hicks.
Some of them are.
You just don't know because you don't. What's the matter?
Nothing's the matter.
There's a tear running down your cheek.
That's mist, you idiot.
Mist?
From the falls.
Oh.
I'll tell you just one thing, Jeff Thompson. If your precious Wapakoneta could see you like I see you, you never hold your head up there again. Never, never in 1,000 million years.
TLA plane for Chicago, St. Louis.
I asked you to wait for me at the information desk.
I can watch the planes better from there. What did they say?
We'll be getting out of here in 20 minutes.
Thank goodness.
Now, Margot, look, what I said back there...
Don't talk to me, please.
That's ridiculous. If you'll listen...
It would do me no good to listen. I wouldn't understand what you said. I wouldn't understand anything about anyone from the state of Ohio.
I didn't mean to blow up. It was just that going through the ceremony and all, it got under my skin.
I
guess.
beg your pardon.
What?
Have you a match?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I hope it's an Ohio match. No other kind accepted.
Ohio?
I thought that'd get you. Jeff, how are you?
Well, hello. well, Mr.
Kellen, Judge
sure.
Kellen, now, my boy. Mother, Elvira, look who's here.
Well, for land's sake, it's Jeff Thompson.
Oh, not Jeff Thompson.
Hello, Mrs. Kellen, Elvira.
Oh, I didn't think you'd remember me, Jeff. It's been so long.
Such a surprise seeing you, dear boy.
Surprise is right, eh, son?
Yeah.
I got a match, I says. Sure, he says. It got to be an Ohio match, I says. And that got him. That threw him for a loop for fair.
We read about your exhibit in New York, Jeff.
Yeah?
Oh, Elvira's got all kinds of clippings about you, Jeff. And we
Mama.
all follow your career with the greatest interest, dear
Yeah,
boy.
I was talking to your father not 3 days ago, Jeff. They almost came along to this convention here with us. Sunday school convention, you know. And decided not to at the last minute.
Oh, wouldn't it have been thrilling if he had and run into Jeff this way?
Yeah. But what are you doing in Niagara Falls, Jeff?
Well,
What do you think we're doing in Niagara Falls? Hunting worms?
What?
Oh, my goodness.
Jeff, you don't mean you've gone and gotten yourself...
Married, yeah, today. Say, I'll tell you what.
Margot.
This is...
I'll tell you what. If you folks ain't occupied, why don't we all lift a snifter together? Huh? You know, wedding party. Oh, you should have got here sooner. Oh, we had champagne.
Margot.
But it's all gone. Jeff, where's your manners? How about knocking me down to the hometown folks,
Yeah. This is Judge Kellen.
Kellen? Kellen, huh? Hiya. Oh, I know some Kellens run a butcher shop in Brooklyn. We ain't gonna live in Brooklyn, you understand? Jeff don't want me to work no more. I says okay to that. Isn't I good looking?
Congratulations to you.
Mama, wasn't that our plane call?
Hush, dear. Well, Jeff, this is such a surprise.
Surprise! Oh, sister, you don't know the half of it. When Butch here says to me, let's get married, I thought he was kidding.
Judge, when you saw Dad, how was he?
Listen, what are we standing here gassing for? I say, let's go and... Oh!
I've got you.
Take your hands off me.
I merely...
Well, what's the big idea, huh? I don't like twerps grabbing my arm, see?
You stumbled. I assure you,
Oh, you misunderstood, Okay, I accept the apology. I do burn easy. But a girl can't be too careful of her reputation, especially when she's married.
Yes. Well, that's practically axiomatic.
Well, we really must be going.
Yes, we must. Goodbye, Jeff.
So nice to see you and your bride. Elvira, wait, dear. Wait for Mother.
Goodbye, Mrs. Thompson.
So long.
Jeff, I suppose we should be seeing you in Wapakoneta soon.
Yeah, I'm afraid. I suppose you will, Judge.
Yeah, well, till then, happy journey, happy living.
That was a nice thing to do.
I can't understand them. Why should they understand me?
I have to go back and live among those people. Do you know what they'll think? Do you realize the position you put me in?
I would say, after careful thought, I would say you are directly behind the 8-ball.
I do not know anything about you, Mr. Thompson.
Sit on this suitcase, will you, Winkle? It won't close.
So?
Yeah, fine, thanks.
I know very little about you, Mr. Thompson.
All you need to know is that I'm checking out of this hotel in 3 minutes flat.
You and Margot are a bride and groom. Back in New York one day. Tonight the bride goes to Reno, and the groom goes to an Indian village in Ohio.
Wapakoneta is not an Indian village.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I wouldn't expect any friend of Margot's to know the difference. What'd she send you here for, anyhow?
Mr. Thompson, she's going to divorce you.
Yeah, that's the idea, isn't it? A pip?
Then she's going to marry Philip, the faithful slave.
Philip the who?
Never mind. Will you let her do this, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, I'll let her do it. She can marry who she pleases when she pleases. As soon as she's shed of me. And the quicker that happens, the better.
Miss Sherwood, that is Mrs. Thompson, is a woman of prominence and means who...
For what?
Mrs. Thompson is a woman of prominence...
I heard you. Who told you to say that?
Philip.
Winkle, you don't like Philip any better than I do you?
If Margot would marry him, there is something good about the young man, I guess.
Attaboy, Winkle. Chin up. Okay, Mrs. Thompson's a woman of prominence and means.
A claim might be entered against her at some future time.
A claim?
By an irresponsible party who has the right, legal right, that is, to enter such a claim. This marriage is valid after all.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
The idea is to guard Mrs. Thompson against the possible claims of this irresponsible party by what means? A property settlement, a waiver, something like that?
Yes.
Was she there? Did she hear Philip suggest this? Oh, sure, of course, she must have. What'd she say?
Nothing, Mr. Thompson. Not one word.
I see. All right, give me the waiver. I'll sign it.
The point is, it will take time to draw it up, discuss the details.
Time? I get it. The answer's no.
But, Mr. Thompson...
No, I've done all I'm going to do for those two. I wouldn't stay in this cockeyed town one more hour for all the tea in China.
You might settle the whole thing on the train.
On the train?
You are going to Ohio. Margot is going to Reno. Both paths lead west.
Whose idea was this, settling it on the train?
Mine. It solves the time problem, you see.
Yeah.
And perhaps others as well. She will see you with Philip.
He's going along?
He's drawing up the waiver, Mr. Thompson. She will see you with Philip, and Philip with you. The matter will be settled once and for all. You do not object?
No. No, I guess not. You tell Margot I'll be glad to oblige. We'll settle the whole matter on the train tonight.
I must say you've been mighty cooperative about this, Thompson.
That's okay.
We do appreciate it, too.
Okay, everything's in order now, is it?
100%.
Mm-hmm. Party of the first part protected against party of the second part and all that, huh?
Completely.
Yeah, well, then I can go to bed. We pull into Wapakoneta early in the morning.
Good night, Jeff.
Good night, old man.
Good night. Good night. Well?
You said you were leaving, Thompson.
I said I was going to bed. I can't do that with you two in my compartment.
You? Well, that's ridiculous.
This is Margot's compartment, you idiot.
Margot's? Huh. That's a good one. Always a kidder, that second husband, eh, Margot?
Jeff, you know perfectly well this is my compartment. My things are here.
Well, my things are in here, too.
A briefcase?
Which you were carrying when you came in.
I beg your pardon. The porter was carrying these bags of yours. You said leave them here for the time being. We're in a hurry. Philip would take them to your compartment later.
You're nuts.
I remember the conversation distinctly.
I have my ticket stubs here in my purse. Somewhere. Oh, dear.
Well, a search through a woman's purse knows no time limit, and I've got to get up early, friends. Come on now. Come on.
I'll get the conductor.
Philip.
What?
Hurry, will you? I got to get some sleep. Never mind looking for those stubs.
But they're here somewhere. I know I... Oh,
Compliments of the groom.
where did you... How did you...
Well, the conductor punched, you and Philip chattered. I held out my hand. Presto, the ticket stubs.
Then you knew all along this was my... You were pulling another one of your cute tricks. Oh, Jeff Thompson.
Ask me why I did it.
Why did you do it? I won't ask you why. I don't care why you did it. Get out of here.
I had to get rid of Philip so I could talk to you alone.
We have nothing to talk about.
All right, I'll talk. You listen.
I will not listen. Get out.
You're going to throw me out? I'm not going quietly.
I'll call the porter, the conductor.
No, you won't.
Oh, Jeff.
That's better. It's a sweet mess, isn't it?
Yes.
Before we say goodbye, I want to tell you I'm sorry for all the trouble I made for you, Margot.
Oh.
I'd like to, well, part friends, if that's possible.
You know it isn't.
No, I suppose not. Oh, I don't blame you for being bitter either. I'm pretty bitter myself. With less reason, I suppose.
Jeff.
All right, I'm going. But I'm not quite an ex-husband yet.
No.
So I'll assert a prerogative or something and ask you whether you're absolutely out of your mind.
What?
Are you as crazy as you seem to be?
You mean to go through with a divorce?
I mean to think for 1 minute of marrying a man like Philip.
Oh.
You never had too much sense anyway, but this tops it all.
Oh!
You must be blind as well as foolish not to see him for what he is. A smug, self-centered, opinionated...
Good night, Jeff.
I simply can't believe you can be so dumb.
Good night.
All right, good night. I don't know why I worry about you. What cockeyed reason makes your happiness so important? But as of right now, I stop worrying. Good night and goodbye. Next station, Wapakoneta. Brown onions and hides. Nuts.
Well, they're coming in now. Well, where is he? There's the bride.
What's going on? Hey. Wait a minute, I don't get this. Wait a minute.
Jeff, my boy.
Hey, Judge, has this town gone crazy?
Well, if it has, everybody's in the same boat, son. The whole town's turned out.
But why?
Oh, there's your mother and dad waiting, boy. Near the bank.
Judge, listen.
It was a little late when we got your wire, Jeff.
Wire? What wire?
But we did our best on such short notice. For you and the bride.
Bride? Hey, look, I didn't send any wire.
I did, dear.
Margot.
Well, now, I'll clear the way for you. All right, clear the way, folks. All right, clear the way.
You know how forgetful you are.
Baby.
I knew you'd want Wapakoneta to meet us together.
I don't believe it.
And darling, you must.
I don't believe it.
Will this help?
Oh, have I waited a long time for that.
Have I? Oh, Jeff, you know what we're going to do.
Yeah. See Wapakoneta together.
Yes. Oh, isn't it wonderful to be home?
It is now. Oh, boy, it sure is good to be home now.
Melvin Douglas will be back with you in just a moment. Well, Mel, before we sign off, it is customary to have a little interview so that the listening audience can hear you step out of your character.
Well, actors aren't supposed to have their own character. They have characters created by scriptwriters.
Well as being a star, you are known around the country as a person, and you can afford to indulge your audience with the real Melvin Douglas.
Well, that's nice of you, Howard. Well, what do you want me to say?
Well, you can say how much you enjoyed being on the MGM Theater of the Air, that it's just a continuation of your life with MGM, which has had only a few interruptions.
I don't think I have to say anything. You're saying it.
Well, then I'll speak for ourselves. We're happy to have you on this program. We enjoyed your performance, just as we've enjoyed your many performances, remembering outstandingly Ninotchka, Sea of Grass, Mr. Blandings, and The Great Sinner. We wish you good luck in your very satisfactory career.
Thank you, Howard.
And thank you, Melvin Douglas.
Third Finger Left Hand was presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of East Side, West Side, starring Barbara Stanwyck, James Mason, Van Heflin, and Ava Godler. Arlene Francis was heard as Margot. Original music composed and conducted by Joel Herron. The program was directed by Marx Belob and produced by Raymond Katz. The MGM Theater of the Air. Our star this week, Margaret O'Brien. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Vice President of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, noted writer of Broadway musical shows, including the smash hit Inside USA, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Thank you. The MGM Theater of the Air brings you a gay, youthful comedy entitled The Youngest Profession. This one-hour adaptation of an erstwhile Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture is one of a series of plays carefully selected from the many hits scored by that well-known studio. This week, our star is that phenomenally talented young lady, Miss Margaret O'Brien. Margaret is growing up gradually and gracefully and is improving, if possible, with the years. Let us then relax to a light-hearted story presenting Margaret O'Brien in person in the dramatization of The Youngest Profession. In just a moment, the curtain will rise on the MGM Theater of the Air. The year was 1943. That year, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer produced The Youngest Profession, a farcical tale of the teenagers, the autograph hounds, those adolescent sleuths who always get their name. This is the subject matter of our story, which embraces the misadventures of young Joan Lyons and her friends. And now, the MGM Theater of the Air presents Margaret O'Brien in person as Joan Lyons in The Youngest Profession. Our story of Joan Lyons, Patsy Drew, and their mixture of assorted friends and relations begins in the Grand Central Station of New York. Through this echoing concourse pass commuters, sightseers, and transient visitors from the cataract of towns, villages, and cities of these United States. The star train of the lot is the 20th century, coming in on track 39. What a young mob awaits the arrival of this streamlined special. Right up in front of the roped-in crowd, book and pencil in readiness, are Joan Lyons and Patsy Drew, or, if you please, President and Secretary of Guiding Stars Limited.
Are you sure, Joni? Sure? Of course I'm sure. Track 39, the Century. Sandra Lane always travels on the Century. So does everybody coming from Hollywood. Excuse me. That character's trying to get in front again. She's going to snatch a button. We must protect Miss Dale. Remember her with Cary Grant? Yes, if you ask me, she had some nerve to tear a sleeve out of his overcoat. Yeah? Well, for your information, I traded buttons on that sleeve for one of Barbara Stanwyck's cigarettes and a lipstick tissue positively used by Irene Dunn. If you ask me, you're the type of individual who gives the autograph profession a black eye. Besides, the rule is first come, first served. No, some people. Joni, there by the gate. MGM publicity men. Remember when Judy Garland was here? Look, he's pointing, showing the red cap. They're going to take us through another gate. That way. They did that with William Powell. Come on. Joan, wait for me. Hurry, come on. Joan, help! Help my skirt! Oh, Patsy, what now? The suspender from my skirt. Help me! Well, there. It seems by now you ought to know in our profession you've got to dress sensibly. Holy cow, Patsy, back there. Track 39, Sandra. There's Sandra. We'll get to see her first, Patsy. Joni, wait for me. Oh, gosh. On account of a button on a skirt, we lose Sandra. I'm so ashamed. Don't you worry, Patsy. We'll find her. We'll phone all the hotels. MGM can't double-cross us. Have you got any money? Certainly not. We have to have some money for car fare. And we can't call on her without at least gardenias. Come on, we'll try my house. Feather! Oh, Feather!
It's about time you came home.
You know Patsy.
Yes, I know Patsy.
Feather, out of all the people I might go to in my hour of need, I'm going to give you a chance to save my life.
Have you spent your allowance already?
Oh, Feather, after all these years.
Why don't you ask your father? He's in the living room. He has a cold, which he certainly didn't catch around here. If his cold's so bad...
Feather, wait.
He belongs in bed.
Oh, darn. What's the matter? She always makes him mad. I think that's pretty inconsiderate of her, right when we need to borrow money from him. We better get in there fast.
I have a cold, Feather, so I came home, where a few letters my secretary and I hope to finish our work.
However did you manage to catch a cold in weather like this? Aren't you afraid of catching it, Miss Thayer?
I just got over one.
So that's where you caught it.
What do I care whom I caught it from?
How could I know you wanted it kept secret? I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to pry.
How can anyone be that irritating?
It's because she's been a governess all her life. They always treat people like children.
Now, where was I?
Hello, Father. Hello, Miss Thayer.
Hello, darling. How are you, Patsy?
Fine. Father, may Patsy use the telephone?
Why, of course.
Patsy, get the classify and get the numbers of all the hotels.
All the hotels?
It's a matter of vital major importance. Go on, Patsy. Yeah, all the hotels.
Read back, please, Miss Thayer.
Public policy demands, therefore, that the claims of the defendant...
Father, you know you look just like a movie lawyer. That gorgeous dressing gown, the fireplace, Miss Thayer. It brings out the William Powell in you.
You're apple polishing, Joan. What do you want this time?
Well, Father, I'm going to lay my cards on the table.
A very good place for them.
I need money desperately.
I'm not asking why. I'm leaving it to your honor. Important?
It's a practically vital major importance.
How much?
I could use 5, but I'll take 2.
You'll get 2. Here, but I warn you, you've got to stop burning your allowance at both ends. Run along, Joni, and tell your girlfriend she's getting too fat.
Patsy can't help it, Daddy. She diets, but the dieting makes her so hungry that she has to eat.
Bert, darling, I know you're feeling rotten, but why did you have to pick on Feather?
Why did I pick on her? Look at this mess.
Well, Miss Thayer and I'll get it all out of your way.
Yes, of course. Here, let me.
Feather tries so hard to be useful.
Well, this is the way she used to fix croup tents for Joan. And for Junior, too.
I know, but I swear she irritates me on purpose.
Well, you should make allowances. After all, her age.
I shouldn't have to make allowances while I'm working.
Greetings, parents.
Junior, stop! Do you have to do that?
Uh-huh. I'm the Phantom Claw in the jungle.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
I'm beating the jungle for Taurus, the man-eating tiger.
Taurus is a bull. Go beat the jungle in your own room.
Feather can hear it. She said you gave her a sick headache, and I should be the Phantom in here.
Now, Bert. Junior, I think the street is a much better jungle. Now, off with you. Now, scoot.
Yahoo! I'm the Phantom Claw. Taurus, beware!
Edith? Edith, that feather woman goes. Junior's too old to have a governess, and she's too old to be a housekeeper. Out to the pasture with that niece of hers.
Oh, it would break her heart. Bert, I just couldn't.
We found her, we found her, we found her. I'm on my way to the most vitally important rendezvous of my life. Come on, Patsy, hurry. Don't just stand there.
Joan! Now, where can she be going that's so important?
I don't know. Let's just hope she's not getting married.
Oh, that clerk. You tried the same stunt with Walter Pigeon 2 weeks ago. If Miss Dale needs a stenographer, let's watch the elevator, Patsy. Why don't we come back tomorrow? No school tomorrow. Look, house phone's over there. It's no use, Joan. Let's give up. I should say not. Remember, Rome wasn't burnt in a day. Miss Sandra Dale, please. Now, please, don't tell me she's out. I happen to know she's in. Who's calling? Well, just Luella Parsons, that's all. And if I were you, I wouldn't underestimate the power of the press. Oh! Stop that noise, Patsy. Well, I'll just wait in the lobby, and you can tell Miss Dale that Luella can get very impatient.
I'm terribly sorry, Miss Parsons. You're looking well, Miss Parsons.
Holy cow, Sandra Dale.
Of course, you've grown somewhat smaller.
I'm not really Miss Parsons.
Well, don't look so scared. I don't mind.
We're practically your slaves. You're not mad, are you?
On the contrary, I don't suppose you'd have time to come up for a cup of tea.
Tea?
And cake.
Cake? Miss Dale, this is the most magnificent moment of my life. So far. Miss Dale, our club, the Guiding Stars Limited, believes our duty is to keep the stars informed of the way their public feels, and vice versa. May I ask you one more personal question?
I'd love it.
Which do you prefer, the rugged outdoor man or the intellectual indoor man?
Well, I certainly don't like them indoors all the time. And if they're outdoors all the time, that's not very practical either. I guess I like a mixture.
Then you'd like Skylar.
Skylar?
Boy next door.
Oh, dear, this has been so pleasant. Now, that's Mr. Lind. We're going to a radio rehearsal together. Will you excuse me? Louise will show you out.
Of course, Miss Dale. And how can we ever thank you for signing our albums? How can we ever thank you?
You're perfectly welcome, and I hope we meet again.
Well, come on, Joan. What are you waiting for? Elliot Lind, of course. Elliot? Oh, but my mother will be waiting dinner. What's more important, Elliot Lind or liver and onions? But, Joni.
Thank you, Louise. I know the way. Thank you. Well, and who are you?
I'm Miss Lyons. This is Miss Drew, my #1 girlfriend. We're both very intimate.
Delighted.
We were just leaving. Had tea with Miss Dale, you know.
Oh, I see. Oh, may I help you? Your bag, Miss Lyons?
Oh, thank you.
It's rather heavy, isn't it? You wouldn't have an autograph album in there, would you?
I got one, too.
Well. And fountain pens. Permit me, ladies. You've got quite a collection here, Miss Lyons.
They've been my life's work. Mr. Lind, Blood and tears are in that little volume.
There you are, and I'm very flattered to be included.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Well, I guess we've got to be going. Unless you'd like us to go to the radio rehearsal with you. They say it's helpful to have an audience, you know.
Thank you, but, Miss Dale is allergic to audiences.
Patsy's allergic to dogs.
I am not. Only long-haired ones.
But I want you to know, Mr. Lind, today has been a golden page in my book of experience. I will cherish your memories, you and Miss Dale, forever. Au revoir now.
Au revoir, ma petite. Your hand. Your hand. May I?
Me too?
Mais certainement.
Oh, I'll never wash this hand as long as I live.
Mommy, Daddy, where is everybody? Oh, you finished dinner.
Young lady, what's the meaning of this?
Wait till you hear where I've been.
Now, dear, don't excite
I
yourself.
don't care where you've been. If you can't come home at the respectable hour, What in the name of creation is that?
Junior. Don't you bother, Daddy. I'll make him turn it off.
Where?
Bathroom.
Bathroom? What do you mean, bathroom?
Well, he's rigged up an alarm bell in case any spies try to get into his laboratory.
Junior, stop that horrid noise this minute. What'd you say? Stop that bell. But I can't.
Junior, stop that noise.
I can't, Father.
Then I will. Let me at that gadget. No!
Probably shocked himself.
What radio program did you get this idea from?
It's a spy detector, like the Phantom Claws. Any fifth columnist, off it goes. This is my latest invention. Combination helmet and canteen.
Looks very much like my double boiler to me.
Wear it while you march, take it off and eat out of it. I've already communicated with the War Department.
I have no doubt the Secretary of War will drop everything else and take it up with the General Staff at once. Some men have children, play nice, everyday children. I've got to have a couple of geniuses.
But, Father, wait till you hear what I was doing.
I don't care what you were doing. Coming home at this hour. From today on, you come home immediately after school, and you don't stick your nose out of this house until the next morning. Go to bed. No supper. And I want to see you at my office tomorrow morning. You and I are going to have a heart-to-heart talk.
You will hear the further adventures of Joan Lyons and her companions in just a moment. Now, the curtain rises on Act Two of the MGM Theater of the Air presentation, The Youngest Profession, starring Margaret O'Brien. The following morning, at the office of Lyons, Sutton, and Cullen, the big hour approaches. The trial of the people versus Joan Lyons. The witness for the defense, it seems, will be Patricia Drew. Miss Drew gathers her dignity together as she licks the chocolate coating off the marshmallow crackers about to be consumed. The defendant herself, Joan Lyons, occupies the center of the stage. She is rehearsing her plea to judge and jury.
Father, I would not willingly have caused you pain. Thoughtless I may have been, wicked I deny. I await your sentence calmly, for it cannot be other than just, contributing as always to my ultimate welfare.
Oh, Joan, that's super.
It made me cry when Jane Withers said it in Four Loves His Father.
We'll be late for our Saturday meeting if Feather doesn't come out of there soon.
Hello, Miss Thayer.
Hello, Joan. Patsy?
Hi.
Your father will be ready for you in just a moment.
Well, Joan, you'd better keep your allowance hidden from me. It seems I'm not to be trusted with money.
Really, Feather? You mean you embezzled from the housekeeping?
Oh, no. No, Miss Featherstone, you misunderstand Mr. Lyons. He simply wants me to go over the accounts every week with you instead of every month.
Burton Lyons here?
Yes?
Package from Bonton Lingerie.
All right, I'll sign for it. There you are.
Thank you, miss.
Pardon me, Joan. Your father wants this package right away.
Wait, Miss Thayer. You dropped the bill.
Let me have that.
Feather.
3 chiffon nightgowns charged to Burton Lyons, delivered to office. Well, of all the... Joan, my dear, I'll see you at home, and don't be late. With your club coming, you should be there to welcome the girls.
Yes, Feather. Goodbye.
Well, what's she so excited about?
All right, Joan. Come in.
Shut the door, Joan.
Father, I would not willingly cause you pain. Thoughtless I may have been. Wicked I deny.
Never mind all that, Miss Garbo. Sit down.
Can I stand, Father? It makes it more man to man. Like the Hardy family.
You deliberately came home after dinner last night again. For that, no allowance for a month.
But, Daddy, I need money for the club paper. I'm broke.
Good. That will help bring home my point.
Why, you're not acting like Judge Hardy at all. When Mickey Rooney talks to his father, it never ends in anything so positively drastic.
Not another cent for a whole month. But a month isn't so long. Now run along and consider the error of your ways. I'm busy.
Father, I accept your sentence calmly, for it can be nother than just, contributing as always to my ultimate welfare. Goodbye.
Well, I'll be the great horned owl.
Mr. Lyons, your wife just phoned to tell you that she's taken Junior to the doctor or the plumber.
What?
She was in such a hurry I couldn't hear her very well. It was something about a combination helmet and canteen. Anyway, I think she said the double boiler was stuck on Junior's head.
Before the Committee on Sandra Dale makes its report, I should like to announce that I have received a new application for membership. Miss Vera Bailey.
P.U.
Order. We need cash for our newspaper to the Stars, don't we? Well, Vera has agreed to pay $5 initiation fee. Besides, Vera's father has a mimeograph machine. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Miss Vera Bailey, the new member, is waiting in the kitchen. Miss Patricia Drew, please open the door.
Okay, Vera.
Well, am I elected? Vera Bailey, you are now an official member of Guiding Stars Limited. As president, I must ask to see your album of autographs.
I haven't got one.
Disgraceful. You must secure an album at once and get at least 4 autographs a month to remain in the club.
Suppose I bought one already filled.
Vera, you would. We'll pretend we did not hear that remark, Vera Bailey. Please be seated. Spotting committee, please report.
Polly saw Esther Williams when she left town at Pennsylvania Station. And Thyra saw Toscanini.
Toscanini? Oh, politicians don't count.
Polly says he's a conductor, not a politician.
Well, we certainly don't want conductors. My glory. Yes, Vera?
Is Robert Taylor anyone?
Is Robert Taylor anyone?
Well, I've never seen him. But my uncle flew in from Los Angeles this morning, and he told my mother Robert Taylor was on the plane.
Holy catfish!
Where's he stopping? How should I know?
Didn't your uncle find out?
He didn't speak to him.
Your uncle must be a zombie. Come on, girls, telephone. Hello, Sherry Netherland. Is Mr. Robert Taylor there? No. Thank you.
Your house is still busy, Mr. Lyons.
Impossible, Miss Thayer. It's been that way for 45 minutes.
Well, I've checked. They're still talking.
What time did that wire say I had to be in Washington? 9, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Well, that means a congressional. How can I get home, pack, make that train all in 1 hour?
What's the name of the people who have the apartment across the hall from you?
James Byron. Why?
Well, I'll call them. Ask them to go over to your apartment and ask whoever's there to pack a bag. Then I'll pick it up and bring it to you at the station.
You're a genius.
And don't forget, your wedding anniversary is tomorrow.
I haven't forgotten. I'll give you a note for Edith, and you can pick up some flowers. I'll give her the nightgowns myself when I get back. Chiffon nightgowns after 16 years of marriage. Think she'll like the idea, Miss Thayer?
Have you tried the Pierre? Yes, and the Lambs Club, the Gotham, the Waldorf, the Savoy Plaza, the Plain Plaza. Let's see. We haven't tried the Chatham and the Marguerite. For heaven's sakes, Patsy, what is it?
You better. At the door, Joan.
All right. Look up the Chatham and try there, Vera.
All right, if you insist.
Patsy, I can't understand.
There, look. At the door, he rang the bell just like that.
Holy cow. Robert Taylor. We gotta get the girls.
Are you sure? You're sure Mr. Taylor isn't stopping with you?
Girls.
Well, for goodness sakes, Joan Lyons, you asked me to call.
Girls, he's at the door.
Who, for heaven's sakes?
He is. Robert Taylor is. He rang the bell like anybody. Don't waste time. Come on, through here.
Now, girls, this is too much noise.
He's gone. The door's closed.
Feather, what did you do with him?
Do with whom?
There, at the door.
That young man? He had a message from your father. We're to pack your father's bag for an overnight trip. That Miss Thayer is calling for it. Seems our telephone has been busy.
And you let him get away? You let Robert Taylor get away?
Such goings-on. Control yourselves just because some young man...
Some young man? Feather, that was Robert Taylor.
You should learn to control yourself. Robert Taylor? The movie star.
Oh! Look at that. Feather's fainted.
Thank you so much for packing Mr. Lyon's bag, Miss Featherstone. Did you put in his blue silk pajamas and 2 white shirts?
I put in everything that's necessary.
And, I almost forgot. Joan, dear, you know it's your mother's wedding anniversary tomorrow. Tell her she must forgive your father for going away. He couldn't help himself. So he sent her these flowers.
I'll tell her.
Wasn't that sweet of him?
Oh, yes. He's such a wonderful man. This letter will explain everything. Goodbye, Joan. Bye, Miss Featherstone.
Oh, my poor baby. You'll have to know sooner or later. That woman is going away with your father. I knew it from the minute I found out he was buying her nightgowns. Chiffon, delivered to office.
I don't believe it. Not my father.
The brazen brass of him, trying to make a fool of my poor Miss Edith. And that lying letter. At least I can spare her these lies. She'll never see this.
Oh, Feather, what am I going to do? I just can't let this happen. Not to my daddy. I can't, Patsy. I just can't let this happen.
What are you going to do? Tell your mother?
And ruin her whole life, to say nothing of her anniversary.
Well, what are you going to do?
What I need is some man of the world to give me advice.
How about Schuyler?
Really, Patsy, sometimes I think you're positively backward. Don't you dare breathe the word to Schuyler. This is a secret that will die with us.
All right. How about stopping for some ice cream?
How can I eat when I have so much on my mind?
If you had coffee ice cream, it would act as a stimulant.
I don't need a stimulant. What I need is a sort of combination of Spencer Tracy and Dr. Christian. Patsy, look. That cigarette ad.
Where?
In the drugstore window. Elliot Lind, a man who has been around. Patsy, that's the answer to my prayer. So you see, Mr. Lind, my friend doesn't know which way to turn. It would kill her if her parents were divorced. She's in terrible suffering.
Yes. But are you quite sure your friend isn't imagining a good deal of this?
If she only were. But she has circumstantial evidence.
Oh, I see. Now, just where do I fit in?
A man of your experience could give invaluable advice. What would you do?
Well, if I were the father, I think I'd kill the child. Miss Lyons, would you really like my advice?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Well, tell your friend to try and forget it. Don't interfere. If you start pushing around a triangle, husband, wife, and secretary, it's apt to turn into a quadrangle.
What's that?
It's a figure with 4 angles.
Another man. Mr. Lind, you've solved it. Another man for the wife, to make the husband jealous. Mr. Lind, are you busy tomorrow night?
Who, me?
No, I guess you wouldn't.
Miss Lyons, I'm leaving New York on the Century tomorrow evening. But if you dare go through with this idiotic idea, I'll come back and haunt you.
Oh, Mr. Lind, you couldn't stay over just one night. There's going to be a Red Cross ball. My parents are going. My first grown-up party. Just one night, Mr. Lind.
No, I couldn't. And you remember what I said.
I will, Mr. Lind. And thanks for the wonderful idea.
Maybe William Powell would help if we could ever find him.
We've got to get a man to make Daddy jealous.
I know so few men.
What about your father? No, he's too old. Patsy, if I can find some way of bringing my father and mother back together again, I'll join the Salvation Army and dedicate myself to humanity.
Joan, you wouldn't. You'd have to give up the guiding stars, and I'd never see you anymore except on street corners.
No, I couldn't go away. I'd have to stay with Mother. We'd be each other's consolation in our old age, when Junior's grown up and married and only sees us on Sundays. Patsy, come on.
Joan, look. Isn't he the most beautiful thing? He's as big as Johnny Weissmuller.
Maybe. Let's try, Patsy. Let's try.
Men, you want women should fall in love with you wherever you go? You bet you do. You want you should be strong like tiger. You said it, sport. You want you should have beautiful muscles. Beautiful muscles. Then listen to me. Young Hercules. Daily lectures on the body beautiful. You want you should have beautiful muscles so you make them jump, like this. Then 10 cents. 10 cents for the body beautiful builder with full directions on the box. You want to buy the body beautiful builder, kids? It's good for reducing the figure, too.
No, thank you, Mr. Hercules. But, Mr. Hercules...
What you want,
Mr. Hercules, what are you doing tomorrow night? Renting Mr. Hercules, $10. 1 ticket for the Red Cross ball, $5. Renting 1 full dress suit, $5. That's $20, Patsy.
We've got $6.32.
That leaves $13.60 missing. I'd ask Schuyler, except he hasn't any money.
I got $5 from him already.
Holy cow! You told Schuyler after you swore?
I had to get the money.
Where did he get the $5?
He called a meeting of the Five Guys Club, and they voted to lend you their treasury. After I explained the circumstances.
Patsy, how could you?
I made him swear if he told he hoped to die and be eaten by rats. I even made Mom hold up her hand and spit 3 times.
Your mother, too?
She wormed it out of me.
I'm never going to tell you anything again. Never.
I was only trying to help.
A big help you are.
I got you $5.
At the cost of my mother's honor.
I think you're the most ungrateful ingrate I ever met.
I think you're a blabbermouth.
I don't care what you think.
Neither do I.
I'm going home.
Hooray, do. Patsy.
Johnny.
You're my best friend, and I almost lost you.
You're my best friend, too. Your nose is running.
It always does when I get emotional. We must never fight again, never.
I thought I'd die. Yeah, before I'd be a girl. You couldn't if you wanted to. Ha.
Junior, I'll bet he's got some money. He's been saving for months.
He wouldn't give it to you.
No, but we could borrow it from his piggy bank. After all, it's his mother and father, too. I'm doing it for him, too.
He's gone in the bathroom. Come on.
There it is on the bureau. Watch for him, Patsy. I got it. Ow! It's electric.
Put him up.
Junior, stop it. Put down that water pistol this instant.
Stop pushing me, you crook.
She is not a crook.
She is, too.
You're a mean, heartless little brat.
Who says so?
I do. Oh, don't do that, Joe. Don't do that.
Now look what you did. My bank. It's in pieces.
And it's empty. Why, you little cheat. Who wants your old bank anyway? Come on, Patsy.
We will go on with the story of Joan Lyons and the youngest profession in just a moment. And now, Act 3, in the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Margaret O'Brien in The Youngest Profession. Well, one empty piggy bank cannot pay the expenses of romance, not even manufactured romance. But when a young lady is determined to preserve the married life of her parents, there must be ways, there must be means. And if you are Joan Lyons, you'll never stop trying, and you'll have faithful Patsy to lean upon.
Never mind, Joan. Even if everyone lets you down and your home breaks up, you've still got Guiding Stars Limited and the best autograph album in the club and me.
My album. I could sell it.
Sell it?
Vera's lazy. She'd buy an album instead of working for it.
But it's got your blood in it.
If I can fix things up between my folks, I'll give all my blood. Do you suppose Vera'd give me $15 for it?
She'll give you 25.
But we only need 15.
If you're going to sell your life's blood, you might as well make a profit.
But Vera, think of all the trouble this'll save you.
Well, I don't know.
Look, Vera, Jimmy Stewart. Doesn't that give you goose pimples?
Is he so hard to get?
Hard? He's impossible. And here's Clark Gable. He's impossible, too. And look what Bette Davis wrote. And Sandra Dale. I feel as if I were selling my dearest friends into bondage.
$20.
25.
Okay.
Oh, Vera, I can't sell it. I just can't.
Well, say if you feel so awful about it, what are you selling it for?
That, Vera, is a secret which I shall take to my grave.
Goodbye. Well, now that's the 5th person who's called up today. Joan, do I look as if I were going to fall apart before tonight?
You look wonderful, Mother.
Just as if nothing had happened at all.
Nothing has. Or has it?
16 years you've been a faithful wife to him. To think...
Oh, stop it, Feather. Just because he forgets one anniversary. Well, after all, he's got plenty on his mind these days. Well, now, either she's going crazy or I am. She just doesn't seem to make sense today.
Let's go shopping, Mother.
For what? A new dress for tonight. Something snaky for your morale.
A snaky dress wouldn't help my morale. Oh, besides, we've got to economize with the cost of living what it is.
You've got to wear something, Mama.
Well, I intend to. My black moire.
Have you tried wearing it off your shoulders, Mother?
No, why?
Mother, listen. If you look different, maybe Father will feel different. Have you ever tried wearing your hair up?
Years ago. I looked just like an angry wisp broom.
Let's try it, Mother. Let's see. Why, it takes months off you. Months, Mother. There's a wonderful hairdresser at the Ritz. Let's go over there right now.
Why are you so all of a sudden bent on making Alana Turner out of me?
Why, it's my first grown-up party, and I just want you to be the most breathtaking woman there. That's all.
Oh, you're a queer and wonderful Doug. But it might not be such a bad idea. Bert could stand a bit of shaking up the way he's been. Well, I mean, it might be a very good idea, Joan. A very good idea indeed.
What in blazes have you done to yourself?
Done to myself?
That dress. Where did you get it?
It's my old black moire. The one you're so crazy about.
Well, then, you've grown out of it, or something.
I'm very sorry you don't like it.
I can't imagine anyone liking it, except a student of anatomy. Nor that bird's nest hairdo, either.
This happens to be the latest style, Bert.
Still don't like it.
Doggone this tie.
Just because you've had a bad day.
Looks like I'm going to have a bad night, too.
Hello, Pops. Hello. Mom, what are you made up for?
Junior, go to bed.
But it's only 7 o'clock.
Run along, Junior. Mother isn't feeling well.
I feel fine. I never felt better in my life. And what's more, I'm going to prove it.
Now remember, your name is Dr. Hercules.
And, what country I'm from,
It better be a Western democracy. People might get suspicious.
And if anybody asks questions,
Oh, Scarlet.
you remember what you say.
Yes.
A stitch in time preserves the atom bomb.
Be prepared. Semper fidelia, semper paratus, e pluribus unum.
That's fine.
That's
And
great.
remember, Mr. Hercules, after I introduce you to my mother, you're not going to leave her side, especially if my father's looking.
Oh, listen, miss, I'm no skunk. I do a job. I'll make your old man think twice. Never met a man yet wasn't jealous of me.
Indeed. Well, I'm not.
Wait till you see me work, son. Wait till you see me work.
Why does everybody persist in treating me as if I were a death's door?
Maybe they're afraid you're going to catch cold in that outfit.
Oh, really, Bert? Enough is enough.
Well, here's Miss Thayer. Doug Sutton is around someplace. It's a sure thing. Those two are completely
Oh, Mrs. Lyons. Mr. Lyons.
I'm so glad to see you.
Thank you.
You look charming, Miss Thayer.
Oh, thanks. Say, you've changed your hairstyle, haven't you?
Yes.
Oh, it's lovely. And what a beautiful gown.
Well, Bert?
Good grief. What's this with Joan?
Hi, Mama, Daddy. I want you to meet Dr. Hercules, the diplomat. My father, Mr. Lyons. And Miss Thayer.
A pleasure. Delighted. In fact, devastated.
How do you do, Dr. Hercules?
I beg your pardon, Doctor, but isn't that medal for sharpshooting?
Huh?
A stitch in time.
Oh, yes, a stitch in time. Shh, the atom bomb.
How's that?
Dr. Hercules is on a very secret mission. Aren't you, Doctor?
Oh, no, nothing else but.
What is your country, Doctor?
What's the matter? You want to drop that stitch?
I'm sorry.
Well, I think my husband is surprised at how well you speak our language.
Oh, I am told I speak like a native.
Of Brooklyn.
This your husband, eh? Ah, he's a lucky guy, madam.
You're the best-looking mouse in the joint. Want to dance?
My wife doesn't care much for dancing.
She will with me. Let's borrow the frame. Madam?
Oh, Bird. Oh, Bird.
Under what toadstool, Joan, did you find that?
He's a friend of Schuyler's.
And where did you meet him, Schuyler?
I'll tell you later, sir. Joan, let's go get some soda.
What the peculiar blazes is going on?
Don't ask me. I'd be afraid to set off the atom bomb.
Well, I'm afraid you're stuck with me. Care to dance?
Love to.
Say, you're a pretty buzz-along dancer.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, you got a nice free action. I thought you were going to be a fat old mama.
What? I mean, who was talking about me?
Ah, just your kid. She was telling me something made me think you was a crumb.
Oh. I must speak to Joan.
Ah, she's a great kid. Say, you ain't sore, are you? I didn't mean nothing wrong.
On the contrary, I'm having a very nice time. Oh, here's my husband, Miss Thayer.
Oh, I could go on dancing with you from here in, Sugarfoot. I could sure swing a torch for you. Let's glide, Sugar. Let's glide.
I'll have a talk with Joan in the morning.
He's a gay blade, isn't he?
A lot of things may get a lot gayer any minute now.
Oh, they seem to have disappeared.
From the looks on the faces around here, either a lot of people have noticed it too, or my slip is showing.
Having a good time, Daddy?
Great. Just great. I don't see your mother. I thought she was dancing.
She is, with Dr. Hercules, out on the patio.
Oh, she is she? Shall we join them in the patio, Miss Thayer?
Schuyler, it's working. Daddy's beside himself with jealousy.
Good, let's get a soda.
No, I want to watch Daddy. Dr. Hercules is playing his part so beautifully. You find Patsy. I'm going out to the patio.
Doctor, I must ask you to take me back to the dance floor this very minute.
Lady, I need room for waltzing.
But what will people think?
What your old man thinks is good for him.
Whatever do you mean?
Now, let's quit kidding, sister. You want your old man to quit making time with that Tootsie of his? Well, don't you? Hey, look it. Here they come. Honey, you're my kind of baby doll. You and I could make great music. What you say, baby, huh?
Let go, you're hurting me. Are you crazy?
Take your hands off my wife.
So, a dog in the manger. You don't want her, and you don't want I should have her.
Are you a madman? Let go of her.
Bird, please, Doctor. All these people, the children.
Don't you worry, Sugar. This guy needs tolls off.
I've had enough, you big ape. Schuyler, hold my coat.
Oh, yes, sir.
Daddy, don't, please. He'll kill you.
That's what you think. Come on, Hercules. Put him up.
Well, you asked for it. Hold this, Sugar.
Mr. Lyons, I don't think you'd better...
Let go of me, Schuyler. But what are you trying to do? Help him?
Oh, stop them, somebody, please.
Schuyler, do something.
Like playing with children.
Oh, Bird, are you hurt, darling?
No, I'm all right. Where is he?
You've had enough, Mr. Lyons. Really, you have.
Fight's over.
Oh, Bird, please take me home.
All right. Let me have that coat. Hey, this one isn't mine. Property of the Logan Costume Company. Dr. Hercules. I thought there was something fishy about you. Explain this label, you fake.
Okay, I ain't no diplomat. But I don't go around making hay with my secretary, neither.
You mean me?
But I'm engaged to Mr. Lyons' partner, Mr. Sutton.
You ought to be ashamed, Lyons, with a wife like her.
Will you stop this?
I'm sorry it had to come out in the open like this, baby, but it was the only way to make him jealous.
Oh.
Make me jealous? Is that what you were doing?
And I sure did it. When Hercules takes a job, Hercules delivers.
Who hired you for this?
Who do you think? Who suffers most when her old man starts breaking up his home for another woman? That poor, innocent little kid standing right... Hey, she was here a minute ago. Johnny! Where did she get to?
Think, Patricia. Now think. We've tried the hotels, the police stations, the morgue, the movie theaters, and the hospitals. You're our last chance. Now think, Patsy. Where could Joan have gone?
Patsy, did you and Joan ever plan to run away?
Oh, yes. Practically every week.
Patsy!
Oh, yes, Mrs. Lyons. It's true, Miss Thayer.
Where did you plan to go?
To Hollywood, of course.
Was that the only place?
No. Once after we saw Ronald Coleman in Inmates of Devil's Island, we thought of going there.
I give up.
Well, you're a fine one to give up. It's all your fault that she's gone.
My fault?
Well, if you hadn't forgotten our anniversary, Joan wouldn't have had such an absurd idea.
I didn't forget. Your present's locked up in the office. I explained that in the letter Miss Thayer brought here with the flowers.
What letter? What flowers?
I gave them to Miss Featherstone. You were at the doctor or the plumber with Junior.
Feather, come in here.
Oh, golly. Maybe Joan drowned herself.
Patsy, stop that.
Personally, I think, Mr. Lyons, you're going about this in the wrong
Oh,
way.
quiet, Skylar.
Now, if you'd let me question her.
All right. Anything. Go ahead.
Patricia, if Miss Featherstone had told you your father had fallen into the clutches of a woman like Miss Thayer...
What?
Feather said that?
Yes. She tore up the letter and threw away the flowers that Mr. Lyons sent you. She said they were lies and hypocrisy.
Good heavens.
Feather, step in here at once.
Oh, Bert, you're right. Feather is a menace.
Please, quiet, please. Patricia, if Miss Featherstone had told you these things, what would you do?
I'd give my life's blood to save them, just like Joan did.
Life's blood?
Sell my autograph album for money to hire Dr. Hercules. Only my album hasn't got as much life's blood in it as Joan's.
Joan did that. For us? Oh, Bert, that poor baby.
You called me, Miss Edith?
And you're responsible, Feather. I want you to pack your clothes and get out of here in an hour.
Miss Edith, you don't know what you're saying. Turning me out into the night, homeless, penniless.
You've got your niece's house, and I wish I had your money. You heard Mrs. Lyons, Feather. Out. Or else.
Don't hit me, don't!
Well, can I go on now?
Yes.
Thank you. Patricia, Wake up, Patricia.
Where am I? Oh.
Look, Patsy, if the Dr. Hercules plan didn't work out, then what did you plan to do?
I didn't plan to do anything.
Well, did Joan plan to do anything?
She said she was going to give herself to humanity. We were walking on Broadway just after we saw Mr. Lind, and that's it! I'll bet that's what she's done.
What? What are you talking about?
What has she done? I bet she's joined the Salvation Army.
Mr. Lyons, Mrs. Lyons,
Yes, that's right.
when headquarters received your call, they called us. We knew at once, of course. We don't have very many volunteers her age, and so insistent.
I'm not surprised about the insistent part.
Where is she?
In there, asleep. Poor little thing, she was all worn out.
May we?
Oh, of course.
Joan. Joni, darling. Wake up.
Oh, Mommy, Daddy,
Hello, Joan.
you're together.
We never were apart, dear. Not for a minute.
Then Miss Thayer didn't come between you.
Oh, of course not, silly.
And I haven't ruined your lives.
You could have done that, Joan. Only if we hadn't found you.
Here's something for you, baby. Vera gave it with a struggle, but she gave it up.
Oh, Daddy, my album. My beautiful, beautiful album.
Don't cry, darling.
Oh, Daddy, isn't this just like a movie?
Margaret O'Brien will be back in just a moment. And now, Margaret, would you like to say a parting word to what has occasionally been called the listening audience?
Well, Mr. Dietz, They were very kind to listen.
Well, you realize, Margaret, they don't have to. They can tune you out when they please. But I don't think they will because your following is loyal and true. The public is faithful to the old-timers.
Thank you, Mr. Dietz.
They've seen you in a lot of pictures, MGM pictures, if you'll pardon the expression. And they'll never forget The Lost Angel or Meet Me in St. Louis. And recently they saw you in The Secret Garden.
Oh, I'll never forget that story. It had so much mystery and excitement. And Herbert Marshall and Dean Stockwell, too.
Well, that combination definitely makes a film irresistible. But the most irresistible one is you, Margaret. So goodbye for a while, and best wishes from us all.
Thank you, Mr. Dietz.
Margaret O'Brien appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Battleground, starring Van Johnson, John Hodiak, Ricardo Montalban, and George Murphy. Marissa O'Brien was heard as Edith Lyons, Leon Janney as Dr. Hercules, and Ted Osborne as Burton Lyons. Original music composed and conducted by Joel Herron. The program was directed by Marks B. Loeb and produced by Raymond Katz. The MGM Theater of the Air. Our star this week, Madeleine Carroll. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Vice President of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and noted writer of many Broadway and Hollywood musical hits, Mr. Howard Dietz.
Thank you. The full-hour play you are about to hear on the MGM Theater of the Air is a dramatic story of emotional conflict, as turbulent as its title, Riptide. It was an outstanding Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer motion picture. Our star is one of Hollywood's brightest stars and one of the world's most attractive personalities, Madeleine Carroll. In just a moment, we will hear Miss Carroll in Riptide, as presented by the MGM Theater of the Air. This is the story of a marriage of opposites. Any marriage may be considered a gamble, but this one inspired a few wagers. The bride, beautiful and worldly, and rather a pet in the careless, after-dark supper haunts of New York. We'll get to know her as Mary. The groom is an English peer, Lord Rexford, whom we shall get to call Philip. The opening scene is recent London, crowded London, a limousine in the traffic. In the limousine is the bride and the groom.
You all right, darling?
What? Oh, of course, Philip.
So unlike you. Piccadilly, Regent Street, Oxford, and Tottenham Court Road. Scarcely 2 words the whole way. My bride. My chatterbox. My suddenly silent one.
I'm looking and being impressed. Remember, this is my first glimpse of London.
Like it?
Love it. With you at my side.
You're amused. Why?
I was thinking of that funny little man on the bridge as we were docking just now, remember?
Oh, yes.
He'd been in Mexico, what was it, 10 years, and so happy to be home.
He was, you know, Mary. It was no pose with him.
A pair of kippers this morning and a drop of Scotch whiskey, and my old girl at the dock.
You take him off rather well. Ah, we're nearly there.
But after 10 years in Mexico, darling, what makes you think she'll be at the dock, I said, after 10 years? My wife is an Englishwoman. Good morning, said he, and strode away.
I can hardly contain myself. You knew, didn't you?
Yes.
The old billy goat. What does he think women are made of?
My pretty.
Yes? Did I do something wrong? Say something.
Of course not, but over here, your American, what shall we say, flippancy, it won't be understood.
I'm sorry.
Don't tell all your opinions, that's all. I understand them, but...
Others won't. Philip, forgive me.
Dearest, don't think...
I'm scared. You know that. Frightened to death.
For heaven's sake of what?
Being Lady Rexford.
Nonsense.
You know, it was all so crazy, sort of. How we met, the way it sort of flared up between us.
Magnificently.
Beautifully. But so fast, headlong. And I somehow never thought of being Lady Rexford. If I had, I should have been a little different.
How different?
You know, less headlong.
Darling.
Oh, the car's slowing.
Your townhouse is just round this corner. Darling, what about those regrets you were never going to have?
But don't you see?
Would a kiss close your pretty mouth?
All right, Philip. When this beautiful lunatic feeling of yours wears off, don't you have regrets, will you? Ever?
No regrets, ever.
And I'm going to forget that old, flighty, giddy, gay old past of mine, and I want you to. You do understand, don't you?
Perfectly. I know you meant that when you said, yes, I'll marry you.
Milord, milady.
Now, journey's end. Home, my Mary. Oh, Potter, never mind me. Hold the umbrella for her ladyship.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you, Potter. Oh, Philip, that car. We haven't company.
That car suggests that Aunt Hetty is waiting inside to welcome the bride and groom.
But our first day, our first moment.
Dearest, you love Aunt Hetty. She's very much like you, really, but a deal drier than you'll be if you continue to stand there in the rain. Come along. We are about to make an entrance in style. Carried over the threshold.
A terrible place to bring a bride, Philip. London. I hate it. Nothing shall stop me from going back to the Riviera tomorrow.
Tomorrow, so soon?
You said you'd left there only 4 days ago, Lady Riversley.
Hetty, my dear, please. Titles make me feel stuffy. And I'm past the age where I can afford to feel stuffy. So I did 4 days ago, expressly to meet you, my dear.
It is she all that I cabled?
Moa, I wonder how you got her. I wonder you got each other. You seem so right. Life isn't often so kind.
Aunt Hetty is half philosopher and half... Yes? What is it? Oh, David.
Welcome home, Philip. Good afternoon, Lady Riversley.
David, Lady Rexford. Mary, this is David Fenwick, my secretary.
How do you do?
Hello. Philip's spoken of you so often.
Oh, I've been lost absolutely without him. We were at Oxford together. Now, David, I've one or two things to be brought up to date on. That Hargreaves matter and Sir John Milton's application.
There's no hurry about that, Philip.
Oh, I'm sure there is, David. I haven't known Philip long, but I know him well. He's been in a private stew about Hargreaves and Sir John Milton ever since we sailed.
Hardly in a stew, would you say, dearest?
I would say, yes. Run along, darling. There'll only be women's talk here anyway.
I'll see you before you go, Aunt Hetty. Now, the thought I had on the Milton application, David, it's a bit extreme.
I thought so.
Will you have a cigarette?
No, thank you. I hate English cigarettes and English weather.
And London?
And London. I go to pieces in London.
You mean it gives you the jitters?
Oh, you mean the staggers. Oh, my dear girl, I've had the jitters and the staggers for 40 years.
You know, Philip paid me a very nice compliment before I met you. He said we were really very much alike, his bride and his Aunt Hetty.
I think it's very sensible of Philip to get a nice girl with some laughter in her. There isn't much in him.
Oh, but there is.
I've not seen it. Perhaps you put it there.
Would you believe he got off a boat just as it was sailing? We had only had a week together, just met. A delirious, mad, wonderful week. And suddenly he couldn't bear to leave me, just like that.
This is Philip? Lord Rexford?
At the time he met me, I was a girl named Mary. Mary Watts. Doing anything she wanted to do. Anything. Living for a laugh and anything that went with it. She didn't care. And that was the girl he fell in love with, Aunt Hetty.
And that worries you? I'm not clear why, quite.
Because now she does care. And I'm wondering if it will be the same kind of love, if you understand me.
Delirious, mad, wonderful.
And lasting.
My dear, you're worrying yourself into becoming neither fish nor fowl, nor a good Lady Rexford.
Will I make it, do you think? Do you think, Aunt Hetty?
I think Philip married a very strong-willed young woman who had her own way completely long before he met her.
Yeah.
I think Lady Rexford can't possibly live for laughs as Mary Watts did, but neither must Lady Rexford forget laughter.
Oh, no. Lady Rexford is still Mary Watts.
As to whether you will make it, the years will answer that, my dear. Only the years will answer that.
Oh, Philip, they're beautiful. Pearls.
For our first anniversary, my darling.
You put them on, please. Are the others downstairs waiting?
Yes.
There. Oh, exquisite. Now my bag. Now, what did Celeste do with my... What's the matter, darling? You look at me so strangely. What is it, Philip?
That, dress.
You did notice. Oh, you are wonderful. I combed London. It's not exactly the same, of course, but almost, isn't it? The dress I wore the night we met.
You weren't Lady Rexford then, my Mary.
What?
Isn't it, well, a bit extreme?
Extreme? But... yes. I suppose it is. For Lady Rexford. I'll change, darling. I'll change right away. Well, Philip?
Well, the press agrees to a man. She's a beautiful baby, the image of her mother.
They lie. She's her father all over again, only prettier, of course.
They, also like the name Pamela.
You sound as though you didn't, and it was your idea.
I'd rather you'd waited to tell them.
But I wanted to tell them everything about her. I'm bursting with it. Her name, the way her hair curls at her neck, her sweet smell.
Dearest, those people were the press, reporters. There's a proper time.
A protocol? Philip, I'm sorry. Will I ever stop making mistakes, do you think? I want to. I want to so much. For you, my darling. David! David!
Yes, Mary. Yes, right here.
Oh, David, have Ballard put on some lights. All the lights in the house. It looks chilly.
Mary, he hasn't gone yet.
So he hasn't. I'm anticipating his going, then. Where is he, David?
Upstairs, saying goodbye to Pamela. Lady Riversley is here, Mary.
Aunt Hetty? Where? Have her come in.
Well, she'll be in. She's discussing the merits of champagnes with Ballard. Claims to have more first-hand experience than he has. Mary, Philip's only going to Washington.
And to New York.
But for only 6 weeks.
David, we've never been separated before, not in 5 years, and he won't take me with him. He won't listen to me.
Well, after all, it is business.
You know what you can do, David Fenwick, secretary to my husband, Lord Rexford. You can give me a cigarette.
Of course, Mary.
It's only 6 weeks. After all, it's business. Men, men, men. The lords of creation, the masters, the makers of destiny. They rule the world. They boss everything.
My dear girl, what are you screaming about?
Men, Lady Riversley. I'll leave her in your hands. I'll have Ballard light every chandelier in the place, Mary.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
The jitters, my dear?
The jitters and the staggers, Aunt Hetty. It's so silly, really.
Is it, indeed?
He's only going to Washington and New York on business for 6 weeks, while I'm little Cinderella who must stay home and read books.
A little girl in love.
You're right, darn it. Oh, Philip.
Your daughter, my sweet, has all your charm and more of her own. Oh, she's a minx. Kept me up there saying goodbye much too long. Oh, hello, Aunt Hetty. I always seem rushing to and from somewhere when I see you.
There's no great rush. You have time.
I'm afraid I haven't, darling. I promised to call in on the chief on my way to the station.
Philip, why can't I come and see you off?
I thought we'd decided that. Darling, it'll be such a muddle.
Oh, yes. We did decide, didn't we?
I think so, dear.
You're not going, apparently. Be a wise little girl and pretend you're glad. I think he's being very considerate. I hate boats. Ugh! Seasickness. Ugh!
Goodbye, my Mary.
Telephone me sometimes.
I'll never be able to tell you more than I'm telling you now, my darling.
Say it, Philip.
I love you. I love you.
Sometimes I wonder.
How dare you? Goodbye, Aunt Hetty. Look after her. Everything ready, David?
Ready and waiting, Philip.
Goodbye. Oh, don't come to the door. Come along, then. We can check those records in the car going down.
You children squabble. That's dangerous.
We don't really.
I love you, said he. Sometimes I wonder, said she.
Doesn't every woman wonder sometimes? Oh, don't think I'm the neglected wife. I'm not.
You're telling the story. I'm listening.
There's no story. Only, I don't seem to amuse him anymore, Aunt Hetty. Maybe I try too hard. I don't know. I seem to have developed an unconscious fear of displeasing him some way or another.
He has no sense of humor. I always said that.
You remember what I told you once, a long time ago?
When you were a bride?
About myself, the way I was before I cared.
I remember.
Well, he forgave me that rather flighty past so completely that he can't stop forgiving that rather flighty past, if you know what I mean.
My dear girl, come to Cannes with me.
What?
My villa at Cannes. Come and stay with me.
Aunt Hetty, you're out of your mind.
You
I can't...
are if you don't come. What you need is some sunshine, laughter, a coat of tan, hours of doing nothing to music and moonlight and dreaming.
Oh, get thee behind me, Satan.
You've a completely competent nurse for Pamela and servants to run your house. There's absolutely no reason you shouldn't come, my dear.
But Philip would...
Philip will understand, and if he doesn't, well, then he isn't deserving of your keeping a vigil here for his return.
It does sound divine.
It will be. I'll arrange everything, and we're leaving tonight.
Madam, these old eyes have failed me somewhat.
What?
But your voice, when I heard your voice here in this gladsome throng, madam,
Tommy
it
Trent!
brought back sweet memories of other days.
Tommy, you here?
Mary, you remember.
You idiot, of course.
The coconut palm and the colony love.
The tomato juice that turned out to be Tabasco.
The night it started to rain.
And you'd hit on my roof and tried to wake me up in the middle of the night.
I promised you laughter, my dear, but don't overdo it. You two know each other, then?
Oh, yes, from New
But
York.
when did you get back in this neck of the woods, Mary?
You'll excuse me, then. I hate being a third at my own party.
I read about you in the papers, but what are you now? A duchess or something, or was that just a publicity stunt?
Was that just a what?
A press stunt, you know.
No press stunt. No more stunts of any kind. Tommy, it's wonderful to see you.
What?
Oh, we can't talk here. Where can we talk?
You said it's wonderful to see me.
Oh, yes.
I heard you. I wanted to hear it again. And you're right, we can't talk here. Come on.
Tommy, where are we going?
Don't ask questions. Come on. A quiet corner of the garden, a pool complete with sparkling fountain, a nightingale singing in the bushes, and Lady Mary spreading her dainty wings and gazing seaward.
Tommy, you haven't changed. 5 years and you're as mad as ever.
Oh, no. Young Mr. Trent has acquired wisdom.
I don't believe
I
it.
assure you, young Mr. Trent is now properly appreciative
Appreciative?
of Lady Mary. He wasn't 5 years ago. He let her get away from him.
She wasn't Lady Mary 5 years ago.
That makes a difference?
Oh, yes.
You're right. You were never so beautiful.
Idiot.
Exquisite. Lovelier than a night that is loveliness.
Oh, Tommy.
And you did say it, you know.
I did say what?
It's wonderful to see me. Mary.
No,
Yes.
don't. Oh, why did you do that? Now you spoiled everything.
Because I kissed you. You wanted me to.
I didn't. Well, what if I did? That darned moon, this place, it's...
Mary, why the pose?
The pose?
A leopard can't change its spots, Ducky, no more than you, Ducky.
Tommy, I'm married. I'm settled
You'll
down.
never settle down, Ducky. Wait, Mary, where are you going?
Back to the party in Aunt Hetty.
And safety.
Maybe. You're not good for me.
Mary, I'm sorry. Don't take me too seriously, dear. I've been, shall we say, imbibing. I'll tell you what.
What?
Let's just be great pals, buddies. Sit down, please. Oh, go on. It's safe. I promise. I want to tell you something.
Yes?
Not till you sit down.
All right.
Mary, I could marry you I've never said that to a woman before. I've never thought that about a woman before.
You are mad, aren't you? Beautifully batty. Always reaching for something
We
that you...
could be happy, Mary.
I am happy.
You've forgotten how to spread your wings. You've forgotten you have wings. The things that used to count adventure, excitement, fun. You've forgotten the taste of
Tommy,
them.
don't.
Mary, see me sometimes. Forget this solid routine they call living. Let me make you happy. Make me happy being with you sometimes.
Tommy,
Yes, Lady Mary.
I would like a drink.
A drink, Lady Mary says. A drink she shall have. From the fountain bar, 10 steps away. Young Mr. Trent is delighted to oblige.
You'll need 7 league boots to make that bar in 10 steps.
Skeptic, the lady must be shown. 7, 8, 9, 10, and back before she shall count 10. Ah, the necessary ingredients all at hand. Bless Lady Riversley. Something of magic, warming, and nourishing. Something to delight my Lady Mary and confound all the sane people in this abysmally sane world. Oh. Fit for the Princess of the Moon. And back 10 steps. 1, 2, the world is not sane. It's we who are sane, Lady Mary. 8, 9, and... Mary? Mary, where'd you go? Mary, I won't let you go. I won't. Mary!
Tommy, listen to me.
She ran away and locked her door against
Hush,
me.
you fool. You're making a spectacle of yourself, of both of you.
Why did she run away? I've been going crazy for weeks, and then she came and everything made sense. That's her room, up there.
Tommy, come inside with me. Do you hear? Come inside.
Right up there, where the light is. I can climb to it. I will climb to it.
Tommy! Stop him, somebody. Don't stand there. Give him. Stop him. Tommy, the trellis, it's breaking. Oh! Get a doctor, somebody. Hurry.
What is it, Aunt Hetty? What happened?
It's Tommy.
Tommy?
He fell from your balcony.
Oh, Tommy, you crazy, empty-headed galoot.
Hold it, Lady Rexford.
What?
Thank you. A wonderful shot. Lady Rexford cradles headstrong Romeo. A wonderful shot for a wonderful story. Thank you very much.
Mary.
Tommy, you idiot. You might have been killed.
Would you care, really?
Of course. What do you think I'm made of?
Rainbows. Beautiful rainbows. Right across the...
Aunt Hetty, he's fainted.
A doctor's coming. He'll be all right. It's you I'm worried about. This will be in the papers.
Nonsense.
And when Philip reads about it...
Philip?
You heard that fellow. Lady Rexford cradles headstrong Romeo. A wonderful picture for a wonderful story. When Philip sees it, what then? There is your pretty fix. What then?
Light, amusing reading. Lady Rexford cradles headstrong Romeo. A good laugh in that. But is it a laugh? How much stress can declared trust in a marriage be asked to bear? We'll find out in just a moment. Now, Act Two of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Madeline Carroll. Distance can put the appearance of truth in a false perspective. The people who have been closest, a husband, a wife, can seem strangers when there is much mileage between them for too long. So with Philip and Mary. An ocean came between them, and now an incident, which has been blown up into an international scandal.
Now to the lighter side of the news around the world. That hero of many romances, Tommy Trent, has again written purple ink headlines. This time with the beautiful wife of titled nobility, American-born Lady Mary Rexford. Mr. Trent's current exploit was a heroic leap from the beautiful lady's balcony window. Heroic, but nearly fatal, resulting in a cracked skull and hospitalization for Mr. Trent.
Here you are, your hometown papers. Name it, we got it. Cream of the news. Here you are, polo player falls from Countess's window. It happened on the Riviera. Cream of the news, polo player.
Henry, listen to this. Tommy Trent, playboy and polo player, falls from rooms of former Mary Watts on Riviera. Mystery and fall of rich poloist from window of Lady Rexford, former New York belle. Suicide hinted. Henry, listen to this.
And I should say that's about it, gentlemen. About the financial situation, I know less than anyone living. I will say this, however. Americans have such youth and courage. They may well revolutionize world economics. And, of course, I'm happy to be home and rather tired.
Well, thank you, Lord.
You're welcome. David, did you see her?
Not yet, Philip, but there's quite a jam down there.
Lord Rexford.
Yes, what is it?
My card, sir, the Daily Reporter.
But I've just talked with the press.
I think the others were after general news. I want to ask something personal.
What?
We've held up a story from America about the possibility of a divorce. Is there anything you can say to me at this time?
No. Most certainly not.
I thought perhaps you'd...
That is all, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good day.
The car just pulled up on the pier. Mary will be here in... Well, what's the matter?
Did the others, those fellows, any of them say anything about Mary and this can mess?
No. Why?
What a filthy thing to come home to.
Philip, I thought you decided to wait to hear Mary. See exactly how much of this
The
is
whole thing
fact.
is so off-color, so unfair. How dare she put me in such a position?
May I suggest...
What?
That you hold your horses. Go home. Get a bath and a change. Talk it over quietly with Mary after dinner. Mary would never lie to you. You know that. Philip.
Yes, David, yes.
Remember, this is Mary. You know Mary. Before you sit yourself in judgment about there being anything wrong, really wrong, say that over 10 times. You know Mary.
All right, David, I'll try. I'll try.
Well, Philip?
Yes, darling?
A superb dinner. It was, wasn't it? Everything you especially like. Now, a warm fire, a comfortable easy chair, my lord's pleasure at his beck and call. Oh, Philip, I'm dying to hear about everything.
There's nothing to tell.
No?
No.
Our first moment alone, you've been gone 6 weeks. Nothing to tell? Do you think Pamela's grown, darling?
Oh, yes.
She looks well?
Very.
Philip, the truce is over, Philip, dear. You've been so right and good and correct. I'm so sorry. I've been so terribly worried. It must have been horrid for you.
It was.
Those awful things in the paper. I knew they'd exaggerate.
Mary, how could you get yourself mixed up with this Tommy Trent fellow?
Oh, Tommy Trent. He's unimportant, Philip.
Unimportant?
An old friend, nothing more. I knew him in New York.
So the papers inferred. They never let down. They kept on building it up in headlines over the radio. Why, one would think another war had been declared.
I know, dear.
Stories, pictures, a Sunday supplement article. Tommy Trent and his women. With your picture over a question mark.
Philip, you didn't think. You couldn't think.
I didn't permit myself to think.
Darling, believe me, it was nothing.
It must have been something. What made him think he could come to your room, climb your balcony?
I don't know. We'd been having fun. It was a party at Aunt Hetty's. There was music and laughter and a big full moon. I don't know. We were talking.
You and the Mr. Trent?
And he kissed me.
Yes?
That's all.
I see.
Oh, Philip, darling, don't go away again and leave me. Take care of me. I love you.
I love you, too. That's the trouble.
If you mean that, nothing can ever happen again. Forgive me.
I have forgiven you.
No. No, you haven't. You don't believe me.
You expect me to believe that this ended in a kiss?
I said it did.
With someone you knew in New York?
What?
The kind of girl you were in New York, you considered a kiss a fair beginning.
Oh.
I know that. You know it. He does. The papers.
Philip, you're angry. I can't blame you for being angry, but in the name of our 5 years together, in this house with a baby, Philip, you must believe me. Tell me you believe me.
I don't know.
All right. All right. Then you really believe me guilty. Philip, I demand to know where I stand with you. I've told you the truth. You must tell me. You must.
I tell you, I don't know. You want the truth? Take it then. I don't know.
Mr. Trent to see Lady Rexford. She's expecting.
Tommy, thank you for coming.
Oh, the moment you phoned me, Mary, at the cost of 7 broken engagements, 14 crushed friendships.
Tommy, come here.
Something's wrong.
Terribly.
I knew it. You haven't asked me when I got out of the hospital whether my skull mended.
Tommy, I want you to do something for me.
For Lady Mary, anything.
It's a little silly and embarrassing, but I'm frantic. I've explained to my husband about the accident.
And what led up to it?
Yes.
That I kissed you?
Uh-huh.
Well, is he home now on the premises?
He's right there in the library.
Oh, I see. Well, what do you want me to do, Mary?
I want you to tell him the whole truth, everything.
But you said you'd already explained.
He doesn't believe me, Tommy.
What makes you think he'll believe me? Do I look like a Gideon Bible?
Tommy, don't joke. I'm desperate.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. I'll do what I can, of course.
Thank you. Philip.
Yeah? Oh, yes, my dear.
Philip, this is Mr. Trent.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I called Tommy on the telephone and asked him to come here.
Why?
Well, Lady Rexford thought if I came round and explained, if I had the chance to apologize to both of you for the embarrassment I've caused you.
Yes?
Well, when I met Mary, your wife, down in Cannes, it was sort of a reunion. Well, I mean, I'd known Mary in New York, and, well, one laugh led to another, and, well, I remember being a little fresh, and she ran away, naturally. Well, I got to skylarking up a rose trellis or something. It broke. I'm sorry to say I wasn't killed. I should have been.
Is that all?
Well, I think so. Isn't it, Mary?
I just wanted Philip to hear from you personally.
I've heard. Thank you very much.
Well, the point is, sir, I was solely to blame. It isn't as if it wasn't as though Mary...
I think you said that was all.
For now, yes. Good night, Mary.
Mary, how could you be in such abysmal bad taste?
Philip, I'm desperate. We can't go on this way. 2 weeks, 2 centuries. Polite strangers, darling. If you'll only give me half a chance.
I'm trying to give us both a chance.
You don't. You won't understand me, and I'm trying so hard to understand you. But there's a locked door between us, and I can't find the key.
No locked door.
Oh, Philip, we're so different, aren't we?
The difference between us is all it takes to bring about a tragedy. My dear, I have work to do.
You can work?
Well, it is rather a comfort.
Oh, Philip, won't you ever laugh anymore?
I'm too worried about the future to laugh. I suppose I'm one of those poor, dull fools who believes that a home and wife and child are sacred and permanent things. But I can't laugh when they're desecrated.
And I'm one of those fools who must laugh or cry about this. And I can't cry.
Do you want to?
Yes. I'll leave you to your work. I'm sorry about the abysmal bad taste. Good night, my dear.
Mary.
Yes, Philip?
Oh, nothing. Good night.
Good night, sweet. Sleep tight. See you bright and early in the morning. Oh,
Steady, Mary.
I waited and waited. Pamela waited, and he didn't come up.
He's working, Mary.
He comes up after I've kissed her. He's avoiding me, David. What can I do?
I wish I knew.
I've lost track of time. It seems years since he came home.
2 months, about?
I can't tell him anything. I've talked and talked until my brain just stops. He's impenetrable.
I know, but Mary...
If I didn't know he was so deeply hurt inside, it would be easier. David, I can't go on like this.
You can. You must. Keep trying. Lots of love and patience. It'll be all right.
I tell myself that, but I'm beginning not to believe it, and that frightens me.
May I make a suggestion?
Oh, please.
You've been too cooped up with this thing. You're losing perspective. Go out. Get away from this house for a while.
And will you suggest where?
Lady Riversley is in town.
Aunt Hetty, he blames her, you know. The whole business is her fault as far as Philip is concerned. She plotted it. She schemed to set off an explosion to wreck our happy family. And...
Mary, now, I'd see her if I were you. There'll be people, there always are, and chatter, and you could do with a bit of both.
I could.
Well, there you are.
You tell him where I am in case he asks for me.
I'll tell him.
In case he asks for me. That's almost funny, isn't it, David? Get me my coat, please. Let me get out of here before I embarrass us both by dissolving into tears.
Mills, there's someone at the door. Mills! Oh, bless us, pay a butler, and he vanishes when I want him. Philip!
Hello, Aunt Hetty. Is Mary here?
Oh, bless my soul. Mary? Oh, yes, of course. Come in.
I will not interrupt the party. I want to see her only for a moment.
Philip, it isn't, darling. I saw you, only it couldn't be you, only it was.
David said I should find you here. I want to talk to you.
Of course, Philip. Aunt Hetty, couldn't we...
You can't talk out here. That room there. You won't be disturbed.
Thank you, sweet. Philip, I'm having so much fun, or I wasn't really, but now you've come, I can. Now, Philip, privacy. You wanted to talk.
Mary, I can't hurt you anymore.
You're hurt, too. I think we should stop hurting each other.
I intend we shall. Mary, we can't go on.
Like this, no.
Before I went away, you'd settled down to being a normal, decent wife.
Thank you.
The moment my back was turned...
Did you come here to lecture me again? Because don't. I can't stand it.
Since I've been back, all I find is a restless, jumpy, affected woman.
That's not fair.
It's true.
I suppose I shouldn't have come here.
I didn't say that.
It's what you thought. Well, I had to do something. I couldn't keep following you around that house on my knees, waiting for you to come out of this coma.
Mary, I won't attempt to keep you from an atmosphere you seem to thrive on.
Meaning can again?
Oh, can, here, all of it. It's a certain color of life that seems essential to you.
Philip, exactly what did you come here for?
I'm seeing Farrington tonight.
Farrington? Your lawyer?
I'm instructing him to take the necessary steps toward giving you a divorce.
I see. And I adored you so. I'd have died for you. Nothing you could ever have said or done could have changed that.
Oh, Mary, I'm protecting us both.
Your mind is made up. You've thought this through carefully.
Oh, painfully.
You don't think another chance?
We've had our chance, darling. We failed.
We failed because you've built a wall between us. And how different we are, each on our own side.
Oh, Mary, stop it.
You standing for all that's good and chivalrous and right, so right and strong, so you don't need kindness and tenderness and forgiveness.
We've said it all, Mary. It doesn't help. It doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't matter. You can say that in your smugness and confidence.
Confidence? Great Scott.
You can control 2 lives with words and a divorce. You've got the strength to take away from me everything in life I want. Well, I've got the strength to tell you now. Take it. You're right. It doesn't matter anymore.
Pride can be a devastating, destructive force. When pride rears its misunderstanding head, there are consequences for Mary and Philip. Now, Act 3 of the MGM Theater of the Air, starring Madeline Carroll. We often hurt what we love the most, to distort a phrase from Oscar Wilde. When Mary hurt Philip with her friendship for playboy Tommy Trent, it cut deep. When Philip struck back with separation, Mary carried her wounds, her pending divorce, into the countryside, to the estate of Lady Riversley, where there was gaiety, frivolity, lots of laughing people, and Tommy Trent.
There was a pretty song about that.
About what, sweet?
3 chimes, 3 o'clock.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
And here are you, and here am I, alone in the music room in front of an open fireplace.
Mary,
Tommy, don't say anything.
I want to say so much.
Don't. Just be still.
This is right, you know. You, me. And to think, if Hetty hadn't thrown this house party in the country and asked me...
Dear Hetty.
And if you hadn't dropped in from heaven...
Hardly heaven, dear. Tommy.
I love you.
Tommy?
Say you love me. Say... What's the matter?
What's that?
What's what?
That. Listen.
It sounds like a fire.
Yes.
Let it burn. Listen to me.
Where could there be a fire? This place is 11 miles from its nearest neighbor.
Isolated, a world cut off from everything unimportant, our world.
Tommy, those engines are outside. Stopped outside. They're here. Aunt Hetty's house is on fire.
Good Lord.
Mary! Mary!
Yes, we're here in the parlor. Charles, Amy, what is it?
The most excitement, dear.
Fire in the south wing.
It's under control now, but... Oh.
Oh. Forgive us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we didn't know where you were, and...
Good morning, Charles and Amy.
Good morning.
Mary, my dear.
Aunt Hetty, I'm furious. A beautiful fire, and you let me miss it.
It began so suddenly and ended so quickly. Well, what is everyone staring at?
I carried my valuables outside, and now I've forgotten where I put them.
I was in the south wing, you know. Smelled the smoke first.
Well, there'll be no more sleep for anyone tonight. I'll have Mills prepare hot grogs and bacon and things.
We'll be right along, Aunt
Do.
Hetty.
Oh, I nearly forgot. This came for you.
A cablegram?
From San Moritz. Do hurry now, you two.
From Philip?
Yes.
Well?
He says, essential we should talk. Can you come up here to me at once? I beg you not to fail me. Waiting. All my
love. Your understanding husband, Philip. You aren't going.
I don't know. I have to think. Yes, I think I am.
He whistles, you come scampering.
Tommy, I must pack. Please go now.
I'm not going to let you go.
No man's going to let me or not let me do anything ever again.